Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Hiruzen Sarutobi took another deep, slow inhale of his pipe and exhaled it, the plume of smoke rising to the ceiling. It had been a stressful night and he felt the tobacco was well-deserved. Not that I wouldn't still be enjoying it regardless, he thought. Interrupting his thoughts on self-indulgence was the feeling of a large and familiar presence incoming. He signaled to his ANBU behind him to open the window in preparation. The chakra he was feeling was significantly agitated. This wouldn't go well. In the blink of an eye, a man with a large frame and long white hair filled with spikes was standing rigidly in front of his desk. "Ah, Jiraiya, welcome home. Has your research been going well?" Hiruzen questioned the Sannin with an even tone. "Cut the shit, sensei." Hiruzen didn't flinch at his student's response outwardly, but the words had their effect. He knew Jiraiya would be in a bad mood, but he was in more trouble than he had initially thought. "Very well. You may see the boy as soon as we are done here, but first I would like to brief you detail. His circumstances are extenuating and difficult. He's been living alone the last year and a half. The orphanage refused to take care of him properly anymore. The villagers still see him as less than human, not able to look underneath the underneath, and many of the shinobi are still bitter towards him." With each sentence the Hokage spoke, Jiraiya tightened up more and more, shoulders rigid, flexing his hands into fists. His jaw muscles rippled in agitation, and his breath was escaping his nose in noisy bursts, not unlike an enraged bull. A lesser man would have seen the rage building in such an imposing man, a shinobi renowned across the elemental nations, and shied away. The third Hokage pressed on in a steady and calm tone, one that did not betray his true feelings. Despite the village's hatred being poured onto him without reason, the boy continues to be as warm as the sun towards anybody who will acknowledge him. His resilience and determination are astounding. He has even decided he wants to become the Hokage. Hiruzen smiled softly. At that, Jiraiya lost just a little bit of tension, head tilting the slightest degree to question the Hokage on how that came to pass. Lesser shinobi, those below the Jonin level, would have been unlikely to even see the movement. Sarutobi saw it, interpreted it, and prepared an answer for it without a moment's hesitation. He sees how the higher-level shinobi are treated, and he sees the respect the office holds. It appears that instead of trying to return the village's hate through revenge, the boy wishes to avoid hate altogether, and instead become a shinobi worthy of the village's respect. Despite the strong pride Jiraiya felt in his chest at hearing about the goal of his godson, he cut his Hokage off with a sharp tone. He should already have their respect. He's supposed to be seen as a hero. That's what Minato wanted. That's what you told me Minato wanted. What he asked for in his dying breath, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya's voice level never raised, but instead became more rage-filled and intense as he spoke, before spitting out Hiruzen's title and honorific. Sarutobi, a man who was tempered, tried, and tested by 3 great shinobi wars, countless smaller battles and skirmishes, and decades in the office of the Hokage, flinched at it. A visible reaction from the Hokage at all was unheard of. A visible reaction that even a civilian could spot was tantamount to unthinkable. For a split second, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, professor and Hokage of the greatest of the 5 elemental nations, reeled at his student's words. Not even at the ceasefire of the 3rd Great Shinobi War had the Tsuchikage spoken to him with such disdain and disrespect. Hiruzen took a silent, deep breath and looked the Toad Sage in the eye. He knew he deserved it, so he didn't even think to reprimand Konoha's spymaster. "I'm taking over as his guardian," Jiraiya said. "I will not allow Minato and Kushina's legacy to be tossed to the side like trash. He deserves the love that they would have given him, to be raised how they would have wanted him to be raised. He deserves to be seen as the hero that they wanted him to be, and I'll be damned if he won't get it." The Sandaime had never seen his spiky-haired student speak with such intensity or passion before. Not when he talked about his research and novels, not when he talked about bringing his traitorous teammate back or taking him down, Not when he spoke of his love for his favorite incognito medic, not even when he revealed to Hiruzen that he had set his sights on bringing peace to the ninja world. The Hokage sighed, and in the duration of that short breath, he made up his mind. The council and elders will not be happy. They think it's good for the boy. Danzo believe. A large amount of killing intent cut him off, and he saw fire burning in the Toad Sage's eyes. Damn the council, damn the elders, and especially damn Danzo. I'll send them all to early funerals myself if I have to. They don't deserve to even speak of him, let alone make decisions about his life. Not when Minato sacrificed his life for them. Hiruzen silently thanked himself for dismissing his ANBU and sealing the room off before they started their discussion. A lesser man would be accused of treason for those words. A lesser man would have killed them already. Jiraiya shot back coldly. After a few seconds of silent acknowledgement to that statement, Hiruzen questioned his bull-headed student. And what of your spy network? I'll need more help from the ANBU and a few higher-level jonin, but I can take him on travels to allied and safer countries, and when my travels take me to more volatile regions, I'll arrange for somebody to watch over him. That's a hefty price to ask of your village, Jiraiya. Jiraiya wanted to be mad at that statement, to fuel the flames of his anger, having had the village ask more of him than it rightfully should have, but his rage had started to cool as his sensei started to give in. The Sandaime had sacrificed more of his fair share for the village himself, including his wife and more than one son. I wasn't asking. Despite settling down, Jiraiya still had not forgiven. The Hokage had lost all bargaining chips earlier in the night when the boy had been involved in the incident. He had been left in charge of him after all. He had promised he'd take care of him. Promised Minato. Very well, I will allow you free rein when it comes to his life from now on. Just keep me in the loop and I will hold off the council the best I can. If you can't hold them off entirely, I will kill them. All of them, elders included. I wasn't joking or boasting. Jiraiya's statement was said with finality, and Hiruzen realized just how serious he was. Jiraiya, you know I would have to intervene and stop you unless you had sufficient evidence and reason. Sarutobi reasoned. Assuming I'd cooled down enough not to take you down with them, I would defect on my honor as the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Hiruzen was, once again, taken aback by Jiraiya's words. Speaking of such things was treason, blatant treason. Yet he couldn't find it in himself to even be upset at his student's words. In fact, if the roles were reversed, he could see himself uttering the same words. Not to mention the implication that Jiraiya believed he could win a fight against his sensei and Hokage. I see, Hiruzen replied somberly. Despite your words, I find myself not only okay with them, but agreeing with them. It seems I laxed in my retirement, and still haven't regained my edge since I was reinstated. Jiraiya knew those words were to manipulate him to feel for the old man and his situation, but he let them be. The fact that his sensei was even trying meant that he knew he had messed up. Jiraiya sighed. Sarutobi had tried to pass the hat off a little over 8 years ago, and had tasted retirement long enough to have grown accustomed to it. He knew he didn't want to take the hat back after the QB attack, but had to due to a lack of qualifying candidates. He knew that he felt as if he had failed by leading the village into the Third Great Shinobi War, failed by allowing Orochimaru turn traitor and escape the village, and now he felt he had failed his successor's legacy. Jiraiya's eyes softened a fraction. The old monkey deserved a break, and the Toad Sage would give it to him. Just not tonight. I don't want your excuses, sensei. I want to see my godson. Very well, I will take you to see him, although he is likely still unconscious. His condition is stable. At the reminder that his favorite student's only son was in the hospital, Jiraiya's eyes hardened once more. And what of the perpetrators? Their heads were rolling even as the message was en route to you. The ANBU who were assigned to his protection detail too. Both of them. Jiraiya relaxed a small amount at that. He might have been angrier than he could ever remember, but he didn't feel like ripping anybody's spine out tonight, and he was happy to hear the Hokage hadn't lost as much of his sharp edge as he had thought. Hiruzen rose to lead his student out of the office after deactivating the privacy seals. The two turned to head out of the office through the doors, another action that showed the seriousness of Jiraiya. He hadn't used the doors in over 30 years, preferring the window due to how badass it is. As they headed out, Sarutobi stole a look at the pictures of the Hokage on the wall by the door, specifically at Minato's. He had failed the village, his sensei, the previous Hokage, and the will of fire that he had inherited from him, failed his student and failed his successor. It was due time that he rectified that. All of it. Jiraiya, I am sorry. You have shown me how I have failed. I will make it up to you, that is a promise. Jiraiya's eyes softened, almost to their normal state. Thank you, sensei. He threw a punch at the elderly Hokage, just for old time's sake. Hiruzen leaned back, not even moving his hands from where they were clasped behind his back, and dodged the punch, more out of habit and instincts than anything. But I'm still angry, and you owe me one. Hiruzen smiled lightly for the first time that night. I expected nothing less from you, Jiraiya. You have the debt of the Hokage's office to call upon whenever you wish. Naruto awoke in the hospital to hushed whispers. In his experience, hushed whispers were never happy words. Not that it bothered him, he had learned not to be bothered by such boring things at a young age. Instead of conveying all this, he sat up suddenly and shot the medic Nin a devious grin. That earned him a scowl which he laughed off. A few minutes of having his body checked over with more hushed whispers and mutters that he didn't have the time to pay attention to, and the door swung open on creaky hinges. On the other side, he saw the Hokage followed by a large serious-looking man with white hair who he'd never seen before, but he still felt familiar. Naruto's grin turned into a real smile. Hey GG. The old Hokage wore a genuine smile himself. Naruto, my boy, how are you feeling? I feel great, although I'm not sure why I'm wrapped up like a mummy. Jiraiya couldn't hold his scoff in. Sarutobi had given the damage report on the way over, and he was pissed. There's no need to lie, kid. Naruto jumped at the accusation. Literally. The 7.5-year-old leapt up onto his feet on the hospital bed and started bouncing up and down, shaking his fist at Jiraiya the whole time. Who are you calling a liar? I feel perfectly normal. I don't even know why I'm in this stupid hospital in the first place. Jiraiya again scoffed at Naruto. Brat, you broke all 4 limbs, both hands, 8 ribs, your left collarbone and orbital, and your nose. Naruto paused at that and became still for the first time since they entered the room. He tilted his head like he was trying to remember, then suddenly asked, What's an orbital, old man? The orbital is the bone around your eye, Naruto-kun. It's very difficult to break. The Hokage replied to him with a smile. The boy's unpredictability never ceased to amaze him. Oh, sorry, old man, I was talking to the other old man. Not you. I must be pretty awesome to have broken it, though. The matter-of-factness that Naruto said this with set an already tense and sensitive Jiraiya over the edge. Who are you calling old, you little runt? Do you know who I am? You're way too weak to be talking to me that way. Jiraiya leaned forwards toward Naruto in frustration. Hiruzen sighed at the stubbornness of Jiraiya, knowing Naruto was his equal in that aspect. This could get ugly. Who are you calling weak? I'm gonna be the Hokage someday. I could take you on right here, right now. Believe it. Naruto leaned forward toward Jiraiya in anger, butting his forehead against Jiraiya's strange forehead protector. The two butted heads for a few seconds, on the verge of having steam pour out of their ears, before cooler heads prevailed. Or rather, a cooler head. Now, Naruto, I'm not sure you're ready to take on one of my students just yet. Naruto backed off at that, but didn't back down all the way. Instead, he eyed Jiraiya as if he was trying to see what he was made of. Jiraiya leaned back and put his hands on his hips, smiling, thinking that his sensei had put his stubborn godson in his place. I think I could take him, Gigi. His hair is even whiter than yours. The Toad Sage sweat dropped at that. After a few seconds of feeling bad for himself, Jiraiya started chuckling, which caused the Hokage to start himself. Naruto looked on incredulously at the fact that he wasn't being taken seriously. He truly believed he could win against the white-haired man. I have to say, Sensei was spot on with his descriptions of you. Jiraiya's tone softened. Seriously, Naruto, how are you feeling? Past anger and frustration forgotten in the sincerity of the large man's tone. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. I feel fine. A little sore and a little confused. Actually, a lot of confused. Why am I here? You were beaten up by some drunk villagers. They did quite a number on you before one of our jonins stopped them. Kakashi had actually done more than stop them. In fact, Sarutobi thought the swift execution they were given might have been merciful considering the injuries Kakashi had inflicted in his rage. Yeah, I remember that. Naruto looked down in embarrassment for a second before looking back up and questioning. But the grumpy fox told me he was going to heal me completely, and I feel fine, so why am I here? Hearing his reply, the two older men's eyes steeled and the atmosphere took on a more serious edge. Hiruzen yet again found himself silently thanking the privacy seals he had put in place. He didn't need even more rumors spreading about Naruto and the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi no Kitsune. It was Jiraiya who responded, "What fox, kid?" "The big grumpy one in the sewer, I guess he said he was in my head. Why does my head have a sewer in it?" Another soft smile from the Hokage at the child's innocence and unpredictability. Jiraiya again was the one to speak. "You spoke with the fox?" More like yelled at and then shouted with. He kept yelling at me, calling me weak, so I said if I'm so weak, how come you're the one stuck behind bars in my sewer head? And he roared at me and called me dumb, so I roared back and called him ugly. He was really grumpy the whole time, so I was grumpy right back with him. And eventually he said he would heal me so I wouldn't die. Naruto said the last sentence with a prideful smirk on his face. Jiraiya was thinking that just maybe he should feel a little bit of empathy for the demon fox that attacked his village. Awfully nice of such a grumpy old fox. I think he was just pretending so he'd look scary though. By the time the almost 8-year-old had finished talking, he was out of breath, and so nearly were the two older shinobi he was talking to. Jiraiya shot the Hokage a questioning glance and then another. He was returned with a shake of the head to indicate he didn't know Naruto had made contact with the fox, and a single nod giving him permission to talk with the young Jinchuriki about it. "Naruto, do you know what that fox is?" The blonde shook his head. "That's the nine-tailed demon, the one who attacked the village 7.5 years ago," Jiraiya informed him somberly. A few seconds of thinking and Naruto had his response, "Nice try, old man. He's not a demon. He's just a really big fox. I might be young, and I might be dumb, but I'm super smart so you can't trick me." Jiraiya just shook his head at that, not really knowing what to say. Naruto continued to question, why did he even attack the village in the first place? And why is he so grumpy and sad? "What do you mean sad, kid?" Naruto became much more reserved, sitting back down and staring into his lap. The big fox was really sad, although I could tell he was trying to hide it. "How do you know he was sad? And how do you know he was trying to hide it?" The look in the young boy's eyes said it all. He knew he was sad because he knew what that sadness was. Born from the hatred that thousands of people, entire villages drop onto your shoulders. He knew he was hiding it behind his anger because he himself hid his sadness, and being angry was one of the best ways to do it. Jiraiya's eyes softened to their maximum amount and got shiny. To his left, the Hokage coughed into a fist uncomfortably. Jiraiya put a hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his unkempt blonde hair. "I see." After an unbearable few seconds of seeing his godson hollowed by sadness, Jiraiya tried to cheer him up. "Say, Gaki, you said you wanted to be Hokage, right?" Naruto nodded, picking up a small smile thinking of his dream. "How about I help? You know of the fourth Hokage, right?" Naruto was excited now. "Yeah, he's my hero. I want to be just like him, only better." "That's a lot to live up to, kid. You're gonna need a heck of a teacher." Sadness seeped back into the boy. Jiraiya scowled internally at the boy's past experiences. "How about I take you under my wing and be your teacher?" At this, Naruto's grin was unmistakable. "Are you a good teacher?" The question was innocent and mostly curious, so Jiraiya returned a grin just as big. "Kid, I'm probably the best teacher ever. I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin, the gallant toad sage of Mount Mayaboku." Jiraiya sung in conjunction with his flamboyant kabuki dance. "Whoa, sorry, I don't know what any of that means," Naruto said sheepishly. "Let's put it this way, kid, the fourth Hokage, your hero? I was his sensei." Naruto's eyes became as big as ramen bowls, and his jaw hung open in amazement. "Whoa, you trained the Yondaime? Does that mean you're super strong? Can you teach me cool jutsu? Can you breathe fire like Sasuke? Can you teach me how to? Can you make me strong enough to beat Jiji?" Both of the veteran shinobi were chuckling at the excitement of the young boy, possibly remembering a time when they were also wide-eyed youngsters. I can't promise that last one, but if you promise to work hard, I can definitely make you into a great ninja that the Yondaime, 4th Hokage, would have been proud to have in his village. Hearing that, Naruto's eyes somehow got even bigger and much wetter. He rubbed them on the back of his arm and noticeably tried to keep them from leaking. Hey, it looks like you already know one of the shinobi rules. A shinobi never cries, because it won't get him anywhere, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. Can I tell you a secret though? Just between you and me? Another nod. It's okay to cry when you're happy. I've even seen the Hokage, both 3rd and 4th, do it before. Naruto looked up at him in awe and nodded again. The tears silently started spilling out of his eyes. Sarutobi looked on, seeing a boy who had known so much sadness and hate, and had shouldered such a large burden for the good of the village. Crying tears of happiness brought a warm feeling into his heart. Hope. He hadn't seen Jiraiya like this since Minato's death. He himself hadn't felt this light since before he reclaimed the hat. Maybe this little blonde ball of excitement would be the thing that will bring the village together and take them to new heights. Maybe, despite his failure, the child would turn out exactly how Minato would have wanted. It was clear as day that he had inherited the will of fire. Maybe, just maybe, he would achieve his dream and become Hokage. Jiraiya was thinking similar thoughts. He had vowed not to take another student, and this boy had convinced him, had him excited even, to become his teacher without even asking, with nothing more than his infectious attitude. He thought he would be filled with regret seeing Naruto after what happened, knowing that he could have prevented it. Instead, he too felt hope. Hope that this boy would inherit his will of fire too. Hope that this boy who claimed the Kyuubi Ninetales was hiding sadness and stood up to the demon at 7 and roared back would maybe, just maybe, be the one to end the cycle of hatred and bring peace to the shinobi world. Naruto stood at the main gate, feeling both excited and sad. He loved the Leaf Village. His village. He would miss his grandfatherly figure in the Hokage's office. He would miss the new sensei they got in the academy this year, the one who yelled at him a lot for not paying attention or for the few pranks he had played in class. He didn't have the feeling of hate directed at him, though, like the rest of the village did, just sadness and maybe a little frustration. And he would miss Ichiraku ramen, the best ramen in the whole wide world, which he was sure of despite never having left the village walls. More importantly, he would miss the people within the shop, Tucci and Ayam. They too looked at him with sadness in their eyes, but they always smiled at them and asked how he was. Naruto always gave them his biggest and best smile right back and told them he was doing great, and how could he not be when he was about to chow down on the greatest version of the best food ever invented? It wasn't like when he was in his apartment alone, and the sadness tried to overcome him. Sadness. There was so much sadness around him, and in him. Did he make people sad? Was he the reason that even the people who were nice to him looked so sad? He couldn't remember ever having done anything wrong. Maybe he was doing something that he didn't even notice. He would have to pay closer attention to himself and what he was doing. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by the reason he was excited. Jiraiya, the old white-haired man, what had he called himself? Sannin? Toad Sage? Naruto still didn't know what either of those things meant. Obviously he knew what a toad was, but what was a sage? And he knew what Sannin meant, but what did it mean to be one of 3 ninja? Weren't there way more than 3 in the Leaf Village? Who were the other 2? Were they also old? He was interrupted by the tall man yet again, this time not by his presence, but by the question that came from behind him. Ready to go, Gaki? Naruto spun on his heel, instantly mad about being called a brat. He hadn't done anything to earn that name. At least not around Jiraiya he hadn't. Who are you calling a brat, old man? Sure, he wasn't as old as the Hokage, he couldn't be if he was trained by him, but he was still one of the oldest ninja Naruto had seen, and his hair was completely white. Jiraiya was perplexed. Naruto spun around like he was surprised to see him, not surprising since he had snuck up on him silently. Yet when he turned around, Naruto just looked angry, not surprised. He'd have to check that out later. Instead of showing his surprise, Jiraiya just chuckled at Naruto. He couldn't help himself. His quick temper and developing wit reminded him of another Uzumaki he had known. Okay, Naruto, calm down so we can get going. Where's the rest of your stuff? Naruto was confused by that question, He had just about everything he owned in his backpack. Both his spare set of clothes and his pajamas fit in there easily, and he even added in a few cups of instant ramen. Never could be too careful. It's all in my backpack. His confused tone betrayed his thoughts. Jiraiya felt rage boil deep inside him yet again. Maybe he should make a trip to the council and lop a few heads off. It was early morning, he still had time after all. I was just asking, so I could show you the first of many things you'll be learning as my apprentice. Naruto lit up at that, which he loved to see, but he still felt guilty. He still hadn't told him he was his godfather. How could he after seeing how he lived? The kid would probably hate him after that. Best to wait till they made it back to the village in a few years. Jiraiya pulled out a basic storage scroll, one of his own making, and showed it to Naruto. Naruto balked at this a bit, thinking he was going to see a super cool new jutsu that would help him become Hokage. Instead, this old man pulled out a scroll. Maybe he was starting to lose it. It's just a scroll? He questioned. Oh ho, but just watch what it does. Here, hand me your backpack. Naruto thought about it for a second. He didn't want to give up his ramen, but the Toadman seemed pretty certain and even excited. Plus, he had called him his apprentice. That means he would buy him ramen if he destroyed his current stock, right? He slid his backpack off and handed it over. Jiraiya took the backpack and slung open the scroll and laid it on the ground with a smoothness and ease that showed his wealthy experience. He put the backpack on the middle of the scroll where Naruto saw a bunch of scribbling in a vaguely organized pattern. Jiraiya put 2 fingers on a certain part of the scribbles, and suddenly his backpack disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya was showing off a bit, making a storage scroll seem like a super complex technique, but he was only human, and he wanted to see the smile on his godson's face. He put 2 fingers on the scroll, looked up at Naruto, and channeled his chakra to activate the scroll. He felt more than saw that the backpack was gone, sealed away into the scroll. He was looking at Naruto's face, and could see the wheels turning in his head. Here it comes, he thought with a mental chuckle. You jerk. Naruto ground out. I had ramen in there and now it's just gone. There were 8 cups in there. That's almost 2 full meals. You better be replacing those. That was not what Jiraiya had been expecting. Hilarious as Naruto's reaction was, he could feel the threat in his voice, and while he was 20 years too young to even consider beating him in a fight, he could still make his life hell on the road. Jiraiya threw his hands up in defense. Whoa, just take it easy there, big guy. Nobody has to get hurt. This is a storage scroll, and one that I made myself perfectly, I might add. The backpack and your precious ramen have just been stored in the scroll. All you have to do is channel some chakra here. He pointed to the part of the seal that controlled the rest of it. And think about your backpack coming out. Your chakra is a part of you, and will respond to your thoughts. In truth, using a sealing scroll was even less complicated than that, but giving him some chakra theory lessons without him knowing it wouldn't hurt him. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed at the instructions, and his mouth scrunched to one side in concentration. Finally, he relented and asked, How do I channel chakra, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya felt a great amount of pride swell up within him, and not just at being called sensei for the first time. It was clear that Naruto had tried his best to figure this out on his own, had tried to think through how the scroll worked and maybe even the different ways that he could use it. He was already looking underneath the underneath, even if it was just a little. Well, my precious student, that received a smile from Naruto, whose face had still been mostly contorted in concentration. Have you learned how to access your chakra? Naruto's eyes looked upward like he was trying to remember, and then he looked back at Jiraiya and nodded. Good. Then think about it like this. You want to start molding or accessing your chakra. Then you want to slowly feel it moving down your arm and pushing out of your fingertips. As I said before, chakra will respond to your will. It's not just a part of you, it is you, but since you're not experienced with it, it could take some time. Why don't you give it a shot? Naruto nodded and sat down cross-legged in front of the scroll. He brought his hands up in front of his chest in the ram seal and started to access his chakra. Jiraiya-sensei had called it molding. He liked that better, it just felt right. He didn't really feel any change, but he could feel his chakra swirling, so he let go of the seal and placed 2 fingers where Jiraiya had shown him and tried to push his chakra out through his fingers. The feeling was instant, like a wind rushing through an open window, and suddenly there was a loud pop. An apprentice and student were surrounded by a large cloud of smoke larger than an elephant. Coughing and waving his hand in front of his face as the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya informed his student, "Little too much chakra there, Gaki, but we can work on your control later." Naruto was only half listening. He was more focused on the ramen in the backpack that he was currently hugging and protecting like his life depended on it. To be fair, in Naruto's mind, his life did depend on it. This was ramen. After a few seconds of his precious reunion with the lifeblood that fuels future Hokage, Naruto realized what happened. "Whoa, Sensei, I did it. Can you store other things in the scrolls? You said you made this one. Can you teach me how to do that? Can you store people in the scrolls? What about chakra? What about buildings? A tree? Can I store my arm in one?" Jiraiya was increasingly perplexed by Naruto's questions. Unpredictable was an understatement, but he was content with the curiosity the boy showed, and he learned to channel his chakra out of his fingers in no time flat for it being his first go at it. He would make a fine shinobi one day, of that Jiraiya was sure, maybe even a great Hokage too. Ho ho ho, slow your roll there, Blondie, we can get all those questions answered on the road, but we should get going so we don't waste too much time. Plus you probably alerted the ANBU with that giant cloud of smoke, so we should get going to ease their nerves. Have you said bye to everybody you wanted to? Jiraiya kicked himself a little even as he asked the question, knowing he had very few people he could interact with in a positive way. The boy didn't look upset or sad as he had expected though, just like he was in thought. I saw Tucci and I am at breakfast this morning. I didn't get to say bye to Gigi or Irika-sensei though. He thought the Hokage would be too busy to say bye to, plus he had seen him last night when he had gotten him out of the hospital. He wasn't sure if he knew Irika-sensei well enough to say bye to him, or even if Irika actually liked him, but now he wished he had gone to see him. "Well, we'll be back before you know it, kid. So why don't we get going?" Naruto nodded at that. He didn't want to disturb them anyway. The two spiky-haired leaf citizens walked up to the checkout desk, where a couple of newly minted chunin were on watch duty. Jiraiya checked them out, showing the scroll from the Hokage that gave Naruto permission to leave, and the two started walking through the gate. They had made it about 20 yards when Naruto felt the Hokage behind him. He whirled around and ran at the older man, tackling him with a hug. The elderly Hokage held his ground and returned the hug. "Naruto, you would leave without saying goodbye to your old grandfather figure? My old bones could barely carry me this far out of the village to come find you." Naruto scoffed at this. "Old man, you're the Hokage. That means you're the strongest in the village. That old person act won't fool me." Naruto harumphed, crossing his arms in stubbornness. My Naruto, not much gets by you, does it?" Naruto nodded. "Except maybe the presence of your favorite academy teacher?" Sarutobi rotated to give Naruto a view of the man standing behind him. "Irika-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto was shocked, but beyond happy to see him. That meant that Irika really did care about him. One more person to add to his list. "Now, Naruto, you didn't think that I'd let one of my favorite students leave without saying goodbye, did you?" Irika leaned in close to whisper in his ear. "And just between you and me, I think you might be my favorite out of all the other students. You can't tell them I said that though." Naruto nodded very seriously and whispered back, "Don't worry, sensei. Your secret is safe with me." His voice grew louder. "A great shinobi never reveals secrets, and I'm going to be the very best. It's going to take a lot of work to become the best ninja and Hokage, Naruto, and you'll have to listen carefully and learn from Jiraiya whenever he's speaking, and pay close attention to his actions to learn from those too." Naruto didn't look sad at the news of how hard it would be. His chin was up and his chest was puffed out. He looked determined. "But I can see that you already know that. I have no doubt that you can do it, Naruto." Irika donned a happy smile thinking about it. "I believe in you completely." Naruto was shocked at this. He had only known Irika-sensei for half a year, and here was saying he believed he could become the Hokage someday. His eyes started to water for the second time in as many days. Jiraiya had told him it was okay to cry out of happiness, but he still tried to hold it back. It wouldn't do for the future Hokage to be seen crying every single day. The three shinobi of Konoha Leaf looked at the young boy with melancholy. Such a young boy shouldn't be so overwhelmed emotionally at what amounted to a fairly small gesture. Every young child should have somebody to believe in their dreams. It was unfair. "This is my doing," Hiruzen thought, and he could barely stomach that fact. Never again will I allow my inattentiveness to harm this village or anybody in it. Hiruzen interrupted Naruto's emotions before he could let waterworks begin. Naruto, I wanted to give you this. Sarutobi held out a cylindrical tube for him. He had decided last night that it was time the boy knew, and he had been up until the sunrise compiling everything he could for him. That contains a storage scroll. Everything in that scroll is yours. Naruto took the scroll and looked it over. The end caps of the tube were red and had a swirling pattern on them, like he'd seen on the vests of some of the older shinobi around the village. The tube itself was also red, with black scribbles that looked kinda like the ones on the inside storage scroll that Jiraiya had given him. Gigi, what are these black scribbles? Jiraiya hadn't told him exactly what they were, just how to work that scroll. Those Naruto are characters for Fuinjutsu sealing techniques. When you combine them together like that, they make a sealing formula. It's an old and complex art that's very difficult. Not many shinobi practice Fuinjutsu these days. Lucky for you, Jiraiya here is likely the foremost practitioner in the elemental nations. Naruto looked at the toad sage in awe. Jiraiya just shrugged. He was nothing special compared to Minato or Kushina. This specific formula is called a blood seal. Only the people who have blood that is recognized by the formula will be able to open it. Hiruzen had found the old tubing in a box full of Kushina's stuff that he kept in storage. It was an Uzumaki scroll holder. The seal on it would only open to those with Uzumaki blood. Luckily, it hadn't been sealed yet, so Hiruzen had gathered what he had wanted to give Naruto and sealed it in a scroll, then sealed the scroll in the tubing. Now only Naruto or Tsunade, to his knowledge, could open it. Jiraiya will show you how to open it later. I'm sure you're excited to get going on your trip. You bet, old man. By the time I get back, I'll be strong enough to take that hat right off your head. Hiruzen and Irika chuckled at this, which frustrated Naruto for a second before he too joined in. Naruto, I actually have something that I wanted to give you as well, if you'd take it. Naruto once again was taken aback by this. Irika had surprised him twice now. Maybe he needed to start paying closer attention to people he was around. Irika reached into his pocket and pulled out a leaf. It looked like any leaf that he had seen fluttering about the village, about the same size, too small enough to fit in even his 7.5-year-old palm. This one, however, looked like it was made out of clay that had been hardened and painted the correct shade of green. He didn't really need a paper weight, but he took it from Irika anyway and bowed as he thanked him. I know it's not as interesting as a storage scroll or as cool as a sword or anything like that, but I thought it would be a reminder of home for you. You could look at it after a long day of training and remember why you're doing it, remember what your goals are, and the people you're trying to get strong enough to protect, and the village that you will one day be the leader of. Irika said with a growing smile. He didn't know how or even why, but this little blonde student of his had wormed his way into his heart and taken root there, and he suspected there was no way of getting him out. It was all too much for Naruto. His eyes watered again, but this time he couldn't stop the tears from falling. Not that he was even trying anymore. The two people standing in front of him meant so much to him. They believed in him and were trying to help him. They gave him gifts. Nobody had ever given him a gift before, not even on his birthday. He would cherish both these gifts forever. He made up his mind right then and there. He would become Hokage, and yes, he would do it to gain acknowledgement from the people of the village, but that was secondary now. Now, he would gain the strength to protect the people that already acknowledged him, that believed in him, that he considered precious. That's why he would become Hokage, to protect his loved ones. Jiraiya put his hand on his shoulder. We should get going, Naruto. Naruto nodded and ran up to the Chunin and Hokage and did his best to hug both of them in his much too little arms. Thank you, both of you, so much. I promise I'll become the greatest ninja either of you have ever seen. He whispered to them. The determination in his voice was something that Sarutobi hadn't seen in most of his jonin. It was nearly impossible for an academy student. He could practically feel it. This boy was truly something else. Naruto stepped back away from them, his electric grin reappearing on his face in a more typical Naruto fashion. Gigi, Irika-sensei, I'll see you when I get back. Old man, you better have that hat fitted for my size by then. And sensei, we can fight when I get back. I promise I won't beat you up too bad. Something else indeed, Hiruzen thought. You know Naruto, Sarutobi finished with. I hear young Sasuke-kun also wants to be Hokage. You better work really hard if you're going to beat it. Naruto was distraught at hearing this and turned to his newly acquired teacher. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, we gotta get going so you can start training me. I can't lose to Sasuke. He's a jerk. Naruto started tugging on Jiraiya's sleeve, trying to drag him along the road, much to the Sanin's amusement. He did turn over his shoulder and wave to the Hokage and his academy teacher one last time before turning back and marching away from the village in determination. Once he was out of earshot, Irika leaned towards the Hokage. Forgive me, Sandame-sama, Lord Third, but I haven't heard that Sasuke wants to be the Hokage. How did you find that out? Sarutobi sported a knowing smile and let loose a chuckle, something he'd been doing a lot while around Naruto. I didn't, but Naruto doesn't know that, and a rivalry amongst young boys is a tried and true method to motivate them. Irika didn't like keeping the truth from his students, but he supposed the third Hokage had a point. Toad Sage and Apprentice had made quite a headway to the southwest, and were setting up camp about 2 hours short of nightfall. Normally Jiraiya would keep moving until after sunset, but Naruto had a long and emotional day, not to mention an extremely rough night after being hospitalized. Still in the land of fire, they had plenty of trees for cover, and they made camp about a mile into the forest, far enough away from the road to avoid all but the very best sensors. They were in a small clearing, large enough to hold 2 tents and a small campfire while still leaving enough room for Naruto to train if he was up for it. Jiraiya made 4 shadow clones to go set up a perimeter of seals and barriers, never could be too careful. Upon seeing Jiraiya make the shadow clones, Naruto's eyes widened. Old man, you gotta teach me that jutsu. I bet I could kick Sasuke's butt with that. Well, Naruto, first, can you tell me the 3 man types of jutsu that shinobi use? Jiraiya asked. Well, there's ninjutsu, and taijutsu was one I think, and I can't remember the other. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He was sure that Irika had gone over it in class, but it had seemed unimportant at the time. Now he was embarrassed that he didn't know. You got the first 2 right, and the third one is genjutsu. Naruto nodded along like he was understanding this time, and interrupted before Jiraiya could continue. But what about that thing Gigi was talking about with the scroll, Fuinjutsu? He wasn't quite sure if that's what his grandfather figure had called it, but that sounded right. Very good, Naruto. Fuinjutsu is one of the jutsu types, but it's not one of the main 3. The 3 we labeled represent the 3 parts of a shinobi. Ninjutsu has to do with a shinobi's chakra, taijutsu a shinobi's body, and genjutsu a shinobi's mind. Those are the things a shinobi can train in order to increase their abilities. Mind, body, and chakra. It looked like Naruto was following along, so he continued, Fuinjutsu falls under mind. In order to get better at it, you must study and learn different ways that seals and formulas work. Just about anybody can apply a seal physically, but it's very hard to come up with them and make sure that they are properly done. Naruto donned what Jiraiya was calling his concentration face. Yet again. Eyebrows furrowed and lips scrunched off to one side, usually the left. It seemed to mean that he was thinking both deeply and carefully. Might as well pile it on, Jiraiya thought. It's not like we won't have plenty of time to go back over it later. He continued, there are other subcategories too, but we'll get into those tomorrow. Naruto was nearly overwhelmed. He never knew that being a shinobi was so complicated and had so many things to worry about. He better pay close attention like Gigi said, and learn everything he could. Time for Jiraiya to get to the point. So, you want to learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, that I just used? Bunshin, clones, are a form of ninjutsu, so you need to train your chakra before you can learn an advanced technique like that. As far as Naruto was concerned, training his chakra so that he could make more of himself was totally worth it. He wondered how many of himself he could make. Jiraiya cut off his train of thought. Now, there's 2 ways to train your chakra. You can either train your reserves, which I don't think will be a problem for you, or you can train your control, which, judging by your use of the scroll, is going to be the hardest aspect of your shinobi abilities. Jiraiya finished. Naruto was never one to be told he couldn't do something, so he instantly jumped on the defensive. What do you mean it's going to be the hardest? Sounds easy. You said chakra is just part of me like an arm or a leg, right? Then I should be able to control it easily. While this was an oversimplification, Jiraiya was impressed with his thought process and reasoning skills. They weren't nearly as bad as what the reports from his year and a half at the academy said. It's not quite so easy, Gaki. Many shinobi train their whole lives and never master their chakra. Granted, most shinobi didn't live past 20, but Naruto didn't need to know that just yet. And to make things harder for you, you have an unusually large amount of chakra, and if my mediocre sensory abilities are right, your chakra pool is heavily made up of yang chakra. Naruto looked like he was going to ask a question, so Jiraiya cut him off. It was getting late and he wanted the boy to get some training in. A lesson for another day, Naruto. Just know that yang chakra is really dense, and it seems like your chakra has about 10 times more than normal. That makes it much harder to control, coupled with the sheer amount that you have, and it's basically a nightmare scenario. You'll probably never be able to even do genjutsu. Naruto looked quite sad at this, and Jiraiya realized he was laying it on a little thick, and quickly added, "Don't you worry though. There hasn't been a Kage that's ever had a small amount of chakra. They all have more than you do right now. They just learn to control it through hard work and tons of practice." Naruto's smile returned. If that's all it took, then he would master his chakra in no time. "Alright, sensei, how do I practice my chakra control? It ain't gonna practice itself. And you know what? I am gonna learn genjutsu someday. I don't care what you say, even if you are my sensei, and even if you did train the yondaime, I know I can do it." Jiraiya chuckled at the young boy, something he'd found himself doing a lot, completely unaware that his own sensei had the exact same thought, not 8 hours earlier. The child just had a way of projecting his hope and determination onto those close to him. "Alright, Naruto, I'll tell you what. We'll work backwards. When you can complete this tree climbing exercise." Jiraiya began walking up a tree, body parallel to the ground, much to Naruto's surprise. "I'll teach you the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique." The boy had more chakra than most jonin already, and it would only get bigger. Plus, he had a sneaking suspicion about the heavy amount of yang chakra in his system. He could handle the A-rank jutsu once he had a little control. But before you can master tree walking, you must master the leaf clinging exercise. Jiraiya plucked a leaf from the tree he was walking up and faced Naruto. Jiraiya slid his toad sage headband up and pressed the leaf into his forehead and channeled chakra to it, not even having to think about having it cling, and when he removed his hand, the leaf stuck to it. Naruto knew this exercise well. Irika had tried to get Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and himself to do it after class for causing a ruckus not that long ago. It had been the most boring 7 hours of his life. What Naruto didn't realize was that it had only been 3 minutes before he blew the leaf off his head and took off running. His attention span needed some work, to say the least. Jiraiya saw the doubt in his eyes and went in for the kill. "You know, kid, when I was training the 4th Hokage, he could stick 100 leaves to his body while moving full speed." Granted, Minato had been almost 17, and it had been at the end of the training trip that he had taken as a chunin with Jiraiya. It wouldn't hurt to add a little extra motivation for the kid, though. Naruto's eyes set in determination. He would have to be able to do 101 while he was moving if he wanted to be better than the yondaime then. Resolute, he moved to pick up a leaf, but stopped and questioned Jiraiya. "What about the scroll the old man gave me? Can you show me how to open it?" Jiraiya thought about this. Naruto had given him the scroll since he didn't have any way to carry it at the moment, so the Toad Sage had seen the Uzumaki crest and seal. He knew he would have to explain about his mother if the Sandaime didn't leave a letter in there to do it himself. This information could potentially be dangerous in the wrong hands. Dangerous to Naruto. Jiraiya made up his mind. "Sorry, kid. That'll have to wait until you can walk on the tree too. And before you ask, just know, I have my reasons for it, and you'll have to trust me." Considering that he had agreed to take Naruto on as his apprentice, Naruto thought trusting him on this seemed fair. Besides, he'd probably be running up and down the tree by nightfall tomorrow based off of how easily Jiraiya had done it. "Okay, sensei, I trust you." Naruto then grinned. "Just be ready to show me when I figure this out tomorrow." Jiraiya chuckled yet again. He noticed, though, as Naruto got to work, that he hadn't asked for any additional instructions on the control exercises. Oh well, when he gets frustrated and needs help, he'll ask, and Jiraiya would be happy to help him. Better to let him figure out what he can on his own, though, or at least try. With that, Jiraiya headed out to find them some food before it got too dark. Jiraiya returned to the clearing, a string of 6 small fish hanging from one hand, and boy was he surprised. Naruto was standing in the middle of camp, covered in leaves. Jiraiya counted 25 on his front side alone, but he hid his shock. He didn't want to give the boy a big head after all. "Sensei, look how many I can do. I'll catch up to the 4th in no time at all, haha." Jiraiya was about to ask how he had managed to do it so fast when 12 of the leaves fell off the blonde, and his posture relaxed. "Just kidding, hee. This is a lot harder than it looks." 13 or so of the leaves were still stuck to Naruto, which was confusing to Jiraiya. He questioned the boy. "If you were kidding, why are there still leaves stuck all over your body?" "Oh, these ones are clinging using the tried and true lick and stick method." Naruto demonstrated his words by picking up one of the fallen leaves, licking one side, and sticking it onto his skin. Now that Jiraiya looked, every leaf that was still attached was on exposed skin. "So what about those?" He pointed to the leaves that had fallen on the ground. "Well, those are the ones that I stuck with my chakra. That was the training exercise, right, sensei?" Jiraiya was once again surprised, but he still wasn't sure that Naruto had actually done it. Not that the exercise was difficult, but the boy wasn't even 8, and he clearly hadn't been able to do that many leaves when he had left. "Why don't you peel off the stuck ones and show me how many you can stick with chakra?" Naruto nodded and started picking off his lick and stick leaves. When he'd tossed them all to the side, he moved to a nearby tree and grabbed a handful of fresh leaves before coming back to Jiraiya. Naruto started to move to lay down, before he was cut off by the Sannin. What are you doing there, Gaki?" "Getting the leaves in place, obviously, old man," Naruto replied before laying all the way down on his back. He then started placing the leaves over his body in even increments until he had about 15 laid out. He closed his eyes and made his concentration face, willing his chakra to hold the leaves in place. When he felt that they were secured, he very slowly started to stand back up, doing his best not to disturb the leaves. After several seconds, he was standing, now grinning, in front of an uponly shocked Jiraiya. The Toad Sage couldn't believe it. The boy had just gained 2 leaves seemingly in between 2 different attempts, without failing even one time. This level of talent was generally classified as prodigious. He wouldn't go so far as to call the boy a prodigy yet, considering this was just one exercise, but he wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be one, considering who his father was. Never mind the fact that he had cheated at the exercise. He had circumvented what was likely a lack of pure control, most likely from his sheer amount of chakra, by inventing a new way to go about the exercise. And he had done it without one single clue from an outside source. Simply amazing. "You cheated, brat." Again, it wouldn't do to let him develop an ego. "What do you mean I cheated? I even grabbed fresh leaves so you wouldn't think that I'd licked them." Naruto was upset at the accusation. He had done it all on his own. He couldn't understand why he was being accused of cheating. "I know that, but there are different types of cheating. There's cheating to pretend you can do it, and then there's cheating to find a different way to do it. Basically, you took a shortcut by laying down. The leaves are meant to go on one at a time to demonstrate full control, and in a way where gravity will make them fall if you don't use chakra the whole time. What you seem to be doing is getting them in place, and then coating your whole front side in chakra to make them all stick at once." Naruto's face was falling at the explanation, so Jiraiya marched on with it. "Still, you have to control the output properly, which is impressive, and the ingenuity that you showed coming up with that strategy isn't something I want to discourage." That cheered the boy right up, and it should. Not more than an hour after initial instructions, and he was already blowing away any expectations Jiraiya had for the next 2 weeks. "You can keep doing it your way for now, and we will work on finer control later. It'll probably be quite the challenge for you to even get one down given the amount of chakra you have." Naruto just nodded at this, but something shifted in him. His determination was nearly radiating off him, and suddenly Jiraiya thought he might not have as much trouble as he initially expected. "Well, let's get some food in us. You must be exhausted after the last 2 days. If you want to work on the control after dinner, you're more than welcome to." Naruto nodded again, and Jiraiya used a small katon, fire release, jutsu to light the wood that had been gathered earlier for a campfire. He noticed how close of an eye Naruto had been watching him with when he had done that and just chuckled internally. He remembered when he was young and was all about learning jutsu too, back before the wars changed him. Naruto watched as his white-haired sensei sharpened a stick with a few quick movements and a kunai, and proceeded to stick the 6 fish onto it, making a kebab of sorts. As Jiraiya put the fish over the fire like a rotisserie, Naruto went over to his backpack and grabbed 2 cups of the ramen that he had brought with him. "Hey old man, can you possibly boil some water for this ramen?" Jiraiya nodded, but asked, "Do you really need to eat 2 cups? If you only brought 8 of them, you'll run out in another day or 2. "I'm only eating 1. The other one is for you," Naruto replied quietly. "If you want it, that is." Jiraiya knew that, for whatever reason, this was a big deal for Naruto to be sharing his ramen. "Sure I do, thanks Gaki." "You're welcome, geezer." Jiraiya let the nickname go this time. As Jiraiya prepped the meal, Naruto stopped paying attention and picked up 2 leaves. He stuck out his forearm and put both the leaves on top of it, one on his wrist by his hand, and the other right by the crook of his elbow, almost on his bicep. He tried to channel chakra only to the one on his wrist, and when he felt like he had it, he turned his arm over, letting gravity take hold of the leaf higher up on his arm. Only it didn't. Despite being nearly a foot apart, both leaves stuck fast to his arm. Dismayed, he cut the chakra to his arm and let them fall to the ground, and took the now cooked fish and ramen that Jiraiya was offering him and began eating. "Do you know what shinobi means to be a shinobi, Naruto?" Naruto thought about this for almost a whole minute, taking a few more bites of the bland fish before answering. "Well, Gigi is the Hokage, the strongest shinobi in the village, and he always says that the whole village is his family and that it's the Hokage's job to protect them all," he said in a quiet seriousness. "So I guess protecting your loved ones is what it means to be a shinobi," he finished. Soon Jiraiya would have to adapt to the constant unpredictability of the boy, or else his newest student would start to think of him as a fool with how often he was caught off guard. Not that Naruto was seasoned enough to tell when he was, but it was good practice regardless. "That's one hell of an answer, Gaki, but it's not quite right." Naruto donned his frustration face, a very similar look to his concentration face, but his brows furrowed a little more, and his eyes held a different kind of fire. Jiraiya marched on. "To be a shinobi means to endure. It's not about how many jutsu you have or how cool the ones you have are. It's not about killing or even fighting, and it's not even about protecting your loved ones or clients either. Being a shinobi is about enduring anything that is thrown at you. It's about having guts, the guts to give it your all, get knocked down, and give even more the next time. It's the guts to never give up." Jiraiya was speaking with more and more intensity and passion, but now calmed to a slow and serious drawl. "Our world is harsh and cruel. A lot of ninja don't make it past the rank of genin, because they can't handle the life of a ninja. They don't have what it takes to endure the pain. There hasn't been a Kage, alive or dead, who didn't have to endure hardships that would break most jonin. If your goal is to be Hokage, I just wanted you to know that. There are no shortcuts, it will be hard, and at times it will suck, but enduring it will make you that much tougher, that much stronger, and that much more capable." Jiraiya was finally finished. The speech might have been a little rough for a boy that age, but he saw greatness in his future, and he wanted to make sure that the blonde terror lived long enough to realize it. Naruto was wide-eyed by the end of the speech. Till now, Jiraiya had been mostly aloof. He knew the man was strong, and he could see seriousness in him, but he had also been relaxed the whole time that he had known him. But during the speech he had shifted, and Naruto had seen the true seriousness of a man who was proclaimed one of the legendary 3 ninja, and the sensei of the Yondaime, 4th Hokage. "Now, about your initial answer. It sounds to me like you've found your ninja way." "Ninja way?" Naruto asked confused. "Yes, to be a shinobi means to endure. That is your what. Your ninja way is your why and how. Your reason for doing it and how you will go about doing it. It's kind of like an oath." Naruto nodded at that. It made sense. "What's your ninja way, sensei?" Jiraiya thought for a few seconds. "You want to be Hokage, so your ninja way is to always protect those precious to you, no matter what it takes. My goal is to bring peace to the world and end the cycle of hatred." Jiraiya looked sad as he said those words. Naruto looked into his sensei's eyes and held his gaze. Seconds passed before Naruto nodded and said, "That'll be my nindo too." "Sorry Naruto, you already have yours. and I don't want you to change it on my account." Naruto shook his head. "I'm not changing it. I'm adding it. They'll both be my ninja way, to protect my precious people no matter what, and to bring peace to the ninja world. What happens if your two ninja ways collide, and following one path goes against the other? What if protecting your loved ones is detrimental to bringing about peace?" Jiraiya asked. The question wasn't theoretical to him. He had started the cycle of hatred fresh in many people by killing shinobi in order to protect his village. "Then I'll get strong enough to make another path, one that follows both nindos, believe it." Determination radiated from him once again, and Jiraiya found himself believing the boy. "You are something else, you know that?" He turned around so the boy wouldn't see the single tear streaking down his face. "Get some sleep, kid. We have another long day of travel tomorrow." Jiraiya ducked into his tent, and within 30 seconds, Naruto could hear him snoring away. Must be an elite shinobi trick to be able to fall asleep that quickly, Naruto thought before he silently picked up the 2 leaves he had been working with. If he was going to be strong enough to protect his new sensei, Sarutobi Jiji, Tuchi, Ayam, and Irika sensei, he'd better get to work. Jiraiya awoke to sunlight streaming in through the opening in his simple tent. He stepped out of it and into the fresh morning air. Taking a deep breath, he moved to Naruto's tent to wake him, only to find it empty, and from the looks of it, completely unused. Forgoing basic means of search, Jiraiya closed his eyes while making the ram seal, reaching out with his senses. It didn't take long to find Naruto's massive reserves, although they did feel quite depleted. Moving to the east of the clearing, Jiraiya walked about 200 feet into the line of trees. There, he found his student passed out snoring, in perhaps the most uncomfortable position to sleep in possible. Laying at the base of the trunk of a large tree, there was drool coming out of the left side of his mouth, and a snot bubble moved in tune with his light snoring from his right nostril. Yep, that was the 4th Hokage's son, all right. Jiraiya examined the area a little closer. Many of the trees had varying sizes of bark splintered off. Given yesterday's training, he assumed the boy had been attempting the tree-walking exercise. What's more, the tree he was laying under didn't have a single mark on it. That meant that he'd either fallen asleep before he could attempt to walk on it, or he had the exercise down. Knowing Naruto for a grand total of a day and a half, Jiraiya was absolutely positive that there was no chance he fell asleep before completing it enough to at least cling to the tree. The hyperactive blonde was too determined to give in that easily, and Jiraiya knew the speech he had given him had only fanned the flames of his determination. Deciding it was best to let him rest, Jiraiya sent a pair of shadow clones to pack up camp while he ran through a familiar set of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Jiraiya said. A puff of smoke revealed a toad of about human height, albeit much wider. "Gamma, this is my new apprentice that I sent word about. He seems to have overworked himself training last night. Mind giving him a ride for a few hours so he can catch up on sleep?" The toad croaked once, which Jiraiya knew meant yes. He picked Naruto up easily and secured him on his favorite summon's head. He was appalled at the makeup of the boy. He was nearly all skin and bones. What little muscle he did have was strong, probably a side effect of having the QB sealed inside of him. That would have to be one of the first things he would rectify. He couldn't handle the type of training that Jiraiya knew he would soon be begging for if his body lacked proper nourishment. His charge secured, Jiraiya headed back to camp to grab the sealing scrolls his clones would leave, with Gamma and Naruto in tow. It was nearly noon when Naruto finally awoke with a groan, sunlight beating down on him. "Welcome back to the land of the living," Jiraiya let out cheerily. What happened, Gigi? Where are we?" Jiraiya did not miss what he knew was Naruto's affectionate nickname for the Sandaime. "I thought Sarutobi-sensei was Gigi?" "Don't worry. I'm sure Gramps will like his new nickname just as much as the old one." "Haha. Well, as long as you call him Gramps, I'll be all right with old man," Jiraiya shouted out lightheartedly. "As for what happened, I was hoping you could tell me. I found you outside of camp passed out under a tree. You had a sizable dent in your chakra reserves too." Jiraiya decided to let the boy brag a little bit, so he tossed him an easy question. "How many leaves can you stick to your body now?" "Ugh, just 2. And even that was insanely hard." Naruto sounded exasperated, though 2 leaves in one day really wasn't that bad at all. Progress was progress after all. This wasn't the answer Jiraiya had been expecting, however. Only two, huh? I thought you'd have been able to do more than that by now. Jiraiya decided to push a little bit. Well, it's really hard to keep them in spot without using chakra all over my body, Naruto said, clearly frustrated. Plus, it takes more focus to keep my feet stuck to the tree, and I kept dropping leaves and having to walk back down to pick them up and start over again. It was so slow going, Naruto complained. There was the surprise that Jiraiya was already beginning to expect each time he spoke with the boy. Going from 0 to 2 leaves in one night was something a fairly talented older academy student could do. For someone his age to get down tree walking in one night was bordering on prodigy. But he had seen Naruto struggle to narrow his chakra to even half his arm. With the amount of chakra he had, even Jiraiya was impressed. Well, why don't you walk me through how you got to where you did, and maybe I can help you increase that number. Naruto proceeded to clue in his sensei on his late-night training. Flashback. Naruto had been at it for about an hour when he finally turned over his arm, and one of the 2 leaves on it floated to the ground. Yes, he half-shouted, the word dying in his mouth when he remembered his new sensei was sleeping in the nearby tent. He wasn't sure he could contain his excitement the more he advanced, so he decided to move a little farther away from camp. Once he was far enough away, he proceeded to continue the same exercise. However, this time, he added another leaf between the 2. His goal was now to get the leaf in the middle to fall, and the 2 on the ends to stick when he turned his arm over. Took him about half an hour to get this down. The better feel he got for it, the quicker he seemed to pick up the next step. When he got to holding 5 leaves and dropping 5 about 6 hours after Jiraiya had gone to sleep, he decided it was time to give tree walking a shot. He didn't really know how many leaves he would need to be able to stick before he would be able to walk up a tree, but he was too excited not to try. He walked up to the nearest tree and put his foot on it as he had seen Jiraiya do, and tried to channel chakra into it to start walking and fell flat on his back. Dumb tree. He brushed himself off and gave it another shot. This time he tried a lot more chakra, and before he could even put his full weight on the tree, the bark exploded, leaving a large dent on the tree. He rested his hand on the tree as he thought. Channeling chakra for the leaves hadn't been too hard, only condensing it to a small area had been, and no matter how much he used, the leaves never exploded. He had even gotten to the point where he could easily stick a leaf on the end of each of his 10 fingers. He found channeling chakra there even easier than it was to channel to his arms. He guessed that made sense though. He was much more used to using his hands for finer control over things like chopsticks than he was his arms. And my feet, he thought. All he used those for were walking and running really, maybe even the occasional jump if he was excited. He looked at the tree in front of him and decided to try his hands first. Reaching up, he channeled chakra into his hands and stuck them onto the tree. He then flexed his core and bent his knees so that he was just hanging by his chakra-stuck hands. He made it a few seconds before his control slipped enough for him to lose his grip and he fell. The next time he tried it, he made it 30 seconds. The third time he had lost count at 2 minutes and let go because it became boring. This threw him into deep thought. It was obvious he could use chakra better in his hands than he could anywhere else. It also seemed obvious, to him at least, that this was because he was so used to using his hands for everything, that he not only used them for finer control, but he thought of them in terms of finer control. He pictured his hands and thought about 2 palms, which had a heel and a main flat part, and 5 fingers on each. Each finger had 3 sections except for the thumbs, which had 2. Then there were the tips of the fingers, which were different from the pads of them. He thought of them in small increments, each of which he could channel chakra to. He remembered the first lesson that Irika had taught them when he got to the academy. He had only been awake and paying attention because it was a new sensei, and because he hadn't received any dirty looks from said sensei yet. The lesson was about the chakra system. It didn't make much sense to him then, but now when he recalled his favorite academy teacher, he remembered him saying there were points on the body where the chakra could be released. There wasn't one huge gate that chakra came out of, but a bunch of tiny little ones. He couldn't remember how many or where they were, but if his newest sensei could walk on the tree, then there must be some in the foot. He tried to feel them in his feet, but felt nothing. He then tried to feel them in his hands, and thought he might have felt a vague something. It was less of feeling something, and more of just feeling that he could make chakra come out of certain areas like he'd done it before. That checked out as far as he was concerned, so he began to think of his feet more completely. There was a heel, an inside arch, and the outer part of the middle of the foot. There was the ball of the foot and the pad of it, as well as the pads of the 5 toes on each one. It didn't seem like there were as many parts to it as the hands, or at least parts that could come in contact with the tree. He guessed that was why ninjas used hand signs and not foot signs for jutsu. He figured his best shot was to try and focus on his heel and the ball of his foot as well as his toes. These were the spots that he was most familiar with because of walking and running. He put his foot on a different tree and focused on the spots, trying to channel chakra to them individually. This time when he tried to step, he managed to lift his whole body up half a step before he slid back down to the ground. He grinned with excitement. That old toad man was in for a surprise in the morning. From there, it was just trial and error trying to figure it out and get the feel for it. He found that if he tried to disperse his chakra into an area larger than his foot, that he had an easier time of staying securely in place. He'd mentally called this chakra leaking, as it felt like he was letting it leak from his control. It sounded counterintuitive, but it had felt right. Most importantly, it seemed to work. After another 3 hours, he could walk somewhat steadily up and down a tree, and had even started to try and stick leaves to his torso while doing it. Just as the beginnings of a sunrise began to creep over the horizon, he had passed out while staring up at his most recent tree. End flashback. Jiraiya had listened quietly with interest, only interrupting to ask questions when he wanted something explained with a little more detail, or to chuckle at something he said. "Well, kid, once again you've gotten the right answer using the wrong formula," Jiraiya chuckled at him. "You're technically wasting a ton of chakra doing the… what did you call it? Chakra leaking? By allowing it to leak out, you're using a large amount of chakra to do a small chakra task. You're probably expelling 4 or 5 times more than what's necessary, and the extra chakra is just being wasted so that the proper amount is actually going towards the technique." Jiraiya held up his hand to cut off his apprentice before he could become sad. "But, once again Naruto, what you've done is kind of genius. You'll need to work on your control so you can feel locked in without using your chakra leaking method, but anybody else I know wouldn't be able to walk on a tree even a little bit with the amount of control you have." "So, what does that mean exactly?" Naruto asked slowly. He was trying his best to understand, but some of the things Jiraiya said just didn't make much sense. "Frankly, you're really good at sucking." The young blonde deadpanned. "Well then you suck at teaching since you're my sensei," he said, sticking his tongue out at the older ninja. Jiraiya face-palmed at his student's statement. "I was just being sarcastic, Naruto. What I'm trying to say is that you're really good at doing things in ways they weren't designed to be done. Unpredictable, if you will. And your instincts for finding a way to get it done are second to none, not even the 4th Hokage's." Jiraiya hated to inflate the boy's ego, especially considering he was a bit of a loudmouth already, but he did enjoy seeing the boy's eyes go wide and his face light up with praise. "Well, I think you've rested enough. Gamma, you can go. Thank you for your assistance." The toad poofed back to its home with nothing more than a ribbit, causing Naruto to fall on his butt. "Ow, what the hell was that for you, old geezer? You could have let me hop down first," Naruto hollered at Jiraiya while rubbing his backside. "If you think that hurts, maybe we shouldn't start your physical training today. After all, I'm sure you're not as tough as Sasuke Uchiha. I heard he can do 100 push-ups all in one go. I bet you can't even do 50 right now." Naruto had steam pouring out of his ears by the end of Jiraiya's taunting. Instead of trying to argue with the old man, Naruto wordlessly stared him down with all the might he could muster at 7.5, and slowly dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups, right in the middle of the road. "No kid, I didn't mean to do it right. Oh whatever, let's see what you got." And that's 88. Not too bad, brat. Definitely better than I expected. Naruto was still at the top of his last push-up. His arms were locked out. His face was red, and sweat was dripping off his nose onto the compact dirt road. "Not done yet." He managed to get out to Jiraiya. "You know, you have to go down again to get 89. "Can't," Jiraiya heard through ragged breaths. "Then why don't you stop or drop? You can rest up and we can try again later, or do some other exercises." "Won't let Sasuke win." Naruto was shaking like a leaf in a desert breeze at this point, and Jiraiya was once again impressed with Naruto's determination. It seemed he had inherited the indomitable will that made both his parents such strong ninja. although he seemed to already be matching them in it despite his young age. Jiraiya shuddered at how terrifying this little blonde would grow up to be. Being the awesome and insanely handsome and great teacher that Jiraiya was, he put his foot on Naruto's back and pressed him down so he had to drop out of his push-up stance. "What the hell did you do that for, old man? You made me lose to that bastard. That's not fair." He couldn't tell if Naruto's face was red from the exercise or anger at having, in his mind, lost. Life's not fair, kid, especially the life of a shinobi. You don't like it? Then do something about it. And watch your language. That's pretty foul for a 6-year-old. Jiraiya paused, if only fairly briefly, to ignore Naruto's indignant shout that he was, in fact, almost 8. "It doesn't really bother me at all, but you don't want to pick up bad habits so early in life." He left out that he had picked up many bad habits, and Tsunade had punished him many times because of it. It wasn't worth the trouble. Well, maybe it was to him. Naruto brought Jiraiya out of his train of thoughts. "Fine, but what am I supposed to do about you putting your foot on my back? You're huge and probably weigh like 1,000 pounds. Naruto protested. "Better get a lot stronger then, or come up with a way to skirt the traditional way of doing things." Naruto looked like he was going to protest, but his face froze in thought, and then he grinned. Jiraiya had seen that evil, malicious grin before from another Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before. He was terrified, and it had nothing to do with the beast sealed in the boy. Moving along now and completely disregarding that last train of thought, Jiraiya said quickly, "I believe I owe you a jutsu." Previous devious thoughts completely forgotten. Naruto jumped up and pumped a fist in the air in excitement. "Yes, one step closer to being the greatest ninja ever." "Okay, kid, Shinobi lesson number 1, Jiraiya said, clearing out his ear with a pinky. "Stealth and deception are a ninja's best tool. Not a kunai, and not a big fancy jutsu. You gotta learn to control your emotions, whether they're good or bad." Jiraiya explained, "It's okay to be loud when you're in the village around familiar people, but when we're out on the road, you might want to tone it down a little bit unless we've made camp." Jiraiya finished. "How come it's okay to be loud at camp? Won't that alert possible enemies to where we are?" Naruto questioned seriously. Jiraiya had to give the kid credit. He might have had the attention span of one of the Inuzuka's Ninken puppies, but he was curious in all the right ways and asked great questions. Jiraiya told him as much. "Great question, Naruto. Those shadow clones I send out place down seals on the perimeter of the camp. One of the seals they put down is a privacy seal, so nobody can hear us while we're in it. I'll show you some of the other seals tonight and explain what they do too." Jiraiya was already learning to predict how Naruto would think and thus was answering some of his questions before he could even ask them, if the boy's facial expression was anything to go by. "Okay, thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Also, didn't we already do lesson number 1? "Huh. You said lesson number 1 yesterday." Jiraiya nodded at this, so Naruto continued. "How can they both be number 1? In this world, all these lessons, everything you learn as a ninja, are equally important. Whether it's how to stay quiet or how to throw a kunai or what jutsu is best for which situation, any one of them could save your life and forgetting them could cost you it, so they all are number 1. Jiraiya finished softly. "That doesn't make any sense, but I don't really care. Now teach me that jutsu so I can kick Sasuke's butt, you know?" Naruto exclaimed, although much quieter than the first time. Jiraiya nodded and motioned for Naruto to follow him, and led him away from the road. "Where are we going, Jiraiya-sensei?" the young blonde questioned. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is a technique of Konoha invented by the Nidaime Hokage Tobarama Senju himself. Jiraiya explained. While the jutsu isn't exactly a secret considering how often it's used, and taking into account missing Nin, it still wouldn't do to have any spies learning the technique in great detail, straight from the mouth of one of our elite ninja. Jiraiya, being an experienced spy himself, probably the most experienced in the elemental nations if he thought about it, knew nobody was following them. Going a little out of their way to drill a lesson into the kid wouldn't hurt them at all though. They were making good time anyway. "I don't see any of our elite ninja around here, sensei. Are one of those ANBU guys with the masks following us in the trees?" Naruto playfully said with a huge grin, making a big deal of shading his eyes and looking up into the trees. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in an attempt to quell his anger. The boy knew how to push his buttons, that was for certain. Just listen up, brat. I'll make 4 clones to put down seals so we can work on the technique away from prying eyes. Jiraiya said as he made a cross sign with his hands and summoned 5 copies of himself. Once the 4 designated for seals were done with their jobs, Jiraiya began. The first thing you need to know about this jutsu is that it uses a lot of chakra. More than just about any genin should be able to use. Because of this, you are forbidden from ever teaching anybody this technique without permission from myself or the Hokage. Am I clear? Jiraiya being serious was a sign that Naruto shouldn't joke around, so he just quietly nodded. Second, the clones break fairly easily. Jiraiya turned and punched the 5th clone that he had summoned, finally quenching Naruto's curiosity of its purpose. They don't have the durability that some of the other corporeal clones like the earth clone or the flexibility of the water clone. Jiraiya continued to explain, in what Naruto would come to think of as his sensei voice. However, despite these weaknesses, they can be extremely useful. Yes, Naruto, you don't have to raise your hand though, you're my only student. Jiraiya said with some confusion. Oh, sorry, sensei. Irika-sensei said it was rude to talk without raising my hand. Naruto shot out quickly before getting to his question. What other kind of clones are there? You said earth and water, and this one is shadow. Are there fire clones? What about light clones? Can I make a clone out of kunai? Naruto inquired. This kid would probably give Jiraiya an aneurysm by the time he graduated the academy. He just had a way of questioning what essentially was hundreds of years of training and the status quo, without even seeming to try. He was just that curious, and thought that far outside the box. Actually, there was no box in Naruto's brain. It was more like a 100-sided object that was continuously shifting. Jiraiya thought some more before answering. You ask some good questions, kid. And they were good, and Jiraiya would definitely be looking into the last one that he had mentioned. Stupid kid geniuses. Fire clones, as far as I know, are too unstable and too damaging to themselves to be of any real use, or even be considered a technique. Wind clones would be even harder to control, and potentially dangerous to anybody using them if they burst at the wrong time. Jiraiya was more thinking aloud here than responding to Naruto. A lightning clone is an existing jutsu, and quite a dangerous one at that, especially in the hands of Kakashi. I suppose you could make a kunai clone, although going about it would be difficult, and I'm not sure what its use would be. The first Hokage was an avid user of wood clone, and of course there's the Academy standard clone, which is more of a genjutsu really. I suppose you could make a clone out of anything really, whether it's worth it or not just depends on the chakra cost and the abilities of the clone. Jiraiya concluded. Sensei? Yes, Naruto? I think I'm gonna need a notepad or something. That's kind of a lot to remember, isn't it? Naruto questioned. It was less of a lesson and more of satisfying your curiosity, but you can't use notes in the field, kid. We will go over it as many times as we need until you know it by heart. We can revisit clones later during a chakra theory lesson. For now, it's time to teach you the shadow clone jutsu. Naruto was bouncing up and down, almost vibrating at this point. Come on, sensei. Let's do this. Jiraiya chuckled and nodded. All right, brat, for starters. I'll only allow you to try and make one until you get better control of your chakra. I don't need my own sensei mad at me if you end up killing yourself on your first real jutsu. The blonde paled at this, but his face never lost its determination. The hand sign is real simple. You extend your middle and pointer finger on both hands and make a plus sign with them. A plus, because you're adding more of yourself? Jiraiya had never thought about it that way. At the time he had learned it, he was just excited he could have more than one of him to kick Orochimaru's ass. Not that it worked. That's exactly right, Gaki. Glad you picked up on that so I didn't have to tell you. He had no shame. He couldn't let the almost 8-year-old think he was more clever than one of the Sannin. Now, when you're molding chakra, just picture your chakra forming into an exact version of yourself. Most people can't get it even the first few times, so we can try meditation to become more in tune with your body if you struggle with it. In truth, most jonin took days to learn the technique, and that was only if they had well above average reserves, but the boy was so full of surprises, he wouldn't be surprised if he did it the very first attempt. All right. I think I got it, sensei. Just watch me. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a huge poof of smoke, bigger than when Naruto had unsealed his backpack way back in Konoha. When it cleared, standing there was Naruto. Just one of him. Damn it! First, how do you feel? Tired at all? Naruto shook his head. In fact, he felt better than he had before he tried. Alright then, you can try again. Try and focus on forcing your chakra into an area that's about your size. Naruto nodded. He was surprisingly quiet when he was focused. The blonde terror made the hand sign, called out the jutsu name as forcefully as he could, and tried to make a copy of himself. Another plume of smoke, and there was a deflated-looking version of himself lying next to him. He sighed. It's alright, Naruto, you can't get everything on the first try. Still feeling okay? Jiraiya questioned cautiously. He really didn't want Sarutobi mad at him. Yeah. I actually have felt better after trying the last 2 times. Like I'm more calm and less like I'm gonna burst. Jiraiya looked perplexed at this, so Naruto just kept talking. Honestly, it feels wrong. Do you mind if I try something? Jiraiya nodded. The boy had proven himself plenty capable of finding solutions already. Just don't overdo it and use too much chakra. Naruto nodded. Kagebunshin no jutsu, Naruto said, making the hand sign. He closed his eyes and focused on a mental image of himself, and pictured more appearing around him the way they had for Jiraiya. He then willed his chakra to act and do as he wanted. There was another poof of smoke, this one wider than tall. When it was all clear, there were 5 perfect copies of Naruto standing around with the biggest grins Jiraiya had ever seen. Jiraiya walked up and poked one right in the forehead despite its protests. Yup, it was solid. He turned to the real Naruto. Are you okay? He asked seriously. Nod. How much chakra would you say you have left after those 3 attempts? Just a rough estimate will work. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sensei? As far as I can tell, that was the same amount of chakra that I used when I tried to just make one. I wasn't even trying to make 5, I just pictured you making them when I molded the chakra, and it happened by accident. It doesn't even feel like I used any chakra, or maybe I don't know what that feels like. Jiraiya just shook his head, looked up at Naruto, opened his mouth, and then shook it again. You're something else, brat, you know that? Naruto smiled at him. So you keep telling me, you geezer, he beamed. Just for that, I'm imposing a limit on you. You can't use the jutsu unless it's to practice it, until you can make exactly 1 clone. And I better not see a giant puff of smoke either. With the amount of chakra you used to make 5, you probably could have made 30. I won't teach you any more jutsu until you do, Jiraiya exclaimed. What? You finally teach me a jutsu, and I'm not even allowed to use it? That's so unfair, old man. Naruto retorted indignantly. Have you forgotten lesson number 1 already, my precious student? Jiraiya asked teasingly. No, lesson number 1. A shinobi's life is unfair. If you don't like it, do something about it. Naruto recited monotonously. Ah, so his ears do work. Great job, kid. Now drop and give me 80 more push-ups. Jiraiya nearly sang at Naruto. I hate you, Naruto grumbled. I don't care, Jiraiya laughed back. This next part should admittedly have been a whole new chapter. No clue what I was thinking putting all this in one. Now is a good time for a water break and a posture check. 3 days later. Naruto and Jiraiya found themselves in another clearing, not unlike the one they were in the first night on the road. They had made their way deep into the land of rivers to meet with a contact of Jiraiya's spy network. Naruto had been hard at work on his chakra control as well as his physical strength, and although he had seen much more progress in the former than the latter, he had still managed to do 103 push-ups. Sasuke was going to get his butt hooped when he got back to Konoha. He could already picture it. Jiraiya interrupted him from his mental happy place. All right, brat. You think you got it down? Let's see it. Jiraiya requested. Naruto nodded, took a step back, closed his eyes, and took a deep inhale. He let it out calmly and made the necessary hand signs. As Jiraiya looked on, his blonde student disappeared and was replaced with a wooden log. Jiraiya felt Naruto's presence behind him and turned around. Well done, Naruto, you've come a long way. Naruto beamed at the praise. Jiraiya had just shown him the substitution jutsu yesterday morning, and he could already do it without saying the jutsu name. Jiraiya had said that the jutsu was one of the most important a ninja could master, and Naruto had taken him seriously and worked hard at it. However, if you truly want to master it, you'll have to do it much faster than that. If you can increase your speed though, it can keep you alive against much tougher opponents and get you out of some sticky situations. Naruto nodded. Now, why don't you make a few clones and send them to get some food? Fish should be easy to come by. Naruto nodded again and made the sign and popped 10 clones into existence. Jiraiya shook his head. It was like the jutsu was made for the kid. Despite only minor improvements to his chakra control, he'd gotten down to 1 clone with minimal chakra smoke. It really wasn't fair. A sensei. Naruto waggled a finger at him with a smile. Don't forget Shinobi's lesson number 1. He giggled before sending his clones off to do his dirty work for him. Jiraiya sighed. Damn prodigies. Jiraiya reached into his vest and pulled out Naruto's scroll that the Sandaime had given him. Naruto, I think it's time you open this scroll up. Do you really mean that, Jiraiya-sensei? Because you wouldn't let me earlier even after I completed both the tasks you gave me, he said cheekily. I wanted to wait much longer for this, but it seems you're determined to break that timetable by years, Jiraiya said. But there's some things you must know before I let you open it. First, this information was kept from you and the villagers because it's dangerous. Jiraiya was using his Sannin super powerful serious shinobi voice, so Naruto knew he was dead serious, but he was still confused. Knowing who his mother was is dangerous? Jiraiya seemed to catch onto his train of thought and continued. Both of your parents were powerful ninja, and they both racked up quite a few enemies in their time as Leaf Nin. Not only did they have enemies, but your mother's clan feared across the elemental nations. That's why they were all but wiped out in the Second Great Shinobi War, Jiraiya said solemnly. I don't believe anybody in Konoha would try and harm you because of that, but they might try and take advantage of you because of your surname. Carries a lot of weight. When you become a Chunin or turn 16, you'll technically own a seat on the council. Technically, he would own 2, since any Hokage's family name legally becomes a clan name according to the law. He wasn't ready to hear that though. I have a clan? What is it? What's my real name? Naruto didn't know what to think, didn't know what to feel, and his face betrayed that. There was a swirling hurricane of emotions written all over it. Uzumaki, that hasn't changed. I know they told you that it was just a random name given to some orphans, but you're the one and only that's in Konoha. But they're all gone now? Naruto squeaked out. Jiraiya nodded and then elaborated. I'm sure there are others out there. Maybe even a few that carry the name, but the clan and village are gone, Jiraiya said sadly. Naruto nodded. I still down in sadness. Do you think I could rebuild it when I become Hokage? I think you can start even before then. After you open the scroll, you'll be considered a full-fledged Uzumaki, and when you return to Konoha, your status as an heir will be solidified. Naruto was pleased at that, but couldn't find it in him to feel excited. Jiraiya handed over the scroll. The swirls on the end caps are the Uzumaki clan symbol. They were from another hidden village called Yuzushiogakure, but they were such close allies with Konoha that the clan symbol is on the back of every single Chunin and Jonin vest that the village issues, Jiraiya informed him. According to Sensei, not making it in time to stop their destruction is one of his greatest failures and biggest regrets. Naruto nodded. How do I open it? It's a blood seal. Anybody with Uzumaki blood just needs to run some over the seal, and then channel chakra like I showed you on the storage scroll and it'll open. Jiraiya pointed to where he needed to channel chakra. Naruto bit his thumb like he had seen Jiraiya do when he summoned one of his awesome toads, and ran the bloody digit across the seal. He channeled chakra where he was shown, and instead of bursting in smoke, the black ink formula began to retract in on itself in a swirling motion, until it made its own little version of the Uzumaki crest. Naruto gripped the left cap and twisted. Came off fairly easily, and when he looked inside, he saw a large storage scroll with a much smaller one next to it. He pulled both of them out and opted to unroll the smaller one first. On the paper, he found his surrogate grandfather's writing. Naruto, I'm sorry that I'm not there to tell you about this in person, and that I wasn't able to tell you earlier in your life. In hindsight, keeping this from you seems like an unnecessary measure, and I apologize for that, for I only had your best interests at heart. Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki. She was a red-headed Jonin kunoichi, with a fiery temperament and an indomitable will. She was determined beyond what seemed possible and stubborn as an ox. She was also one of the kindest women I had the pleasure of knowing. Though you don't have her hair or her eyes, you seem to carry on that Uzumaki stubbornness that she was so well known for. Her nickname was the Red Hot Habanero, and she lived up to it every single day of her life. She was vicious yet graceful, stubborn yet loyal, terrifying yet beautiful. She was your mother, and she loved you more than anything in the world. More than life itself. I cannot go into detail about the situation. But the night the Kyuubi attacked, she saved you from its wrath. She loved you so much that she sacrificed her life so that you could live yours. You may have felt lonely all these years in the village by yourself, but just know you've never truly been alone, because she's a part of you, and always will be. I have included a picture of her in the small seal at the bottom of this scroll, as well as her necklace that she wore every day on or off duty. Though the pendant that was on it broke, it is a piece of her that you can wear to remind you of where you come from. Perhaps we can find you a pendant to go with it. Inside the larger sealing scroll is every piece of Uzumaki history, artifacts, techniques, pictures, and anything else I could find within Konoha, as well as locations that you could potentially find more, though I wish that you let Jiraiya dictate when you go to those locations so that you are safe. I do hope you can forgive me for holding out on telling you this and giving you your inheritance for this long. I see you as my first grandson, Naruto, and just like your mother, I love you very much. Sincerely, the Sandaime Hokage, or Gigi, as you call me. Naruto was pouring tears before he even came close to finishing the note. He had a mother. She sounded so badass and amazing, and it made him so sad that he couldn't meet her, wouldn't ever get the chance to meet her until he too passed. But she had loved him so much that she had died for him. He couldn't believe it, but he was sobbing about it. He wished he knew how to set up those privacy seals so that Jiraiya wouldn't see him like this. It was embarrassing. Jiraiya laid a hand on his shoulder. It's okay to cry, kid. Remember the very first thing I taught you. It's okay to cry if you're happy. Shinobi lesson number 0. Naruto nodded, but didn't stop sobbing. Your mom was truly one of a kind, just like you. You remind me of her every day, and she would be so proud of you, it would be unbearable to be around. She would tell everyone in a 10-mile radius about how great you are, and she'd beat anybody who disagreed into the ground. Naruto laughed at this, but it came out as an awkward sob with a lot of snot thrown in. I'll go check how the clones are doing with food and give you some space. I won't be far, holler if you need me. You remember which part of the storage seal to open it. Naruto nodded, getting his sobs under control a little bit. Good. Don't open the big scroll until you call me back. Okay? Jiraiya got another nod. So he body flickered out of the clearing in the directions that Naruto's clones had gone. Naruto looked at the seal at the bottom of the page and channeled chakra where he was supposed to. He was ready to see his mother. With a poof larger than the scroll itself, Naruto unsealed the picture of his mom and her necklace. His breath was taken away. She was beautiful in every meaning of the word. He couldn't believe he was related to such an angel. His mom was so pretty and so cool that his dad must have been the coolest guy in the whole world to get to marry her. Probably cooler than the yondaime, he thought before thinking that it probably wasn't possible. I'll rebuild the clan, and any Uzumaki out there will be welcome to come and rejoin. The Uzumakis will be a name that's respected once again, and they'll live in a huge compound in Konoha. I promise. He said quietly to her picture as he put the peculiar necklace around his neck. It was just a blank leather cord, black and worn. Naruto hugged her picture and cried, bawling for what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes. When he finally felt like he was out of tears, he rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. Once composed, he called for Jiraiya, and in seconds he was back in the clearing with the fish. I accidentally pushed your clones into the river and dispelled them. Hope that's not a problem, Jiraiya said, hoping for some comedic relief. Naruto gave a dry chuckle. It's fine, old man. He didn't have enough in him to start an argument with the spiky-haired sage, as much fun as it usually was. Will you go through my inheritance with me? He asked hopefully. Are you sure? Everything in that scroll is squarely yours, Naruto. I know Sarutobi-sensei sealed some techniques in there for you, and you don't have to show them to me or anybody else if you don't want to. Those are clan techniques. Your clan's techniques, Jiraiya explained. Naruto seemed to be in awe at this. He truly couldn't fathom it. But if I'm the only one in the clan, I can decide who gets to see the techniques, right? Jiraiya nodded. Then I want you to look at them with me, and help me train them, if you would? Jiraiya nodded again, not really trusting his voice. This boy had brought out feelings he didn't know he was capable of feeling anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto picked up the large sealing scroll, but paused. Do you have a clan, Jiraiya-sensei? He asked. Jiraiya responded, Nope, my dad was a shinobi. Though he went MIA when I was real young, I barely remember him. My mom was just a civilian. Jiraiya smiled. It's one of the reasons I chose to train the fourth Hokage. He was from a completely civilian family. I guess you could say you already have a leg up on him. Naruto thought deeply for a second. It was pretty cool, but resolved not to let that keep him from working hard. All right, let's bust this baby open and see what kind of badass stuff my clan left me, Naruto shouted. This earned him a smack in the back of the head. Language, and what did I say about being so loud? Jiraiya scolded him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grumbled, Yeah. Shinobi lesson number 1. Stealth and deception are a ninja's number 1 tool. I remember. He slid the scroll in front of him and unrolled it horizontally, revealing a large sealing matrix that was different from the one Jiraiya had shown them back in the village. All right, brat, what we have here is a multi-point sealing scroll. Child's play for the Uzumaki of the past. See how it's divided into these sections. Jiraiya pointed to several different areas of the circular seal, all of which looked like slices of pie. Naruto nodded in what Jiraiya was calling his learning mode. Quiet, attentive, and focused. Each section is actually a storage seal, and therefore each has its own separate formula that can be used to open it. So that means you can store multiple types of things? Naruto finished in question. But why not just seal everything in one formula and just pull out what you want? Good question, Naruto. There are different seals that work better for different things. A regular storage scroll will only hold so much, so you can use a different version to hold larger or more items. Some things deteriorate over time, so they need a stasis storage seal. In this case, it's most likely because sealing other scrolls with seals on them requires a special formula, as well as separating items by category so that if the person meant to open it doesn't know what's in it, he or she doesn't have to unseal every single thing at once. Jiraiya finished explaining. So basically for organization or specific needs, the young blonde tried to summarize. That's the gist of it. We can get into it deeper if you choose to learn more Fuinjutsu in the future. The Toad Sage told him. Now, let's start with the section in the 12 o'clock position. You should recognize the matrix for opening it if you look closely. Jiraiya had spent some time over the last couple of days explaining the basic terminology of Fuinjutsu. Seals were made up of sealing formulas. Formulas are made of matrices, which dictate what the seals do. Extremely basic, as there were more than a dozen more terms and exceptions to rules and whatnot, but the almost 8-year-old was nowhere near ready to handle all that. Naruto eyed the formula closely and found what he was looking for. Using a fraction of the chakra he had the very first time, he channeled some into the matrix and heard the telltale pop and poof of smoke and found books. Maybe being in a clan isn't all that it's cracked up to be, he thought. He immediately tried to move on to the next section of sealing formula, but Jiraiya stopped him. Whoa, slow your roll there, Gaki. Aren't you going to even look at those books? Naruto grumbled back. I hate books. They're dumb. Listen, Naruto, I know they're not as exciting as jutsu, but those could be really important to your clan history. Hell, they might even contain some jutsu in them, Jiraiya exclaimed. This time Naruto's grumbles couldn't even be picked up by Jiraiya's enhanced hearing. What was that, kid? Naruto turned on him and yelled, I can't read, okay? Nobody ever taught me. He hung his head in shame. He didn't like talking about it. The last time he had brought it up, his first academy teacher had ignored him, and the entire class had made fun of him non-stop for it. What do you mean you can't read? You read the Hokage's letter just now, didn't you? The Sannin questioned. I know how to read some stuff, and Gigi knows which words I know well enough to piece together what he's saying, but most books are way too hard for me, and it takes forever, he grumbled, still looking down at the ground. Jiraiya took a deep breath, trying to quell the thoughts of murder running through his head. Sensei knew he couldn't read properly, and still did nothing about it. Unacceptable in Jiraiya's mind. Well then, let's fix that. What kind of sensei would I be if I didn't help you learn? Besides, if I teach you now, I won't have to explain as much later on. Less work for me. Jiraiya gave the boy a smile, trying to cover up his anger. Naruto wasn't experienced enough to read Jiraiya's true feelings, so all he saw was his sensei offering to help him and smiling at him. Naruto smiled back, "Okay, geezer, but you can't make me enjoy reading." He shot back softly. "I wouldn't dare to even try, Naruto." Jiraiya chuckled back at him. With that, the two continued opening the sections, Jiraiya explaining what each was. A large man walked into the shop, followed by a much smaller blonde child. The larger of the two was obviously a shinobi given the head protector, although the tailor had never heard of an oil village. "We need some new rags for my companion here." The white-haired man gestured to the small child, whose nose was buried in a book. The boy was wearing what appeared to be very dirty blue sweatpants, with a green long-sleeve shirt that had a white shirt over the top of it. As the tailor took in the boy, subconsciously measuring him with his eyes, the young blonde's face twisted in confusion, and perhaps frustration, and tugged on his large companion's sleeve. When he had the shinobi's attention, he pointed to a word in the book and quirked his head. "Indomitable. Do you know what that means?" The boy quirked his head the other way, apparently in thought, and after a few seconds of pondering, nodded his head with a small smile. "So what were we thinking? Training gear, perhaps?" The tailor guessed based off of the boy's appearance and apparent shinobi father. "What do you think, Naruto?" The boy looked back up at Jiraiya, and then smiled such a warm, blindingly big smile that the tailor couldn't help but smile himself. 8 months after Naruto left Konoha. Naruto was interrupted from practicing his calligraphy when Jiraiya came into the clearing. He hated practicing calligraphy, but he wasn't thinking of that now. Something was wrong. Jiraiya had never moved that urgently since Naruto had left Konoha with him, least of all in their spars. Jiraiya was moving about camp, busily packing things up. He stopped and shook his head like he was disappointed in himself, and made 3 shadow clones to continue his work. He turned to Naruto. "An urgent matter has come up at the village. I have to go back and fast. You won't be able to keep up with me, but I have a solution for that." Naruto saw the worried look on his master's face and decided it wasn't the time for his newest nickname. "Sensei, what's wrong? Is the village okay?" Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell a boy who'd only turned 8 for a few months that an entire clan had just been wiped out. They hadn't even addressed the fact that as a shinobi he would one day have to take a life. More than a couple if he ended up being any good. Just clan business. Nothing you need to worry about, kiddo." "I thought you didn't have a clan?" Naruto asked curiously. "I don't, it's not my clan business, but you know, as the Hokage's student, he sometimes recalls me to advise him on important matters," Jiraiya said with as much bravado as he could muster. He was trying to keep the boy innocent as long as possible. If you say so. Don't expect me to have you as an advisor when I'm Hokage just because you were my sensei, though. You'll have to earn that position fair and square," Naruto retorted. Jiraiya gave him a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, a feeble attempt at hiding his emotional state. Naruto wasn't even a genin, and yet his eyes narrowed as he noticed yet again that something was wrong with his sensei. "So what am I going to do while you're gone? And how long will you be gone? And are you sure I'm not fast enough to keep up with you?" the young blonde questioned. "Yes, I'm positive. And it'll be another 30 years before you can catch me if you don't start working harder." A sensei was a sensei, and therefore Jiraiya was always trying to keep the boy motivated. He wanted to tell him about his father as soon as possible, but he had to get stronger and more mature first, something training hard would accomplish. "How would you like to become a toad summoner?" he asked before Naruto could argue that he was training harder than anybody, especially Sasuke, that jerk. "Whoa, you mean I'll be able to summon Gamma? Or Geratora?" Naruto asked in awe and wonderment. "Not just those two gaki, but any of the toads. Ones the size of small mountains, or ones strong enough lift a stone 50 times their size." Jiraiya's mood picked up momentarily. He couldn't help it, toads were awesome. Whoa! How do I do it? How do I do it? Show me the hand signs again. Naruto was beyond excited, Jiraiya's odd mood completely forgotten. Alright, kiddo. Here are the signs, but don't use them yet, you have to sign the contract first. Jiraiya bit his thumb and wet the end of each finger with the blood it produced. One of the conditions of the summoning jutsu is that it requires a small blood sacrifice each time it is used. He began going through the hand signs slowly, while saying them out loud for Naruto's benefit. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique. A now familiar puff of smoke in the air, and soon Gamma was standing before Naruto, a green and red scroll wrapped up in its tongue. Jiraiya grabbed the scroll when Gamma unfurled it out to him, and he unrolled the scroll on the ground. There were names written on the scroll in typical vertical fashion, in what looked like blood. Below the names were fingerprints, also in blood. Naruto, being the sharp kunai that he was, didn't even wait for Jiraiya to explain. He just bit down on his thumb and began writing his name in the blood he produced, in remarkably good handwriting for a child his age. When he was done, he bloodied all 5 fingers on his right hand and left a print, just like the others had. Congratulations, Gaki. You now have one more thing in common with the 4th Hokage, to go with your looks and sensei. Jiraiya had explained that he looked a bit like the 4th, and that's one of the main reasons that Jiraiya had taken an interest in him, so this made sense. Wait a minute, no it didn't. Wait! You're telling me, the Yondaime was a toad summoner too? And now I am. Why Naruto was shocked was beyond Jiraiya. The boy already knew he had trained him. It shouldn't have been that hard to put 2 and 2 together. He guessed Naruto still had a way to go intelligence-wise, despite his newfound interest in books. Yes, Gaki, I was his sensei, remember? I gave him the toad summoning contract, with the toad's permission of course. They have also given me permission to allow you to sign it, though we won't have time to train in it. I've got to get going. Jiraiya finished. Wait, what am I going to do then? Naruto had never had his question answered. Jiraiya had just offered him the contract. You are going to MT Mayaboku. It's the ancient and sacred home of the toads. Jiraiya explained, before turning to a large orange toad. Gamma, please report back to Fukasaku and Shima, and please tell them to reverse summon Naruto and I. Jiraiya asked. The toad croaked and vanished in a puff of smoke. If this MT Mayabarno. Mayaboku. That's what I said. Naruto growled back. If this MT Mayaboku place is so sacred and great, how come I've never heard of it? The blonde questioned petulantly. Sacred means that it's a place of great meaning to the toads. Therefore, very few people are ever allowed to visit their home, and that means very few people even know of its existence. I'm the only one alive that's been, and I can only think of 3 other people that even know of its existence. Jiraiya offered. Naruto nodded. So how do we get there? You said something about inverted summoning or something? Reverse summoning. Jiraiya corrected again. When you have a summoning contract signed in blood, if the summon is strong enough, they can reverse summon you to their home, just as you can summon them. Is it gonna hurt? What happens if they summon you when you're naked in the show? There was a puff of smoke and the curious blonde disappeared. Nobody was there to witness it though, as the Toad Sage was reverse summoned at the exact same time. MT Mayaboku, home of the Toad Summons. What the hell was that old man? Naruto screamed, rubbing his butt, which he had promptly fell on after his first experience with a space-time ninjutsu. Yes, he does seem to have quite a bit of fire in him, just like his mother did. He sure does, Pa. He sure does. Jiraiya replied sadly. Naruto, come here. I want to introduce you to Ma and Pa Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama. This is Naruto, my new student. Naruto looked down at the 2 tiny, wrinkled toads standing next to Jiraiya. Or were they sitting? He couldn't really tell because of how small they were, and the overcoats that they wore. Haya Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama. Naruto waved awkwardly. Gaki, it's Fukasaku, not Fukasaku. They're both sages. Have some respect. Jiraiya corrected with a facepalm. Oh, who cares, Jiraiya boy? Naruto boy. It's so good to finally meet you. Jiraiya has sent a few messages about you, and that got us quite excited to meet our newest summoner. Fukasaku said. It's great to meet you too, Grandpa Sage, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto, respect. Jiraiya was exasperated. He didn't have time for this. Oh, whatever, pervy sage, Naruto hollered with an accusational point, including his newest nickname for his sensei. If you're a sage, then it must not be that special, you old pervert. Naruto finished yelling. Oh, I like him, Fukasaku and Shima said in unison. He caught me doing research one time, and now he won't stop calling me that nickname, Jiraiya lamented. That's very funny, Naruto boy, but I assure you the power of a sage is no joke, Fukasaku explained while walking over to a giant stone toad statue. Wait, power? You mean being a sage isn't just about pretending to be all-wise? Naruto questioned. Jiraiya, what have you been teaching the boy? Hopefully not just how to peek on women's baths, Shima called out. You're half right, Naruto boy. Sages like us are incredibly wise, and should you ever need counsel, we would be happy to help you. However, we are also incredibly powerful. Observe. Fukasaku clapped his hands together and became unnaturally still for a moment. Then he pulled his hands apart and gripped the foot of the toad stone. It was at least 30 times his size, yet the wrinkly toad lifted it above his head like Naruto would lift a scroll. Extreme ease. Naruto didn't see any difference in the old toad after he clapped his hands together, but when he was done he had felt powerful. Like way more powerful. Naruto's eyes were still wide in awe. You have got to teach me that. I could kick that bastard Sasuke's ass so easily with that language. Whatever, pervy sage, you know it's true. Please teach me that, Grandpa Sage. Sorry lad, you're too young for it, and your body wouldn't be able to take the strain the technique would put on it. When you are properly developed though, I would be more than happy to teach you. Really? That's great, Naruto shouted. Is there anything else you can teach me in the meantime? Before either of the elder toads could answer that, Jiraiya cut in. Naruto, focus up real quick. And just like that, Naruto's blue eyes were locked on to his in complete focus. Jiraiya was no longer taken aback by the intensity of his student, but sometimes he forgot just how intensely focused he could get when need be. I have to go deal with the village emergency. I'll probably be gone around a month. Ma and Pa will take care of you in the meantime, and I'm sure they'll help you continue your training if you're respectful of them and their home. The two elder toads nodded at this. There was a flash of something in the boy's eyes. Something sad. It happened so quick, Jiraiya wasn't even 100% sure he actually saw it before they returned back to their normal glow. All right, pervy sage. I bet by the time you get back I'll be able to kick your butt too, Naruto shouted. Jiraiya gave Naruto one final genuine smile before sunshining, body flickering, away. So Naruto, you seem to get along well with Jiraiya if your getup is any indication, Shima said. Naruto looked down at his outfit. The nice tailor in River Country had gladly made him a copy of Jiraiya's gear with some small exceptions. He wore the green robe jacket and green shinobi pants that were loose and tied up just below the knee just like him, as well as the mesh armor underneath, and the green guards for the back of his hands. Instead of a red kabuki jacket with yellow circles on the shoulders, Naruto wore a blue one with red Uzumaki clan crests sewed on in place of the circles. He also wore blue wooden geta on his feet instead of red like Jiraiya's, though he still had a little bit of trouble moving in them and struggled to water walk with them on. Rounding out the outfit was a large blue and red scroll strapped to his back just like Jiraiya's, though Naruto's was red with blue ends and extra seals running across the middle, courtesy of Jiraiya. The boy had even taken to putting small red streaks running from his eyes, though his were much shorter than Jiraiya's, barely making it onto his cheek. In addition to all this, the young blonde was growing out his hair to be like Jiraiya's. It was longer than it had ever been, and he had taken to tying shinobi cloth around his forehead to keep it out of his eyes. It wasn't long enough for a ponytail like Jiraiya's, but he was determined to get it there. Naruto smiled at two toad elders. Aha, I sure do, even if he is a pervert and super stubborn. I still need a headband like his so I can match him completely though. Naruto's face dropped for a second at this. You know, Naruto boy, we toads are the ones who gave that to Jiraiya boy. The kanji on the front means oil and is the symbol of our clan. Fukasaku informed him kindly. And being that you are our newest summoner, I'd say you deserve the opportunity to earn one yourself, don't you think? Naruto nodded his head vigorously. He really wanted that headband. What do I gotta go, Grandpa Sage? Walk on water? Beat you in a fight? Naruto thought for a second about other ways he could earn the headband before speaking excitedly. I can make a bunch of clones and do the dishes. Jiraiya has me do that all the time before he teaches me something. Naruto rushed out. Actually, that does sound kind of nice. It's a D. Fukasaku was interrupted by a smack on the back of his head, courtesy of his wife. She was not letting him shirk dishes duty again. Ah, that's right, the oath. In order to become a true summoner, you must take an oath never to put the Toad clan in harm's way if possible, and treat all summons as equals. In order to earn the headband, you must take the oath, and learn every Toad's name in the clan. Fukasaku explained after his wife's loving correction. I'm not great with names, but oaths I can do. Naruto stopped short. What's an oath? Naruto asked timidly. Why, an oath is just a promise, but more serious. There are consequences if you don't take the oath seriously, or if you break it. Do you think you can take this seriously, Naruto boy? Fukasaku explained and then asked. Of course I can. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, and I never break a promise, you know? Naruto shouted at the top of his 8-year-old lungs. Oh ho, well Naruto, recite this oath. I, Naruto Uzumaki, summoner of the Great Toad Clan, swear to never do harm to a toad, or put them in unnecessary danger without their permission. I also swear to come to the Toad clans or any member's aid whenever the need should arise. Naruto nodded, the determination that Jiraiya wrote about shining in his eyes for the elder toads to see. I, Naruto Uzumaki, summoner of the Great Toad Clan, swear to never do harm to a toad, or put them in unnecessary danger without their permission. I also swear to come to the Toad clans or any member's aid whenever the need should arise, and to become the greatest toad summoner to ever live, and I swear it on my title of future Hokage. There was a fire lit inside the boy, and though it wasn't tangible, Fukasaku and Shima could feel it. Every toad in on the mountain could probably feel it radiating off of him. The two elders believed the boy, and believed that he might just be the child of prophecy. All right, Naruto boy, very well said. Now let's go get you some food, and introduce you to all of our kin, Shima said. Naruto seemed excited at the prospect of food, though he didn't know that it would consist mostly of bugs. He was more excited to get to know the names of all the toads and get that sweet horned headband Pervy Sage had on though. Jiraiya walked up to the Hokage Tower under the cover of night. He had never, in all his years as a shinobi of the Great Leaf, entered through the front door of this building. Not even when he was a genin getting his first D-rank missions. Sarutobi had already been the Hokage at the time, so he would always try and sneak through the window to surprise his sensei, and his sensei would always acknowledge his presence without even turning to look. Considering what had happened though, Jiraiya thought it best not to test any of the ANBU's frayed nerves. After all, it had been one of them that had done the deed. No, he'd better walk through the front door tonight and slowly at that. So that is what Jiraiya did, acknowledging the ANBU sentries that were out in the open, and ignoring the ones that were hidden. Up to the top of the building he went, never being stopped by anybody, as access to the tower was restricted right now, and everybody in their new Jiraiya had been summoned by his sensei. He came to the double doors of the Hokage's office, took a deep breath and pushed his way in. Jiraiya, sit. Jiraiya remained standing. Did he really kill every last one of them? Even his family? While the Uchiha clan were technically all related at least distantly, Sarutobi knew what he meant. No, not all of them. He left his little brother, Sasuke. Jiraiya just looked at his sensei blankly. Not even 2 great shinobi wars and decades out in the field both in combat missions, and as a spy could prepare him for this. How was he going to explain to Naruto that the boy he always mentioned as a rival and somebody he wanted to beat would never be the same? Then again, Sasuke was currently experiencing what Naruto had for the first 7 years of his life. Loneliness. All alone at the ripe old age of 8. Even Tsunade had made it to 27 before she lost everybody that she had loved. The boy was going to be messed up if somebody didn't help him. How is the boy doing? Jiraiya asked softly. Sarutobi was surprised by this. The village was in great danger. So soon after the Third Great Shinobi War, they experienced the Kyuubi attack and loss of their greatest hero. Now, so soon after that hit to their morale and numbers, they lost an entire clan, possibly their most powerful clan. The village was reeling, and Iwa, Stone Village, and Kumo, Cloud Village, would be looking to take advantage of it. Not to mention that their treaty with Suna, Sand Village, was shaky on the best of days. Sure, they had avoided a potential civil war as the Uchihaku died with its members, but that didn't mean they weren't greatly weakened. Yet, here was Jiraiya, his last true confidant, and perhaps most trusted advisor, worried about a boy who wasn't strong enough to take on a genin yet. But Jiraiya had spent the last 8 months in Naruto's presence, day after day. No doubt that had influenced him strongly. Sarutobi swore the boy had a superpower, even amongst chakra-wielding shinobi. He has just woken up. He's still in the hospital. It appears that Itachi put him under a genjutsu before he left. The Sandaime explained, though it appears he knows what happened, he won't talk to anybody about it, and I'm hesitant to call Inoichi in for a mind walk, as fragile as the boy's mental state is at the moment. Jiraiya growled at this, and the fatherly instinct that he would deny he had kicked in. Did it have to be this way? He spat out. Sarutobi took a second, considering what he would say next. It appears they were going to use Naruto for their plan, or rather, the Kyuubi within him. Sarutobi treaded carefully. We don't know what they would have done if they couldn't find him. I'd taken to sending a hinged, transformed, clone in the form of Naruto out now, and then so nobody would suspect he was out of the village. The Hokage's voice started to break. The looks my clone got, the treatment it received in place of Naruto. He shook his head. The wise Hokage had no words for it. Jiraiya considered this. He knew his sensei felt bad about Naruto's treatment, about his isolation. It couldn't happen again. Anybody other than Naruto, with his indomitable will, would have folded in a few months at best. Couldn't happen again. Somebody needs to take care of the boy. We cannot let him live in isolation. Jiraiya spoke so quietly even an elite jonin likely wouldn't have been able to hear him. Sarutobi did. Who? Jiraiya was silent. When Hiruzen looked up, he found his student's eyes staring into his intensely. And then the question was asked. The question Jiraiya dreaded, but brought onto himself. The question he wanted asked and so desperately didn't. Are you volunteering, Jiraiya? The Hokage stuttered out. Jiraiya didn't answer for a while. A long while. Only for a short while. I can't take care of them both forever. I can take him long enough for the village to get over the massacre, at least a little bit, so that he won't be such an outlier. Then he can come back and someone else can take care of him. A few months tops. It'll be good for Naruto. Jiraiya was already regretting the words. He could barely take care of Naruto. The boy hadn't brushed his teeth for the first 2 weeks because Jiraiya hadn't told him to, and he forgot that young boys needed to be reminded. But he couldn't let it happen again. Not like it did to Naruto. He knew it would be the polar opposite. Naruto was hated for what he carried. Sasuke would be loved for the potential that he carried, or more likely, the potential that his eyes carried. They would both be ostracized for the power they carried within, and he could stop it, at least the worst of it. If he took on Sasuke for a little while, he wouldn't hear the whispers about the massacre every day for the next few months while it was still the talk of the village. He wouldn't be bombarded with questions and looks as he walked down the street. He wouldn't be treated differently just because something a family member of his did that affected him. Maybe Naruto would be good for the boy. Lord knows Sasuke will be good for Naruto. Jiraiya had made up his mind, whether he liked it or not. I promised Itachi that I would keep Sasuke safe, that he would have a chance to grow up here with an unblemished name. Sarutobi responded. He just needs time away from the village, from the people of it, both alive and dead, and the memories they bring. Sarutobi couldn't deny that. Hell, he'd let his own student leave to drown at the memories the village brought up of lost loved ones. Who was he to deny a child the same right, though with different methods hopefully? Very well. For months, tops. In that time I will arrange for another caretaker and place of living for him. The Hokage said. Kakashi, Jiraiya responded. You want Kakashi to take care of the boy? He can barely take care of himself at the moment. All he does is take missions and recklessly train until he drops. No, he would be a horrible caretaker. He needs to talk to the boy though. It'll be good for both of them. I believe Kakashi was Itachi's captain before he was promoted himself. Sasuke will need to talk about it with somebody who he can relate to, even just a little bit. Jiraiya explained. It was only during times like this that Hiruzen didn't question his student's title as a sage. Despite his childishness and antics, he could occasionally spout wisdom even better than the Hokage himself could. That plan is sound, Sarutobi said. There is an issue with you taking Sasuke-kun though. He explained, you know that we must present a strong front, so you will need to take on missions. Dangerous missions in dangerous places to show that we aren't hurting from our diminished forces. I'm well aware. I have a plan for that. Naruto is currently at MT Miyaboku with the Toads. I believe, given the extenuating circumstances, that the Toads will allow a non-summoner on their sacred grounds. I'll take Sasuke there to stay with Naruto. It will be good for both of them to be away from people for a while. The Toads can also summon and reverse summon me so I can visit sporadically to check up, without losing ground on my missions. Sarutobi nodded at this. It was a good plan, keeping Sasuke away from the rumors and gossip, however short it might be. All right, Jiraiya, I will put my faith in you, seeing as I have already failed this village more times than I can count. Take the boy, help him as best you can, and then return for your missions. Sarutobi said, it has already been a week since the massacre. I expect that in another week most other villages will know, so I expect you back and out on a mission before then. The Hokage finished. Jiraiya nodded, and then moved to leave through the window. Nobody would feel threatened by somebody leaving the Hokage tower after all. He opened the window, but before he could leap out of it, Hiruzen stopped him. Jiraiya, thank you. I know you have no wish to take my place, but you are doing a great job making decisions, hard decisions, selfless decisions, that only help others from Konoha, and not yourself. The way I see it, you are our Shadow Hokage. I rule in the light for all to see within the village, but ever since Minato died, you have taken care of the things that aren't seen by the villagers. Do the things that must be done to help in the long run, even if you're the only person who can truly see that at the time. Thank you for your service, the sensei of the Sannin said. Jiraiya didn't turn around, and he didn't need to. Sensei knew him better than anybody else at this point. He nodded ever so slightly, and then took off again. Sasuke didn't know where they were exactly. Jiraiya-sama had said that he was taking him somewhere safe to be with a friend. When he arrived at the colorful mountainside village, he didn't see any friends, just the annoying blonde dead last that had left his academy class a while ago. Pervy sage, what's he doing here? Naruto's tone was accusational. The old man knew he didn't like Sasuke, that he was his rival. You didn't let him sign the summoning contract, did you? No way I'm sharing with that bastard, Naruto shouted. Jiraiya sighed. It seemed one whole day with the Toads wasn't enough to teach him some respect. Oh well. Naruto language. And no, Sasuke won't be signing the Toad contract. He's just gonna stay here with you for a few months while I take care of some dangerous missions for the village. Too dangerous for a couple of 8-year-olds, sorry. Jiraiya cut off Naruto's train of thought before it could even get going. Naruto hated this, hated that stupid Sasuke with his stoic-looking face, though he had improved greatly in the last 8 months. Plus, he had his shadow clone jutsu so he could beat the jerk up 10 times at once. His internal evil laugh could almost be seen by Jiraiya as he worked out Naruto's thought procession, though Sasuke just looked confused, as well as he hid it from his face. Fine old man, but you owe me a new jutsu for this. I want to learn the hair one, Naruto finally shouted at his sensei. Very well, Naruto, I'll teach you the hair one when I come back for good in a few months. I'll be stopping by every now and then to check up on you guys. Jiraiya turned to Sasuke. You're more than welcome to join Naruto in his training while you're here, or you can just laze around and do whatever pleases you. If you need anything, just ask one of the Toads. They'll all help you or find one that will for you. Jiraiya explained softly. He hated to leave the boy alone after such a tragic incident, but it was better than being alone in the village. In truth, he was hoping Naruto would spin some of that fiery magic within him and help Sasuke through this tough time. The boy had a way of giving people hope when all had felt lost. Jiraiya left with a call of "Be good" over his shoulder that was directed at a certain blonde more than the black-haired child. Naruto stuck out his tongue and looked at Sasuke, really looked at Sasuke, for the first time since he left the village, or maybe ever, he thought to himself. The small Uchiha wore a stoic expression like always, face perfectly masked, just as he'd been taught. Naruto saw the truth though, saw it in his eyes. Sadness. Naruto's own facial expression softened. "What happened?" he inquired. Sasuke felt betrayed by Jiraiya-sama, who assured him he wouldn't tell Naruto what was going on. He had seen their interaction though, unless they knew some sort of secret code, which he didn't think Naruto capable of learning. The Sannin hadn't said a word. "HN," Sasuke grunted. He had been doing that for a week now, but it had worked to get the adults to leave him alone and stop asking him how he was doing. "Well, what the hell does that mean? Did you forget how to talk? Or are you just shocked by my pure awesomeness?" Naruto questioned brashly. Sasuke was surprised by this. The adults had all left him alone when he did that, as obvious as it was that he didn't want to talk. Maybe the blonde was too dumb to understand. "It means I don't want to speak with you," Sasuke said shortly. "Why not?" Naruto asked back. The question was genuine, and to Sasuke it didn't just seem like it was out of curiosity. For some reason it felt like Naruto actually cared about him. "I don't wish to talk about what happened," Sasuke said, then lowered his eyes and quickly finished, "It's too hard." Naruto knew that look. He knew questioning wouldn't help anymore. "Okay, well, what do you want to do?" he asked. Sasuke was surprised again. Nobody had asked him what he wanted. Sure, they had all wanted to help, but they wanted to do it their way. After a few seconds of thinking, he replied, "I want to get stronger." Naruto smiled at that. He understood that. He didn't know Sasuke's reasoning, but he didn't have to. They had the same goal, and that was all that mattered. "All right, well, let's start training then. Come on. Grandpa Toad Sage will help us. He's super strong." Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the wrist and took off running towards Fukasaku, who was seated on a toad statue a couple 100 feet away. Sasuke didn't even have time to call Naruto a loser before his wrist was grabbed and he was yanked away. He didn't feel like fighting him either. It felt like too much work after all he had been through, so he just let the blonde drag him. He'd get him back for it later. Sasuke had decided that Naruto was the most annoying person ever. Without debate. No question. The most annoying trait Sasuke had learned about him was that he was good. The first time they had sparred, he had given Sasuke a run for his money and nearly beaten him. That had been a taijutsu-only spar, one of Sasuke's strongest abilities. When they sparred using chakra, Naruto had hooped him. The Uchiha were supposed to be the strongest of the clans in Konoha. Were repeated in his head, cutting off his train of thought. His father had always told him about the might of the Uchiha, about how strong his clan was, and how an average Uchiha was an elite ninja amongst the Leaf Forces. Not that it mattered anymore, there was only one other Uchiha now, and he was no longer part of the Leaf Forces. That bastard. If he couldn't even beat Naruto the dead last, how would he ever beat Itachi? His fireball was nothing if he couldn't figure out which version of Naruto was real and which was a fake. Which was a Kage Bunshin, a jutsu he knew that his big brother could also use. He had begrudgingly asked Naruto to show him how to perform the technique. The blonde loser had the audacity to laugh in his face and tell him no, that only the Hokage or Jiraiya-sama could give him permission to teach it to somebody. Sasuke had about killed him then, though he wasn't sure how he would do it without any ninja tools. Punching the boy to death sounded good enough to him though. So Sasuke had done what he thought was best to catch up. Catch up to the moron who was dead last in his class just 8 months ago. 9 now after spending a month at the weird toad village. Training with the toads had been strange, though he couldn't deny the benefits of it. The old wrinkly toad Fukasaku, whose name reminded him far too much of his dead father's, had asked him and Naruto to run through their skills so he could get an idea of what they needed. Sasuke had shown him the standard academy Bunshin and Koarimi, as well as his clan's coveted Keta. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique that his father had taught him. Sasuke told him he was the best in his age at throwing shuriken and kunai, and was learning how to incorporate ninja wire too. The old toad had explained there weren't any ninja weapons like that on MT Mayaboku because toads didn't use them. Their webbed hands made it difficult. Fukasaku had seemed impressed with his skills and commended him for having acquired them at such a young age. Sasuke had smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. His big brother Itachi had all he had and more at his age. He was already a ninja and had acquired his Sharingan. Sasuke had a long ways to go. His smile disappeared when Naruto took his turn showing off. He showed off the Kawarimi, and though it was nothing special, it was almost faster than Sasuke's, which frustrated him that he was catching up so fast. The frustration turned to fury when Naruto made Tenkage Bunshin and they all high-fives each other like the morons that they were. It only grew when Naruto ran to the nearest tree and proceeded to walk right up it without any difficulty. He then ran to the nearest body of water and walked on it. He had only ever seen Itachi do that. Then he shouted, much too loudly, that he was learning the basics of Fuinjutsu too, something Sasuke knew nothing about. He almost couldn't contain his rage. How the hell did this loser catch up to him? Sasuke knew if they fought, it would be close. Even his Uchiha pride was telling him it wasn't a guaranteed win. He couldn't do those things that Naruto could, but in turn, Naruto couldn't shoot fireballs. Fukasaku had smiled at Naruto and told him he was doing an excellent job as well, and the dummy had grinned back like a loser. Then it was time to spar, and even the moron's taijutsu had gotten good. Not just better, but good. He could probably be Kiba and Choji at this point, who were the next best in their class. Then came the chakra spar. Sasuke had thought he had him, but when the fireball collided with the blonde, the 8-year-old just went poof. Up in smoke, and not the way Sasuke wanted him to. Next thing Sasuke knew, a short blade was being held to his neck. "Gotcha, Grumpy," Naruto had shouted. "Where the hell did you get that blade? I thought Fukasaku-sama said toads didn't use them." "You cheated," Sasuke spat out. "Language, Sasuke," the moron had said with a fake-looking stern face. "And shinobi rule number says that a shinobi's life isn't fair. If you don't like it, then you should do something about it," Naruto said gleefully. "Fine," Sasuke replied, and grabbed the blonde by the wrist and flipped him over his head, landing him on his back. In the process, disarming Naruto and holding the kunai up in front of him in a general stance. The blonde shot him an upside-down scowl, which turned into a blinding grin, and he hopped back to his feet and spun around to face the Uchiha. "I like the way you think, Sasuke," he had almost giggled out. Putting his left hand to the side of the ugly scroll he carried on his back, Sasuke saw Naruto make a puff of smoke, and suddenly he also had a kunai in his hand. Round 2 starts right. Naruto made a feint to his right and then came back to the left with a slash of his kunai. Sasuke blocked Naruto's strike with his own kunai, and the two held the stalemate. "Now!" Naruto shouted, and promptly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke was shocked. It had been a clone the whole time, but the kunai in his hand was still there, so that was real. He heard laughter coming from behind him to the left. He whirled around to find Naruto on the ground holding his side, laughing hysterically. "You should have seen the look on your face, ha 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 ha. You were like," Naruto made an exaggerated surprised face, holding his hands to his cheeks, mouth and eyes wide open. "Ha ha ha ha. The great Uchiha looking like a fool." Naruto continued laughing. Sasuke was almost more surprised at Naruto's reaction. They were in the middle of a spar and he was on the ground laughing? This one was probably a clone too, he had decided. "How could you tell what my face looked like if you were behind me, you idiot?" He spat out, throwing the kunai at the clone. The kunai struck the bunshin in the shoulder, and the clone yelled, "Ow, you bastard, that hurt!" Naruto screeched. Guess it wasn't a clone then. Tough luck for the loser. Good thing it was a blunted kunai and hadn't actually cut him at all. "I'll get you back for that," Naruto yelled and then paused. "You make a good point though. I couldn't actually see your face. I just know it looked stupid, you know," Naruto said in a completely normal, for him, tone of voice. Sasuke was surprised yet again, this time by the 180 in his attitude, but wouldn't let him win. "And how could you possibly know that it looked stupid?" Sasuke asked monotonously, and immediately regretted it when he saw the grin break out on Naruto's face. "Because it always does, ha ha ha," Naruto hollered back. Sasuke had had enough. He didn't what any sane person would do when facing a crazy person. He charged. The two had fought until they dropped, Sasuke winning more than losing since he had a blade to work with. He just felt better fighting with one his hand, more confident than without. That had been the first day. It was now day 30. Naruto had been shocked when he had beat Sasuke on the first day, and kept up with him in most aspects throughout their training, though the bastard could still spit fire and he was definitely jealous of that and definitely not going to tell him. Still, training with Fukasaku was really fun, and most of the time Sasuke wasn't so bad, though he was grumpy all the time, kind of like that giant fox he had met when he was back in the village. They both had gotten faster, stronger, and better at chakra control in their month with the toads. Naruto had also been learning the Gamayuden, toad oil bullet, which was totally awesome, and he was getting to meet all the cool toads who were all also totally awesome. His favorite part, though, had been when Sasuke had thrown up after eating Shimasama's cooking. Then he had to fake that he just wasn't feeling well, so that she wouldn't whack him on the head the way she did with Fukasaku. Speaking of the old toad, he spoke up to the two boys, who were sitting in front of him in a large clearing away from the village. Today we will learning about combination techniques, boys. Do either of you know what that means? He questioned. The raven-haired boy didn't respond, but the blonde did very enthusiastically. Ooh, Pervy Sage says that that's what Old Man Third is best known for, right? He asked eagerly. The blonde either knew or was able to do many things that he hadn't expected and even he himself couldn't do, but he had started to adjust to the unpredictability that was Naruto, and no longer got upset about it. After all, he was still winning more spars than he lost, and while he wasn't gaining ground in their training, he wasn't losing it either. He also knew he was getting stronger than he would be in the academy right now. It had to move too slow so that the lesser students could keep up. Very good, Naruto boy, but do you know what it means? The boy shook his head, still enthusiastically, which would be weird for anybody but Naruto. Combination techniques are when a ninja or ninjas use multiple techniques that together make a much stronger technique than the two or more would separately. The sage explained, the most well-known one would be using a wind jutsu with a fire jutsu. The wind powers the fire to not only move faster, but to gain size and burn hotter. There are plenty of other techniques that can be combined, but today we're going to focus on one that you two can do together. The toad finished. Naruto loved the idea of that. Sasuke hated it. He didn't need the blonde to make him stronger. He would get plenty strong on his own. Now I'll demonstrate it first since it's complicated, but you will be combining Naruto's Gamayuden, toad oil bullet, with Sasuke's Gokakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, which will create a bigger and stronger fire, but instead of being faster, it will spread more, alike like water, or like the plain Gamayuden would. He explained. Sasuke, would you shoot a fireball out into the field? Once you start, I will shoot the Gamayuden. Normally it's the other way around, but the difficult part about combination jutsu is that in order for them to be most effective and safe, the chakra in each jutsu must be matched nearly exactly. Fukasaku said. Sasuke nodded and rained through his hand seals ending on tiger, and after building the necessary pressure and heat up, shot a large fireball out over the field. Immediately, Fukasaku ran through his own hand seals and shot a high-powered stream of toad oil at the fireball. The two collided and sent of a wave of heat that was almost like an explosion, and both of the 8-year-olds had to shield their faces. When the heat died down after a few seconds, they lowered their arms. The whole field was on fire. The whole thing. Sasuke was sure that the fireball alone wouldn't have lit more than a tenth of it on fire. The wrinkly toad had made his techniques 10 times more powerful. This didn't seem right, and he voiced as such. Well, it isn't technically 10 times more powerful, but it burned hotter and covered roughly 10 times more area than just your fireball would have. If it were a wind technique I had used, it would have been much hotter and more powerful, but it wouldn't have covered as much area as a liquid like toad oil does. Fukasaku explained after dousing the field in a Suiton water release jutsu. That was crazy to Sasuke. How did that even work? He didn't know enough about chakra to understand, but he wanted to. Techniques like that would help him defeat his brother, and that's all that mattered to him now. It had taken 3 days for the Uchiha and Uzumaki to get the combination technique down. 3 days. Most of that time was spent with Naruto trying to perfect the toad oil bullet. In reality, they had only tried the combination 7 times. The first 5 hadn't gone well, mostly Naruto shooting out too much oil, which overwhelmed the flames. Then Sasuke, never one to be outdone, had shot out an even bigger fireball to try and top the blonde, who had successfully lowered the amount of oil. And suddenly there was too much fire, and the oil couldn't properly fuel it. Finally, Naruto said he knew how much to use and told Sasuke to use a normal-sized Gokakyu, Great Fireball, and the two synced their chakra near perfectly, lighting the field ablaze. Fukasaku had been a little shocked. It had taken him and Jiraiya 2 months to be able to combine their toad oil and fire technique. Granted, it was a much more devastating scale, but they were both wielding nature energy, which gave them enhanced sensory abilities, which in turn made it easier for them to judge the chakra. The two children were special, of that he was certain. Seeing their innate ability at wielding chakra and fighting in general, Fukasaku decided to train them differently, perhaps in a way that they couldn't receive in the outside world. "You want me to do what now?" the little blonde questioned stupidly. "The next portion of your training will be meditation, so you must sit as still as you can. Try and become one with nature if you will," Fukasaku explained. Grandpa Toad Sage, do you know who you're talking to here?" the blonde questioned. The Uchiha snorted at this, in a very un-Uchiha fashion. Nobody was here to admonish him though, and as much respect as he'd gained for the toads, he didn't feel like he had to keep up appearances for them. He certainly didn't need to act respectfully around Naruto. That moron wouldn't even know the difference, so he let some of his discipline slip from his Uchiha facade and acted a little more naturally. Felt good if he was honest with himself. Fukasaku nodded at that and leaned in to whisper to Naruto, "Remember that sage technique that I showered you when you got here?" Naruto nodded aggressively, all thoughts of the proposed torture gone. "Well, this is actually the very first step in learning that. I suppose if you're not ready for it, then we can move on to something else." Fukasaku laid the bait, and Naruto fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. "No way, old toad. I can sit still as long as you need me to. Just let me know when I can move again," he said resolutely and closed his eyes, taking on the position that the toad had showed him. The craziest part was he was telling the truth. For 5 hours Naruto sat there and didn't move. Sure, he was swaying and twitching, but he never got up to move and never opened his eyes. Sasuke, who made it an hour and a half before peeking over at Naruto, mostly to check to make sure he was alive, was shocked. Too shocked. After Fukasaku told Naruto he could move again, the boy calmly stood up, before Sasuke threw a rock at him. "Ow, you bastard, that hurt," the blonde screeched. Sasuke's lip curled up slightly, and very smugly if you asked Naruto. "Language, Naruto," he corrected. "And I had to make sure that you weren't a clone or something. I didn't think you could sit still for that long and be that quiet." Naruto nodded like this made sense, then smiled devilishly. "I'll be getting you back for that." Sasuke paled, which Naruto thought meant that he was nearly translucent. Mission accomplished. In truth, Naruto hadn't been quiet the whole time. In fact, he'd been yelling quite a bit at a giant grumpy old fox in a sewer, which was also his brain. But was a sewer? He still didn't understand how a whole sewer system fit in his brain, let alone a gigantic fox. "Well, I had some company that helped me pass the time," Naruto said. Then, before Sasuke could question what he meant, he added, "All right, Grandpa Toad Sage, I did all that, so I can burn off some energy with some real training, right?" he shouted, once again back to his normal Naruto self. It was at that moment that Jiraiya made his first appearance in a little over a month. "Oh ho, Naruto, what's rule number 6 again?" Jiraiya asked with a grin. "Pervy sage," Naruto yelled, giving him a flying hug. When he let him go and stepped back and proudly lifted his chin and said, "Shinobi rule number 6. Everything is training, but how is sitting around doing nothing training? You are never doing nothing, Naruto. If you must remain still, then you are training your patience. Meditating like you were is also useful for several other things, including chakra and body awareness, which will help you during fighting." Jiraiya responded. "Well, I don't know about patience. I just did it because Fukasakujiji told me it was the first step to being able to lift that stone toad above my head," Naruto explained. "It was actually kind of peaceful until that grumpy old fox started talking to me and calling me weak and stuff." Jiraiya saw Sasuke quirk his head at that, but the Uchiha didn't say anything. "Let's go talk about that then, Naruto. We wouldn't want your meditation to keep being interrupted, would we? Jiraiya then turned to Sasuke. I'll be back, Sasuke. Do you mind waiting with Pa? Maybe he can teach you a little more about meditation. HN was all Sasuke replied with, though Jiraiya noticed he was eager to learn, and just hiding it well. So, Jiraiya took Naruto over to an empty field and sat him down, and explained to him how the Kyuubi, Ninetales, ended up sealed inside of him. Naruto was a little shocked to learn that the demon fox that had nearly destroyed the village was sealed inside of him. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the Yondaime, his hero, had sealed the fox in him. He also couldn't wrap his head around having another living thing sealed inside of him. It was weird. The fox, while definitely grumpy, and full of hate too, hadn't seemed all that bad to him. Sure, he called him weak, but that didn't mean much considering the fact that he was the one that was locked up. There was that sadness in him too. The fox would never admit to as much, but Naruto could feel it in him, deep down. Jiraiya could see the emotions on Naruto's face as they came and went. What he didn't see a lot of was anger, which was what he had been expecting. He voiced his thoughts. How come you don't seem very angry? Why would I be angry? I'm not the one that got sealed into a baby. Naruto replied simply. Well, the fox is the reason the villagers treated you like they did. That's why they're all jerks? That makes so much sense now that I think about it. They think I'm the one who killed all those people and almost destroyed the village. Naruto asked incredulously. Well, that doesn't give me a whole lot of faith in the people of the village. They'd have to be stupid to think a 7-year-old was the one that attacked the village, you know. Naruto quipped. Well, yes, but they don't think you did it really. They know the fox did it, they just think that you're the fox. Or they know you're not, but are in denial and want something to take it out on. A young boy is an easy target. Naruto nodded, as that kind of made sense. Then the boy, ever pure as he was, smiled. Well, I guess I'll just have to show them how awesome Naruto Uzumaki really is. Naruto shouted with a fist pump. That still doesn't explain why the fox is sad though. Sure, I'd be sad if I got sealed away, but if I killed a bunch of people and destroyed a village, I'd probably feel like I deserved it. Naruto explained. He's probably not sad, Naruto. He's most likely trying to manipulate you, so that he can find a way to escape or send you on a rampage. Jiraiya responded. Naruto frowned at this. If the fox was trying to manipulate him, then why was he trying to hide the sadness? Naruto didn't say anything, but this bothered him. After a minute of pondering, Naruto's attention span wandered. He perked up, pervy sage, Sasuke, and I learned a combination technique and IT. Is awesome. You have to see IT, come on, he shouted. Jiraiya was surprised by this, as combination techniques were really difficult to do between experienced jonin who had been teammates their whole lives. Nonetheless, he followed Naruto back over to where Sasuke was meditating. Naruto threw a pebble that pelted Sasuke in the shoulder, breaking him of his inner thoughts. Come on, bastard. Naruto ignored Jiraiya's call for him to clean up his language. I want to show pervy sage the combo jutsu. Sasuke was rubbing his shoulder and looking awfully grouchy, but he did enjoy doing the jutsu. It was pretty cool. The two boys started off towards one of the clearings that they were allowed to use the jutsu in, with the Toad Sage and Sage Toad following behind, talking in hushed whispers. They got to the grounds and got right to it. Ready, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. All right, go for it then. Sasuke and Naruto both ran through their hand signs, Naruto finishing slightly before Sasuke and spewing out his Gamayuden, while Sasuke spat his Gokakyu. The two jutsu collided and nearly exploded, covering tenfold of what the normal fireball would have, and doing way more damage than the toad oil otherwise would have. Jiraiya was impressed. Very impressed. That technique could easily take out some chunin, though it would need a little more speed or surprise to get a jonin. He let the boys know that he was proud of them, but didn't let on to just how impressive it was. All right, Naruto, I need to speak with Sasuke now. Why don't you go with Pa and see if he'll teach you something, another jutsu, huh? Naruto's eyes went wide and he looked at Fukasaku, and the toad couldn't help but smile and nod at him. They took off for another training area, leaving Sasuke and the Sannin alone. How are you holding up? Jiraiya asked. Fine. He most certainly didn't look or sound fine. We don't know where he is, unfortunately, He seems to have escaped us." Jiraiya lied. It was what the Sandaime had told him Itachi wanted though. Sasuke didn't respond, but tears filled his eyes. "Go on, let it out. It won't do any good to bottle it up," Jiraiya said. "How could he do that? How could he kill them? He said he would always protect me, that we should always stick together, but then he killed our whole family and left me alone. How could he?" Sasuke's words got colder and more filled with rage as he worked himself up. The tears started spilling from his eyes. "He's my big brother. How could he do this to me?" He was so quiet now it was almost a whisper. Sasuke felt like all the fight was leaving him. All the pent-up anger and resentment he had building for over a month now just gone. He felt ashamed at that. He had to be the one to avenge his clan. There was nobody else to do it. He had to be the one to kill his brother and restore the clan. Yet he didn't feel that way. His brain said he needed to kill Itachi. Yet all he felt was that he missed him. Missed his big brother, who used to help him train, who was the best ninja he had ever seen. Who had been growing more distant from his family, but still took care of him. Who murdered his whole clan. He felt ashamed. Jiraiya could see the boy struggling with his emotions, and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Has Naruto gotten around to telling you the shinobi rules I have given him?" Jiraiya asked. Sasuke didn't respond, just kept looking down at the ground with fists clenched and tears falling. "Rule number 1 says that a shinobi's life is unfair. I know a little bit about how you feel, kid. My old teammate left the village after it was discovered that he was kidnapping and experimenting on villagers. It was heartbreaking for me. I had considered him my best friend, and I felt like he betrayed me for doing that," Jiraiya said solemnly. "Worse yet, I was more upset that he abandoned me, and not because he was doing awful things to the people of the village, the people that I had sworn to protect," he explained. "I felt so ashamed for feeling that way," Jiraiya whispered. Sasuke looked up at him with wide eyes, surprised that someone like a legendary Sannin had felt what he was feeling. He thought ninja that strong were invincible. Jiraiya read his face like a book. "Yeah, kid, we're human too, just like the rest of the world. Maybe even more so." Sasuke tilted his head in question at this. Jiraiya obliged. 3 legendary ninja. None of them stay in the village anymore. Tsunade isn't a ninja anymore. She just gambles and drinks her sorrows away. I travel about the world spying for Konoha, because the village reminds me of my failures. They offered me the spot of Hokage, but how could I take it if I couldn't even save one friend? And Orochimaru is out doing who knows what, giving in to the sickest of his temptations, all to try and become more powerful. Greed has turned him into a monster. All 3 of us are equally messed up, just in different ways," Jiraiya explained softly. Maybe that was what had happened to his brother. He had said he did it to test his abilities. Maybe he had given in to his greed like Orochimaru had. Did that mean that he could still be saved? He tried to put that thought away, telling himself that Itachi didn't deserve it, but it wouldn't completely vanish. It sat there in the back of his mind like a weight. "He told me that I would have to gain hatred in order to defeat him," Sasuke whispered so quietly that anybody below Chunin wouldn't have even known he had spoken. "Hatred is not the answer, Sasuke. It just breeds more hatred. If you spend your whole life building it to defeat him and you do, then what? He'll be dead, and you'll have much of your life left to live, but you'll be overwhelmed with hatred. Then you won't be any better than him or Orochimaru," Jiraiya explained. Sasuke nodded at this, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do. "Can we go back to training?" he asked. "It's the only thing that clears my head." Jiraiya looked up and found there were still several hours left of light, so he nodded, and started off to find Naruto and Fukasaku. Jiraiya had left the next morning, saying he had another mission to go on. Naruto had been sad, but promised him he would kick his butt when he came back. Sasuke had thanked him and bowed deeper than he had for any non-Uchiha in his life. The next couple of weeks had been spent working on their meditation and their minds, just like they had on the first day. Fukasaku encouraged them to be as still as possible and feel as much as they could. They both made progress on their chakra, as well as their bodies. Their movements were a little crisper, they recovered from losing their balance a little faster, and they could perform their jutsu a little bit quicker. Naruto had talked to the Kyuubi a few times during meditation, which often led to the blonde yelling at him, and the fox pretending to be asleep. Fukasaku taught Naruto a Sui-tun, water release, jutsu after Naruto begged for one, claiming he wanted to put out Sasuke's fire. To keep things fair, Fukasaku taught Sasuke a new Keton fire release jutsu. Jiraiya stopped by every 2 weeks or so to check on them, more than happy with both boys' progress. Naruto was filling in the basics he had missed over the beginning stages of his life and time at the academy. Sasuke was learning to deal with his emotions and even express them when he wanted. The rivalry between them was enjoyable to watch. Sasuke still had the edge, but Jiraiya could tell Naruto would soon overtake him at the rate he was going. Sasuke would likely pass him once again if he unlocked his Sharingan, which he curiously hadn't done yet. When it came time for Jiraiya to take Sasuke back to the village, 9 weeks had passed. Neither boy had sufficiently mastered their new elemental jutsu, but both were getting close and working extremely hard at it. Naruto was determined to master Sui-tun, Tepidama, water release, gunshot, so that he could go head-to-head with Sasuke's fire and not have to dodge. Sasuke was determined to master Keton, Enden, fire release, flame bullet, so that he could quickly ascend as one of the strongest Uchiha and restore his clan. His thoughts of his brother were still there, but they were more confused than anything. Sadness and rage didn't mix well. One demanded he spill blood, the other demanded that he lay down and cry. He ignored them the best he could and focused on things that would actually help. When it came time for the boys to part, they stood apart from each other, Jiraiya at Sasuke's side, Fukasaku and Shima at Naruto's. There was an awkward silence as neither boy knew what to say. Naruto fixed that. "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kick your ass, you bastard," Naruto yelled, though his tone was light and playful. Jiraiya just face-bombed. The boy would never learn any manners. Sasuke smirked at the blonde. "I'm looking forward to you failing, loser," he replied. The two stared each other down for a whole minute before Naruto blinked and Sasuke h'd at his victory. Sasuke and Jiraiya turned to leave, so Naruto turned his own back and huffed indignantly, crossing his arms. He was gonna miss Sasuke, but he'd die before he said that out loud. Sasuke was thinking similar thoughts. There was nobody in the village that understood him like Naruto did. Naruto had explained how he was also from a clan that was all but extinct, and that his goal was to rebuild it. Sasuke, of course, hadn't believed him until Naruto had whipped out the scroll and a few of the items in it to prove that he really was an Uzumaki. How could anybody in the Leaf measure up to that? They were both orphans now, and both trying to rebuild their clan all by themselves. He begrudgingly admitted that Naruto was even near his skill level in most of the shinobi arts, though he was hopeless at Genjutsu, and nowhere near his level with Shuriken and Kunai. He had few Genjutsu on him, he supposed, though he didn't know how that would help him in a fight. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted when he and Jiraiya reached the portal that would bring them out to the outskirts of Konoha. He didn't really understand how that worked, but it had worked on the way in, so it must work on the way out too. Naruto was already moving on. Fukajiji had promised him a sweet headband if he took the oath and memorized all the toad names, and he nearly had them all down. He wasn't positive he had them all down perfect, but that wasn't going to stop him from making a pass through the village with the elderly toad to try and name them all. Jiraiya was beyond happy that the two boys seemed to get along. Even if there was a rivalry between them already, it was going to be good for both of them to have another person in a similar situation. They could lean on each other when they needed it. Now he needed to focus on what Orochimaru was up to, and he supposed he had a new hair jutsu to teach Naruto. He was excited to get back to traveling with him again after all. 1 year, 10 months after Sasuke left MT Mayaboku. 2 years, 8 months after Naruto left Konoha, January. "Pervy Sage, where are we going?" the 10-year-old asked. Jiraiya looked at the boy, who had grown a considerable amount in the last 2 years. "We're headed back to the Land of Fire. I want to introduce you to someone, and you might just run into someone you already know." Naruto was excited by this, but Jiraiya cut him off before he could further question. You know the drill. What's Shinobi Rule number 8? Information is like ramen?" Naruto questioned, even though he already knew the answer. Jiraiya nodded. He had told Naruto that information was like gold, to which Naruto responded that gold wasn't all that important to him. He'd rather have a useful metal like more kunai or a sword. Most importantly though, he'd rather have ramen. The young blonde missed ramen. Sure, he still had it when they came across a town, but that was not as often as he would have liked, and the ramen was never as good as Ichiraku's. Right, if you want information, you gotta work for it. Would you give away ramen for free? The boy paled and shook his head vigorously. Exactly. I want to see 5 perfect shunshin body flicker in a row. The body flicker technique was an invaluable one for all ninja, and performing one was not all that difficult. Performing several in a row, especially with a change of direction each time, was very difficult. Stop and starting so frequently threw off a ninja's balance and could easily result in motion sickness. Something Naruto was currently experiencing as he threw up this morning's breakfast. A rabbit that wasn't quite faster than the blonde. Ugh, sensei. Naruto had learned the slightest amount of respect as far as what to call him and when. Can't I do 5 gunshots instead? I never throw up after those. And they're way cooler, he complained. Alright, why don't you shoot 5 of them at me in rapid succession? And if you manage to hit me, I'll teach you a real flashy jutsu that the 4th Hokage invented. Jiraiya responded confidently. Naruto grinned bright as the sun. The yondaime was his hero, and now he would get to learn one of his jutsu. You got it, geezer. Just let me know when you're ready, Naruto shouted. Before Jiraiya could reply, Naruto formed the hand seals, holding the tiger seal at the end, yelled, water release, gunshot, and spat out a ball of water about half Jiraiya's height. The Toad Sage had to give it to him, at least he knew how to use the element of surprise. That didn't mean that Jiraiya had to let him win though. Jiraiya made his own hand seal and shunshined out of the way with a grin befitting the ease at which he did it. Naruto made a face at him and wound up another gunshot, a little bigger than the last, but once again Jiraiya evaded him. This happened 2 more times, and after his 4th attempt, Naruto molded the largest gunshot that he could, a little over Jiraiya's height, and fired it as fast as he could at his sensei. The Toad Sage flickered out of the way with a careless ease yet again. Naruto was pissed. You know, Naruto, I think you could improve your speed. A 6th water gunshot flew at the Toad Sage faster than the previous 5, though smaller than its predecessors. Yes, I got him, Naruto shouted. He immediately felt something cold and sharp up against his neck, and wouldn't even risk a gulp for fear of nicking him. Now do you see why the body flicker is so important to master, Naruto? Naruto didn't respond, instead he just chuckled and poofed into smoke. Up in the nearest tree, the real Naruto was beaming at how he had pulled one over on his sensei. He was committing to memory the face that Jiraiya had made, when he too poofed into smoke. Naruto didn't have time to feel shocked, as there was another kunai pressed to his neck. 40 years too young, kid. That was a nifty trick though. Probably would have had me if your shunshin was faster. Jiraiya laughed at him. Ugh, damn it. I really wanted to learn the 4th jutsu. You know? Naruto grumbled. He normally could sense where Jiraiya was. Something they had discovered came relatively easy to him. Jiraiya, however, was very adept at suppressing and masking his chakra, and Naruto couldn't feel even an iota of his presence if the Sannin put forth the effort to conceal himself. Well, Naruto, the 4th's original fighting style revolved around the shunshin and kawarimi. He used them to move about the battlefield with extreme speed. You read about his flying Raijin in one of the books that Sarutobi sent you, right? Naruto nodded excitedly. The flying Raijin was probably the coolest jutsu he had ever heard of, and he knew it was the yondaime's most signature move. He could teleport anywhere and end a fight in less than a second. He had even been issued as an SS rank shinobi and given flee on sight orders during the 3rd Great Shinobi War. Badass. Jiraiya interrupted his daydreaming of his hero. Good, well, step 1 to utilizing that jutsu was already having the fighting style down. If you want to learn the flying Raijin, you better master the body flicker and substitution to the point where it's completely natural and you have full control over them. Naruto nodded again. If he wanted to surpass the 4th, first he had to reach him, and learning what was considered the most dangerous jutsu in the elemental nations was a good start. The blonde flashed through hand signs with practiced ease, and in a split second his sensei was looking at a log. Don't worry, sensei. I'll surpass the 4th Hokage. Just you wait. You know, he shouted from the ground a good ways away. Jiraiya let a smirk show. The kid was good entertainment if nothing else. Jiraiya body flickered down to Naruto, and the two started walking southwest towards the Land of Fire. They had spent the last month in the Land of Hot Springs, Jiraiya meeting with a contact in his spy network, and getting in some extracurricular research while he was there. "Sensei, permission to use my clones to train with the Shunshin?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya sighed, thinking back to the Gaki's breakthrough discovery. Naruto was trying to get down a new chakra control exercise. He was required to balance a kunai pointy end up using his chakra. Essentially, he would just be using the leaf-sticking exercise, just on a much more difficult object. He kept using too much chakra, and the kunai would almost bounce off of his arm, repelled by his dense chakra. Jiraiya had found him in their camp clearing with 10 clones doing the exercise. Jiraiya of course knew that shadow clones transferred their memories back to the user, but he distinctly remembered not making it to that part of the explanation, because said blonde terror had cut him off. What are you doing?" Jiraiya inquired. "I'm using my clones to train?" Naruto asked like it was obvious. This made Jiraiya think that he had caught on to one of the more important intricacies of the jutsu. "Why is that?" Jiraiya prodded further. "Well, if one of me can figure it out in a few hours, 10 of me's should be able to figure it out in like 30 minutes, right?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded at this. While the training time wasn't necessarily pure division, if none of the clones figured out the trick to the exercise, he wouldn't progress past the beginning stages. It still would cut down on training time vastly. While this sounded nice, the downside was extreme migraines and potential brain damage or death. Knowing the Kyuubi and Uzumaki blood combination gave Naruto an unrivaled healing factor, he decided to watch and let the blonde work for a little bit. After about 10 minutes, one of the Narutos signaled the rest, and they all huddled up. After another minute, they broke apart and got back to work. "What was that meeting all about?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, Naruto 7 figured out that if I treat it like the tree walking exercise and try and stick the kunai to me, it becomes easier to balance," Naruto explained. Jiraiya was really curious now, and then it dawned on him. "Wait, are you just using the clones to come up with different ways to complete your training?" Jiraiya questioned. "Well, yeah, what else would they be for?" Naruto replied. Jiraiya facepalmed. If he took care of the boy any longer, he was going to end up with a dented nose. "Gaki, your shadow clones return their experiences to the user when they're dispelled. You don't have to have them stop to explain to you what they did that worked, you can just pop them, and their memories will become yours," Jiraiya drawled. Naruto didn't seem to comprehend this. "But they have a different body from me, so they have a different brain. How could I have their memories?" "Do you remember the night you opened the Uzumaki scroll?" Naruto nodded. "Do you remember when I pushed you into that river?" Naruto scowled and nodded again. The old pervert had pushed him in several times if he remembered correctly. "Gaki, I didn't push the real you in, I only pushed your clones in. You stayed in the clearing reading the scroll." Naruto's mouth opened and closed like a fish at this. The memories felt real, but they weren't particularly important events, so he couldn't really remember what happened before or after. Maybe that was because his clone didn't exist for very long before, and ceased to exist after. Jiraiya saw that it still didn't quite line up properly in Naruto's brain, so Jiraiya took a different route. "Show me how well you can balance the kunai," he said. Naruto nodded and gave it a shot. He made it about 3 seconds. Jiraiya nodded at this and signaled Naruto's 10 clones to move out of the clearing about 30 feet with him. After 5 minutes, Jiraiya came back with the clones and popped them one by one. He then asked Naruto to repeat the exercise. He managed 30 seconds this time. "What's the secret to balancing the kunai?" his sensei asked. "Well, I just have to try and wrap my chakra around the ring and draw it in, just like you told me," Naruto explained. "Right, but I didn't tell you I told your clones in the clearing. Do you remember what you were looking at when I told you that?" Naruto thought back to it, and could clearly picture several of his clones in his line of vision. Actually, he could remember Jiraiya telling him several times, with different angles of his clones. He could also remember Jiraiya stabbing him in the chest. He frowned and rubbed it. "I see you've caught on. It's a peculiar feeling, isn't it?" Jiraiya asked. "What's that word mean? And don't stab my clones anymore. I can just dispel them, you know," Naruto replied. Peculiar means strange, and usually in a particular way, like a type of strange you haven't experienced before, Jiraiya explained. And I know you can just dispel them, but it's more fun to stab them because they look like you and you annoy me," the Toad Sage explained. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. He knew his sensei didn't mean anything malicious by his words, but he also knew that he was going to continue to stab his clones. Jiraiya laughed at his young charge. "I don't want you using more than 10 at a time to train with them for now though, and I forbid you from using them without my permission, and for more than an hour for each clone before dispelling them. The jutsu passes on mental fatigue, so every clone you have will multiply your fatigue each time you pop one. You already have so few brain cells, I wouldn't want you losing any more." Jiraiya's grin was downright evil. Naruto threw a kunai at him knowing it wouldn't hit. He was insulted to see that the white-haired man caught it in his teeth. Salt in the wound. "Fine. I'll follow your stupid rules, but you have to help me with my calligraphy skills," Naruto said. Jiraiya agreed. The boy had been having some trouble with his writing, and Jiraiya wouldn't let him advance to explosive tags without perfect handwriting. The two bonked forehead protectors, both of which said oil on them. It was an agreement Naruto had come up with when Jiraiya explained they were the only two people in the world with them. Shaking hands was too stale according to the blonde, and not unique enough for him. Jiraiya was brought out of his mental flashback by the Gaki's vibration. The boy was literally vibrating, waiting for permission. Jiraiya thought his new seal would drain some of his energy, but he still was just a ball of non-stop excitement. "Very well, 10 clones. No more than an hour and a half for each one. You know how to stagger them so you don't get a headache. If you do get one, tell me right away," Jiraiya said sternly. Naruto rolled his eyes at him. He had never gotten a headache from using the shadow clone training technique. When he pushed his time limit and dispelled them all at once, he would be extremely disoriented for a few seconds, but that was the worst of it. "Yes, pervy sage, I'll be very careful not to lose any of my precious brain power," the blonde grinned at him. It was Jiraiya's turn to roll his eyes as the blonde formed his favorite hand seal, multiplied by 10, and barked out orders to them. All 10 clones saluted seriously and started body flickering around at different speeds and distances. Naruto found it was best that the clones tried different ways of doing a jutsu in order to find the optimal way to do it. Once he found the optimal way, all the clones would focus on increasing speed, power, precision, or volume depending on the jutsu. The first couple of times he had tried it, it felt like he had only gotten better at being mediocre at what he was practicing. Like he had practiced at a slow pace a lot of times. Once he got the hang of the method, he could figure essentially have 10 people try a jutsu or exercise 10 different ways, and then hammer the optimal technique home nearly 10 times as fast. The initial stage took longer than one would expect, but once he had it figured out, he could improve faster than anybody. Sensei and student continued walking to intercept with Jiraiya's unknown colleague. Naruto either chatting away with Jiraiya himself or to a clone of himself, or Gamakichi, who had just transitioned from tadpole to toad. The small orange and purple toad was more than happy to sit on Naruto's head and chat with him, so long as he was provided snacks. Naruto was happy to have a friend to chat with, and summoned the fist-sized toad often while traveling. 1 hour out of Konoha. "Kakashi, why are we walking at civilian pace?" Ma. "What's the rush, my cute little apprentice?" the copy Nin asked. "We could be using this time to train. I can't let that loser get ahead of me," Sasuke replied. "You think he's that strong, huh?" Kakashi asked. "Strong enough to take out the mighty Uchiha?" Kakashi elbowed him teasingly. He was well aware of the boy's superiority complex when it came to the academy students. Sasuke scowled at him. "If you would teach me some of your jutsu, I wouldn't have to be so worried. He has Jiraiya of the Sannin teaching him. All I have are my clan scrolls, and you know I can't read any of the good ones until I unlock my Sharingan." Kakashi smiled at the raven-haired boy. He was happy to see the boy he had come to see as a little brother figure had somebody that could challenge him. It was unhealthy to believe that you were above everybody else. "Well, I can't wait to watch you two spar. I'm sure you won't have any trouble keeping up with him," Kakashi chuckled. He had watched the academy spars. The only one who could keep up with him was Shino Aburame because of his tactics, but his insect jutsu were a bad match for Sasuke's fire jutsu. Every other student was outmatched in their best category. He was faster than Kiba, stronger than Choji, if only by a little, unlikely to be smarter than the Nara heir, but it was hard to tell because of Shikamaru's lack of effort, and even better at taijutsu than Hinata, though Kakashi suspected she was holding back. Sasuke knew he was better than them, and he acted like it, hardly paying attention to any of them, except Shino's occasional comment. When Kakashi told him he was going to get to see Naruto, Sasuke had sharpened up. He insisted he needed to go train immediately. The blonde had a profound effect on him. "You don't understand, Kakashi, he beat me." Me. Humility and Uchiha didn't often end up in the same sentence, but Kakashi detected a little bit of it in Sasuke's voice. He was surprised. "Well, oh mighty Uchiha-sama," Kakashi said playfully. "That was 2 years ago. I'm sure you've grown a lot since then. I bet you beat him easily just like the others." Kakashi couldn't help being defensive of Sasuke's skills. He had trained him after all. No new jutsu, just refining the skills he already had. He knew Jiraiya would be taking care of Minato-sensei's son, and that one day he would be a powerhouse, but he hadn't officially met the boy yet, so he was inclined to believe Sasuke was a lot stronger based on rumors. The Kapinin had no idea just how outdated those rumors were. Naruto sensed Sasuke before he saw him, along with another vaguely familiar chakra signature. He channeled some chakra to his ears and nose, and smelled the two. One smelled like a campfire, probably Sasuke given how often he used fire jutsu and would be practicing with it. The other smelled like a storm and dogs. Naruto didn't have a lot of interaction with household pets in his travels, but it definitely smelled like dogs in addition to the ozone scent that accompanied lightning. He heard them next a crackle of a twig, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle thump of grass being displaced. Then he saw them and was outraged. "No way, bastard!" Naruto was shocked to see Sasuke, but not because he didn't know he was coming. "I could have sworn I'd be taller than you by now, you know." Sasuke just smirked his Uchiha smirk, which just frustrated Naruto further. "Damn it! I bet you have a bunch of cool new jutsu too, huh? Well, I got news for you. So do I. By the way, who's the dog guy? You didn't bring Kiba with you, did you?" Sasuke ignored the question. Kakashi had taken to the trees, probably to test Naruto. He was weird like that. "Huh, you think you've got cool new jutsu like your clone, huh? Newsflash, loser. 10 times 0 is still 0. Sasuke said coolly. Kakashi liked to talk trash like this when they sparred, and Sasuke had taken a liking to it. "Ugh, I'll show you who the 0 is. Toad oil bullet," Naruto shouted as he ran through hand signs. He spat out the oil at Sasuke, but was rewarded with a slicked-up log for his troubles. "TCH, is that all you got, Naruto? You're gonna have to be much faster than that to hit me," Sasuke bragged from a tree branch up to his right. Naruto only smiled, before popping into smoke. Sasuke was on edge immediately, but couldn't react in time. A metal chain snaked its way around his ankle and pulled him off of the branch. This time he couldn't substitute in time, and four Narutos held him down by his limbs. "Ha ha ha! I got you good, huh, Sasuke?" The blonde cackled. "Future Hokage, 1. Bastard Uchiha, 0. TCH, you had that clone made before we even started the spar. That's cheating." Naruto waggled his finger at him. "Rule number 1, Sasuke. Rule number 1. "And what would rule number 1 be, Naruto?" A voice asked from behind him. The real him. The one up on a branch a safe distance away from Sasuke. He was so shocked he fell out of the tree. He got up, rubbing his backside. "Oi, who the hell are you? I recognize your chakra from somewhere." Kakashi seemed interested in this, but didn't question. "Why, I'm Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke's big brother figure," Kakashi said. Best not to introduce himself as his big brother. Wouldn't want to be confused with somebody who was a domestic terrorist. "I told you I'm not calling you big bro." A muffled yell came from where Naruto's clones were pushing Sasuke's face into the grass. "Now get the loser to release me." His anger was palpable. "Naruto, could you be so kind as to release Sasuke? I believe you won the first round." Kakashi had been thoroughly impressed. Naruto had fought and defeated Sasuke like a shinobi, without following the rules or putting himself in danger. Naruto nodded, but didn't relax. He could still smell the dog and ozone, but it was coming from where Sasuke had appeared from. He couldn't smell the man in front of him at all despite channeling chakra to his nose. "How come I can't smell you anymore? And why do you smell like dog anyway?" Naruto asked. This confused both Sasuke and Kakashi, though for different reasons. I suppose you smell my summons? Would you like to meet them? Kakashi asked. His dogs would love to meet his sensei's son. Naruto nodded at this. He liked all the toads. He didn't see why he wouldn't like Kakashi's summons. The Hatake ran through a familiar set of hand seals after biting his thumb and placed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, he called out lightly. 8 puffs of smoke came and went, and standing there were 8 different kinds of dogs. Pakin was the one to speak up. Yo, boss. What's the mission? He asked. No mission this time, Pak. Just wanted to introduce you to my new friend, Naruto. Kakashi said with an ice smile. Naruto had not missed the words he used. Friend? He asked. The one-eyed Jonin tilted his head and ice smiled at Naruto. That is, if it's okay with you, Naruto? Never one to pass up an opportunity to have a friend. Naruto nodded his head vigorously. Kakashi chuckled. Good. Well, these are my summons. They're Ninken ninja dogs. Pakin is the one who just talked. He has soft paws. You should feel them. Pakin nodded at this and held up a paw. Naruto reached out and felt it. It was really soft, even if this was weird. Kakashi then pointed down the line at the other 7 dogs. That's Bull, Urushi, Shiba, Baisuke, Akino, Uhei, and Guruko. He finished. Naruto waved at the dogs. It's nice to meet you guys. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, you know. Naruto shouted. The dogs smiled and wagged their tails at him, and he laughed. Would you guys like to meet my summons? They're toads and they're super awesome. Naruto didn't hear a no, so he ran through the hand signs and summoned Gamakichi. Kichi, these are my new friend Kakashi's summons. Naruto listed off their names while pointing them out. Ninken, this is my friend Gamakichi. He can spit water out. It's awesome, Naruto yelled. Gamakichi demonstrated by spitting water into Naruto's face. No stronger than an average garden hose. The dogs all laughed, and Naruto sent Gamakichi off to play with them. Thanks, Kakashi. Kichi's never gotten to play with other summons before, Naruto said excitedly. No problem, Naruto. Where's Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi asked. The old perv is out finding us dinner, Naruto replied bluntly. Kakashi's sweat dropped. All right, I'll go help him. Why don't you and Sasuke catch up? No fighting till Jiraiya or I get back though. Naruto and Sasuke both shouted indignantly that they didn't need babysitters to spar, but eventually relented and agreed after Kakashi rubbed their heads with his knuckles. When it was just the 2 of them, they plopped down in the clearing, Naruto laying on his back, and Sasuke coolly sitting up against a tree with his elbow propped up on his knee. So, Naruto said, looking for patterns amongst the leaves of the tree. Who the hell is this Kakashi guy? Naruto asked. Sasuke grunted. Some jonin who started coming by my house to bother me. He keeps asking me to call him Big Bro. As if I'd ever do that after what happened with you-know-who. Naruto nodded from his place on the ground. He and Sasuke hadn't discussed it much, but he knew what his brother Itachi had done. If he's a jonin, he must have cool jutsu. Did he teach you any? Naruto asked, steering the conversation away from sadness and hate. TCH, he's been holding out on me. I've heard rumors that he knows 1,000 jutsu, Sasuke said. Naruto sat up shocked at that. 1,000 jutsu was a lot. More than Jiraiya knew. Maybe even more than Hokage knew. Kakashi must be really strong. I thought he'd be strong too, Sasuke said, not needing to hear Naruto voice his opinion. But he acts so aloof all the time, and he's always late for everything. I just can't picture him being deadly, Sasuke said. Jiraiya says rule number 12 is that appearances are deceiving. If he knows 1,000 jutsu and he's a jonin, he has to be super strong and awesome, you know, Naruto said. He seemed to be slightly calmer when it was just him and Sasuke, something the Uchiha was grateful for. You're just saying that because you like his summons, Sasuke replied, throwing a pebble at the blonde's forehead protector. It was the first time he'd seen him with it on, though he knew he was on the verge of earning it when he'd left the toad's home. Naruto shrugged. The 10-year-olds sat in a peaceful silence, both feeling more at ease around each other than they had at any other time in the last 2 years. There was an unspoken understanding between them, After about 15 minutes, Kakashi and Jiraiya came walking into the clearing, the former with a deer slung over his shoulder. "All right, Gakis," Jiraiya said, "early dinner first and then you can spar." "No shot, pervy sage. If we're only gonna be here for a few days, I gotta beat the bastard as many times as I can, you know," Naruto shouted, once again full of energy. Sasuke grunted in agreement. He too wanted to fight Naruto on even ground this time to see where he stood. "Language, Naruto. But I suppose sparring beforehand wouldn't hurt." Jiraiya relented, and they moved about 30 feet about in the clearing, and made the hand sign for a friendly spar. Jiraiya said, "All right, on my mark. 3, 2. "All right, I guess you guys were eager," he said. Both Naruto and Sasuke had taken off at 2, trying to get the upper hand. They started with taijutsu this time, as their teachers often had them do when sparring. Naruto had superior speed and strength, which he had spent a lot of time working on, but Sasuke had much sharper and cleaner form, leading to him having the advantage. Naruto realized this after several exchanges, and leapt back, running and throwing shuriken that he pulled from the seal on the side of his scroll. Sasuke pulled a kunai from his pouch and blocked all 6 of them, before throwing it at Naruto. The blonde rolled behind a tree and ran off in 5 different directions when he emerged. Sasuke noticed 4 of them were just running, while the 5th one was watching Sasuke while he moved. That must be the real one, he thought, and gave chase. Pulling another kunai from his pouch, he lunged at Naruto, who just stopped and smiled. The kunai plunged into the boy's shoulder, and he poofed into smoke. Sasuke didn't have a chance to get angry, as he was tackled from behind. Stupid loser blonde, always pulling tricks. Naruto stood with his foot planted on Sasuke's chest, a huge grin on his face. "Gotcha again, Sasuke. That's 2 for me." Sasuke smirked back at him though, and quickly ran through 3 hand signs. "You should have restrained my hands, loser." Lightning release. Paralyzing palm. Sasuke shouted, charging electricity up into his palm, and grabbing Naruto's exposed ankle. The blonde felt the charge shoot up his leg, and his whole body went numb, but hurt at the same time. His muscles gave out as they were no longer in his control, and he fell to the ground. Sasuke quickly pounced on him with a knee on his chest and a blunted kunai at his throat. "That's 1 for me and 0 for you, Naruto. That first one didn't count," Sasuke said coolly. "Oi, fine, you won this one, but get off of me." The Uchiha obliged with a smirk. "I thought you said the Cyclops was holding out on you?" Naruto asked. Sasuke smiled. "He might have given me 1 scroll for 1 jutsu. It's basically a D rank though. Hardly worth my time, but easily enough to defeat you, Achin." Sasuke grunted. Kakashi smiled. Naruto had been good. He fought like both parents from what he had seen. Unpredictability and brawling like Kushina, but strategic thinking and speed like Minato. He was proud of him and Sasuke too. Watching them interact reminded him of he and Obito, though they seemed to have a better understanding of each other than Obito had. The boys faced off several more times over the next couple of days. Most of their fights ended in a draw, much to their combined frustration. They each had strengths and weaknesses that the other didn't, and fighting each other brought their weaknesses to the forefront of their intention. By the time they parted ways, Naruto had a drive to increase his proficiency in taijutsu and weapon skills, and Sasuke wanted to increase his speed and strength to a higher level to keep up with Naruto. Sasuke wanted to find a way to cut through Naruto's needle Jizo. His weapon skills weren't as valuable if they couldn't cut through his hair. Of course, both boys wanted to increase their jutsu arsenals. Though Naruto currently had a more versatile repertoire, Sasuke's were extremely effective and more offensively oriented. Naruto also desperately wanted to learn jutsu to counter lightning jutsu. Sasuke had told him that was his natural affinity, which left Naruto curious as to what his was. He knew of affinities, but Jiraiya had never specifically focused on the topic, so he didn't know what his was. He was just praying that it wasn't earth, as he knew it was weak to lightning. 1.5 years later, June, Naruto and Sasuke are 11. He was finally here. As Naruto stood before the village, he felt some apprehension and nervousness. Was it right to come back here? Was it okay for him to be here? Did he truly belong? Uzumaki, the home of the Uzumaki clan. The old Uzumaki clan, The new one would be rebuilt in Konoha when Naruto returned in a few months. The village was mostly ruins at this point, and what wasn't in ruin was overrun by plant life. If one were to view the village from the sky, they would notice a certain pattern that the buildings formed. There were no walls in Uzushio. A people of Fuinjutsu and barrier ninjutsu had no need for such crude landmarks or defenses. Naruto walked slowly through the village, taking it all in. Jiraiya was following the boy, but not too closely. Naruto had matured a lot in the time that he had been with Jiraiya, and he felt the boy needed to take on this adventure alone. It was his clan after all, and he would be the head of it soon enough. Amongst the rubble of buildings, Naruto saw plenty of seals and barrier formulas inked onto the ground, all completely out of chakra after decades without a recharge. Whenever he came across one, even if he recognized it, he formed what had become his signature hand seal, and had a shadow clone record the technique in a scroll, before handing it to Jiraiya to keep track of. Master and student continued walking, occasionally recording down seals, before coming to the center of the village. The main tower where the village leader worked, and the records and jutsu archive would be if it was anything like Konoha. Naruto's curiosity peaked, as did Jiraiya's, when they realized the building was essentially untouched. Aside from the emptiness and lack of life in it, the building could have been in use yesterday, and they never would have known. Approaching the doors, Naruto recognized the seal on the door. It was extremely similar to the blood seal that accompanied his Uzumaki scroll that Sarutobi had given him. Jiraiya examined the seal, and the ones that branched off of it. He hummed while he worked. While he was technically a master, he was never able to really get to the point where he used Fuinjutsu in battle the way that Minato and Kushina had, but he had always enjoyed the art and considered it a hobby. After a minute or two, Jiraiya spoke. "I won't be able to go in, Whiskers." Jiraiya used Naruto's least favorite nickname, the one that he had come up with to counter Pervy Sage. The blood seal extends to a barrier jutsu that seems to draw chakra from the surrounding area, Jiraiya said. He'd never seen a seal that could absorb nature chakra, not even amongst the knowledge of his toad summons. That wasn't important right now, though. He would record the seal for Naruto's library so they could study it later. Without permission from whoever made the barrier, or the right passcode, I won't be able to enter. Your Uzumaki blood should let you pass, though. Naruto nodded, and bit his finger, swiping the blood across from the seal, and making a hand seal to release it. The black seals lit up gold for a brief second, before dulling down. Nothing bad happened, so Naruto took that as acceptance, and pushed the door open. The building really was a lot like the Hokage Tower. They would have been built around the same time by allies too, so he supposed that made sense. He first headed to the archive room, knowing it would only be up one floor from where he was. There were no seals on the room when he found it, so he pushed on through the door. Nothing. Literally nothing. The room was completely empty, save for a seal that was on the middle of the floor. He recognized the basis of the seal. It was used to destroy documents that fell into the wrong hands. Though this one was much more complicated, he supposed that it was to clean house in the room, but not destroy the room itself. He had been studying Fuinjutsu relentlessly in the past year and a half, though it was extremely slow going. For starters, he had just cleared Jiraiya's calligraphy test so that he could start working with more dangerous seals 3 weeks ago. It was a prerequisite before Jiraiya would let him come here. Second, as much as he had learned to enjoy reading and learning, it was still difficult for him. His attention span was short, and he had trouble focusing on a book for longer than 20 minutes before he found himself rereading lines and becoming mentally fatigued. He had improved this to 45 minutes over the last couple of months, but that still wasn't enough. He had tried using clones, but they had the same attention span as him, so while he could take in more information, it was still slow going. He also had to read a book or scroll several times before he properly learned the information, which was frustrating because a shadow clone would only clone the cover of the book, and any page that it was open to or that he had memorized. This made memorizing a book slow going because it would still take him 2 or 3 days to get through once, and 2 or 3 more to actually absorb the info. Reading really just wasn't his thing, as important as he knew it was. He learned much better through trial and error and feeling things out. Jiraiya had assured him that the more advanced stages of Fuinjutsu were all trial and error, but not before he suggested he give it up. Naruto had been furious at this, and doubled his efforts. He was an Uzumaki, and he would be feared for his Fuinjutsu prowess or he'd die trying. He'd told Jiraiya that he'd give up ramen before he'd give up Fuinjutsu. That had opened the Sanin's eyes. He was extremely disappointed that the records room was destroyed, though he wasn't surprised. Jiraiya had prepared him for this possibility, but he had been hoping it wouldn't be true. He moved on. The third and fourth floor would be the Jutsu library. He took the winding stairs to the third floor and entered without trouble. There was nothing in there either, just empty bookshelves. In his anger, he kicked a bookshelf over in his anger. What he saw, or rather didn't see, was quite surprising. No dust anywhere in the room, the very abandoned room. Naruto made the hand seal to create shadow clones, but nothing happened. He tried again and nothing happened. Then he saw the big sign that read, "No Jutsu," and frowned. It apparently wasn't a suggestion. Naruto exited the room and stood right outside the door. He tried to make a shadow clone, and this time it worked. He made 20 more, and had them fan out through the third floor and the rest of the building, checking everywhere they could for seals. If there was no dust and nobody here to clean it, then there must be Jutsu keeping the building clean, just as there was keeping it protected. When he made it to the fourth floor, he couldn't get into the room. This room would be for Jonin ninja and above. There was a guard station right next to it, so he guessed Jonin were either expected to get cleared to enter, have the Jutsu password, or be able to hack the seal. Looking at it, he could guess that if he tampered with it too much, it would destroy the contents of the room. If it hadn't already. He sighed. He wouldn't be able to get in this room for a while, it seemed. He decided to head to the top floor. The office of the Kage. The history books had said that only the leaders of the 5 great nations could name their leader a Kage. Yuzushiogakure, while small, was dangerous enough to name their leader a Kage. The Uzumaki. Jiraiya said their refusal to remove Kage from their village leader's title was likely one of the reasons that they were destroyed. The large wooden double doors were so elegantly carved it looked as if they hadn't been carved at all, but rather formed that way. These doors too had a complex seal, though it didn't appear that anything would be destroyed if it was tampered with. It was strange that this door had less security than the Jonin-level Jutsu library, but then again the most powerful person in the village was usually within this room. He supposed that while the village was still operational, it would have been foolish to try and break in, and likely akin to suicide. Naruto decided it was time to test his newest Fuinjutsu theory, centered around his 9-tailed tenant. He closed his eyes and made the rat seal, focusing on entering his mindscape. After a few seconds, he felt the somewhat familiar pull in the back of his mind and let it overtake him. Naruto found himself in his mindscape, which was built a lot like an underground facility. It had one long hallway and a giant cavernous room, like a warehouse, that held the caged beast. The remnants that reminded him of a sewer, the pipes that ran along the roof, and the rotten smell were gone. Now it was a more neutral place and not quite so dark. The water on the floor of the cage room was still there, and Naruto had begun to suspect that this represented the fox's chakra that was constantly being pushed into his system. The deep rumble of the fox's breath told Naruto that he was asleep. "I know you're not asleep, you grumpy old fox, or at least pretending to be. Now get up," he shouted in his most shrill voice. The fox's ears twitched back at it, and he slowly opened an eye. "What do you want, brat?" The massive chakra grumbled. "I want to try my Fuinjutsu theory, but I need your chakra," the 11-year-old called out. "No. Now leave, you insolent flea," the fox replied. Naruto giggled at the fox's insult. They weren't very insulting when it was stuck behind the bars of the seal. "But you know that the more chakra you let me use, the more the seal loosens," Naruto sang to the fox. He knew it wasn't a joking matter, but he also knew that it was the best motivation to get the fox to let him use his chakra. The 9 tails grumbled. What the boy said was true, though he hated that it was. He didn't want the brat to use the chakra for something so trivial. It should be used to inspire fear in others. He was the most powerful being in the world. His chakra shouldn't be used for cat burglary. "No," was his short response. He closed his open eye, signifying the end of this conversation. "Oh, come on. Why do you have to be so grumpy? Is it because you have all those pointy teeth, but no toothbrush? I can get you a toothbrush." Apparently a certain child didn't understand the giant fox's body language. Naruto knew what he was doing, though. He didn't get a response, so he carried on. "Now, Mr. Fox," Naruto said, knowing it would enrage Kyubi. He wouldn't have to call him that if he would just tell him his name, though the fox insisted he didn't have a name. "You know I will do the thing if you don't give me what I want," Naruto said. The fox's eye opened back up. He did not want Naruto to do the thing. He also didn't want to give Naruto his chakra, as the brat was disrespectful, and hadn't offered him anything in return, except for an unlikely way of escaping. He closed his eye again. Maybe if he fell asleep, the blonde would leave him alone. "All right, you brought this upon yourself though. Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto yelled. 50 copies of himself burst into existence, all with huge grins on their faces. Naruto knew the only thing more annoying to the fox than him talking was a bunch of him talking. "Hey Fox. Oh Mr. Fox. Do you like ramen? Do you have any brothers or sisters? How'd you get to be so big anyway?" 51 different Narutos shouting random questions at the same time appeared to do the trick. "Fine, you insolent little brat. I will gift you a drop of my chakra, and when I get out of here, I'm going to eat you for an appetizer before I eat the villagers of the leaf," the nine-tailed fox yelled. Naruto dispelled his clones with a big smile. "Thank you, Mr. Kyuubi. I appreciate your help." "I am not helping you. I'm just getting rid of you so I can sleep," the fox replied, pushing a small amount of chakra through the seal. It was much easier than it had been the first time he had done it back when Naruto was 7, though it still took way too much effort to try and make a break for it. "Whatever you say, I appreciate it regardless, thank you," Naruto shouted before fading out of his mindscape. The fox went back to trying to sleep. In all honesty, the 50 clones of Naruto were annoying, but he could sleep through them if need be. What was unbearable was the blonde's chakra when he performed jutsu. He hated how much it reminded him of Kushina's, of the chains that had bound him. More than that though, he hated how much it felt like his creator's. The blonde's chakra was nearly identical to the Sage of Six Paths, and it brought him great pain and a lot of anger. The human had no business being mentioned in the same thought as the sage, let alone being compared to him. He couldn't help it though. The thoughts appeared despite his best efforts to ignore him. The warmth of the chakra, the memories that accompanied them, it all made him so angry. The brat didn't even know that he was using ninshu subconsciously, and that angered him even more. All in all, it was easier to just give the blonde what he wanted so he would leave. Naruto was right where he had left himself, and he put his hand on the seal of the door and started channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. If anybody had seen him, they would have noticed his hair lengthen ever so slightly, and his fingernails and canine teeth sharpen ever so slightly. More noticeable would have been the slitted pupils in his still blue eyes. The fox's chakra was incredibly corrosive, something that made Naruto frown. He knew that chakra often reflected a person's feelings as it was inherently and deeply linked to who they were. He could only assume it was the hate the fox had for the world and for humans that made his chakra so volatile. It made him sad that any being could feel that way. Still though, the chakra was eating at and overwhelming the seal on the door, and soon there was nothing left. Naruto pushed the doors open. The setup of the room was eerily reminiscent of the Hokage's office back in Konoha, at least what Naruto could remember of it. Looking around, he noticed there was a pattern on the walls in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pattern extended to the floor and ceiling too. Seals. It should have been obvious immediately given where he was, yet he was still surprised. In all his reading, he hadn't heard of having an entire room covered in seals. In fact, the largest seal that had been covered was a barrier that was meant to protect large areas like villages. Of course, those needed multiple seals working together, but they were no larger than the scroll on Jiraiya's back. He actually recognized some of the seals. One of them was a simple converter. Chakra would run through the seal, and the energy would be converted into light. It didn't appear to be giving any off right now, as it was midday, and there were large windows that kept the room lit. Another seal seemed to be a simple detector seal, which would recognize the amount of light in the room and whether or not the room was occupied. He would have thought that he wouldn't be able to channel chakra in here either, but he was able to make a few shadow clones to record the seals. As basic as their application, there were still parts of the seals that he didn't recognize, and studying them might reveal something important. When it came to Fuinjutsu, you could never have too much information. Naruto made his way across the room to the desk. his short ponytail bobbing against his upper back as he did so. The desk, much like the doors, was made of intricate wood. In fact, it seemed to be an exact replica of the one in the Hokage's office, save for the Uzumaki symbol carved into the front of it. He ran his hand across the smooth face of the desk as he worked his way around it, not finding a speck of dust. When he made his way behind it, he pushed the chair out of the way. He wouldn't sit in it yet. It was reserved for a shinobi with much more power than what he had. The desk seemed simple enough. A few drawers on either side, and they didn't even seem to be sealed shut. Just to get in the room, you'd have to get through several layers of security, and probably whatever Yuzushio had that was equivalent to ANBU. Naruto opened the first drawer on the left. An ink jar, brush, and a few blank scrolls. Naruto had plenty of those things himself, so he let them be. The next drawer down had a few kunai and shuriken, though he wasn't sure why they were just sitting there given the village's few ninjutsu abilities. The final drawer on the left side was completely empty, so he moved on to the other side. More of the same in the first two drawers on the right side, disappointingly enough. The last drawer, however, was different. He found familiar storage seal in this one, exactly like the one on his Uzumaki scroll that the Sandaime had given him. Reopening the already closed wound that he used to unseal the doors into the building, Naruto let the blood seep for a second before swiping it across the seal while channeling chakra. This time around, it seemed to take an extra few seconds before accepting him with a flash of deep red. A flash of smoke revealed one large scroll, with many more seals running all over it. Naruto knew from one look that he wouldn't be able to open it, so he sealed it within his own storage seal and stood up. On the wall opposite him, next to the door that he had entered through, he saw two pictures. Given what he knew about Konoha's Hokage office, he figured that these must have been the two Uzukage that the village had. He approached the two images, both of which were of long white-haired men. The first one had a pair of very familiar-looking white sword handles sticking up over his shoulders. Naruto held his breath. Had his mother really left him with the weapons of the Shodai Uzukage? First Uzukage. He suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. These two men led a village feared enough that it took a combination of 3 great villages to destroy it. Now he was all that was left to live up to that reputation. It was a lot to take in and a lot that he would have to rebuild. He silently swore that he would surpass both of them. Naruto and Jiraiya were making their way back to Konoha, much slower than the blonde was happy with. As nervous as he was to go back to the village, he was eager to return to his home. He may not have had many friends or any real family, but there were still several people that he was aching to see. Irika-sensei, Tuchi, Ayam, Hokage-jiji, Kakashi-sensei, he had taught him a thing or two when they met up. Heck, he even wanted to see Sasuke, even if it was just to kick his butt. He was also much different than he had been the last time that he had been there, and he was looking forward to trying to make friends in his class again. He was also looking forward to playing some harmless pranks with his acquired ninja skills. He had just been starting to develop a reputation as a prankster when he first left, and he had a lot of ideas that had gone unused. Now that he could walk on walls, it would be even easier. He frowned. According to Jiraiya, he was to be publicly instated as the heir to the Uzumaki clan. While the clan had not had a large basis in the Leaf, it was well respected. He knew that he wouldn't be able to play pranks on the village at large or the random shopkeepers who treated him poorly. Speaking of which, Jiraiya had mentioned that training with him might be enough to sway some people to think of him as more than the biju that was sealed within him. The people of the village had a great deal of respect for the Sannin, and as Jiraiya was the only one that was still, somewhat, within the village, he currently held the most respect. Still, others would lose all respect for the Toad Sage, thinking that he had sided with the 9-tailed fox that had nearly destroyed the village. Naruto had felt bad about that, but Jiraiya didn't seem to care too much. Still, he was grateful that the Sannin had taken him from the village and given him the means to take care of himself, more psychologically than physically. Naruto shook his head at his thoughts. The villages really didn't know any better, and he supposed that if he were in their spot, he probably wouldn't like himself all that much either. Still, a part of him resented them for not seeing that he was just a child struggling to find his way in life. Cheer up, kid. I told you, the villagers will come to realize soon enough. Sometimes Naruto wondered if Jiraiya could read minds. He had heard of a clan in Konoha that could do that. Maybe the Toad Sage was secretly a part of them? I know, I'm just nervous about going back. Before I came with you, I was naive to the treatment I was receiving. Now I'm not so sure how I'll take it, and part of me is scared that I'll begin to resent the village because of it," Naruto said. Jiraiya internally whistled. The boy had come a long, long way when it came to his dialect. Not that he showed it often, he was still the loud knucklehead that played pranks and worshipped ramen. But now he was capable of speaking in a respectable manner. "Knowing you, you might get upset, but you won't truly resent the village. You have too much kindness in your heart, just like your parents." Jiraiya's eyes glazed for a split second while he thought of the two, and he came to a decision. Sarutobi hadn't explicitly given him permission to tell Naruto this information, so technically he was to be sentenced to death for revealing it. His sensei wouldn't have him killed for it though, he was too valuable to the village. At least he thought he was. Speaking of which, when you're revealed as the Uzumaki clan heir, there will be some complications, Jiraiya said. Naruto's head tilted like a confused dog. It was still adorable even though he'd lost a little bit of the roundness in his face. There was only one Uzumaki left in the village 12 years ago. Many of the Jonin that are Kakashi's age and older will remember her, as will all of the clan heads. Many of these people were aware of her relationship with your father, though it was technically in secret, Jiraiya explained. Naruto's deductive skills had grown greatly as Jiraiya challenged them throughout their time together, so it only took him a few seconds to reach his conclusion. "They'll know who my dad was?" he questioned. He had often questioned Jiraiya, but he always got the same response, that it was too dangerous for him to know. Correct. He had picked up quite the reputation, and was well known within the village. The clan heads and the smarter Jonin will make the connection instantly, so I think it's time I tell you, Jiraiya explained. If he hadn't seemed so serious, Naruto would have thought he was messing with him. "I cannot stress enough how serious this situation is. I believe you have matured enough to know, but you are not yet powerful enough to have it openly revealed. If the shinobi world finds out, you will be targeted. You have to be able to dispose of Jonin-level threats, or at least be able to escape them before we can reveal it," Jiraiya said. His voice was sharp, and sterner than Naruto had ever heard it. Even sterner than the time he had tried to make an explosive note without Jiraiya's permission, and burnt his eyebrows off. "I would like to hold this off until you turn Jonin yourself, but I'm afraid too many of the shinobi will figure it out, and from there it will inevitably leak out," Jiraiya said. Reaching into his vest, he withdrew a small square from his inner pocket. A photograph. Naruto found it strange that it wasn't something he kept sealed away, as Jiraiya didn't carry many things on his person besides his large scroll and his notebook for research. Jiraiya looked at the photo, tears forming in his eyes. It had been years since he'd looked at the photo, but he always kept it in his pocket over his heart. He had considered the man in it a son, though he was technically only his sensei. He slowly handed the photo over to Naruto, as a lone tear slid slowly down his left cheek. "He was one of a kind, kid. He was like the son I never had," Jiraiya said so quietly that Naruto had to channel chakra to his ears to hear. Naruto took the photo and looked at it. His heart was pounding in his ears, and his hands were shaking. The first thing that he noticed was the vibrant red hair of his mother, his pregnant mother, and standing next to her, huge grin on his face, and hand on her belly was, "This is the Yondaime," Naruto said in shock. Jiraiya nodded. "My father was the fourth Hokage?" Jiraiya nodded again, not knowing what to say. This no," Naruto said. He bit his lip, drawing blood, but the photograph didn't change. He built up his chakra as much as he could, and released it violently, the grass around him shifting slightly. "No change. This can't be real, I can't be his son," he said out of breath. "It's true," was all Jiraiya could respond with. He knew Naruto would be mad at him, and he was waiting for the eventual explosion. It never came. Silent tears streamed down Naruto's face. His vision was so blurry he couldn't see the photo in his hands anymore, but he'd never be able to unsee it. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the son of his hero, and one of the most feared shinobi of all time. When he finally regained his composure, after nearly a full minute, he spoke. "You gotta be fucking kidding me, pervy sage," he choked out, snot streaming out of his nose as he did so. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Naruto was as unpredictable as ever. Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, Naruto elaborated. I'm the son of two of the most badass ninja ever? Naruto half-asked, half-stated. They died because of me, he said after a moment of realization. Jiraiya had told him that his mother was the previous Jinchuriki, and that she had died helping the fourth seal the fox away. No Gaki, they died for you. It wasn't your fault the fox escaped the seal, and it wasn't your fault that you were suited to be a host, better than anybody else in the village. Jiraiya said firmly. He didn't want to leave any doubt in Naruto's mind. They loved you more than anything, even before you were born. You should have seen how excited the two of them were when they found out. Jiraiya explained. I had parents who loved me? Naruto asked rhetorically. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. First he thought that he had been abandoned. Then he found out he had a mother who loved him. But part of him still thought that his father had abandoned him, and that's why nobody would tell him about it. But they had both loved him, both sacrificed their lives so that he and the village could live on. In that moment he gained another burden. For some reason though, this one didn't add to the weight on his shoulders, it lifted it a little bit. He had lofty goals, and his parents had done everything they could to help him achieve it. Now it was up to him. Did my father leave me anything? Naruto asked, wanting to have a piece of his father just as he did of his mother. Jiraiya nodded. Back in the village there's some things. His notes on jutsu and seals, including his most signature one. A few of his kunai are there, and if my memory is correct, one of his cloaks, though it's probably too big for you, he said. Naruto nodded back. That was more than he was expecting. Much more. The Yondaime, his father, was most known for his use of the flying Raijin, the jutsu that gave him the flee on sight order. He assumed it would be impossibly difficult for him to learn, as there were only two known wielders of it in Konoha's history, both of them being Hokage. If there was one thing he enjoyed though, it was the thought of doing something impossible. All right, Naruto said, face determined and stoic. Let's get to work then. Jiraiya just shook his head. Whiskers, don't you think you should take some time to process this? Jiraiya asked. It's kind of a big deal, and you were in shock at least for a second. Maybe you should just rest for the rest of the night? Pervy sage, both my parents died to save the village. Now you're telling me that I'll have Jonin-level threats after me because of who they were. It would be a disservice to them to die from one of their enemies after all that they sacrificed for me. I have to get strong enough to survive, and I have to do it fast if what you said about Leaf Shinobi figuring it out is true. Naruto explained seriously. Plus, Kage don't just grow on trees, and Old Man Third ain't getting any younger. He finished. Jiraiya was once again given a warm feeling by his student's almost palpable determination. Jiraiya pondered the blonde's words. He was honestly above beginner genin levels already, and was seriously approaching chunin level with his ninjutsu. His knowledge was expanding rapidly with clones, and he was even getting some experience as Jiraiya had been giving him mock missions as a part of his training. The blonde's Fuinjutsu was higher than 90% of the village so far, only being topped by the Sealing Corps, some of the Yondaime's closest allies, and perhaps the Hyuga clan elders, who needed a baseline knowledge to be able to perform the caged bird seal. Still, while fast enough to outdo most genin, he would likely be taken care of fairly easily by any chunin that had already reached maturity. His strength was good, really good for someone so young, but still not enough to overtake most chunin. His body just wasn't developed enough to take on older opponents physically yet. His chakra control was basically to the point where he could start channeling it internally to enchanted movements though, and that could make up a lot of ground. Alright Gaki, we can start taking your training seriously. Naruto smiled at Jiraiya's response. But you have to understand how hard it'll be. If we're gonna do this, it'll be painful, you will break bones. If you're not on your game, you could potentially take a fatal wound if a kunai slips by your guard. It won't be a game anymore. You have to be sure that you're ready. Jiraiya explained sharply. He preferred his carefully crafted aloof attitude, but sometimes it was necessary to get serious. Naruto gulped at his sensei's declaration. His eyes never softened though, and his face never lost its steel. I have to be ready. There is no other option, Jiraiya-sensei. There are too many people counting on me. Jiraiya knew he didn't just mean the people he loved. The dumb blonde truly believed with all his heart that he needed to protect the village that shunned him. Jiraiya had never been more proud. Alright, Naruto, we have about 3 months until you start the academy. I will devote my full attention to you until then. No meeting with contacts, no spying, no research, just you. Jiraiya said, slightly shocking Naruto. Once we get to the village and you enroll in the academy, I'll have to pass a majority of your training off because I'll have to get back on the road. But until then I'm only focused on you. I doubt you'll still like me when we're done though. Naruto grinned like the knucklehead he was. Who says I even like you now, old man? He said cheekily. The Toad Sage cracked his knuckles with a smile, and Naruto knew enough to know that he needed to run, and fast. 3 months later, end of August, Naruto is 11, Sasuke just turned 12. If there was one thing that Naruto knew for sure, it was that school was boring. 3 days into the academy and he already wanted to get back on the road. No amount of ramen was worth enduring this torture. All Irika-sensei talked about was village rules, this history that blah blah blah. He had promised Jiraiya he would try his best, but he wasn't sure he would survive. Why did Pervy Sage have to go back on the road anyway? It's not like he actually does anything besides peep on women and drink too much sake. Naruto laid his head down on the desk and drifted off to sleep. Naruto, wake up! Irika shouted. Naruto startled awake, looking surprised, made the cross seal, and smacked his head back down on the desk as a shadow clone sprung to life in the empty seat next to him. Only to smack his head down to fall asleep too, though the force popped him. Irika put his hand to his face. The blonde may be his favorite, and he seems to have learned quite a bit with Jiraiya, but he was the worst student he'd ever had. By far. Irika lazily flung a piece of chalk at the boy, aiming to hit the crown of his head and wake him up. Naruto had other ideas, and snapped up out of his fake sleep, sped through hand signs, and suddenly his hair hardened and wrapped around him. The chalk shattered against the newly erected shield. Irika sighed, at least he had good reactions. Naruto, on the other hand, was smirking very smugly at his sensei, well aware of the effect he had. He didn't lay back down though, knowing that he'd just get in trouble again. Instead, he got out a scroll to work on some fuinjutsu. He was currently trying to separate the Hiraishin formula down to individual pieces so he could learn them, and then put them back together to make his own, albeit different, formula. His father's notes were very clear that using pre-existing markers was more difficult than coming up with your own. While Irika-sensei droned on about proper customs while visiting a foreign village, Naruto was working on making a mark that he could sense. He'd already succeeded in this, but the range was limited to his sensing abilities, which weren't that far. While Jiraiya had discovered that he was a natural sensor, and had the chakra to be molding and sensing all the time, his range with the ability wouldn't even cover the whole village unless he sat down to meditate. He needed the mark to be easier to feel, and easier to distinguish from other stuff. While he worked, Sasuke sat to his other side, cycling his Sharingan in and out, practicing on doing it quicker and quicker, and then on holding it longer and longer without running out of chakra. He had eventually discovered that all he needed to do was channel chakra to his eyes to activate it. It seemed so simple that he never would have even thought of it if it weren't for Naruto. Kakashi, he still wasn't calling him Big Bro, had mentioned that Naruto seemed to hone his senses by channeling chakra to different parts of his body, like nose, ears, etc. Sasuke, never one to like being in second, had immediately tried it. He could smell a little better if he channeled some to his nose, hear better if he channeled to his ears, but when he sent some chakra to his eyes, it was different. It was like the whole world changed. Time and people's movements seemed to slow down, and he could see Kakashi's chakra flow. When Kakashi made a facial expression in reaction to him doing this, he actually saw it, could read the movements of the muscles under his mask and saw he was surprised. He had never seen Kakashi surprised before. Actually, he'd never seen Kakashi do anything but that dumb eye smile. Sasuke knew from clan scrolls and from what he'd heard from his relatives that this is what the Sharingan was supposedly like, so he ran to the nearest mirror to confirm if it was true. Red eyes stared back at him, spinning lazily, and suddenly he wasn't in Kakashi's apartment anymore. He was in the street outside the Uchiha district, tears streaming down his face, staring at his brother, pleading with him to tell him that it was all a lie, a nightmare, just a bad dream. He'd even take a genjutsu, he just didn't want it to be real. He wanted Itachi to tell him that his family wasn't dead, and that his brother hadn't killed them all. As fast as it started, it was over, and he felt Kakashi's hand on his shoulder, steadying him. In the almost 2 years since that time, he had developed a second tomo in his left eye, giving him 2 in both. He wanted to undergo the grueling training to develop a third in each, but Kakashi told him he wouldn't help until he was at least a genin. Sasuke's first thought had been that Kakashi was trying to hold him back, but he was the only one in the village who had bothered to check on him and teach him some shinobi arts. Sure, the rest of the village loved him, their precious loyal Uchiha, the last one left with the special eyes. But they didn't even know him, not really. Their infatuation with his Sharingan only reminded him of the fact that there used to be a whole clan of them. Now they were dead, all but 2. He refused to use his Sharingan out in public walking around. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing it. Sasuke was brought out of his brooding by Irika saying that it was time for the first spar. Both he and the no longer sleeping blonde next to him both grinned. Sasuke, of course, had spent the last 4 years never losing a spar at the academy. In fact, the only 2 people that he had lost a spar to were Kakashi, who refused to even use his Sharingan on him, and Naruto. Naruto had spent the last 3 months getting crushed by Jiraiya day in and day out, and he was anxious to fight somebody his own age and actually have a chance to win. When they got outside to the sparring ground, Irika-sensei explained that it would be taijutsu only, which suited both boys just fine. Sasuke was hoping to fight Naruto, but he ended up fighting Choji instead. The fight lasted 3 exchanges. Sasuke rushed and threw a slow punch, Choji caught it, and Sasuke used him as leverage to leap off the ground and kick his larger opponent in the stomach with both feet, sending him sprawling out of the ring. He never even activated his Sharingan. All the girls cheered when Sasuke was declared the winner. He ignored them and returned to his spot next to Naruto. A few fights later, and it was Naruto's turn, and he would be fighting Kiba. Unlike when Sasuke had fought, everybody was extremely quiet when Naruto stepped into the ring. The other students so far had been cordial to the blonde, though he hadn't really made any other friends besides Sasuke, or the occasional quip with Shikamaru and Kiba. Irika started the match, and Kiba immediately began boasting how he was going to kick Naruto's ass since he had been the dead last several years ago. Before he could continue, Naruto seemed to blur and disappear. The last thing Kiba remembered about the fight was a pressure on the back of his neck, and then everything went dark. He awoke to Naruto waving his hand in front of his face, trying to wake him up. He was a little bit out of it, but let Naruto help him up anyway. "Sorry about that, Kiba. I thought you would be able to keep up with my speed. Sasuke told me you were fast, you know," Naruto said once Kiba had regained his bearings. Yeah, it was just a lucky shot. I'll get you next time," Kiba replied, though he was upset that somebody wearing wooden sandals had beaten him. Akamaru yipped his agreement from the sidelines where Kiba had left him. Sasuke knew Naruto was fast. They'd been training together the last couple of days, but they hadn't outright sparred, so he didn't know exactly how fast he was. If it hadn't been for the Sharingan, he suspected that he would have had trouble keeping up with the blonde's movements. Those that had been paying close attention in the class, mostly the boys and a certain Hyuga heiress, had seen little more than a yellow blur, and then Kiba had dropped with Naruto standing right behind him. They were all shocked. They had never seen anybody their age move that fast. Not even Sasuke. The year went on like this. Naruto would surprise everybody with just how good he was at the shinobi arts. He even demonstrated a clone jutsu that he claimed he had invented, though the kunai didn't really do anything when the clone stopped working, they just dropped. This was all compounded by the fact that he rarely paid attention to anything in the classroom, except the one unit on Fuinjutsu, where he had made several corrections to Irika's boring lecture. He also had a tendency to start fires within the classroom, and they always happened to be on test day. These fires always somehow managed to light his test on fire and burn it to ashes before anybody knew what was going on. Irika didn't know if he was using a fire jutsu or just some matches, but it was impressive that he hadn't been caught yet. About 1 month into the academy year, it was officially made public that Naruto was the heir to the Uzumaki clan. The clan had never had a large presence within Konoha to begin with. There were never more than 10 or 11 members within the village at once, most permanent, some temporary. Their relationship with the Senju, however, had given them a good amount of prestige within the village, especially to the older generation who could remember their fighting prowess. Because of the lack of members in the village, and how long it had been since the last one, there wasn't a lot left for Naruto to take over. There was a decent amount of money, nothing like the Hyuga clan, or any of the other prominent clans in the village had, but enough that Naruto wouldn't ever have to take a mission if he didn't want to. He had the rights to a Fuinjutsu shop that was closed, and without anybody to run it had lost their physical shop. There was, however, a stockpile of merchandise. Brushes, inkwells, blank scrolls, beginner guides, everything a ninja would need to get the basics of Fuinjutsu down. There were also more expensive items like a few weapons and pieces of armor with seals on them. There was even a stockpile of basic kunai and shuriken that were sold alongside the more prominent Fuinjutsu stuff items so shoppers wouldn't have to go to two stores for the basics. Most of this stuff wouldn't last Naruto more than a year, but it was a good start and made it so that he didn't have to go to the shops very often, which he was grateful for. Everything else that had been left to him had already been sent to him in the scroll the Hokage gave him. The most important part of Naruto becoming the heir to a clan was the status the being a member gave him. Konoha loved its clan and special abilities, hence why they loved Sasuke so much. The council was also made up almost entirely of clan heads, save for Sarutobi's advisors and a few civilians. Now Naruto would join them shortly when he earned a promotion to Chunin. The council didn't decide a whole lot within the village, but they were allowed to input their advice to the Hokage on important decisions. They were also allowed to rule on smaller things that didn't affect Konoha's military aspects, such as shop regulation, taxes, zoning issues, and a few minor things. Because of this, the clans tended to favor themselves. This meant that Naruto now got a discount on anything he tried to purchase for his clan, and was given access to purchase certain lands that could only be bought by clans. He could also barter and trade with other villages as a separate entity from Konoha, which could gain him special deals on trade. The political influence the boy would be able to wield would be astounding, and extremely important for becoming Hokage. While Naruto's new status wasn't announced, anybody could find out in the archives, and many shinobi would see the order as it made its way through the proper channels. Because of this, word had found its way to Ino Yamanaka. That was essentially as good as announcing it to the whole village. All of the sudden, the girls in class were starting to treat Naruto the way that they were treating Sasuke. Of course, some of the civilian children still seemed to be afraid of Naruto and would ignore him at all costs, but it was about 50-50ths now. Having not been in the village the last 4 years meant that many parents hadn't bothered to tell their children to avoid him. Naruto wasn't really a fan of the fangirls and their ridiculous actions. Jiraiya had successfully impressed upon him how dangerous the life of a ninja was. While he still liked to have fun, he had taken him seriously. These soon-to-be kunoichi, however, didn't seem to understand that. It was time to change that. Naruto was living in an apartment, as he wasn't allowed to move into his parents' house until his father was declassified. Because of this, he invited his class to a training ground that he had the Hokage reserve for him. It was one of the hospital's training grounds, and because of that it was safe. It was away from the more dangerous ones, and no traps were allowed. It was meant for newly minted genin to meet with their jonin instructors, and also for ninja that were rehabilitating injuries. There was no way that an outside influence could harm any of the students, which was good, because a decent amount of them were pitiful at best. 25 students showed up, and Naruto was sure that was because he had told them all Sasuke was going to be there, and wanted them there. That was only stretching the truth slightly. Sasuke didn't really like most people, but if it would make them stronger, and possibly get the fangirls to leave him alone, then he wouldn't mind it too much. Naruto had seen the fear in the eyes of the two classmates that didn't come show up. Despite his best effort to smile warmly and sound kind, he could tell that they weren't going to come. He guessed that their parents had been affected greatly by the Ninetales attack. Though he knew that it couldn't be helped, it still frustrated him. Why couldn't they see past what they'd been told? Surely his actions, besides the occasional test catching on fire, didn't warrant being terrified of him. When everybody had gathered, Naruto suggested they play some games. They started with tag, which of course the boys dominated. They moved on to cops and robbers and a few other games that didn't last long. They were still young enough to play and have fun, but they were getting to the point where they thought that they were too grown up for games. Luckily, the catered lunch arrived just as people seemed to be losing interest. Coming around the corner carrying stacks of ramen bowls were Tuchi, Ayam, and foreshadow clones of Naruto. Everybody seemed very happy to be getting free lunch, though not as excited as Naruto to be getting ramen. They all sat around in the grass and chowed down on the ramen. It was Ino who asked the question that he had been waiting for. "Naruto, why don't we play ninja next?" she asked expectantly. She was hoping to score some points with him. The blonde set his finished bowl in a stack with the other three. His face became serious, and his presence became known. All the other academy students looked up at him, except for Sasuke, who already knew what was coming. "Because it's not a game, Ino," he said calmly but firmly. This had been the reason for inviting them all, especially the girls. He would have brought it up regardless. Ino just happened to get the wheels turning. "What do you mean?" It was Sakura who asked the question this time. She was curious and her thirst for knowledge was always high. She couldn't leave an unknown like that out there. "Being a ninja isn't a game. You don't play it," he explained. "Ninja fight for and lose their lives every day. It's a part of their way of life, and I think that's something everybody here needs to learn." All of the girls, and many of the boys, had their mouths open in surprise at this. They thought that they had seen Naruto get serious before during some of the skill lessons and obstacle courses, but that had just been him focusing. Now they say a different side of him. It was both serious and calm, yet there was a sadness there too. Naruto shot Sasuke, who was now looking at him, an apologetic look before continuing. "Sasuke and I are both from near-extinct clans, extremely skilled clans, who were the best at what they did. Yet our relatives and ancestors were completely wiped out," Naruto said. Some of his classmates didn't seem like they were ready to hear this, but he had already decided that they needed to hear this. He'd rather they be shell-shocked and unsure than ignorant. He didn't want them to die young, and the best way he could protect them was to inform them. One of the lessons that Jiraiya had imparted on him was that shinobi, and the Hokage especially, had to make hard decisions that would upset people for the good of the village. This would have to be first if he wanted to become Hokage. Sasuke looked at him neutrally, not showing a single emotion on his face. His eyes betrayed him though, as they were shining red as Naruto looked into them. Naruto hadn't told him that he would bring that up, but he hadn't said he wouldn't either. "If you're not ready, you will die. If you get surprised, you will die. If you're not strong enough, if you're a split second too slow, you will die. Worse than anything that I just said, if you're not good enough, your comrades could die. You could be the reason that anybody here dies if you don't take it seriously. Look around and see if you're okay with being the reason somebody here loses their life. We in the Leaf value our comrades above the mission. You can complete a mission and lose a comrade, so you have to be good enough to complete the mission and protect your comrades, protect each other." He made eye contact with every classmate as he spoke, trying to impart his urgency on them. Each of his classmates felt it. They didn't know what it was, but they felt it. They could feel that Naruto was telling the truth, and that he was right. Some of them didn't like it, some of them didn't understand it. A few looked like they were going to cry. He marched on. "Sasuke and I couldn't save our clans. He was too young, and I wasn't even alive when the last of mine died." He paused, thinking about his next words carefully. "They were the most important. We are strong though because we understand that loss. It's not his eyes that make him special. He was kicking everybody's but before he unlocked them. And it's not my clan that makes me special. I was the dead last not even a few years ago. We have become strong, at least for academy students, because we understand. We know that you can lose your loved ones in a second, and we're determined to never let that happen. Both of us would protect any of you with our lives out on a mission. It's the reason I fight," Naruto said. There was a long pause, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Surprisingly enough, it was Sasuke who spoke first. "He's right. Most of you don't understand what it's like," Sasuke said quietly. The hidden words in the sentence made it through though. They didn't understand what it was like to lose everybody, and to not be strong enough to do anything about it. "Sasuke, perhaps a demonstration would help the words sink in?" the blonde asked. The raven-haired Uchiha just nodded. When everybody was off to one side of the training ground, a safe distance away from the spar, they began. They were a complete blur to most of the students, Naruto having the speed advantage, through the first punch, using the Uzumaki style that he had painfully learned the forms for. It was generally designed to get opponents off balance so a seal or chain could be applied easier in order to immobilize them. The style was generally balanced and let opponents make mistakes, but Naruto knew Sasuke was unlikely to make one, and he preferred to be the aggressor anyway. Despite his speed advantage, Naruto couldn't land anything on Sasuke due to the latter's whirling Sharingan, but Sasuke was having trouble getting a counterattack in due to the sheer speed of the blonde. Sasuke knew that they could keep going like this forever, and Naruto would win out because of his stamina. So he broke their taijutsu battle by leaping back from the blonde. Naruto smiled, knowing what was coming. So he himself leapt back, giving the two a large gap between them. They both ran through hand signs simultaneously. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, / water release, gunshot. They shouted simultaneously. The name of the technique didn't necessarily have to be said, but it helped focus, and the two wanted to emphasize their abilities and maybe show off a little. Sasuke's fireball was larger than Naruto's mass of water, but Naruto had the affinity advantage, so the two jutsu collided and created a large amount of steam. Their classmates looked on in awe. Some had seen some of their older siblings, cousins, or parents do things like this, but they were all 15 or older at least. Others had seen random ninja perform this way, but didn't know anybody who could. A few had never really seen anything like it and only heard of things like this. When the steam cleared enough that Naruto could see Sasuke, Sasuke could see 4 Narutos, and he was no longer naive enough to believe that there weren't more than that. One Naruto was charging at Sasuke with a sword in hand. Another threw kunai and formed hand seals, with the one next to him forming his own seals. The last Naruto just stood there, holding his hands in a ram seal. Sasuke was seeing this slowly and processing this quickly. He heard Naruto say the technique names, shouting kunai shadow clone jutsu and wind release. Gale palm. Sasuke cursed. Because of the steam, he hadn't been able to see the first hand seal on either technique, and thus wouldn't be able to copy it. He dodged the sword of the first clone and spun him around to take the brunt of the wind-aided kunai, Sharingan spinning to ensure he didn't get hit. The 2 Narutos who had made the combo technique had dispelled upon using their jutsu, leaving just one visible Naruto left. Sasuke wasn't worried about him, as he could see him, so he instead tried to fine-tune his senses to find the inevitably hidden Naruto. His distraction was costly, and he felt the chain wrap begin to snake his way up his legs before he saw it. Sasuke was confused. He'd been wrapped up by a chain before, but that one had been cold and silver. This chain was glowing gold and warm, and it looked like it was made out of chakra, and it was moving as if it were alive. The chain was beginning to wrap itself around his torso, and he could feel his chakra being suppressed. As he began to fall over due to the chain's influence on him, he quickly grabbed several shuriken before it could secure his arms and flung them at Naruto. The blonde had been donning his concentration face and cursed and flung himself out of the way, losing the focus on his technique. The chain disappeared from Sasuke, but his red eyes had spotted the same gold glow coming out of Naruto's foot when he dove out of the way. Did the chain come from his body? The two reset themselves, eyeing each other up. This time it was Sasuke who attacked first, beginning a taijutsu bout. This time, though, Naruto began to use a different style that appeared to focus on speed and evasion. The Uchiha grew angry as he couldn't land a blow on his friend, and pressed harder. After 20 straight seconds of dodging, the blonde finally made a mistake, and Sasuke punished him with a hard roundhouse kick to the head. Hard enough to pop the clone. Sasuke was furious that he'd been tricked yet again by Naruto's clones. It was quiet for a whole second, before an explosion of dirt came from just in front of Sasuke, followed by a blonde head of hair. Sasuke leaned back, avoiding a potential fist to the face, but Naruto was also carrying a sword and was swinging it around at Sasuke's neck. There were gasps from the sidelines as he did so, the other students thinking that Naruto was going to try and kill Sasuke. Both Uchiha and Uzumaki knew that Naruto would stop the sword in time, but Sasuke didn't intend to let it get that far. Naruto had locked eyes with him, and that was all it took to put him in a basic Sharingan Genjutsu. It only took the blonde a second to realize what had happened and break the Genjutsu, but when he did, he felt the cold metal of a kunai pressed against his neck. Damn it, I thought I had you. If Earth release, hiding like a mole jutsu wasn't so difficult for me to do, I would have had you, Naruto said. Sasuke moved the kunai to the back of his neck and nicked him with it, drawing blood. Ow, you bastard, what was that for? Naruto shouted. Had to be sure you weren't a clone, was Sasuke's short reply. Naruto was pissed, more so that he had lost than anything, but he couldn't fault the Uchiha's logic. Then Naruto remembered why they had sparred in the first place. He'd lost himself in the adrenaline of a good fight and forgotten his purpose. He turned to the rest of the class. See what levels you can reach when you take being a shinobi seriously and train hard? Do any of you think you could have kept up with us? Naruto asked. Not even Kiba said a word, despite the fact that he was always the most boisterous. I thought so. That was just a spar too. Neither of us were going completely all out because we didn't want to hurt each other. Otherwise, I would have kicked Sasuke's ass. HN. See, he agrees. Some of the light and playfulness was returning to Naruto. He didn't like acting all serious like that, but as far as he was concerned, his friends' lives were on the line. It surprised him a little bit at how easily he had considered these people his friends. Most of them were just there because of Sasuke or because he was a clan heir. It didn't really bother him though. He knew the alternative was that they didn't come at all, and he enjoyed being around them anyway. I know some of you have clan techniques and training that you do, but if any of you want help taking this more seriously, come to Sasuke or I. I promise he doesn't bite if you approach him about training and not about how cool he is, Naruto said. Naruto was extremely pleased to see how serious his classmates seemed to take their warning/demonstration, and he even had a few talk with him after everybody started to leave. The most surprising was Sakura, as she was Sasuke's biggest fan. Naruto, do you think that maybe you could help me? Sakura asked. Sure, Sakura, but why aren't you asking Sasuke? I know he's your favorite. He replied. I don't want him to see. I can't do any of that stuff you guys were doing. I could barely even see you guys. I never knew that ninja could do all that, but I don't want Sasuke to think I'm weak because I can't, she said, eyes planted firmly on her feet. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Of course I can, Sakura, Naruto said reassuringly, but it's going to take a lot of work, and you'll probably have to quit that diet you keep saying you're on or you'll never survive, you know. Whatever it takes. I don't want to look weak to Sasuke-kun, Sakura said firmly. She had raised her head to say it, and Naruto could see the determination in her eyes. She probably still didn't understand. He'd never seen her do any more than the basic academy fitness test exercises, and those were easier than her warm-up. Still, he wouldn't turn her down for being from a civilian family and not knowing any better. Alrighty, Naruto cheered. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. We can meet in front of the academy. Sakura blanched at that. She was really hoping a different Naruto would jump out of the ground and yell, CK, but it never happened. What had she gotten herself into? Sarutobi looked into the crystal ball in the Hokage office, absolutely beaming with pride at Naruto. It might have been a little harsher than some of them were ready for, but it would soften the blow coming from somebody their age. He truly was an inheritor of the will of fire, perhaps the strongest since Hashirama himself. By the time graduation rolled around, almost everybody in the class had grown immensely. All 24 students passed easily, and Irika was sure that this was the best class the academy had had in a long time. He had a sneaking suspicion that a certain blonde had something to do with it, as he'd seen him working with some of the other students on their shinobi arts. Every single student had improved more than he had ever seen from graduation year students, at least on average. Strangely enough, despite their already large gap, Naruto and Sasuke were the two who improved the most, both getting faster and stronger, while sharpening up their current skills. Irika had been sparring with Naruto the first month or two just to help him out and spend some time with him. He had to claim he was too busy too and stop because he was afraid that Naruto would soon be able to beat him, at least sometimes. The kid was seriously good, and so unpredictable. Irika had never been more proud. Naruto was extremely happy with his comrades' progress, even if 3 of them had quit before graduation. It was better that they face the music now and not make it through, than die as a genin on their first real mission later because they couldn't handle it. Unsurprisingly, the 3 who had quit were the 2 civilian boys who never came to his class meeting, and 1 civilian girl who realized that she wasn't cut out for this world. Sakura had made the biggest jump out of all of them. She had near-perfect chakra control and some natural strength to go with her big brain. Naruto had helped her work mostly on the physical aspects of being a ninja, going on runs, doing strength exercises, and practicing throwing kunai and shuriken on the run, more like it would be in a real fight. He also taught her tree walking and water walking, although taught is a bit of a stretch. It took her less than an hour and a half to learn both, and most of that time had been spent finding a source of water to walk on. She was getting better at using the academy taijutsu style too, and was beginning to modify it to fit her a little better. She had even learned a genjutsu, although despite her chakra control, she didn't seem to like them that much. Hinata too had made great strides, although Naruto already thought she was pretty awesome, definitely better than all of the other girls. She was becoming much more aggressive in her fights, not afraid to do a little bit of temporary damage to her classmates. Naruto insisted that she use chakra against him when they sparred because he claimed it was awesome and helpful, whenever she struck him and his arm would go numb. He also suspected that she might be working with Sasuke a little bit, though he had no proof, and the Uchiha only grunted at him when he asked. The biggest surprise was probably Shikamaru. Nobody really knew if he actually was getting better because he never actually did anything before Naruto's speech, but he was actively participating, and he was actually quite good. His physical side of things needed work, but when he tried in a spar with ninjutsu, he was extremely hard to beat. Ino, Choji, Kiba, Shino all went to their clans and requested more or harder training. Ino making the greatest leap of the four, learning her clan's taijutsu style, and Shino making the smallest, as he had already been taking it seriously as it was just logical to do so. Naruto elected to put his black headband around his waist as he had seen other shinobi of the village do it, and he thought the toads might be upset if he didn't wear their forehead on his head. Plus they had accepted him first, and Naruto was nothing if not loyal. He was extremely excited to find out what team he would be placed on, and who his sensei and teammates would be. He knew Hokage Jiji's son and Kakashi were supposed to be Jonin sensei this time around, and he was hoping to get either of them since he didn't know any others and they were both strong. Kakashi Hatake reached the Hokage Tower 1 minute before his scheduled meeting with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Anybody who knows Kakashi knows that this is uncommon. The elite Jonin was only ever on time if specifically ordered by the Hokage to be, otherwise, he was at least an hour and a half late. This being one of the times he was ordered, Kakashi made sure he arrived promptly. Don't want to be too on time, the masked shinobi thought, as he leaned against a wall for a few minutes. Orders or not, he had a reputation to uphold. When he was sufficiently late, but not late enough to be reprimanded, he strode lazily into the building. As he walked through the building, some stared, some glanced, and some didn't pay him any attention at all. That was about the level of notoriety that he was comfortable with. Perfect. When he reached the Hokage's floor, the secretary never even bothered to address him. She just motioned him on in. The Hokage was sitting back in his chair, puffing on his pipe when Kakashi walked in. 7:04, he said without checking any clocks. Perfectly timed, Kakashi. Kakashi was pleased that somebody appreciated what he considered his best skill. Despite this, though, the Hokage didn't summon him like this all that often. It was likely to be an S-ranked mission, and that required him to be serious. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I am at your service, the Kapinin replied. Relax, Kakashi. There are no S-ranks for you today, though what I am about to ask of you is equally as important. Sarutobi said, his demeanor somewhere between kind old man and military dictator. As you know, the academy just graduated our next crop of potential genin earlier today. Kakashi knew. He had taken Sasuke out to celebrate, despite the boy's reluctance. He nodded to indicate his understanding. I understand that you have taken a liking to young Sasuke, and have even been training him a little bit. Kakashi didn't respond, so the Sandaime continued. You also have a strong connection with Naruto, despite not having that much interaction with him. Kakashi nodded at this. He wanted to spend more time with him, but he was reminded of Minato-sensei and Kushina every time he looked at him, and quite frankly it hurt. My intention is to put them on the same team. Normally we tend to pair the last place student with the top student to keep teams balanced. While Naruto is last place on the book side of things, nobody is under the impression that he's not just as good as Sasuke, if not better. Kakashi smiled. He was happy his two favorite kids were the strongest. However, Sarutobi continued, the two seem to get along best together. Sasuke tends to break out of his shell more around Naruto, and it seems that he keeps Naruto slightly calmer. They also appear to push each other past limits that nobody would be able to expect otherwise. The two of them end up reaching the levels that my own students did, and I believe that they would also bring up the level of whichever kunoichi we decide to place with them, he said. Kakashi was about to speak. It was his intention to request to be the Jonin sensei of the two regardless, but the Hokage put his hand up, silencing him before he ever spoke. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I will not be making you their Jonin-sensei. Your job will be even more difficult. Kakashi's head tilted, not unlike his summons. We haven't had a shinobi with an analytical eye like yours in quite a while, Kakashi. Sarutobi explained slowly. Sometimes I believe you see more than I do, even without your Sharingan. Kakashi didn't like where this was going. After a long pause, the Hokage leaned forward on his desk and continued. Kakashi, I'm not getting any younger, and currently there is nobody to take my place. Tsunade or Jiraiya would be great, but one won't take the job, and the other won't come back to the village. I need to have somebody prepared in case of an untimely demise, and neither of my students will take the job. I wish for that to be you, Kakashi. Sandaime-sama, I am honored that you would think that highly of me, but I am not strong enough to be the Hokage. I'm nowhere near the level that my sensei was. Kakashi explained. No, I don't suppose you are. Then again, Minato was the greatest of us, and not many people will ever reach his level of competence, even with his life cut short as it was. The Hokage looked old, older than Kakashi had ever seen him. But I also understand that you've been slacking on your training. Your 18-year-old self would likely defeat you, and fairly soundly at that if I had to guess. The Hokage held up his hand again, once again silencing Kakashi before he could speak. Do not worry about it, Kakashi-kun. I allowed it because you were grieving, and you were still completing missions for us well enough, he said. But now it is time for you to move past all that. I truly believe Naruto will be Hokage someday, but he is not ready for that, and somebody must bridge the gap between my end and his beginning. I would like for it to be one of my students, but I need you to be ready if it's not. You know there are others who would try and steal the power away, and that would be bad for both Naruto-kun and Sasuke. Another pause from the two. The silence was deafening. Kakashi was too shocked to speak, and the Sandaime was too exhausted. Finally, the latter spoke again. Your new mission, Kakashi, is twofold. You will train your body to reach your former abilities, and then you will surpass them. It has been a long time since we've had war, and while I don't see it on the near horizon, it is always looming. You need to be powerful enough to protect your comrades, and I truly believe you can get there. Sarutobi explained, a little bit of power leaking into his voice. The second part of your mission, you will be in charge of genin. All the genin. I did not mention your analytical eye for no reason. You will be able to watch the genin and figure out their strengths and weaknesses better than anybody else, and help shore those up. You also have a library of jutsu that you could help teach them. The genin will still have their Jonin-senseis like always, but you will be in charge of them. Scheduling training, deciding when they're ready for C ranks if they're ready for the Chunin exams. All that and more will come through you. I'm trusting the next generation of Konoha to you. There are 8 clan heirs in this class, and likely a future Hokage. You will have to push them harder than any genin teams before them. It is your job to make sure that they live up to their great expectations. The Sandaime finished. He placed his pipe back in his mouth and inhaled deeply, indicating that he was done speaking. Kakashi's mouth was hanging open. He didn't know what to say. He truly didn't believe that he was ready for all of that. He didn't think he was ready for any of that. But the third Hokage was wise and had more experience as Hokage than he did years alive. If you believe that is what is best, Sandaime-sama, then I accept the mission. Hiruzen nodded at him. I do have one question though. Who will be Naruto and Sasuke's sensei? He asked. The Hokage smiled slightly. I think you'll be happy with my decision. The newly minted genin gathered around in their classroom for one last time. Irika smiled at them all proudly. They truly were excellent students, even the pyromaniac in the back. The only reason Naruto had passed the written test was because Irika had gotten permission from the Hokage to threaten him not to light it on fire. Even then, the blonde had filled out exactly 60% of the test and gotten every question right, just barely enough to pass. Irika shook his head at the thought. The blonde had been the first to finish, and then he had laid his head down on the desk to sleep. Naruto and Sasuke had easily finished ahead of everybody on the physical aspects of the test, alternating between first and second. Sasuke had the highest score of the boys, getting all but the one question that was meant to be Chunin level right, making him the Rookie of the Year. Sakura aced the test, surprisingly enough, and did better than expected on the physical aspects. She was, however, beaten out by Hinata for top kunoichi. The Hyuga heiress seemed to be slowly turning over a new leaf, becoming less and less shy. She dominated the other girls in the class when it came to the physical aspects. While her chakra control wasn't quite as good as Sakura's, it was pretty close and better than anybody else's. She also only scored 1 point lower than Sasuke on the test. "Alright class, settle down," Irika said, trying to get them all to stop talking. Naturally, nobody had even heard him because a certain blonde was loudly recounting a tale of a trip to Takigakure, hidden waterfall. "Quiet," Irika shouted. That did the trick. "It's time to announce your teams," Irika said, "and I'll only be focusing on the Rookie 9. Even though their class is stronger than usual, I don't want to make 6 or so OCs right off the bat, though some of them might make an appearance later on in the story. Team 1. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki. Awesome. Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Ugh. Irika-sensei, did you have to stick me with the brooder? Naruto asked. He was happy to have Sasuke on his team though. He was strong and they had become good friends. What do you mean, Naruto? You specifically came to me and asked to have Sasuke on your team because of how cool he was. Irika said playfully. The whole class laughed except Naruto, who scowled. Just be quiet so he can continue, loser, Sasuke said. It would take a Sharingan to notice the slight smirk on his face, but it was there. Naruto stuck his tongue out in defiance, but stayed quiet. Thank you, Sasuke. Team 8 will be Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Sakura was pissed. She didn't really mind Kiba, boisterous as he was, and Shino was alright even though he had those bugs. She wasn't on Sasuke's team though, and that angered her. Why had she been working so hard if not to end up on his team and impress him? Like Team 5, Team 9 is still in circulation. So Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. All three had basically come to terms with the fact that they would be on a team because of how well their clans got along. They were neither unhappy nor happy about the team as a whole, though Shikamaru and Choji were content to be together. Alright, that's all the teams. You guys can break for lunch, and then meet back here in an hour to find out who your senseis will be. Naruto and Sasuke wordlessly began to leave the room side by side. Hinata was sad. She was hoping that they would invite her to lunch. There would be more time to spend with them in the future though. Her thoughts were interrupted when her favorite blonde spoke. Hinata, are you coming? He asked. Oh, I didn't know I was invited, she replied. What do you mean? Naruto asked confused. We're a team now, we should do everything together, you know. Come on, he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Okay, and Naruto, Hinata replied, cheeks turning pink. She was embarrassed that she had stuttered. She had been working really hard on her nervous stutter and being more confident, but it seemed she still had work to do, especially where Naruto was concerned. As they were walking out of the room, Naruto and Sasuke wordlessly played rock, paper, scissors. The blonde made a loud exclamation having won, and then the three continued on their way. Hinata was confused by this, as she had no idea what they had done that for. She soon found out when they came to a ramen stand in the village. Haha, thank God I won. Ramen is the best, Naruto shouted as they all sat down at the bar. Hey old man, better get that oil fired up because there's 3 of us today. Naruto, Sasuke, how are my 2 favorite customers? And who's your friend? Tuchi said, pointing to Hinata. 2 favorite customers? Does that mean we're tied? Old man, you wound me. How could you ever consider Sasuke and I equals when it comes to ramen? Naruto said, deadly serious. Tuchi thought he might be joking, but ramen was involved, so he couldn't say for sure. Oh Naruto, you know you'll always be our favorite, Ayam said, coming from the back. No offense of course, Sasuke, she smiled at the 2 most frequent visitors. HN Sasuke replied. He didn't really care much for ramen. It was good, but not great, and he didn't understand Naruto's obsession with it. Ha! Eat it, bastard! Naruto shouted, pointing dramatically at the Uchiha, who ignored him. Oh, this is Hinata by the way. Naruto gestured to the shy Hyuga, causing her to blush slightly. She's our newest team member. We're officially Team 7, you know? The blonde's excitement caused both Ayam and Tucci to chuckle. Well, Hinata, it's great to meet you. I'm glad Naruto got such a cutie as a teammate, Ayam exclaimed. This caused both Naruto and Hinata to blush from embarrassment. You know Sasuke and I don't care about that big sis. We just want to be awesome shinobi, right? Bastard? Naruto didn't wait for the response, as he knew he wouldn't get one. We're gonna be the best team since the Sannin. Actually, we're gonna be even better than them, you know. Naruto shouted, chest puffed out. Well, I'm glad I'm feeding future legendary ninja. Here's the first round, Naruto. Irika stopped by and mentioned you'd probably be here around this time, so we started cooking before you got here, Tucci explained. All three new genin broke apart their chopsticks and dug in. After 20 minutes, Naruto leaned over to Sasuke. Sasuke, how do you know if you're in love? Naruto whispered to him. Sasuke stopped eating, looked Naruto in the eye for a second, leaned forward and looked at Hinata, who had eaten 8 bowls already, looked back at Naruto, and exhaled a short breath. You can't be in love with somebody just because they can eat ramen better than you, Naruto. He whispered back. Naruto nodded firmly to this. Right, I knew that, he whispered again. Hey wait, Hinata can't eat ramen better than me. Naruto got increasingly louder. Old man, get us 3 more bowls each and we'll have a contest, he proclaimed. Everybody was staring at Naruto, trying to figure out when he'd stood up on the counter. Then everybody started laughing at him. Naruto swore he even saw Sasuke breathe through nose a little bit sharper than normal. Team 7 made their way back to the academy to learn who their sensei would be, but something was wrong. They were quiet, much too quiet considering a certain Uzumaki was a part of the group. Said genin was walking between his 2 teammates, head hung, face sad, and an invisible rain cloud chasing him. After minutes of silence, a record around Naruto, Hinata couldn't take it anymore. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I ate the bowls faster than you. I knew you loved ramen, but I didn't know you loved it that much, she said, stifling a giggle at the end. It's fine, Hinata. You did your best, I can't be mad about that. I'm just sad I lost, Naruto said glumly. Sasuke had seen Naruto like this a few times and had learned how to deal with him. Distraction. Don't worry about it, Hinata. Naruto is just being a big baby. He's probably just worried that we'll get Kakashi as a sensei and he'll get stuck in a genjutsu again, Sasuke said. Oi! Naruto shot up, shaking his fist at Sasuke. I wanted to get stuck in that genjutsu. I could have gotten out of it easily if I wanted to, Naruto responded, referencing the time Kakashi used an A-rank genjutsu on him that Naruto definitely couldn't have gotten out of. I'm sure you could have, loser. Do you think we'll get Kakashi? Sasuke questioned. He was silently hoping that they would. He would never admit it, but along with Naruto, Kakashi was one of the few other people in the village that he liked. Perhaps the only other person. After plenty of hours with Hinata helping her train, Sasuke had learned to like her too, he supposed, or at the very least tolerate her. I dunno, Naruto said flatly. Sure, he's got a lot of jutsu, but I bet that I could take him if I went all out. Hinata giggled at Naruto claiming he could beat one of Konoha's strongest and most famous jonin. I guess there's only one way to find out, Naruto-kun. She wasn't so intimidated by the blonde after spending lunch with him and seeing his goofiness up close and personal. He was so much fun to be around, she forgot about her shyness a little bit. All right, Team 7, let's do it, Naruto shouted, pushing through the doors. Naruto's hands were sweating, and his heart was pounding. He was so excited to find out who his sensei was that he was actually nervous. He hadn't been nervous since his first day of real training with Jiraiya almost 1 year ago. And Team 7, your Jonin sensei will be Yamato. None of the 3 genin had ever heard of a Yamato before. Their heads snapped to the door when it slid open. A tall man walked stiffly through the doorway, short, brown hair bobbing ever so slightly. His stern face was framed by a Hapuri-style leaf forehead protector, the kind the second Hokage wore, and betrayed none of his emotions. He wore the standard Konoha Jonin attire with the exception of his shirt, which was tighter, and the neck of it ran up to make a sort of skin-tight chin guard. Despite his bland appearance, Naruto thought he was pretty cool. He had noticed the large katana strapped to the man's back, and was instantly excited. Team 7, I am your Jonin sensei. You may call me Yamato. Please meet me at Training Ground 7 as soon as possible. As quickly as he had entered and spoke, Yamato shunshined out of the room. On second thought, he's kind of boring, Naruto thought at hearing Yamato's plain voice and lack of enthusiasm. It only took a few minutes for the trio to make it to the training ground, though Hinata couldn't help but feel like she was slowing them down. Yamato was fairly impressed at how quickly his 3 students got to the training ground. They were fast for genin, or potential genin. I believe now would be a good time to get to know each other, a little bit about each other. Why don't you all tell me your name, best shinobi art, weakest shinobi art, and goals as a ninja? Yamato asked. Kakashi-senpai had suggested he ask about hobbies and other miscellaneous things, but Yamato didn't find that prudent at the moment. S-sensei, could you go first to give us an idea? Hinata asked nervously. Nonsense, Hinata. I'll go first, Naruto yelled, not allowing Yamato to respond. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I don't have a best shinobi art because I'm the best at all of them, you know. His chest puffed out in pride. Though I guess if I had to pick one it'd be ninjutsu or maybe fuinjutsu. That's starting to get fun. He seemed to be talking more to himself than his team at this point. My weakest is probably genjutsu, he said sheepishly, returning back to earth. I can detect and break them all right, but I can't do one yet. But I'll learn, just you wait. When he realized he'd gotten on another tangent, he corrected his course. I just have 2 goals for my life. Restore my clan to its former awesome glory, and become the Hokage and protect all the people I care about, you know. Very well, Yamato responded dryly. Naruto's sweat dropped, but at least he hadn't told him it wasn't possible. Seeing that Hinata was too shy to go next, Sasuke decided to speak up. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My best skill is taijutsu. I'm very good at all the main 3 shinobi arts, so I suppose my weakness is fuinjutsu, for now. My goal is also to restore my clan, and to avenge those that were killed. Sasuke finished, voice tight at the thought of what his brother did. Yamato just nodded at him, then turned to Hinata expectantly. The Hyuga took a deep breath and summoned all her confidence. She even looked her sensei in the eye as she spoke. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My greatest ninja art is taijutsu, though I'm not as good as either of my teammates. My biggest weakness is ninjutsu, as I can't do any of my clan's more advanced ones yet. My goal is to prove to my father that I can be a worthy member of the Hyuga clan, and to unite the main family with the branch family, she said resolutely, leaving out her 3rd goal as she looked to her blonde teammate who was shooting her a huge smile. She blushed at him. Very good. My name is Yamato. My ninjutsu is my best skill. Genjutsu is my worst skill, though I am still proficient at it. My goal is to continue to be a valuable ninja to the village, their sensei said. Now, it is time for your test to become genin. All right, Yamato-sensei. Bring it on. We can take anything, you know. Yamato tilted his head almost imperceptibly at this. Graduates weren't supposed to know about there being another test administered by the Jonin sensei. In fact, they were supposed to get flustered when they learned they hadn't really passed. Dealing with that was part of the test. What do you mean? I thought we passed already? Hinata asked. She was now becoming extremely nervous. Does it really matter, Hinata? The 3 of us are the most awesome of the graduates. There's no way that we won't pass, Naruto said, giving her a foxy grin. Sasuke grunted in agreement in the background. Hinata returned a small smile. Naruto's attitude was infectious. Naruto took this as confirmation that they were ready. All right, sensei, tell us about your dumb test, he said confidently, staring Yamato down. Very well. Your team is actually a special case in that you will have to pass 2 tests. He paused, looking for reactions. The Uchiha didn't seem to react at all, though the Hyuga seemed to lose just a little bit of her confidence. Most worrisome was the Uzumaki, though, as he seemed to get more excited at his. First, like all other teams, you will have to pass my Jonin instructor test to see if you qualify to be my students. He paused again, but the trio didn't change at all. If you pass the first test, you will become full-fledged genin. The second test is to see if you can handle the training regimen that has been recommended for you by the genin commander. He continued, referring to Kakashi's new unofficial title. This year's teams were organized differently than normal. They were put together for specific reasons, with hopes that they will stick together and be able to complete advanced missions in their area of expertise down the line. Team 7 was arranged to be a heavy combat squad. You will take regular missions just like other teams, but your main purpose will be combat. Therefore, you will often be called in as backup for other teams that aren't as strong in the area. Yamato explained. All 3 members reacted in their own way. Sasuke's lips upturned in a smirk. Naruto's grin threatened to split his face, and Hinata looked even more nervous, much more like she had been at the beginning of the year. Test number 1 is to fight me. In order to pass, you must land 2 successful blows on me, or force me into a position where you could subdue or kill me. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy to repeat your final year. The reactions grew. The boys seemed to love a challenge, while Hinata seemed worried. If you aren't fighting to kill me, you will not be able to land a single blow on me. Take this seriously, I'm a jonin, I can handle it. No explosive tags over grade 2 though. Naruto could have sworn he glanced at him nervously when he said that, but it happened so quickly he couldn't be sure. Grade 2 explosives were the lowest level designed for combat. Grade 1 were only for spars, 3 and 4 were meant to seriously injure or kill, and grade 5 were designed for destroying buildings or caravans. If you pass the first test, I will tell you about the second test. You have 4 hours. Begin. Yamato started the test and shunshined out so quickly that all 3 of them were surprised. Naruto hopped up from his seat in the grass, his 2 teammates following suit. He looked at Sasuke. Ready, you grumpy bastard? Sasuke rolled his eyes. That's a yes. He turned to Hinata and saw how worried she looked and laid a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Hinata, he might be a jonin, but we can do it. We just have to land a few solid hits. It's not like we have to capture or kill him. Hinata instantly felt better and extremely warm. She quickly turned away before Naruto could see how red her face was turning. You're right, Naruto-kun. I believe that we can do this, she said, and she did. She felt like anything was possible if Naruto was helping. Behind Naruto, Sasuke rolled his eyes once more. Hinata had confided in him about her crush on Naruto when she had first asked Sasuke for some extra training, and he thought her reactions to him were ridiculous. He was just Naruto, a goofy loser with a ramen addiction. There was no need to get so worked up. While Sasuke didn't really care that much about feelings and all that, he agreed to help her become stronger. He was curious, however, as to why her clan wasn't doing the training. It didn't really matter to him in the long run. She was his teammate now, and he and Naruto would make sure she caught up quickly. Naruto and Sasuke then turned to each other and seemed to have a conversation just by looking. Naruto finally nodded his head. Right, here's the plan. Hinata, Sasuke and I will handle the majority of the interactions with Sensei. He walks like he has a stick up his butt, and he has very few emotions, so he's definitely ANBU or former ANBU. He's been assigned to the last Uchiha and Uzumaki. As well as the Hyuga princess, he managed to tease despite being serious in a way that Hinata had never seen before. She blushed. So he's definitely a high-level jonin. We'll need you to use your Byakugan to help locate him. How long can you keep it activated? Naruto asked. Hinata had nearly become lost in the blonde's deep blue eyes, so it took her a second to respond. I can keep it active for an hour straight, but it needs to rest for about the same amount of time that it's been active. She responded. She had hesitated and said like some fangirl, and she wasn't happy with herself about it. Maybe her father was right. That's awesome, Hinata-chan. Naruto exclaimed, reading her facial expressions and seeing she needed a boost. Alright, once we get moving, I want you to alternate 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off and search for him. Can you handle that? She nodded firmly at him, determined to prove him right. Sasuke and I will help narrow down the search area as we go. Now, he's a high-level jonin, but he doesn't know all our tricks yet, so if we work together, I think that we can catch him by surprise. Naruto thought for a few seconds, then asked, anything to add, Sasuke? His movements are sharp and efficient. If he was ANBU, he'll likely take a flesh wound in order to block a killing blow. We should try and land multiple attacks at once. Ninjutsu is his best skill, so we should try and prevent him from using it. Naruto, how long do you think you could hold him? Sasuke asked, referencing Naruto's ability to suppress chakra using his chakra chains. If he's as high level as I think he is, probably only a few seconds. Naruto said, jaw clenched. He hated not being able to completely subdue someone. Okay, then I think our best bet is for you to catch him, and Hinata to deliver the blow. Her clan's taijutsu style will do damage no matter the level of the opponent. We just have to get her an opening. Sasuke said. Hinata nodded at this. She didn't get the same warm feeling as when Naruto complimented her. But it felt good in a different way that Sasuke thought she was capable. He wasn't the type to lie to make others feel better. With that, the 3 academy graduates headed off into the forest to find their sensei. Kakashi was impressed. He had made 7 shadow clones, which was basically his current limit while fresh, and sent them out to the 7 teams that had graduated. He himself watched Team 7's test, curious to see how his 2 favorite graduates were doing. 3 of the 8 teams had passed, slightly more than the average 33%. Teams 8 and 10 had been impressive. Kurenai had tested Team 8 by making them track her down through several genjutsu that were expertly woven. Both the Aburame and Inuzuka had handled it well, using their clan techniques to hunt her down. The big surprise was the civilian, Sakura Haruno. She had excellent chakra control, and had been able to detect and dispel all the lower-level genjutsu the Kurenai cast near instantly. Kakashi was pretty sure she had even seen her use a sensing technique to try and help her teammates find their sensei. Team 10 had acted as expected from an Ino Shikacho trio. The Nara had come up with the plan, and the Akimichi and Yamanaka had both helped herd their sensei. When Asuma was in place, Shikamaru had sprung the trap, a double bluff, that led to him using his shadow possession to catch his sensei. Shikamaru was under no impression that his shadow possession could hold his sensei if it couldn't even hold Naruto though. Flashback 1 month into the academy. When it came to their first full ninjutsu spar, Naruto was meant to fight Shikamaru. Shikamaru generally wasn't one to participate, and would often forfeit before even starting. Naruto had piqued his curiosity however, so he elected to fight. Figuring that Naruto wouldn't know anything about the Nara clan techniques, Shikamaru immediately made the signs for shadow possession jutsu and his shadow extended to Naruto. Naruto himself was curious as to what was going on, but when the shadow touched his, he panicked just a little bit. He couldn't move his body. What kind of genjutsu is this? Naruto shouted, unaware of what was really going on. Shikamaru just raised an eyebrow at his reaction. Genjutsu like this won't work on me, Naruto shouted, building up his chakra. Release! The shadow connecting the 2 shattered, and everybody felt a small wave of wind pressure. Everybody's mouth was hanging open, including Irika's. So troublesome. Sensei, I forfeit, Shikamaru said. He knew that the shadow possession could be disrupted by chakra, but he also knew the opponent had to be much stronger than the user. He kept his lazy demeanor, even as he heard Sasuke tell Naruto that, it's not a genjutsu, loser, but inwardly Shikamaru was shaken. He knew he was pretty much last in class, but that was supposed to be from a lack of effort, not ability. Now, not only was Sasuke obviously better than him, but Naruto was apparently leagues ahead of him. He would have to ask his father for some additional training if he was this far behind. So troublesome. He had been going through the extra training with his father, as much as the main had complained about it. It had been helping too, but he didn't think he could hold a high-level jonin in place if they knew how to break it. Kakashi knew that the team would be skilled in tactics, given the previous renditions of the team. They would need work physically though. The Nara just wasn't strong enough or fast enough. Same with the Yamanaka. Choji, being an Akimichi, packed quite a punch already, but he needed to get faster, or he'd never be able to land a blow. Team 7 had been the most impressive however, despite his high expectations for them. They found Yamato after 25 minutes, a feat in its own right given the size of the training ground. The former ANBU was under orders not to go all out, but to push them as hard as he could. That meant he was not to dip below Jonin level for any of his skills. He had handled them easily enough when they first found him. Naruto had thrown several kunai with explosive tags to steer him towards Sasuke's thrown shuriken. Yamato simply pulled out his own kunai and deflected them. The real issue came about when the blonde and raven-haired boys looked at each other and developed a gleam in their eyes. They both ran through hand signs and firmly said their jutsu names. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Yamato's face paled when the two jutsu collided. They would have been impressive separately, but together they actually made him nervous. He quickly sped through familiar hand seals and made a wood dome. He didn't want to reveal his techniques this early, if at all, but he saw no other choice. He wouldn't have time to mold enough chakra for a mud wall that would be able to withstand it. Similarly, he couldn't make a water technique that would be able to handle a combo technique this strong. When he had felt the force of the technique dissipate, he released the snake seal that his hands were in, canceling the technique. He immediately had to counter shuriken and kunai that were thrown at him. He flung his kunai back at his attacker, and it hit its mark. The blonde it hit smirked before popping into smoke. Yamato heard the crackle of lightning coming from his right and saw Sasuke holding out his hands. He quickly ran through hand seals knowing Earth wouldn't do the trick as he heard Sasuke say his jutsu name. Lightning Release, Thunderclap Arrow. Water Release, Water Wall. Yamato literally spit out. Using water release without water around was extremely taxing on his reserves, but he couldn't afford to use earth release against a lightning technique. He knew that Sasuke could use both lightning and fire release, but both the techniques he had used were C-rank. Generally, C-rank techniques require the user to have finished the first step in chakra nature manipulation. If a shinobi was especially talented, or there was enough of the element in the area, i.e. a river or earth, then it could be done. That meant that Sasuke was either truly a genius, or Kakashi was training a monster. Yamato just had time to decide that it was both, when he felt something start to wrap around him. The real Naruto had snuck up behind him and used his chakra chains to hold him in place. Yamato could feel his chakra being suppressed, but knew he could break it in the same way he would a genjutsu. He was just about done building up his chakra when he heard Naruto. "Now, Hinata!" he shouted. The Hyuga came flying in from his left, veins around her eyes showing, and one hand extended, aiming for his heart. She was coming in fast, he would have to hurry. Yamato released his chakra at full force. It was enough to expel the chains, but harder than it should have been. He rotated counterclockwise and leaned back, just out of the Hyuga's reach. He continued his rotation until he delivered a hard right fist to her ribs. It left him off balance, but he had to get her outside of his guard so he could reset the fight. It would have worked too, if that Hinata hadn't been a hinged shadow clone. The real Hinata came out from the tree she was hiding behind. Now behind Yamato, she rushed in full speed to deliver a chakra-laden strike to the back of his right thigh. She hadn't wanted to hurt her sensei, but Naruto and Sasuke had reassured her that he could handle a full-powered strike as long as it wasn't aimed for an organ. Yamato tried to rotate out of the way, but couldn't gain his balance in time. Hinata's strike hit him square in the hamstring, and he felt the leg go numb. Yamato used the force of her blow to continue his rotation even more. His right leg was nearly useless, but his left wasn't. As he rotated on his out-of-commission leg, slowly dropping, he brought his left leg up and caught Hinata in the shoulder with his heel. She flew back a few feet and landed on her side, skidding across the grass. Before she even stopped, Naruto and Sasuke were both standing in front of her, kunai in hand. The former looked pissed, while the latter donned his typical Uchiha mask. His eyes betrayed him ever so slightly though, at least for someone of Yamato's caliber. He saw the tightness there. The Uchiha was mad too. "The enemies will not take it easy on you, so I won't either. It would be a disservice to you to do so," Yamato said calmly, trying to stall without being noticed. The feeling would come back to his leg, but he would need at least a few minutes. "I don't care what you say. If you hit my teammate and friend, I'll give it back to you tenfold," the blonde said. His eyes started to turn slitted, and they turned from their regular deep light blue to a purple color, verging on red. His voice had gained an edge that one often didn't hear from someone so inexperienced. If Yamato didn't know his opponent's skill level, he might have been scared. As it was, he was on edge more than normal. He wasn't running low on chakra yet, but his wood release and water release techniques had used up more than he was comfortable with considering it was 3 versus 1. He was also on essentially one leg at this point. Granted, he could defeat them soundly if he really went all out, but he wasn't supposed to maim them, and they only had to land a single blow on him to pass. Plus, he had to make sure to monitor Naruto as it appeared he was beginning to tap into the Kyuubi's power. He would need chakra to spare if he had to suppress a Biju. Naruto-kun, it's fine. I'm okay, Hinata said. She was holding her left shoulder as she stood up. I let my guard down after landing the blow. It was a good lesson that I wouldn't have learned if he took it easy on me. There was disappointment in her voice, but also determination. She dropped into the gentle fist stance. Let us land the second blow before he recovers from his injury. Naruto's breathing evened, but the influence of the Kyuubi didn't leave his eyes. He grinned. All right, Hinata. He held up his signature hand seal. Let's do this. 10 clones popped into existence, surrounding Yamato and Team 7. Each clone held a ram seal, and 3 chains extended from their torso, 1 to each side and 1 upwards. The gold chains all interlinked, forming a dome, and Yamato saw it. A barrier. Kakashi hadn't said anything about barriers. Up in the trees, looking down on the test, Sharingan blazing, Kakashi smirked under his mask. He hadn't told Team 7 anything about Yamato, so he thought it was fair that he kept some things from him. Yamato lasted another 30 seconds with the 3 graduates, in addition to a plethora of clones, landed another blow. Even Kakashi was impressed considering the disadvantage that Yamato was at. He even landed a few blows back on the trio before Naruto finally snuck in a solid punch. Team 7 was officially a genin team. Naruto was grinning, Hinata had a full smile on her face, and Sasuke even had a big smirk on his face. Kakashi was extremely proud of them, but he didn't want to enforce what would come next. He now understood why Lord Third hadn't let him be their sensei. He would have been too soft on them. They needed to be pushed and hard. Kakashi landed in the clearing where the 3 preteens were talking with their sensei about their test. Kakashi, did you see how awesome we were? Naruto shouted. His smile was blinding, and Kakashi returned it through his one uncovered eye. He was unsurprised that Naruto knew he was watching. The boy was a natural sensor, and Kakashi hadn't been trying too hard to hide his chakra. I did, Naruto. You 3 did very well. Even better than expected, actually. All 3 genins' smiles widened. It's time for the second part of your test, though, Kakashi said, and the smiles shortened. You 3 are meant to be the strongest combat team we've had since, well, my team, Kakashi explained, casually leaning against a tree. 3 teams of your class passed their genin test. Team 7, 8, and 10-inch, he said, recalling his clones' memories. All 3 teams will be trained harder than genin usually are, as there are 8 clan heirs in this class. Your team will be trained the hardest. You will be pushed harder than before, even harder than Jiraiya pushed you, Naruto. The blonde paled at this a little bit. The Chunin exams are coming up in 6 months, and they will be hosted in Konoha. You will be expected to advance to the finals by that time. In order to ensure that, you will have to be more than ready for anything that can happen. Yamato here will ensure that. So what's the second test? Hinata asked, nervousness creeping in. I'm glad you asked, Hinata, Kakashi said, eye smiling. Yamato will explain it to you, he said, and shunshined away. Yamato's sweat dropped. The 3 genin turned to him expectantly. I will explain exactly what is to happen when we get to Training Ground 44. Let's go, he said, his voice grim. Team 7 arrived at Training Ground 44 a little while later. They were a little tired from traveling across the village, but they were more nervous about what would happen, even Naruto. They stood in front of the fence to the training ground, reading all the dangerous warnings when Yamato spoke. It will be a survival exercise. You will spend 2 weeks in the forest, with no food or water taken in. He turned to Naruto. Anything you have sealed in scrolls will have to be left with me. I know shinobi often cheat and lie to get the mission done, but this is for your benefit. It's a test, but the purpose is to get you ready for even harder training. If you cheat in there, you will not be ready, he explained. You will be allowed 3 kunai each, 5 shuriken, 1 roll of ninja wire. Sasuke groaned. Naruto, you will not be allowed to take your sealing supplies. Naruto looked like he wanted to complain, but he just nodded and stripped off his vest, as well as the large scroll on his back. He recalled the supplies Yamato allowed from the storage seal on the side of his scroll, as well as a hip pouch for them. When he was situated, he nodded at Yamato. Now listen to me carefully. You haven't gotten to know me very well, and you'll probably hate me after this, but I'm doing it because it will be the best thing for you. If you survive this test, your abilities will start to skyrocket. This will give you an extreme amount of experience, without having to leave the relative safety of the village. Just because you're in the village, though, doesn't mean you're safe. The animals and plants in there will all try and kill you, and they will do it at every hour of the night or day. They are mutated from normal animals, bigger, faster, and stronger. You will not be safe, he explained. He was worried about them, even though he just met them. There are traps that have been laid out there as a part of training exercises as well. You must have your guard up and protect each other at all times. But you'll be there to help if anything goes wrong, alright? Hinata asked. She was scared. Her Jonin sensei had just told her that the forest would be trying to kill her. Yamato shook his head, face as grim as they had seen it in their short time together. You will be alone. He lied. They couldn't know they were being watched. If we afford you a safety net, you will not be pushed past your limits, he said. They all nodded, albeit hesitantly. Unsurprisingly, it was Naruto who broke them out of their stupor. Alright, Team 7. I'm gonna be the Hokage someday, and I can't be the Hokage if I die in this dumb forest. And I'll die before I let either of my comrades, so we'll just have to find a way through, you know. He then listed rule number 1 to Sasuke, who nodded resolutely. Yamato was inwardly already a little proud of his team. He had done his best to scare them so that they would be ready, but they handled it well. He could also see the natural leadership that the blonde had, and how it was raising up both of his teammates. Naruto faced his new teacher. Alright, Yamato-sensei, we're ready. With that, the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga headed into the Forest of Death. Naruto hated Training Ground 44. Hated this forest. Hated the animals, the plants, and the bugs. It was fun at first, maybe even cool. They saw a few huge tigers, which was awesome. It was even cooler when they saw vines snare a tiger and basically eat it. Could plants eat a giant tiger? He was starting to think anything was possible in this dark section of hell. Things had turned from awesome to awful in the span of 20 minutes. They were starting to get hungry on the second day, and decided to hunt something larger than fish to feed all 3 of them. Sasuke was able to take down a deer with a kunai. Simple, until everything went downhill. They were preparing the deer for cooking, but hadn't even gotten the fire started when it attacked. Naruto sensed something was wrong at the last second, but it was too late to warn the others. He leapt in front of Sasuke, who was down on a knee skinning the deer. Fast enough to save his friend, but not fast enough to defend himself. One swipe had taken him down, and the animal was back in the shadows before they could even see it. 4 large slashes across Naruto's chest, from left shoulder to right hip. Hinata panicked. There was so much blood. She'd never seen that much blood before. Sasuke called upon his Sharingan, putting distance between himself and the dead deer. Then it came out of the bushes. Slowly creeping, deadly silent, coiled and ready to strike. The jaguar in front of them felt deadly, deadlier than any person or animal they had faced before. Could kill them if it wanted to, at least right now. They weren't prepared to face something like this. Not with Naruto out of commission. The bears and even the tigers had been fairly easy to avoid. They were very large and no doubt powerful, but they traded power for speed, and they were heavy. Too heavy to climb to the height in the trees that the 3 genin could travel at. This beast, though, was different. Sasuke's Sharingan could see the muscles tense and relax as it crept towards them. He had no doubt it was faster than him, no doubt it was stronger than him. There was no way he and Hinata would be able to stop it, not while also defending an unconscious Naruto. For the first time since the night his brother had murdered the clan, Sasuke felt fear. For himself and for his teammates. They weren't family yet, but they were close. Naruto might as well have been his brother, and Hinata was the closest thing he ever had to a sister. He wouldn't call them family, they weren't close enough for that yet, and he wasn't ready to let somebody be that close to him. But at the same time he couldn't watch them die. Not the way he'd been made to watch his family die. Hinata, find a clear path for us away from here. Take Naruto and get out. I'll be right behind you. Sasuke couldn't afford to take his eyes off of the predator in front of them, so he just had to trust that Hinata would follow his directions. He knew she was too scared to respond and too worried about Naruto. He knew because he was too, but he had forced himself to speak or lose the person who understood him the best. That thought made him eerily calm. It had only been about a year with Naruto in the village, but they had spent nearly every day together. It hadn't been planned, one of them just showed up, and the other would come along without argument or question. They had a bond that Sasuke was starting to feel like ran deeper than blood. They shared in their loneliness and misery of missing their families, yet kept one another distracted from those thoughts. He knew it was in there, but seeing Naruto lying there unconscious, blood seeping from his chest, and it made him come to terms with his own feelings. They were brothers. His eyes felt a pressure build in them, but he wouldn't cry. He couldn't afford to. His brother wouldn't die from the wounds. Naruto had explained that the Kyuubi could heal just about anything short of death. The wounds were deep, but not immediately fatal. He wouldn't be able to heal if this jaguar got him though, and he had a sneaking suspicion that this animal would be able to give chase in the trees. Sasuke pulled out his 5 kunai and 8 shuriken, as well as his 2 rolls of ninja wire. Naruto had wordlessly handed him all but 1 kunai and 2 shuriken when they entered the forest. He wanted to argue, but he knew the blonde would just claim that he wasn't as good with them as Sasuke was, and that he probably wouldn't use them anyway. Dumb idiot. Sasuke's eyes never left the creeping jungle cat. It had turned, and was beginning to pace back and forth. He didn't know why it didn't just rush them. Maybe it was trying to scare them, or maybe it was waiting for him to slip up and look away. Whatever it was, he was grateful for it, and wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. Even as his eyes watched the predator's muscles ripple, his hands worked. With practiced ease, he tied the ninja wire onto the tools that he'd gathered, faster than most ninja could write their own name. In seconds he was done, and he hoped this worked. It would have been much better with explosive tags, but they weren't allowed. Bastard sensei. The raven-haired boy didn't wait for the jaguar to pounce. As soon as he was ready, he let Hinata know. "On my go," he said. Time felt like it was slowing down, and he could almost feel the air pressure shift as Hinata exhaled and nodded her head. He hoped that feeling wasn't misplaced. 3, 2, 1, go, he hissed. He let loose his ninja tools. 2 of the shuriken headed straight for their hunter. There were clanks of metal as the rest ricocheted off each other and stuck into trees in various places. The kunai landed in the dead deer up to the hilt, anchoring them in. The jaguar dodged the shuriken easily enough. Not that Sasuke had really been trying to hit it. As with most shuriken throws, his goal was to move his opponent in a favorable direction. He held both ninja wire lines in his hands, the classic Uchiha smirk once again showing itself as he heard Hinata move away from him at his 5 o'clock. The jaguar had moved as his Sharingan predicted, leaving it right where he wanted it. He let go of the line in his right hand, and the wires attached to the shuriken snapped into place. This effect was twofold. The jaguar's front right paw was now tangled in the line, though it wouldn't hold long. It also put pressure on the other line in his hand, the one connected to the kunai. Before the jaguar could break the wire, he let go of the second one and fled. The kunai anchored in the deer were yanked, dragging the deer away from him, past where the jaguar had been. The jaguar would now have to spend a precious second freeing itself, and then choose between a free meal or giving chase to 3 ninja with a head start. Sasuke didn't wait around to find out its decision. He ran as fast as he could, pushing himself to catch up to Hinata. Took him half a minute to, and when he did, he took Naruto into his own arms, and they moved even faster. It was 3 full minutes of all-out running before they stopped. Both dojutsu users had their precious eyes activated, scanning for trouble. 5 minutes went by, then 10, then 20, before they relaxed even a little bit. During that time, Hinata had checked up on Naruto. The bleeding had slowed greatly, and eventually came to a stop, much to her surprise. Still, there were deep gashes running across her chest, and she was upset that she hadn't been allowed to bring her pre-made ointments. She felt helpless. Hinata had been mesmerized by the predator that attacked them, unable to do anything but watch and listen to Sasuke. She was supposed to be the best sensor on the team with her all-seeing eyes, but she hadn't even had them activated when it attacked. She felt extreme guilt at not doing her job. She knew the other 2 were the heavy hitters on the team, and that she was just supposed to be the support, but she hadn't even done that right. Naruto had been the one that sensed something wrong and sprung into action. Her thoughts were interrupted by a hacking cough and wheezing coming from her teammate. Holy hell, that cat packed a punch. He wheezed out, trying to sit up. Is everybody okay? He asked a little bit frantically. He trusted his team, but he had also left everything up to them and didn't want them to get hurt. Yes, you moron. You could be dead right now though. Sasuke spat out. He was pissed. Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you're okay, Hinata said, uncharacteristically loud. She threw her arms around the blonde, hugging him. When she realized what she was doing, she let go, face red. You shouldn't be sitting up though. Your wounds are deep. Even as she said it though, the wounds had closed up even more. She frowned. I guess I owe you an explanation on the whole super healing, huh? Naruto asked, mostly rhetorically. Well, Sasuke already knows this. He paused and took a deep breath. Not many of his friends knew his secret. Jiraiya and the Sandaime knew, of course, and he suspected Kakashi did too. He himself had told Sasuke, and he doubted that Yamato-sensei didn't know, especially considering he was a wood release user. It wouldn't feel right keeping the secret from a teammate though, so he began channeling some of the Kyuubi's chakra. His eyes became slitted and red, and whiskers grew darker and more pronounced. He grinned sheepishly, and Hinata saw that his teeth had grown a little bit more fang-like, and his fingernails now started to look like claws. I'm kind of the container of the nine-tailed fox, he said. His voice had gotten a little deeper and a little rougher. The fourth couldn't really kill him because tailed beasts are just chakra and kind of immortal. So instead he sealed him inside me when I was a baby. He chuckled nervously, not knowing what his teammate would think. The Kyuubi's chakra gives me enhanced stamina and healing even when I'm not consciously channeling it. It increases even more if I do though. He gestured to his chest, where the last of the wounds were closing completely. The cuts had been deep though, and it looked like he would have some nasty scars. The oppressive feeling of the chakra that Hinata didn't even realize was there dissipated as Naruto's eyes turned blue again. The breath she didn't know she was holding was let out. And Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered out. I get it if you don't want to be teammates anymore. Most of the people in the village don't really like me because of what the fox did. The Hokage can make other arrangements, Naruto said, avoiding eye contact. Hinata hated it, hated seeing Naruto so shy and small. The boy who she had seen as a knight in shining armor ever since the day he had saved her from those bullies 5 years ago, even when he left the village. The warmest person she had ever met, felt so cold. He didn't have any of his normal brightness or warmth at the moment. She wouldn't stand for it. Naruto-kun, I don't care what you have sealed inside you, or that the villagers don't like you. Determination leaked into her voice. She could be brave for him. She felt brave because of him. You're just Naruto, you wouldn't hurt a fly if it wasn't bothering anybody, and you definitely wouldn't ever attack the village. You're the strongest person I know, and I think even higher of you now that I know what you've had to deal with. He looked up at her in surprise. After a moment, she asked the question she already knew the answer to. Is that why you left the village all those years ago? He nodded. He was slightly shaky on the details himself. Most of it felt like a nightmare. He did remember waking up in the hospital when he was 7 though, and he remembered bits and pieces of the night that put him there. It was Hinata's turn to be pissed. She could have been spending time with him for the last 5 years. She could have been friends with him for all that time if it weren't for the villagers. They're dumb, she said finally. Naruto's head flipped nearly sideways in question, his hair flopping from one side to the other comically. The villagers who don't like you, they're dumb. I can see that even without my Byakugan. She held her chin up, a little bit of playful arrogance leaking into her voice. Neither of the boys had seen this side of Hinata. They were shocked. She was always the shy girl that stuttered through most conversations and didn't step on anybody's toes. She certainly hadn't ever called anybody dumb before. Neither knew what to say, so she spoke again. You both are covered in blood. We should get you cleaned up before more animals come hunting us because of the smell. And just like that, she turned away and leapt off the branch they were on. What they didn't know was that she was embarrassed by her sudden confident display and didn't want them to see her face turn red. Sasuke was the first to recover from his shock, closing his mouth before opening it to speak again. Come on, Naruto, let's go. We don't want to get left behind." Naruto's mouth was still wide open, but he nodded and stood up to follow. Day 7, Forest of Death. Yamato was happy with his students' progress. After the scare with the jaguar, they had made progress bordering on the extreme. It pained him for them to have to go through that, and if either of the other students had taken the blow, he would have pulled them right out. He knew the Kyuubi would prevent Naruto from dying though. He would have liked to intervene and keep the jaguar from ever striking Naruto, but he had to stay at least 50 meters away to stay out of Hinata's Byakugan range. Besides, if they survived that, they would get an immense amount of experience from it. It wasn't the same as being attacked by another ninja, but it was as close as they could safely get. They did survive, and now, after a week in the forest, they were showing improvement. Everything they did was sharper, crisper, and more cautious. They worked together more seamlessly. Hinata was beginning to join the boys in their wordless communication. They were adapting the basic academy hand signs to fit their needs, and very little needed to be spoken when they came across a dangerous situation. They were eating just fine. Hinata was using her Byakugan to help locate prey for the boys to go after, and using her knowledge of herbs and plants to help round out their diet. Naruto was using his clones more liberally, having them take watch, erect barriers, and guard them. It seemed as if his sensory abilities had gone up another notch, as all of a sudden Naruto's head would shoot up, and the three would up and leave, only to have a large animal come grazing through the area a minute later. Sasuke had improved the most though. Yamato could just see the red glint of his Sharingan as he kept it activated for a large portion of the day, only deactivating it when he had to rest them. He was getting faster, probably as fast as Naruto now, if not faster, and his movements became cleaner and more efficient. They had retrieved the shuriken from their first real battle, though the kunai were nowhere to be found, and his skill with them had increased too. They had come all this way, and they still had another week to go. Day 12, Forest of Death. Sasuke had no idea that it had happened, but the first time he activated his Sharingan after the incident with the jaguar, Naruto flipped out. He had unlocked the third tomo, in both eyes. From what he knew, this was fairly uncommon, usually it was one at a time per eye. He knew that the increased perception would cause strain on his body to keep up with it, so he kept them active as long as he could. His body quickly caught up until it felt mostly the same as it had with Tutomo. The only difference now was that he could keep up with Naruto, and Naruto looked like he was moving in slow motion. He loved his eyes. Naruto had taken on the role of protector for the team. His clones were invaluable. They were an early warning scouting system, a barrier team, a defense team, an attack team, evacuation team, manual labor team, and everything in between. Better yet, they returned their memories to him, so he was getting experience several-fold in each of those areas. His sensory abilities had gone up another notch, and a ring of clones could give them at least a minute of warning before most dangerous animals could reach them. He had added the usage of a fourth chakra chain pretty comfortably, which greatly increased his barrier usage and chakra suppression. Hinata's range with her Byakugan had increased due to her heavy usage of it. She could see about 75 meters with it now, up from the 50 she could see when she entered the forest. She could also spot their sensei watching, just on the edge of her range, and was silently furious that he hadn't intervened to help Naruto. The three genin of Team 7 had developed a comfortable system that now allowed them some free time. The forest required the ninja to be on edge at all times, but a week into their time in it, and they were learning how to relax while keeping their senses razor sharp. Because of this, they felt relatively safe training and exploring. So long as somebody, usually Naruto's clones, kept watch. Most of this time was spent having Hinata practice her gentle fist against Sasuke, who was still in the final stages of adjusting to his Sharingan. This left Naruto to his own devices. He had 10 clones spread out in a circle around their camp at all times, sitting in a meditative pose to sense any possible threats. Another 10 were paired up with the sensors so that if a sensor dispelled to warn Naruto, the paired clone could run interference to give them more time. The paired 10 would all work on something, from chakra control to his chakra chains, so long as what they were doing didn't draw unwanted attention. It seemed chakra usage would keep the smaller animals away, but draw the attention of the larger, more deadly animals. Naruto wasn't sure if they could sense it, or if they were just hearing or smelling the effects of the chakra usage. Either way, it had to stay limited even if they were better prepared for attacks. Naruto, the real one, was working on his physical attributes. Sasuke had caught up to his speed, and with the Sharingan, He'd never be able to outdo him in hand-to-hand. There were 3 solutions to that. Get faster, get stronger, get more efficient. While the last option could be done by clones training, the first 2 could only done by the original. So here he was, working feverishly at getting both stronger and faster. He was currently bouncing between trees at full speed while carrying rocks in a makeshift backpack. He really wished he had his sealing kit, then at least he could put the weight in a modified storage seal that didn't account for weight. The whole point of a storage seal was to counteract the weight of items stored. His idea would make him feel like he was carrying rocks, just without the awkward swaying and position of them. He had done a lot of thinking since he had awoken from the jaguar's attack. The jungle cat had put a lot of his skills into perspective for him. He needed to get better at sensing. His clones were improving with the skill, but he was unable to do it well without thinking about it, and that was the reason the jaguar struck without any real notice. The whole team had learned the lesson that they needed to be on guard more often, and had quickly rectified that individually without even discussing it. They would not be ambushed like that again. He also was thinking about his fuinjutsu. It didn't do him a lot of good if he didn't have his kit with him. Sure, he kept the stuff sealed on him at all times, but storage scrolls could be broken, no matter how strong they were made. He knew in theory that sealing could be done without a brush or inkwell. His father had been able to leave his Hiration mark without it. He hadn't figured out how yet. Thus, he had clones pondering it as he trained, but the thought hadn't left his head either. He had a theory that if he could convert his chakra into ink, that he could control where it went, and theoretically make seals with sheer chakra control and manipulation. This was easier said than done. His trial run with water chakra had gone poorly to say the least. He could hardly separate a blob of water on the ground into 2 or 3 separate blobs without breaking into a full sweat. Arranging the chakra into the fine intricacies of even a basic storage seal would require much more precise chakra control. He still hadn't even tried to convert his chakra into usable ink, but he was sure that would be the easier of the 2 parts. As he wound down his sprint training by dumping the load of rocks off his back, he began to contemplate. Necessity and survival had demanded that he up his shadow clone count. Jiraiya had severely limited his clone training, as there really wasn't any precedent for the sheer numbers Naruto would be able to put up. The most Jiraiya had ever used it for training-wise was studying up on fuinjutsu, and he always limited the number of clones and the time they were in existence. He claimed he would still come away with a headache. The forest had demanded that Naruto use more than the clones Jiraiya had allotted him, and for longer too. He kept increasing the number and time, expecting some sort of backlash, but it never came. Sure, he'd get a minor headache at the moment they dispelled, but he was running 30 clones for several hours in a row at this point, and hardly noticing any downside. He'd have to report this to Jiraiya through toad summoning at some point. First though, he wanted to push his limits a little bit. Naruto sat down just inside the encirclement of his clones that defined Team 7's current camp. He had 30 clones in existence right now, and he decided he could definitely handle 30 more. With a cross-hand seal and a little bit of chakra, far less than it used to take for him, they popped into existence. The clones had their orders already, so Naruto didn't need to tell them what to do. 20 clones found their own clear patch of dirt or rock to work on, and began attempting to make a basic storage seal design out of chakra-laced water. They couldn't come close yet, but he was hoping to change that quickly. The other 10 just found an open space, and began trying to convert some of their chakra into an ink substance that could be used for seals. None of them could do their task yet either, but he stayed confident. He made one more clone and popped it right away so that it could send orders to the others. Any clone not on sensing duty, about 20 of them, were to work on chakra control. He was determined to get this down before he left the forest. He'd be damned if he didn't leave here much stronger than he came in. It was only noon, so the original went to watch Sasuke and Hinata spar, figuring he could still work on strength while doing so. 3 hours of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and other body weight exercises, and Naruto was drenched in sweat. He had long since pulled off his clawed-up mesh armor. His wooden geta were off too. They had gotten annoying to put up with in a survival situation. As he watched Sasuke and Hinata resume their sparring, Naruto contemplated his uniform. He loved dressing like Jiraiya, he liked the way it looked, and it was unique from anyone else he had seen, especially amongst shinobi. However, the outfit, while technically built for shinobi combat, wasn't really optimal for situations like this, as he had found out. He would have to consider a change for when his team was sent out on missions, It wouldn't do to perform suboptimally just because of clothes. He was sure Jiraiya would understand. Naruto's thoughts shifted to his two teammates. They appeared to be making strides just as great as he was, though not if his clones would have anything to say about it. Sasuke was making easy work of Hinata, but still pushing her to improve. He was a good sparring partner for her in that he had eventually coaxed her to go harder and not pull her chakra-enhanced blows. Naruto didn't blame her. He would want to hit the grumpy bastard full force too if he had the chance. Thinking of Hinata holding back made him frown internally. She had a kind heart, maybe the kindest Naruto had ever seen. He didn't want this to be a pitfall for her, so he decided that he should do something about it. "Oi, Sasuke!" The raven-haired Genin's head snapped to him, expecting a sensory alert. "Mind if I jump in a little bit? Fighting my own clones has gotten boring. I always win, you know," he said with a grin. Hinata stifled a giggle while Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Sure, Naruto. Just try not to lose too badly." Naruto stuck his tongue out at the Uchiha. Knowing he wouldn't be able to say anything to rile him up, it hadn't been lost on him that he had hardly called him loser since the attack. Naruto made his way in front of Hinata and nodded at her when he adopted his special Uzumaki taijutsu stance. He waited for her to make the first move, determined to bring out a little bit of her aggression. 10 seconds went by before she finally lunged at him. He didn't move. There was no need to. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw he wasn't dodging or blocking. She pulled up on her palm strike as much as she could and held back her chakra. Her open palm struck Naruto's very firm and very bare chest right above his heart and stayed there. The blonde didn't even sway an inch. He looked at Hinata, down at her hand laying on his chest, then back up at Hinata. She blushed. "Hinata, why aren't I dead?" he asked bluntly. There was a small goofy smile on his face, as if this were the most casual thing in the world. "The gentle fist is supposed to attack the organs inside the body, is it not? You just struck my heart, yet I felt nothing. I didn't want to hurt you, so I pulled back, Naruto-kun," she replied, blush growing from pink to a more solid red. She could feel his strong heartbeat. "If you were going to hurt me, I would have dodged, but you were holding back right from the start," he said, a little more serious, but not enough to really put her down. "How will Sasuke, the great Uchiha, or I, the strongest genin," Sasuke grunted from the sidelines, "ever get any stronger if our sparring partner is holding back, you know?" he asked, as if he was hurt that she wouldn't help them. She heard the sarcasm in his voice, but her blush still grew. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm just scared of hurting a comrade. I don't like to see the people that I care about in pain," she answered shyly. "Hinata, you've seen Sasuke and I spar. We go hard against each other and we come away with injuries, but that's how we learn. Sasuke almost cut my ear off last week with a sword strike, and I learned to move my head out of the way of fast-moving sharp blades." She giggled at him. She couldn't help it. He could make her feel so at ease while discussing serious topics. That's the way sparring works. Pain is one of the greatest teachers. If you feel it, that means you're still alive. If you never experience the pain of the mistakes, there won't be proper motivation to improve. Plus, if you hit me right, I might just shut up for more than 5 minutes. He smiled big, and this time she laughed. "You are right, Naruto-kun. I promise not to hold back anymore," she replied, much more confident in herself after the blonde's mini-speech. Naruto nodded, but stayed there for a second. He looked at Hinata. Hinata-chan? You can take your hand off my chest now." He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, cheeks slightly pink. Hinata's whole face and neck had gone completely red, and she jerked away from her teammate. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she squeaked out. Naruto chuckled at her shy antics. He thought it was kinda cute. "It's okay, Hinata. Let's get back to the spar. I'm itching for some competition, you know." He grinned. When the flush left her face, she turned around. Sliding into the gentle fist stance her clan was famous for, she let a small smile grace her face. She would become strong enough to keep up with the boys and stand beside them. Naruto was starting to regret making Hinata go all out. He was holding back and still no doubt winning the spar, but he was hurting. The gentle fist was no joke. It had started as a blow to the shoulder, and it went numb. It was hard to move your arm if you couldn't feel your shoulder. Blows to the other arm and both legs soon made it hard for him to move at all. It was all healing, nearly faster than Hinata could hit him, thanks to the QB. He also could have switched to his father's style, which was more based on speed and avoiding blows, whereas the Uzumaki style would intentionally take blows to land harder ones, but he wanted to build her confidence. Hinata was a key part of the team. Naruto and Sasuke would be the main combatants, but she was the one who had the power to put down larger and stronger opponents with a tough exterior. He hobbled over to where Sasuke was sitting, putting on a bit of a show for Hinata's sake. Sasuke rolled his eyes at him. He stuck out his tongue in return. "You got beat just bad enough, huh?" Sasuke questioned. Naruto locked eyes with Sasuke's Sharingan, and an understanding passed between them. There was a deeper meaning in those words, one that conveyed approval at boosting Hinata's confidence. "You'd get beat just as bad if she'd go all out." He grunted back. That one hadn't been exaggerated. She had caught him in the ribs pretty good, and he was pretty sure she lacerated one of his lungs. Oh well, it'd be healed in a little bit. "HN. I hate when you do that." "HN." Sasuke grunted with a grin. It was Naruto's turn to roll his eyes. He continued walking to the part of the clearing that his clones had taken over. It had been several hours since he left them to their own devices, and he was eager to see the results. Before he did, though, bit his thumb and rolled familiar seals to summon his favorite toad. A small poof of smoke revealed Gamakichi, who had grown to a size that he would hardly fit on Naruto's head anymore. "Sup, Kichi. Sorry I don't have any treats for you. We're still in the forest, but I'll give you double next time," he promised. "That's what you said last time you summoned me, Naruto." "Oh, that's right. Well then I'll bring triple, or would it be quadruple?" he asked rhetorically. "Doesn't matter, I'll bring a lot. For now, I got something new I've been working on that I want you to see." Gamakichi nodded. He and Naruto had struck up a bond, and Naruto often summoned him when he was working on a technique. Gamakichi was never all that much help, aside from the regular oohs and ahs, but Naruto just seemed to enjoy the company. The blonde silently dispelled all but the sentry clones and their backups. The influx of memories made him flinch, but all in all the feedback wasn't so bad. He recalled the memories of the 40 or so clones that had been training for the last 4 hours and smiled. Sitting down on the ground, he leaned toward the bare section of ground in front of him. He channeled his chakra and focused, closing his eyes. As he focused, a blob of chakra began to condense into a black substance. It looked too watery to be proper sealing ink, but it was a start. Concentrating harder, he tried to form the chakra into a storage seal. The chakra moved under his command, but did so sluggishly. After 30 or so seconds of intense concentration, he had a whole lot of nothing. It was clear the chakra was moving into the right locations, but he couldn't refine it enough. The lines weren't small enough, and he couldn't execute the small curves and strokes necessary for a seal. Right now it looked like someone took a wet paintbrush and handed it to a monkey that started slapping it on the ground. This wouldn't pass as a seal, but he made huge progress in a short amount of time with his clones. He even mused that he could finish by nightfall if he increased the clones, and then he realized that he couldn't think of a reason not to. "So, what do you think?" he asked his familiar summon. "You trying to learn sealing with just chakra? That's pretty impressive stuff, Naruto. Pops says that was one of the keys to the Yandame's jutsu." Gamakichi replied. "Maybe you can use it to seal some snacks on ya, huh?" Naruto just eye-rolled at his summon and got back to work. First, he made 30 clones. These would go replace the 20 that were on guard duty and also expand the zone that they were covering. He would need more room. When the guard duty memories came back, he smiled. The 10 that weren't sensing had increased his chakra control greatly. 4 hours of straight chakra control times 10 clones, and he had a full work week of just control all in one afternoon. The 20 dispelled clones hadn't affected him much, so he decided to go relatively big or go home. And he couldn't go home. 100 clones, made in 4 groups of 25. He knew that he could make them all at once, but it felt weird mass producing himself like that. 25 felt more manageable, and he could give the orders to each group soundlessly. First 25, chakra control. Increase by any means necessary. Start dispelling every 10 minutes after the first hour. Poof. They appeared and took off. Second 25 chakra conversion ink needs to be a better viscosity and less clear. Dispel every 15 minutes until there's 10 left poof. Third 25, forming the storage seal on the ground, using water chakra or water lace chakra. Dispel every 15 minutes until there's 10 left poof. Final 25, forming the seal using the ink, dispel every 10 minutes until there's only 5 left poof. He was a little dizzy after making such large groups of himself so quickly, but he thought it was necessary. He found that his clones, much like himself, didn't really like being given orders. If he thought exactly what he wanted before he created them, they came into existence thinking it was their idea and wouldn't argue or slack off. It wasn't the most honest way to lead, but he was leading himself and he figured it was his idea, so he wouldn't mind. Having the clones dispel at intervals should have two purposes. One would be to stave off a potential headache, and the second would be to pass on their knowledge to the remaining clones so that they could improve upon it. It was his opinion that doing it this way allowed the clones to work more efficiently. While he wouldn't be logging as many total hours, every time a clone dispelled, the others would be working with increased skill. By the time the last 5 or 10 clones were left, they would have the knowledge of 20 or so other experiences to work with. It wasn't always the best solution, but when he was trying to figure something out, this seemed to work best. Raw chakra control and studying were a little bit different, as were refining techniques that he'd already figured out, like his taijutsu or certain ninjutsu. Either way, it was a beautiful thing watching 100 of himself get to work, determined to learn a new technique. He left them to their business to go hang out with Sasuke and Hinata. Team chemistry was just as important as skill after all. The 3 genins sat around a campfire, courtesy of Sasuke, enjoying each other's company. Naruto was really enjoying being part of the team. Sasuke had been his only real friend his age for a long time, and when they were together it was all training all the time. Having Hinata added and balanced the group out well, and he was grateful to have 2 people his age to call close friends, if not family. After a few hours of lazing around, Naruto sat up suddenly. He instantly had the attention of both of his teammates. "My clones think the jaguar is coming back." His statement was short and efficient. He was in what Sasuke had come to think of as his commander mode. He became a consummate shinobi, not a lot of wasted energy or emotions. Efficient. A true leader. "Let's pack up then," Sasuke said. They had already decided they would avoid the stronger predators. Naruto nodded. There wasn't much to pack, but they had collected a few items while in the forest. A deer skin that had been turned into a backpack, another one that carried water, a cool stick Naruto had found that he liked to swing around and pretend it was one of his swords. The boys had just started to get up when Hinata spoke. "No," she said quietly, but firmly. Uchiha and Uzumaki tilted their heads at her, silently questioning like 2 puppy dogs. She obliged. "I do not think we should run. It only got us last time because we were surprised and Naruto-kun was hurt. We will not have truly improved if we keep running from the stronger predators in the forest. We should fight it together." Sasuke raised an eyebrow with crossed arms at her confidence, and Naruto put on a 1,000-watt smile for her. They didn't even need to look at each other to come to a conclusion. They were in. Sasuke was the one that replied, having been conscious the last time that the jaguar pounced. "All right, here's the plan." Day 14, Forest of Death. Gen and Team 7 were making their way to the exit of the Forest of Death. Yamato had let them in somewhere between midday and midnight, and so they were to head out at roughly the same time. As they cleared the fence that denoted Training Ground 44, they smiled at each other, but didn't relax. Their sensei appeared in front of them by way of Shunshin moments later, confirming to the boys that he had indeed been watching them, just as Hinata said. It irked Naruto a little bit that he couldn't sense his teacher, even if he was probably a former ANBU. "You made it," Yamato said. It was said as a statement, but they could feel the question in it. "No thanks to you," Hinata said coldly. She could be a true Hyuga if she really wanted to. Yamato quirked his head ever so slightly at this. She had grown more than he thought. Perhaps Naruto and Sasuke had too. The latter confirmed his response when looked at his eyes and saw 3 tomo in each. Grown immensely apparently. He could feel the change in their chakra. It was denser and sharper, on edge the whole time. He could see the change in the way they carried themselves, like they were not just ready for an attack, but expecting one. He had kept watch over them, but 50 meters was far, and he couldn't see details such as the Tomoan eyes or exactly what Naruto had his clones doing. He was curious as to the nature of the blonde's training. It made sense logically in that shadow clones returned their experiences, but they didn't seem to be doing much besides chakra control and playing in the dirt. Relax guys, Yamato-sensei would have stepped in if things got too rough. It's just as I said, Hinata, your training has to have a certain amount of pain in order to be truly helpful. Naruto said. Hinata relaxed slightly. Sasuke's eyes deactivated. Anyways, Yamato-sensei, we got you this. Naruto held up what looked like the claw of a big cat. It looked a little small to be a tiger's, so Yamato guessed it came from the jaguar they took down. He couldn't be sure as the trio had gone on a small tear through the forest in order to claim their spot as apex predator. They hadn't killed a lot of the animals, only those that fought back hard. The jaguar, a few tigers, and a large bear. The claw had a hole through it on the top, with a small strip of leather weaved through it. A necklace. Upon closer look, all three genin appeared to be wearing one, though Naruto's was on a black leather strap that looked like it had been bought rather than made makeshift in a forest, and it sat next to the strange leaf pendant he had been wearing when he went in. Go on, take it. The blonde pushed it forward some more. We're still pissed at you for sending us into the hellhole, but we know you did it for our own good, he said with a smile. His eyes said there would be payback though, and Yamato felt a drop of sweat form on his forehead. For claws. One for each member of Team 7. Yamato supposed that they all came from the paw that had sliced open Naruto. Symbolic, then, of their first real test. He felt a little touched that they had thought of him. He slipped the necklace over Herd, gratefully, and allowed a tight-lipped smile to show. He would have to find a more refined leather strap in the merchant district for it. Yamato realized the blonde hadn't been holding the necklace when they cleared the fence though. He had summoned it from a seal. Naruto, I thought I told you no sealing kit? Only the tools I allowed. Naruto smiled in return. I didn't have a kit. I found a way around it. Naruto held out one hand, and with the other, seemed to place a storage scroll on his open palm. Yamato didn't say anything about the impressive feat. He was under strict orders not to let him get a big head. Anyway, thank you for the necklace. He replied. See guys? I told you he'd like it, you know. Naruto said, excited to truly be together with his team. I do apologize for putting you through that. It wasn't something I wanted to do, and it wasn't something any newly minted genin team should have to do, but it was necessary. Yamato said to his team. Why's that? Naruto asked dumbly. Before Yamato could answer, Naruto suddenly sharpened up. His teammates followed suit, and they leapt back from a kunai with an attached explosive note. Hinata and Sasuke's dojutsu sprung to life, and Naruto threw up a hand seal but didn't stop there. 3 clones popped into existence, using their chains to surround and barrier off the explosive tag. The original flung a kunai that appeared out of nowhere into the trees up and to his left. The hand seals that he had formed turned one kunai into 20, peppering the area that the explosive-tagged kunai had come from. His teammates covered his flanks, keeping an eye out for the opponent. All 3 seemed to follow the incoming Shunshin. That's why, came the lazy drawl of the masked Jonin. The explosive tag exploded, completely contained by Naruto's barrier. Sasuke joined the blonde in groaning. That so wasn't cool, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Mama. Not everything is about being cool, Naruto, Kakashi replied. He still slouched into a lazy stance, but it was noticeably sharper to all 3 genin. Besides, I was just trying to show off your skills. Look at how well you reacted. 2 weeks ago you would have moved slower and later. Sasuke would have fired off a flashy fire jutsu, leaving you unguarded in your return fire, and Hinata would have been too scared to move in time. Now you look like a well-oiled machine, and you haven't even received training from your Jonin sensei, Kakashi said, pissed Naruto and Sasuke off at how right he was. They wanted to argue, but there wasn't anything to be said. Hinata blushed ever so slightly at the praise from the man in charge of this year's genin. See? Even you know it, Naruto, and you're the dumbest one, Kakashi said, with no real venom in his tone. Naruto resented that. Well, we didn't get a cool jaguar claw necklace for you. It's only for members of Team 7, so suck on that, Kakashi. The blonde yelled childishly. Kakashi just gave them his trademark eye smile and laced his finger around the cord on his neck and showed off his newest accessory. Don't worry, I managed to get one so I could be a part of the team too, he taunted. Kakashi didn't wait for a response and left very Leaf Shunshin. I hate him. Me too, the Uchiha echoed. I think he's funny, Hinata said, still stifling her giggles. Traitor, the two boys said simultaneously, turning her giggles into laughs. Yamato smiled again, this time at the camaraderie of the team. 2 weeks together and you would never know that they hadn't been together for 2 years. He was excited to get to work. Okay, test number 2 has been passed. We begin real training tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Be prepared, it will be difficult. We also have D-ranked missions to make up from your 2 weeks in the Forest of Death. I look forward to our time together, Yamato said, before he too left via Shunshin. What the hell? Did he just say Forest of Death? Naruto asked. Nobody had said the place was named after death. He probably wouldn't have been so eager to go in if he knew that. Come on, moron. Let's go get some food. It was a testament to her growth that Hinata tagged along without even being specifically asked. The 2 weeks in the Forest of Death had been the glue that solidified the chemistry of the team. Ramen? Naruto asked. It wasn't a question though. He hadn't had ramen in 2 weeks. They were going to Ichiraku's no matter what. Sasuke sighed, and Hinata giggled. Team 7 was given 3 days off in reward for their 2 weeks in the Forest of Death. Naturally, a day off for them, the boys in particular, wasn't really a day off. Naruto was busy abusing his clones in exchange for sealing practice and knowledge. He had sent word through Toad Summon to Jiraiya, and was waiting to hear back to see if he would be allowed to up his training regimen even more. Currently, he wasn't going over the roughly 100 clone training limit he had used in the forest, though they were going for several hours at a time. The unfortunate part of his newly discovered sealing technique, which he was dubbing ink release, was that he had to practice each seal he had in his current repertoire. Just because he could make a basic storage seal with his jutsu, didn't mean he could make an explosive tag. The fortunate part was that once he had the technique down and he had it down, it only took his 100 clones a few hours tops to master a new seal design. In the 3 days since they left the forest, Naruto had been able to master 8 of his seals, as well as 2 new ones that his clones had learned through reading. The rest of his training wasn't exactly neglected either. While he wasn't physically developed enough to use resistance seals, they could stunt the growth of chakra coils if used too early in life. That didn't mean he couldn't resistance train. He was using his ink release sealing jutsu to put modified storage seals on his body, and then, with the help of his clones, sealing weights into them. The modifications allowed the user to feel the weight of what was sealed, and spread the weight across the entire body. This removed several negative aspects of typical weight training. He wouldn't be encumbered by the bulkness of the weights. The distribution of the weight was even, so it wouldn't affect his taijutsu or running forms when they were removed. The weight could also be added upon with ease. Instead of buying a new, heavier set of weights, he could simply buy another light set to add, or just grab a few rocks. The only real downsides that he could see was that the weight couldn't be ditched as easily, and it put more stress on his spine than strictly necessary, meaning he had to limit the time per day he could use it. Still, he was making great strides with his speed and strength. Sasuke was training separately from Naruto, though they were never far from each other while doing so. He had dug into the old Uchiha scrolls that were in the clan head's personal library. He had essentially resigned that Naruto would be faster than him. The Kyuubi healed his muscles from training much too fast and efficiently for Sasuke to be able to keep up, not to mention Naruto was already naturally fast to begin with. Speed wasn't everything though, and while Naruto had his Biju, Sasuke had his eyes. Efficiency would be how he counteracted pure speed, but there wasn't a different aspect that the Uchiha was currently focusing on. Genjutsu. That was Naruto's biggest weakness. He was no slouch compared to other genin. He could detect and dispel just about anything C rank and lower with ease. Some B ranks and most A ranks could ensnare him though. He had plenty of chakra output to break them, but his senses could be tricked into thinking he was dispelling with chakra when he actually wasn't. Sasuke was sure that was how Kakashi had gotten him. Sharingan Genjutsu could also be notoriously subtle, and he could use it to steer Naruto into decisions that favored him. The clan scrolls were only accessible with a 3-tomo Sharingan, a special clan genjutsu that was used on nearly all the clan scrolls to limit who could access them. Sasuke's upgraded hardware opened up many avenues. The Sharingan itself was feared for the help it provided its users, but it was the 3-tomo version that made the clan so feared. The insight it granted users was unbeatable. The user could weave genjutsu nearly instantaneously through eye contact. Something as subtle as causing the victim to want to use water style, or as bullish as requiring them to try and stab their own teammate. The genjutsu options were nearly limitless, and Sasuke was intent on learning them. Hinata was also training, though she didn't have much say in the matter. Her father had been happy that she had passed both of her tests, and with the report her Jonin-sensei, a man he respected, had turned in. He did, however, think that she required more training. Given the status of her two teammates, and the reason the team was put together, it was safe to say that Team 7 would be in the village, and the rest of the world's spotlight. It wouldn't do for her to embarrass the Hyuga in such a capacity. For that reason, Hayashi Hyuga had once again taken his eldest daughter's training into account. She was still weak, especially compared to her younger sister, who was a Hyuga heiress through and through. Hayashi did note, however, that she wasn't holding back quite so much. It was at the Hyuga clan compound that Naruto met up with Hinata. The blonde had managed to sneak into the dojo reserved for the main house via shadow clone. His clone didn't like what he saw, and ended up sparring with Hinata until the real him could get there. They continued the spar once the flesh and blood version of Naruto arrived. It was clearly written on the clan head's face that he had never seen Hinata fight like that. Naruto was glad that he and Sasuke could bring out that side of her, but he wished she would do it all the time. He wasn't a fan of the way her clan viewed her. They thought her weak when he knew she was strong. It was frustrating. He was brought out of his thoughts by the scuffling of Hinata's sandals. Her very new and much more feminine sandals. In fact, her whole outfit was different. Naruto eyed Hinata analytically. The forest had changed her, just as it had changed him and Sasuke too. She wore the same navy shinobi pants as before, with her kunai holster bandaged to her right thigh. Her shinobi sandals now only had straps just short of her toes and up around her ankle, leaving much more of her foot exposed. They even had a small heel to them, and were much more feminine than her previous pair. She wore the same mesh body armor underneath her jacket, which was where the biggest change occurred. She no longer wore the baggy cream-colored jacket with fur lining. In its place, she had on a lavender zip-up jacket with white sleeves and a white hood. While it wasn't skin-tight like a lot of Kunoichi's uniforms, it was much more form-fitting than before. He could actually see the figure of his Kunoichi teammate, one that was much more developed than he would have thought before they entered the forest. /N. This is just Hinata's outfit from Shippuden, though she hasn't grown, has shorter hair, and the necklace. No real crazy changes here. Naruto shook his head out of the gutter. The forest tended to dissuade you from the unnecessary. First, he had learned to ditch his sealing kit, though he still practiced as it was a part of the discipline and needed for more complex seals. Then, Naruto had put in an order for new clothing that should be ready any day now, and he suspected Sasuke had too. There was no reason to be surprised at Hinata's change. In fact, it was expected. Still though, she looked so much more girly, yet stronger at the same time. He liked it. He returned to his analytical view of his teammate. She had bruises in every exposed area, and no doubt in some of the hidden ones as well. She had grown her hair out a little since joining the team, and it was just starting to reach the top of her jacket. It was the longest that he had ever seen it. Her headband was, as always, hanging from her neck. The jaguar claw necklace was hard to spot. It hung just below the headband, and just above the top of the jacket zipper, right where the cleavage of her breasts would have started, if she chose to expose any. He blushed ever so lightly. Naruto shook his head again. Why was he having such a hard time focusing? She looked tired, like she'd been training for a long time, but he saw the determination in her eyes, and he grinned. I like your new outfit, Hinata. It looks really good, and way more comfy than your old stuff too. Do you want me to put any seals on it? He asked. Hinata smiled softly in return, her cheeks tinging pink. That would be great, Naruto-kun. Thank you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in his trademark sheepish motion. Don't worry about it, Hinata. That's what teammates are for, you know? Hinata only nodded in return. After a few seconds of comfortable silence, Naruto couldn't take the slow pace anymore. All right, we gotta get Sasuke on the way to the training ground, and I am not walking like this. I feel like a freaking turtle crawling through jello. Come on. He put his hand on Hinata's shoulder and formed a half-ram seal. The civilians in the area only saw a few leaves floating behind in place of the blonde and his Hyuga teammate. They could only shake their heads at the boy's antics. Team training, the trio had decided, sucked. It wasn't as dangerous as the forest, but there was no downtime either. The forest was the forest, it wouldn't change for you. If you're weak, it will eat you alive. If you're strong, it will be a cake wake. Yamato-sensei's training was the opposite. It started out hard, trying to coordinate between the three of them to best succeed at the tasks. They adapted fast, as they had strong bonds and a willingness to work together. So, unlike the forest, their sensei adapted. Sasuke wasn't allowed to use his Sharingan. Naruto wasn't allowed to talk, and Hinata couldn't use Gentle Fist. The handicaps grew the better they got, and varied depending on the task. 2 weeks of this found them on Training Ground 7 with Sasuke blindfolded, Naruto with a chakra suppression seal slapped over his mouth, and Hinata with her hands tied behind her back. Still, they persevered. Despite their hatred for their sensei's training and his slightly sadistic tendencies, they grew fond of the man. He was honest with them, encouraging positive actions and punishing negative ones. It was quite literally textbook training methods, but after getting to know him, they knew there was no higher compliment than Yamato doing something textbook for you. The man loved his procedures and rules. The training tasks varied. Sometimes they had to land blows on him just like with their first genin test. Sometimes they had to reach an objective, sometimes they had to prevent him from reaching one. Yamato told them it was a simulation for real missions. Often they had to protect cargo while they did them. The cargo was usually Naruto's shadow clone, who popped at the slightest hit from their sensei. Therefore, they accurately impersonated most civilian merchants, who were the main procurers of missions. Today, they were trying to steal important intel from an enemy shinobi. Their communication was mixed. Naruto couldn't speak, so he had to find non-verbal ways of communicating. The easy fix was to use hand signs. The team's vocabulary and capability with them had grown immensely since they trekked into Training Ground 44. The only problem was Sasuke had a blindfold on. They found quickly that the translation of Hinata reading Naruto's hand signs and speaking them out loud for Sasuke was just too slow in battle. Because of this, Hinata was forced into a leadership role, at least for this exercise. She was the only one who could both see and speak, so she had to be the one to make the calls. Plus, with her hands tied up, she wasn't much help in the fight anyway. Yamato had attempted to take away their greatest strengths as a team, so they could better train their weaknesses. Sasuke lost sight because even without his Sharingan, he had sharp eyes that he relied on too much. His other senses were underdeveloped, at least in comparison to his eyesight and other shinobi skills. He wasn't a natural sensor like Naruto, but that didn't mean that he couldn't sense. He was forced to combine chakra sensing with his other three senses that came in handy while fighting. He couldn't waste jutsu either, which was a habit of his from sparring with Naruto for so long. When your opponent whipped out jutsu after jutsu, it was easy to get caught up in it. Not being able to rely on his strongest sense forced him to be absolutely sure that an attack would land. Naruto lost his voice and his chakra use. The boy was the unspoken, loud-speaking leader of the team, and the glue that held them together. He was also a chakra powerhouse and needed some more finesse. He needed to understand what it was like for his teammates to fight, given they didn't have his chakra reserves. If he was to be an effective leader and someday Hokage, he needed to feel what the average ninja felt. He couldn't properly command them if he thought they could all go nonstop like him. Hinata was handicapped by her clan styles, and although Jonin-sensei weren't to meddle in clan techniques, nothing was stopping him from showing her its weaknesses or teaching her other things. Because of her teammates' handicaps, she was forced to lead. It didn't suit her one bit, but there were times when she would have to make decisions on her own when Naruto or Sasuke didn't have time to, or weren't there. She would be making Chunin in no time too, and would need to be able to lead a team effectively if called upon. Of course, being Team 7, they found a way to make do. Yamato was beginning to become scared of them. They were all Chunin level, in his opinion, The boys were quite a bit higher than entry level, but he hadn't seen them go all out, so the sky was the limit for them. The ANBU training that he was giving them had solidified that their weaknesses wouldn't keep them from the level though. Hinata was the weakest, of course, though her taijutsu skills were the best. Even if she couldn't defeat the boys yet, the personal training with Hayashi, combined with Hinata's renewed effort, had seen to that. She learned quickly, and it didn't take long for her to correct the few mistakes she had. Of course, having Naruto at just about every individual training session was great motivation for her, even if Hayashi had to bribe the blonde with ramen to get him there. Yamato still wanted her to learn some techniques that weren't her clan's, so that she would have something to fall back on if an opponent was a counter to her. The Byakugan wasn't infallible. Nothing was in the shinobi world. It would be good for her to have strength that wasn't hereditary. Speaking of which, now would be a good time to truly show her that, now that he had some jutsu in mind. Break. Take 10. Then we'll move to spars, Yamato said. His rhetoric was still short and efficient with them, but some of his emotions had started to leak in, and they could tell he liked being around them. Sasuke yanked the blindfold off his head and burned it with a small fire jutsu in a tantrum that Academy Naruto would be proud of. Current Naruto made the ram seal and released the chakra-suppressing seal on his mouth before removing the tag itself. The rush of chakra through his system revitalized him. He immediately made 5 clones who all began talking at once. Hinata giggled as she unbound her hands from behind her back with quick bursts of chakra from the tenketsu on her wrists. Naruto-kun, you don't have to make clones to talk just because you had to be quiet for a little while. She giggled again. Ugh. Hinata, you have no idea what it's like to go that long without talking. That was an hour, he yelled, arms waving wildly. Of course I have to use clones to catch up, or I'll always be behind no matter how much I talk, you know. She had to focus on what he was saying, as another clone was currently trying to talk with her about the merits of using ramen in place of standard medical techniques. He claimed 10 bowls of Ichirakus could replace a surgery. She couldn't help her giggles. The blonde was just so goofy, even when she was sure he was being serious. Sasuke locked eyes with 2 of the clones, Sharingan flaring, and they were put under a basic genjutsu. He made the 2 appear like they had bowls of ramen on their head, and they soon began struggling to lick each other's hair in an attempt to get the liquid gold. This left 2 clones to pester Yamato-sensei about a C-rank mission. The other thing the trio had agreed on in the last 2 weeks was that D-ranks were not fun. Hinata didn't seem to mind them that much, but they made her 2 teammates much less enjoyable to be around. The 2 would first complain for an hour about how boring it was and how it was a waste of time. That would then devolve into posturing about who was better at said boring task. They would lock eyes, and the mission would wordlessly turn into a competition. If it was pulling weeds, it was who could pull the most. If it was painting a fence, it was who could paint the most. It was ridiculous stuff to compete over, and the Hyuga didn't get it. It was entertaining enough at times that she didn't complain about them, but she too was beginning to look forward to a C rank. The confidence she had gained over the last month made her feel like they could handle it. It's only been a month, Naruto. No genin team takes a C rank after a month. You're being trained harder than any other team, and it's still recommended that we wait 3. Yamato explained for the 11th time. But we're even better than expected, and you know that. Hinata and Sasuke have made gigantic strides, and I can do like 200 things at once, he said, referencing Jiraiya's improved clone training limit. Sure, after 150 he started to get a bad headache, and 200 could make it blinding if they were active for too long, but he could still technically do it. You're not ready. In truth, they were, at least skill-wise, more than ready even, given his view on where their skills rank. They weren't mature enough though. Would Naruto forgo a plan to rush headlong into battle? Would Sasuke ignore an order to fight a powerful enemy? Would Hinata freeze up if she had to land a killing blow? What if they came across a Jonin with a team of Chunin? It was almost not possible, but C ranks were C rank for a reason. Leave the village and things can get dangerous fast. It only took 1 blade to the proper vital to end a life. They either had to acquire more experience through the training exercises in D ranks, or become so strong that their immaturity was not as much of a factor. The second option was coming up scarily fast. We are, and we're willing to prove it, Naruto said. Yamato thought about it for a while, long enough to hear the birds of the forest sing back and forth twice. Fine. In 3 days, I'll have a challenge ready for you, and if you pass, I'll allow you to take a C rank. It will be treated like a C rank. You'll be given the mission parameters the night before and allowed to prepare for it. Fail, and you'll have a week straight of no training, just D ranks. Deal! Naruto shouted, before either teammate could even begin to protest. It wouldn't be maturity that got them the C rank, that was for sure. The genin of this year's rookie class got together at Choji's favorite barbecue joint. This was a new tradition that Naruto was trying to start, at least on a monthly basis, though it was unlikely that they would all be able to show once they started leaving the village regularly. The restaurant was owned by an Akimichi, and as such was one of the few restaurants that could seat 9 genin, a puppy, and a toad summon. It was also the only restaurant that gave Choji a discount, and he was by far the most expensive of the 9 to feed. The rookie 9 sat in a circular corner booth, grouped by teams with Team 10 on one end, Choji getting the aisle seat, and Team 8 in the middle, Akamaru peeking out of Kiba's jacket. Team 7 sat on the other end, Sasuke taking their aisle seat. He had warmed up to the rest of their class admirably, but he still liked his personal space. Naruto was, of course, seated next to him. The blonde was trying to draw him into the conversation by telling wild tales that included Sasuke, and most certainly didn't actually happen. Ino was actively engaging with Naruto, the two blondes unsurprisingly taking up a majority of the conversation. Ino considered herself the center of Konoha's gossip mill, and possibly the world. Naruto just liked to talk. Somehow, though, they didn't clash when put together. Instead, they worked together to vanquish any possible silence that could be had. Their repertoire together was playful, almost flirtatious. Not that Naruto really knew what it looked like to the others, he just liked talking to her. Kiba, never one to be outdone, was bragging boisterously about how he and Akamaru were the strongest genin. Sasuke quickly pointed out that the two of them couldn't be one genin. Kiba couldn't wrap his head around that, so the conversation was forced to flow on. Sakura even jumped into the yelling with the boys and Ino. Ever since she started training with Naruto, she had become a little bit more of herself, and a little bit less of what she thought the ideal kunoichi should be. Kurenai had helped strengthen that ideal within her, showing her that a powerful kunoichi was a beautiful one too. She liked it that way, and it seemed like everyone else did too. Except Kiba, whose arm was always bruised from her punches. Choji was too busy stuffing his face with food to jump into the conversation at first, but he joined in between rounds of meat, happy to drag Shikamaru in with him. The Nara thought it was a drag, but he hated letting his friend down, so he obliged. Shino had gone the whole get-together without speaking when Naruto turned to training as a topic. After Team 10 finished complaining about Asuma being a slave driver, Ino's words, Naruto cued the Aburame in. Shino, how's Team 8 doing? Naruto asked. Everybody is in good health and progressing well, Naruto. Shino replied. Naruto's eye twitched ever so briefly at the response, but he recovered and dug deeper. Can you give me specifics on your training? How is your teamwork coming along? The mood soured slightly at this, most noticeably between Kiba and Sakura. Kurenai-sensei is having us work on it, as well as our individual skills. I do not believe Sakura likes having a dog around all the time though, and she doesn't seem to be fond of my insects either. Kiba and I get along fine, though he is brash and ill-tempered. Shino summarized the answer as efficiently and logically as he could, but for some reason both his teammates appeared to be mad at him. He was at a loss, as he knew his observations were correct. Shino, I don't mind your insects one bit, Sakura said, and if that was true, she had grown a lot in the month. My problem is with how you use them. You shouldn't leave them crawling all over us without our permission, Sakura said, heat rising in her voice. It's only logical to place them on my teammates. If an emergency were to occur, I can track them, Shino stated. Yeah, Sakura. What if there's an emergency? Maybe Shino should put more bugs on you just in case, Ino teased. Maybe Shino should put bugs on all of us? I mean, we're all comrades, and it'd be really helpful if somebody needed to be tracked. Right, Ino? Naruto interrupted with a smirk on his face. Bugs didn't bother him. He'd eaten enough on MT Mayaboku to be desensitized to them. They did tend to bother most girls, though. Don't antagonize her, Naruto. She's bad enough as it is. A bystander would have thought Shikamaru was just complaining, but any of the Rookie 9 knew he was being playful. He just didn't have the energy to properly show it. I don't think you should put your insects on people without their permission, Shino. I give you permission to tag me if you think it's necessary though. Hinata said politely. The slight stutter in her voice was from speaking in front of such a large group. It had been a while since she'd had to speak to anyone but her team or family. I suppose it is not necessary as long as we are in the village. Though there has already been an attempted kidnapping on you, Hinata, so maybe I should mark you, Shino said. Everybody who was listening at least raised an eyebrow at this. Shikamaru, of course, knew what had happened. His mom had forced him to do extra learning on history, since he failed the subject 1 year. Naruto was just as curious as everybody else, but he knew Hinata would tell them when she was ready, so he did what he did best, and distracted everybody. Speaking of leaving the village, Team 7 has a test tomorrow to determine if we're ready for a C rank, Naruto said proudly. The other 6 genin seemed in awe at this, and Hinata touched Naruto's knee under the table in thanks. Kiba seemed upset that Team 7 was getting first crack at least being tested for a C rank, but Sasuke brought him back down to earth. Kiba, our worst person in each shinobi art, could probably defeat your best with maybe the exception of Genjutsu. He looked at Naruto for confirmation, but the blonde just shook his head. His efforts to learn one had been fruitless so far, as well as taken up a lot of shadow clone training time. It's not a bad thing, you guys just haven't had as much extra training as us, Naruto offered. He didn't want a rift between his classmates just because they were better. Tisich? Whatever, Uchiha, Kiba replied. He didn't have a lot of ammo when it came to trash-talking skills. Team 7 really was the best of them, so far at least. It's alright, Kiba. We'll catch up to them soon enough, right guys? Sakura asked. For heads nodded, though it went undetermined if Choji's nod was just him chowing down. Naturally, Shikamaru didn't bother to move, but his eyes told the truth. He didn't like being behind any more than them. So what's the test gonna be? Kiba asked. He'd licked his wounds sufficiently, and was curious so his team could learn what they would have to face in the future. The mission scroll says we have to deliver it to the tower in the center of Training Ground 44. We have till sunrise the next morning to do so about 19 hours to work with, Naruto explained. 44? That's the Forest of Death, Kiba exclaimed. Genin are forbidden to go in there, and I only know about that because I tried to follow my sister and my mom caught me. That punishment wasn't fun. A look of horror showed on Kiba's face, and a few of the genin shuddered. Most knew what it was like to be punished by parents. Sasuke nodded. Not like it'll be our first time, and it's less than a day. No problem at all. Uchiha arrogance strode through into his words. No way you guys have been in there before, Kiba denied. It's true, Kiba. Our genin test was a survival exercise in the forest by ourselves, with minimal equipment. Hinata replied. Wait, is that where you 3 were for all of those first 2 weeks? Ino asked. She was as well informed as ever. All 3 members of Team 7 nodded in their own ways. Hinata shyly, Naruto proudly, and Sasuke smugly. The remaining rookies were even more impressed. 2 weeks alone in the Forest of Death, while the rest of us aren't even allowed in. Kiba shook his head at the realization. They all knew they were behind, but the gap was big enough that they couldn't even see how big it truly was. Now they were getting an idea. They knew that Hinata wouldn't lie to them. She just wasn't. That kind of implication was caught on by all 6 of the other rookies. If only Chunin were allowed, it was safe to say that surviving 2 weeks in there put them at least close to Chunin level. More importantly, their senseis and the Hokage allowing them, heck, sending them in there, meant that they were probably sure they were Chunin level. They wouldn't risk the lives of the most promising genin so needlessly. 1 month since graduation just wasn't enough time for the rest of them to grow that much. One genin in particular saw the implications better than the rest. His half-lidded eyes dragged slowly over his comrades. He knew the Hokage wouldn't risk their lives that early in their careers without a true need for it. That implied that there was bad news around the corner. Shikamaru inhaled slowly. Troublesome, he thought, before returning his attention, half-heartedly, to the conversation. All 6 genin now had individual plans to step up their training even more. They couldn't afford to get left in the dust. Not by their comrades and not by their future enemies. Ah, Kakashi, please sit. I'd love to hear your report on the genin commander. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, puffing on his pipe. Training is going well. The Hokage gestured for Kakashi to elaborate, though the Kapinin already planned on it. All 3 teams' strengths are even better than expected, and they are currently addressing their weaknesses as well as baseline skills. This class of genin will be the most well-rounded we've ever had, Kakashi said, and he meant it. I've received the same reports as you, so I'll spare you the details and just confirm that they are all accurate. The Hokage nodded at that. He had expected as much. I would like to request a shift in the training though, Kakashi said. What he was about to propose had never been done, but then again there had never been a genin commander, or 8 clan heirs in one class, or multiple geniuses on one team. I would like to mix their senseis for training, in addition to larger group training. Kakashi continued. Team 7 and 10 already have nearly flawless teamwork, and Team 8 is way ahead of schedule in that aspect. It seemed that Naruto's efforts to unite the class had paid off. A genjutsu specialist, former guardian ninja, and an ANBU captain all have different views on what a shinobi is and the different shinobi arts. It will only benefit them to receive training from each of the 3, Kakashi explained. Hiruzen continued to nod, sitting back in his seat behind his desk. He puffed lazily on his pipe again. Giving Kakashi command of the genin teams was his best idea in a long while. Not only did it help the genin and lessen his load, but it pulled his best jonin further out of the rut that he had been in before he started mentoring Sasuke. I would include Guy too, and train his team in exchange. It will benefit all 12 genin, Kakashi said. Anything else? The Sandaime didn't have a problem with any of Kakashi's plans so far it seemed, so Kakashi decided to go for it. Medical ninjutsu. It was part question, part statement. Oh? Which ones? The Hokage knew the impact that a skilled medic could have on the battlefield, having trained the best one himself. All of them. All 9. Maybe even Guy's Kunoichi too, if she wants. Sarutobi's eyes raised at this. Kakashi, that will take considerable resources and time to pull off, both of which we are short on, as you know. I'm sure you know that some of them won't be able to learn it, Naruto, for example. Others, Kiba and Sasuke, likely won't want to learn it. Are you sure you want to waste time on it? Respectfully, if there's one thing I've learned, Hokage-sama, it's that Naruto will not be denied. He cares for his teammates and will want to be able to heal them. If he can't do it by conventional methods, he'll invent his own method, just like he did with his unique training. I honestly wouldn't put anything past him at this point, Kakashi said. Pride filled his chest, and fire danced in his lone eye. The Sandaime nodded, a similar feeling coursing through him. Kiba will see the benefit if it's supplemented with veterinary knowledge. It didn't need to be explained why that would convince the Inuzuka. And Sasuke, well, I'll show Sasuke the upside myself. You won't have to worry about his motivation, Kakashi explained. The Hokage mulled over Kakashi's plans, just as he mulled over the smoke from his pipe. He released them at nearly the same time, first the smoke followed by his thoughts. I will make it work. See to it that the training is not wasted. I will speak with the head of the Medic Nin division and see what kind of resources he can provide, he finally said. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed lightly. There is, however, one last thing on the agenda. I'm sure you've heard of the test Team 7 will be undergoing tomorrow to determine if they're ready for a C rank yet. The question was rhetorical, but the Hokage nodded nonetheless. I fully expect them to succeed, and I wish to hand-pick the mission myself, if that is okay with you? It wasn't normal procedure, but neither was a genin team taking a C rank 1 month in. Very well, Kakashi. Report back after the test, and I will allow you to sort through the C-ranked assignments. Kakashi bowed, a little deeper this time, and disappeared in a shunshin, leaving a few leaves floating behind. The Hokage just smiled lightly at his antics. A year ago, Kakashi would have lazily walked out with his eye buried in a little orange book. He seemed he was gaining some of his edge back, along with a flair for the dramatic. Team 7 reported for training at 6 a.m., as they had been doing since their brief break after the forest. Yamato took it easy on them, focusing strictly on mental exercises rather than physical ones. If they were leaving for a real C rank, they wouldn't be able to afford losing any chakra beforehand, so he wouldn't waste any of theirs now. 2.5 hours of tactics, formations, and hand sign development later, and Team 7 had their break. One 30-minute lunch was all they were given before their test. A mock C rank mission would begin. They sat in the grass and enjoyed a healthy lunch, enjoying each other's company. They had discussed their plans for the mission, according to the information provided to them, the night before. They were as ready as they could be, with many different plans and backup plans ready to go. When noon rolled around, Yamato interrupted their light conversation. Okay, Team 7, you asked for this test, so you will be doing it on your own. They all nodded, no surprise there. You have been given the parameters of the mission in your scroll. Watch each other's backs, and good luck. He gave them a healthy smile. He hoped they passed the test. It was of Kakashi's invention, and Yamato hadn't even been able to read the scroll. All his former captain had told him was that they were to head back in the forest, and it would be over by sunrise. Right? Naruto took charge. Standard formation, Gear 3. Sasuke took point, Sharingan blazing. 3 Tomo took more chakra to operate, so he hadn't gained any endurance with them. He was still limited to 1.5 hours straight if he had full chakra. Hinata was in the middle, Byakugan activated. She had gained quite a bit of endurance with her own dojutsu, and would be cycling it on for 15 minutes and off for 5. Naruto brought up the rear with 2 clones flanking Hinata. The 3 genin and 2 clones took off at a moderate pace. Much too fast for civilians to keep up, but not fast enough to alert any of the village's hidden protectors. Training Ground 44 was on the other side of the village, and they wanted to get there as quickly as possible, as the journey outside the forest would be much easier than the trek inside. Every minute or so, Naruto would call for a status report. Hinata hadn't seen anything suspicious with her Byakugan extended to max range. Sasuke's Sharingan hadn't seen anything suspicious either, so they kept their pace. The trip across the village was completely uneventful, save Naruto stopping for a split second to make a shadow clone. The clone jumped down off the rooftops and helped an elderly lady cross the street. They kept going. The 3 landed short of the fence right outside of the forest. Naruto didn't sense anything, and his teammates didn't see anything, so they settled down for one last safe discussion. All right, Naruto said. There's no shot the mission will just be delivering the scroll. We've already spent 2 weeks in the forest, so it'll be something much tougher. The forest is a no-go for other genin and lower. It will likely be something dangerous if they're sending us where the weaklings can't get caught in the crossfire. Sasuke said, though there wasn't any venom in his voice. Naruto rolled his eyes at calling the others weaklings. It could be other ninja or more dangerous animals. Do any of the Jonin sensei have summons? Hinata chipped in. Kakashi has dogs, but they're not any more dangerous than some of the animals in the forest. They are excellent trackers though, so hiding probably won't work. Sasuke was aware that it was Kakashi's test, but the Jonin hadn't told him if he himself would participate. It was best to assume the worst when Kakashi didn't reply. They want to test if we're ready for a C rank. We won't explicitly be tasked with fighting other ninja on one, but the possibility is there. I wouldn't be surprised if another team is going to be hunting us, likely with one of Kakashi's Ninken to sniff us out. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he thought. They know we have the skills, so what they'll be testing is if we can use them properly. They'll test our decision-making skills, maybe even try and split us up. Sasuke, be prepared for Itachi's name or image to be involved somehow. The Uchiha scowled, but Naruto shot him a not now look. Hinata, I wouldn't be surprised if another Hyuga, maybe even Niji, is involved. They're going to try and get you away from us to test your resolve. Don't waver. You can do it. Both Sasuke and I believe in you. Hinata felt a warmth flow there her body, so much so that she almost shivered. She felt, in that moment, that she could accomplish anything. She was worried about her captain, though. Naruto, you've covered the 2 of us. She gestured to herself and Sasuke. What will they try to do to you? Sasuke replied. He knew Naruto probably wouldn't tell the truth. The Kyuubi. probably with a genjutsu. They'll use your treatment before you left with Jiraiya, and even a little bit now against him. Sasuke smirked. It won't work though. He's not the same hothead he was a year ago, and it'd have to be a strong genjutsu to truly trap him. He truly believed that whoever had the misfortune of taking on Naruto would regret it. Hinata nodded in agreement. Naruto smiled at Sasuke, even though the dark-haired boy wasn't looking at him. It was nice having a best friend. What the grumpy bastard said. I can handle it. We should focus on staying together. They'll likely engage one-on-one and try to steer us apart. Our goal is to steer the fight back towards each other, where our teamwork can be factored in. We're unbeatable when we work together. Whether that was true or not, Naruto believed it, and so did his teammates. Alright, they're probably watching us right now, but if Hinata can't spot them, they're far enough away that they can't hear us or see what I'm about to do. I'm gonna prep several seals for each of you. Use them at your own discretion. When I'm done, we'll use standard formation B, Gear 4. Clear? Naruto spoke even as he worked, laying out several seals on blank tags, using his ink release method. Yes, both Hinata and Sasuke replied. Sasuke didn't mind Naruto making the calls so long as he didn't mess up and Sasuke got to fight. When they had settled the tags in their packs, they stood. Naruto formed 8 clones. 2 returned to Hinata's flank and 3 fanned out on each side, about 10 meters away from the group, covering their sides, front, and the area in between. Naruto remained in the back of the formation, ready for everything. Being in the forest meant that they could move considerably faster than before. The only problem was, they didn't make it 15 steps before traps began to spring. Kunai began flying at them from all directions, and poison gas sprang up on their left. They immediately moved right, as Naruto received the memories of the clones that were killed. A large log riddled with spikes came swinging down at them as they evaded the other traps, and they were forced to roll underneath. A few kunai came flying at them, this time much faster. That meant they were thrown, not sprung. Naruto processed this information and responded before they even dodged the kunai. Diamond C. Gear 5. Move. 12 clones sprang into existence, forming a diamond around the trio. In the center, Naruto was in the lead, Sasuke on his left heel, Hinata on his right. His heart was racing now as the adrenaline that accompanied battle raced through his veins. Team 7's pace increased yet again, just coming shy of their all-out sprint. Whenever a clone was destroyed, Naruto simply summoned another one to take its place. This formation was designed for ambushes. It was more chakra-intensive than any other team in the Leaf could handle, given the number of clones needed, which was the reason Naruto had to invent it himself. The formation wasn't the best for traps though, as the clones were close enough that the actual team members were still in the line of fire if one was sprung. The genin moved through the forest quickly, not a word being uttered as Naruto steered them strictly through hand signs. He was acting on instinct here, ignoring some of the signs that Sasuke and Hinata were undoubtedly picking up on, in favor of listening to his gut. Hadn't steered him wrong. Yet, the attacks and traps died down, and Naruto formed and dispelled a single clone nearly instantly. The message was received, and the Diamond of Naruto's quickly took 3 hard steps to form a circle, and used their chakra chains to form a barrier. Team 7 was now protected in a nearly impenetrable dome, though they were stuck in place as long as it was active. The trio took a knee, all facing the direction they had run from. They've pushed us sideways. They should be attacking the barrier any second to test it. We've got to identify how many and keep track of their skills. Sasuke? Haven't seen any. Let's counterattack and force them to reveal their hand. Naruto didn't even bother acknowledging. He asked Sasuke, so they were going to do what he said. No discussion needed. Hinata. Naruto was just starting to get his breathing under control. 2 ninja. Brace. She yelled, seeing them run through hand signs. The 3 genin felt the barrier rumble as they saw a large fire dragon crash into it. A flash of purple came flying at them, as a scantily clad woman attempted to break through using a kunai. A large water bullet smacked into the barrier from their right at the same time. It didn't cause the ruckus that the fire dragon did, but the water seemed to stick along the barrier and the ground outside of it. Naruto briefly took into account the attacks. His water release jutsu should be powerful enough to overtake the fire release user. The water user could be a problem though. They didn't have a single earth release jutsu among the three of them, and the viscosity of that water could be an issue. They couldn't afford to get trapped in it. There's a third ninja weaving a genjutsu over us. Naruto was never more thankful for Hinata's Byakugan. All three of them pulsed their chakra forcefully, and their perception returned. Both ninja were a few meters to the left of where they had been seeing them. The genjutsu was so subtle and simple that Naruto hadn't even felt it. He growled in frustration. "I'm breaking the barrier. Sasuke, fireball directly at the sticky water on the ground and go after the water user. Don't bother with fire. Hinata, find the genjutsu user and engage hand to hand. I have the fire user. On go." Naruto barked out. His intensity was palpable and his teammates were forced to match it or feel the adverse effects of his chakra leaking in the area. 3, 2, 1. Sasuke flew through hand signs and Hinata crouched, ready to take off after the shinobi hanging out in the background. Naruto put his hand into his cross seal. Go! Like lightning out of a bottle, all three leapt into action. Sasuke's timing was perfect. The great fireball smashed into the ground, obliterating the syrupy water and the grass it stuck to. The size of it gave him cover, and he used it to make his way towards the water release shinobi. Hinata sprinted for her target. The purple-haired kunoichi launched several kunai at her, but she did not falter. Before the kunai could reach her, they were struck out of the air by the kunai launched by a Naruto clone, one specifically tasked with watching over her. She swallowed as she sprinted, throat dry. She trusted Naruto with her life, and he hadn't let her down yet, but it was still nerve-wracking to intentionally ignore sharp objects speeding towards you. She pushed the thoughts from her head, as adrenaline flowed throughout her body, and tried to focus on her task. The genjutsu user was hidden amongst the trees, crouched on a high branch. Her Byakugan picked up on his details. Small chakra pool, though definitely a chunin considering its refined nature. He had two massive kunai strapped to the back of his chunin vest, crossing to make an X. It also picked up less relevant information, like his shorter stature, his spiky black hair, and the white bandage that bridged his nose. She moved quickly but sharply to intercept him, much like the jaguar they had met a month ago. She saw his hands weave signs, and the chakra that accompanied his genjutsu, and dispelled it the moment that it entered her system. Inwardly, she was pleased with herself. Genjutsu was one of the main causes of death for genin out in the field. Skills and physical abilities didn't matter if you were stuck in an illusion while your body went unguarded in reality. The real purpose of the genjutsu was revealed shortly after she allowed herself to feel good. She had to slow down to make the ram sign and dispel the genjutsu. It was just enough for the chunin to flee his cover and draw his weapons. His hand-to-hand disadvantage was now cut down as he gained reach in the form of his blades. Hinata couldn't hurt metal with her taijutsu. On the other side of the small clearing that Team 7 had settled into, Sasuke danced with his opponent. Sasuke had the Chikudo out that Naruto had helped him seal, and was engaging in a kenjutsu battle with his opponent, a chunin wielding a large curved kunai with an attached chain. Sasuke definitely had the upper hand on the chunin with the speed and reach of his blade, paired with his Sharingan's ability to read movements. The chunin, however, kept slipping away and resetting the bout, before Sasuke could land anything solid. Their blades clashed a few more times, Sasuke being the aggressor. His opponent was wearing a bandana forehead protector, with hair completely covering one of his eyes. Sasuke's best bet was that the eye had been destroyed in battle. A seasoned shinobi then. The shinobi seemed to stay away from attacks, relying purely on blocks. His style was beginning to become infuriating. His Sharingan couldn't read the opponent's movements if the opponent wasn't moving. Sasuke leapt back, planting his sword into the ground, and flying through hand seals before his momentum even halted. Lightning release, thunderclap arrow, Sasuke said with a growl. It was one of his only medium to long-range lightning jutsu, so it would have to do. The lightning arced wildly, but tightly towards his opponent, who was running through hand seals himself. Water release, gunshot. It was barely more than talking volume, and in the chaos of the forest, Sasuke could barely make out what was said. He smirked nonetheless, as his Sharingan caught all the signs and read his opponent's chakra flow, committing the jutsu to memory. It was one of Naruto's favorites, but Sasuke had never managed to catch the full set of hand signs and chakra molding with his Sharingan activated. The large ball of water sped forward briefly before enveloping the lightning. The force of Sasuke's attack killed the momentum of the counterattack and evaporated much of the water. The remains of the jutsu fell to the ground, but it had done its job. When the jutsu cleared, his opponent was gone. Sasuke cursed and made his way to where Naruto was fighting. Naruto was sure the kunoichi was absolutely nuts. He had pulled out a number of tricks on her, and it only seemed to excite her more as he did so. His twin Dao blades, the ones that seemed to belong to the first Uzumaki, had laid a few cuts on her. He was starting to think it was intentional, as she kept taking a sample of the blood and then licking it. Definitely crazy. Her fire attacks were powerful and quickly molded, which is why he had chosen to go the Kenjutsu route. She was extremely fast though, and kept launching snakes out of her sleeves. She was slippery too, dodging and weaving in ways that almost seemed inhuman. He had no doubt in his mind that this had been Orochimaru's student, based on everything Jiraiya had told him about the man. He was ready to double down on his efforts when she suddenly retreated. He sported a confused look when Hinata landed next to him, coming out of the trees. He didn't even need a hand sign to ask his question. I managed to land a gentle fist strike on my opponent's forearm. He retreated immediately after, as he was struggling to hold his blade. I did not pursue since we were split up. Naruto nodded. She had done the right thing. My opponent retreated too, though I didn't manage to wound him in any significant way. Sasuke said. The scowl on his face betrayed the even nature of his tone, as he walked out from behind a tree. Same here. I actually think she let me cut her a few times for fun. A shudder ran down his spine. It seems like they're using hit and run tactics. I think they're just trying to make this as hard as possible, rather than outright trying to ruin our mission, you know? It's barely been an hour. We should move out of range so that they have a harder time tracking us, and go over the information we acquired and come up with a new plan, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Sasuke didn't often make the plans for the team, but when he did, they were always sound. He had no problem relinquishing control to his best friend. We continue moving west then. If we try to make a hard break for the tower, they'll come at us full strength, so we'll move parallel until we have a plan. Scouting formation. Gear 4. They nodded. They had their formations and speeds down pat, and they trusted Naruto to plan properly. They moved at speeds fast enough to avoid any of the predators, both plant and animal, that inhabited this part of the forest. This section wasn't particularly dangerous, which was part of the reason that Naruto chose it. They still had over 90% of the distance to cover to get to the tower, and 90% of the time to do it. As they sat down to discuss what they had learned from their fights, Naruto's clones branched out to form his patented forest of death camp security. A healthy distance away, their opponents also gathered. Kakashi, what the fuck? Kotesta yelled. His forearm was still numb, and he hadn't regained the ability to properly grip his weapon. Kakashi lazily tilted his in question, though he knew exactly what the Chunin was complaining about. No shot, those three are genin. I have to agree. Their skill level is definitely Chunin. Kotetsu's partner agreed. Izumo had fought the Uchiha, and it had not been easy. I dunno boys, I really enjoyed it. The little blonde brat wasn't all that, Enko said. Kakashi just shrugged. What do you mean? Those aren't some genin we're supposed to scare. The only reason we didn't lose is because it was their first taste of a real battle. Kotetsu continued to complain. Relax, Scarface, you two didn't even fight as a team this time around. Next time we won't split you up, and you can use your teamwork to your advantage. The purple-haired kunoichi displayed a twisted smile. She was so looking forward to fighting them again. You could have told us they all were Kekkei Genkai users, Kakashi. Izumo mentioned. Kakashi shrugged again. Must have slipped my mind. He drawled lazily. He hadn't given any information on the opponents to Team 7. He didn't see why a team of 2 Chunin and a Tokubetsu Jonin would need info on genin, especially ones that were over a decade their junior. Whatever, man. Just summon Pakken again so we can track them down. Kakashi lifted his head expectantly. He looked at Kotetsu out of the corner of his lone eye. You're kidding. Oh, I never joke, the Jonin said sarcastically. Fine. Will you please summon Pakken to help us track them? Kakashi bit his thumb. You know, you should really develop some tracking skills. It might help you get promoted, Kakashi said. The blood smeared onto all 5 fingers, and hand signs summoned his favorite dog. Pack, can you help them locate Sasuke again? His tone was polite. Sure, boss, Pakken said, and he inhaled deeply, trying to catch the scent. It seems like he's well, everywhere? Kakashi smiled under his mask. Those clever, cute little genin. Naruto thought that Kakashi might get involved, and so he sent his clones out, carrying Sasuke's dirty laundry that he unsealed from God knows where. He was trying to throw off the scent, much to Sasuke's chagrin. Naruto hadn't even asked if he could take it, nor had he explained how or when he got it. Kakashi would be able to track Naruto by scent, but Naruto didn't believe he would do it himself. It would either be Pakken, who only knew Sasuke's by heart, or not at all. He was hoping the team they just fought didn't have any strong sensors. Their discussion had provided results, and they had a better game plan moving forward. After an hour's rest, they still hadn't been attacked, so Naruto had them begin their hike towards the forest. This time they were moving at Gear 2, hardly much more than a light jog. He knew the opposition would find them, and he didn't want to lead them into a trap at full speed. Standard Formation B was in effect, the clones fanning out to the sides and front to warn of any danger. They made it 2 more kilometers when a kunai flew past Naruto, leaving a small cut on his cheek. Orders didn't need to be issued, his team knew what to do. Sasuke rushed for the genjutsu user, having found out he was slower than the water user. Naruto went after the crazy snake lady again, determined to take her down and prove his sensei was the superior Sannin. Hinata moved towards the water user. That was the worst matchup for them, but they firmly believed that Hinata could at least hold out until either of the boys had won. This time, however, the opponents didn't break up. The kunoichi maintained her distance from the other 2, but kept within visual range. The 2 chunin were the problem. They stuck together like glue, and their flow of movements together, as well as the linked kunai swords, indicated that they would be a greater threat together. Naruto took this information in and made a split-second decision. He put 2 fingers to the interlocking seals on his right thigh, his own invention, and overcharged chakra into them. Just like the first time Jiraiya taught him to use a storage scroll, there was a huge explosion of chakra smoke. It wouldn't last as long as a traditional smoke bomb, but it made for a hell of a distraction. White-blue switch, he ordered, and the team moved seamlessly. When the smoke cleared, Hinata was standing where Naruto had been, while Naruto was now near Sasuke, ready to take on the paired chunin. Hinata, he said, looking over his shoulder at her. You got this, you know? He yelled, and she believed him. The purple-haired kunoichi cackled and grinned maniacally. A little bit of Hinata's confidence left her, but not more than what she gained from Naruto's support. Naruto turned back to his opponents, placing his trust in Hinata. He glanced at Sasuke, and they both grinned and sprang into action. Naruto went after the genjutsu user, and Sasuke the water user. They both attacked with kunai in hand, sparks flying as metal clashed with metal upon their first strike. Both genin sported even wider grins, as they turned and left their guard wide open for their opponents. The chunin were a little bit confused, but were nothing if not opportunistic. They simultaneously went for strikes on their open opponents, aiming to maim seriously but not kill or cripple. Their faces contorted into confusion when the opposite genin was the one to block their strikes. That had been planned? Both chunin were back on their heels, as the genin viciously struck at them with kunai. Naruto slashed at the bandana chunin, then spun, using the speed built to attack with the kunai in a stabbing motion. Predictably, it was blocked, and he spun back while leaping into the air. Mid-jump, he unsealed several kunai and launched them all at Izumo. The chunin had to concede 2 scrapes in order to avoid taking the full brunt of several others. As Naruto was coming back towards Earth, he formed a single hand seal, and 2 shadow clones came into existence. The first locked arms with him and threw him at Sasuke's opponent, Kotetsu, while the other began forming long-since mastered hand signs. Sasuke was perfectly in rhythm with Naruto and his clones, and shifted away from the genjutsu user as soon as Naruto was thrown towards him. He knew what the blonde's clone was going to do before he did it. He didn't even have the Sharingan when he first saw the hand signs Naruto was using, and he didn't need it now to recognize them. He began forming his own familiar hand signs with a smirk on his face that threatened to turn into a genuine smile. Fire release, flame bullet. There was no use in hiding the name of the technique, obvious as it was. Toad oil bullet, the clone yelled. The two jutsu collided mid-air. The chakra was perfectly balanced, and the effect immediate. Oil spread the now white-hot flames all over the forest. Izumo saw the combination coming and was inwardly terrified. He raced through hand seals as fast as he could, substituting as far as possible. He knew it wouldn't be far enough and was flying through more signs. A water wall sprung up on all sides. He struggled to enclose the top so that oil couldn't find its way in. Luckily, the Chunin had made it far enough away that his water formation wall didn't take the brunt of the attack. Unluckily, his vision was blocked while the wall was in place, and he was nearly out of chakra, as there wasn't a water source nearby. When the wall receded, more from a lack of chakra fueling it than choice, the Uchiha was flying at him from the left, arm outstretched. The Genin's fist collided with his jaw and sent him flying to the right, to a waiting Naruto. The clone caught Izumo with a hand to his back, and the Chunin felt his body lock up, and his chakra get disrupted. It was a strange feeling, almost like his whole body had fallen asleep, the pins and needles feeling rolling all over nerves. His chakra felt as if it were vibrating hard. He could access it, but it was completely out of his control. Ink release, paralysis seal complete. Go help the real me. Can't afford to get caught in a genjutsu, the clone said. Sasuke wasn't listening though, as he was already on his way to help Naruto. The clone sighed and used what chakra he had left to water down the forest and prevent a wildfire. Naruto was trying to get in close and keep Kotetsu busy. He didn't want the genjutsu user to have a chance to weave signs. However, when the Chunin pulled out a giant conch mace and threw it at him, he was forced to dodge. When he regained sight of Kotetsu, he was finishing up his hand seals. Naruto felt the chakra fall upon him, and a giant meteor was suddenly falling right at him. He stayed calm, just as Jiraiya taught him, and breathed deeply. When he exhaled, he dispelled the chakra that he had been building up, along with the genjutsu. The fight was already over though, and Naruto sighed. Sasuke held a kunai to the Chunin's neck. Yield or suffer the consequences. TCH, I yield. He grumbled. Sheesh, you guys are monsters. Frickin' Hatake. The Genin didn't hear him though. They were already on the move to Hinata, who had been pushed back quite a ways. When they got a visual on her, she was sitting down, crawling back until she bumped into a tree. There were small cuts all over her body, including on her brand new jacket and pants. The purple-haired kunoichi was walking towards her, kunai in hand. Well. It seems we found the weak link, Enko said. Please don't hurt me. I'm just a Genin. Hinata stuttered. Her face was red. Oh, I won't make it hurt. Too much. She licked her lips and stepped forward, intending on running the kunai over the Hyuga's face, just to scare her a little more. When she reached her arm out, the girl snapped out quickly, grabbing her wrist with her left hand. Her right hand struck Enko's right shoulder, rendering the arm useless. Before the Tokubetsu Jonin could recover from her surprise, Hinata ducked her shoulder under the limp arm, releasing her grip. She slashed her left hand and stuck the kunoichi in the kidney. She laid off that blow a little bit, but there would still be a laceration. Finally, Hinata shifted her weight back to the right and struck her in the left thigh. She heard a yelp of pain, but only felt slight remorse. Leaf Nin or not, you didn't attack Naruto and get away with it. Not on her watch. Before Anko could retaliate, Sasuke sped in front of her. The two made eye contact, and the last thing Anko remembered was seeing the whirling tomo of the Sharingan. The crazy snake lady was laying on the ground screaming. Team 7 all took a moment to catch their breath. What the hell did you do to her? Kotetsu asked, Izumo slung over his shoulder, still paralyzed. He was the only one who wasn't completely incapacitated. Genjutsu. I showed her Orochimaru. Don't worry, she won't remember it, Sasuke said quickly. That's kind of a dick move, Izumo said, rubbing his jaw. Naruto had already released the seal his clone had placed, not wanting to keep a comrade down for too long. It's a mission, not a spar. Besides, the Sharingan will make sure she doesn't remember ever seeing Orochimaru, so it's just temporary to keep her from stopping us, Naruto said, moving back to his team. Nice moves, he whispered to Hinata. She blushed. Alright, well, can you two take care of her? We're kinda busy, you know, Naruto asked. The Chunin nodded, dismayed that they failed so outright. Naruto turned to his team. Standard trap formation. Gear 6. Naruto ordered. The edge was back in his voice after awkwardly asking the Chunin to take care of Anko. 10 clones came into existence and took off nearly full speed, sweeping the area. The regular formation of Sasuke in the lead, Hinata in the middle flanked by 2 clones, and Naruto leading from the back took off, leaving the Chunin in awe. Anko finally stopped writhing in pain and came to. Ow! What the fuck was that? She yelled. I'm gonna kill that Cyclops bastard. The Chunin backed away, more terrified than they'd been in a long time. Gate duty tended to dull the senses, and Anko tended to wreak havoc on them. Team 7 was prepared for anything that might be thrown at them, but it seemed that the trio they faced was the only challenge. They made short work of the sprint to the forest. Hinata was pretty tired by the time they made it to the tower, and Sasuke was breathing hard, though he did a good job of hiding it. They walked through the designated doors, still no guard. Anything was possible when it came to Kakashi-sensei's tricks. The silver-haired Jonin greeted them, as did their own Jonin-sensei. Most surprisingly, though, was the Hokage, dressed in the full garb that comes with the position. Sarutobi looked on at the 3 genin of Team 7. His chest swelled with pride. Never had the Leaf had a team that embodied the will of fire more. All 3 would lay their lives on the line for the others, without a first thought, let alone a second. His pipe was inconspicuously absent. He was ditching the loving grandfather routine for the moment. Right now he was the 3rd Hokage, god of shinobi, and the genin could feel the power radiating off of him. Naruto wanted to let his own power leak, never one to be outdone, but Sasuke laid a hand on his shoulder. The corners of his lips were upturned as he shook his head. Team 7. I believe congratulations are in order. We expected you to pass, but not quite so easily. I think it would be accurate to say you surprised even the sensei who trained you, the Hokage said. Speak for the other 2, sensei. I'm not surprised one bit, a deep voice said from the corner of the room. Yamato, Hinata, and Sasuke looked confused. Kakashi and the Hokage were unreadable. Naruto had his 1000-watt smile on his face. Pervy sage, I thought I sensed you, Naruto shouted, throwing a kunai where the voice had come. Jiraiya materialized, seemingly out of thin air, as his camouflage jutsu was released. He caught the kunai between 2 fingers casually, trying to look cool in front of the other jonin. Yeah right, Gaki. You're not good enough to sense me, ye. A cloud of green smoke released from the kunai, and Jiraiya's face turned a similar shade when he smelled it. Ha ha ha! Ink release! Stink bomb is a success, Naruto shouted. Gone was the intense leader that had steered the prodigious team through the forest. He seemed much more childlike now that Jiraiya was in the room, and the mission was over, the way a 12-year-old was supposed to be. You insolent little brat, Jiraiya yelled when he kind of regained his composure. I'm gonna make you do push-ups with bunta on your back. Come here. Sannin chased after Genin, running circles around the other ninja in the room. Ahem. The Hokage cleared his throat after they made a few laps. Jiraiya recognized the look on his face and came to a stop. Naruto followed suit. As I was saying, Team 7, you have come a remarkably long way, not just overall but in the month since you became a team. Your individual skills are well above the standard for newly graduated students, and more impressively, your teamwork is top-notch. I wanted to come to personally congratulate you on being the fastest team to ever be given a C rank. You broke the record set by my own team by 2.5 months. Naruto and Sasuke puffed their chest out, almost imperceptibly, while Hinata's chin raised a fraction of an inch. Let me make this clear though. C ranks will never be normal for your team. The Hokage said, his voice gaining an edge. You have the last Uchiha, a member of the main branch Hyuga, and perhaps the last Uzumaki, who also happens to be a Jinchuriki. Any enemy combatants you come across will likely try to capture at least one of you. You must always be on edge when you're outside the village. You three have the potential to be even stronger than my Genin team turned out to be. I'd hate to see it wasted because one of you got careless. He emphasized his message by releasing just a little bit more of his chakra. He was inwardly pleased to see none of them react outwardly. Hinata was nearly sweating when the Hokage let his presence be known, but it seemed he was holding back comparatively. It was slightly easier to withstand than when Naruto drew the Kyuubi's chakra and formed a single tail. Kakashi will be hand-picking a mission that suits your team in order to ease you into missions outside the village. Until then, you'll have the week off of missions to prepare. The Hokage said. He disappeared in a body flicker that was so fast, it seemed that he just blinked out of existence. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at his sensei showing off in front of Genin. All right, kiddo, you want to get some training in? I'm only here for about a week, he asked Naruto. Naruto nodded vigorously, then looked at his team. Can you help train us all? If that's okay with Yamato-sensei, of course. Yamato only nodded, though a smile graced his face. Jiraiya made a mock-thinking pose and hummed thoughtfully. I suppose that's all right if they're fine with it. I haven't gotten to beat up on Genin in a long time, so it should be fun. Team 7 sweat dropped. Their sensei was strong, but he wasn't Sannin level. Training with Jiraiya would probably end up being miserable for them. Naruto landed from his leap and rolled with his momentum, barely dodging the senbon that were chasing him at high speeds. He transferred the roll into a sprint, ducking behind a tree to use as a shield. His chest heaved as he tried to calm himself. He peeked out over his left shoulder, trying to get an eye on the enemy, but he didn't see the towering man anywhere. Still too slow, Gaki, Jiraiya said. Naruto whipped around in surprise, his body reacting on instinct, trying to form a shadow clone before his brain could even process what was going on. Before he could even begin to mold the chakra, the Sannin delivered a heavy-handed blow to Naruto's chest, sending him flying back 10 feet and skidding another 20. The blonde came to a halt near where his teammates were currently licking their own wounds. 3-on-1, Sasuke grumbled. 3-on-1, and we're not even close to beating him. His displeasure was evident in his scowl. And you'll never be able to either. The great gallant Toad Sage is unbeatable. Jiraiya's posturing was interrupted by Kakashi. Whoa, you beat 3 Genin? Congratulations, Jiraiya-sama. You just keep getting more and more powerful. Kakashi's tone and face were completely serious, which Team 7 had come to figure was his way of being sarcastic. Jiraiya's face deadpanned. They're a bit stronger than most Genin, don't you think? A simple wave of the hand was all he received. Kakashi wasn't one to go handing out needless compliments. From his place in the dirt, Naruto wheezed one final time as he caught his breath. You broke my ribs, you stupid pervert. Good. Maybe next time you'll learn to get out of the way, Jiraiya said. The smug smirk on his face pushed Naruto over the edge. You Sanuva, he yelled, springing to his feet to begin his charge at Jiraiya anew. Sasuke tried to hook his arm through Naruto's to stop him, but it was Hinata's hand on his shoulder that ultimately stopped him. She shook her head at him when he questioned her with a look. He turned to Sasuke, who only offered a head tilt and pursed lips, as if to say, there's nothing you can do alone, if we couldn't beat him together. Naruto tilted his head to the two of them, indicating that he still had an ace up his sleeve that might even the odds a little bit. Both of his teammates shook their heads firmly. The destruction that would cause wasn't worth it for a spar or a verbal jab. He sighed, relenting that they were, at the very least, a little bit right. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. A true smile that had been showing itself more and more these days, not that anybody could tell. Jiraiya, on the other hand, snorted lightly at the three. They were showing better teamwork and communication at that age than he, Tsunade and Orochimaru had even into their teens. They were impressive, and that was an understatement. "All right, you three," Jiraiya said. "Get a mental room or something. I hate it when you guys leave me out of the conversation." It was a bit grumbly for a ninja of such legendary renown. He worked in spying and information though, and he didn't like being kept out of the loop. It gave him a bad feeling in his gut, whether it was deserved or not. "Your teamwork is strong, but you too," Jiraiya pointed to the boys, "need to work on including Hinata more. It's not 3 versus 2 and a minor support." He turned to Hinata, pointing at her. She shied away ever so slightly. "And you, young lady, need to be more assertive. You don't have as much raw power as the knuckleheads, but that's not the end-all be-all. You're more precise than they are. They're gonna get most of the focus in a battle, so use that opportunity to land your own attacks. Don't wait for them to call you in every time." She nodded. In truth, Naruto and Sasuke almost always had a perfect opening for her when they signaled her, but she didn't do much besides what they said, and some minor weapons support. It was nitpicking a little bit, but they were already overly developed for Genin. "I believe this concludes your week in the village?" Kakashi asked Jiraiya. He continued after receiving a nod. "Good timing then. I have your C-rank mission picked out, Team 7. All 3 Genin perked up. They had been training with Jiraiya until their bones creaked and their muscles groaned every day for the last week, and they were excited to finally see some action. "Report to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp. Yamato-sensei will meet you there," Kakashi said. They nodded. "Rest up, your first C-rank is a big deal." Dismissed. They all slouched from the straightened position they had unknowingly snapped into. Naruto went to say goodbye to his surrogate father, but he was nowhere to be found. Naruto rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. He was familiar with the games of hide-and-seek that Jiraiya liked to use as training. He just didn't think he'd be playing it right after getting his ass kicked. "I'll meet up with you guys after I say bye to Pervy Sage," he said. "Give him our thanks for the training," Hinata said politely. "HN. Will do. See you guys at the restaurant?" They nodded. Naruto used a shunshin to leave the immediate area so that he could focus. Jiraiya would have his chakra suppressed and resonating with the surrounding environment, so sensing him would be difficult. Sending out clones to try and find him would be basically worthless, as his camouflage jutsu was above what Naruto could currently pick out. He decided that just this one day he would cheat at their little game. It was only fair payback after that last punch Jiraiya had dished out. He made his trademark hand seal, chakra molding so quickly and precisely that it was almost easier than walking at this point. 30 clones appeared, spread out through the forest. Every single one of them sported an ear-to-ear grin on their face. 30 Narutos at once called out, "Sexy jutsu, transform." Standing in the forest were 30 blonde women, all looking to be about 20 years old. The only thing covering them was artificial smoke from the jutsu. They all began to walk in different directions, swinging their hips as they went, calling out, "Jiraiya-sama, where are you?" After 3 minutes, Naruto received a memory from the clone who had drawn him out, and quickly body flickered there once he had his bearings. Jiraiya was laying on the ground, blood gushing out of his nose, and eyes completely unfocused. Naruto grinned again. It was the perfect opportunity. 3 smooth hand signs later, he was molding his chakra into a large water bullet to fire at Jiraiya. Just as he let the jutsu go, Jiraiya suddenly flickered out of the way. "Haha! Still too slow, Naruto," Jiraiya said. Jiraiya received a smack in the head a moment later, and the Naruto that had tried the water gunshot disappeared into a poof of smoke. "Guess I'm getting faster," the blonde teased. Jiraiya grumbled and rubbed the back of his head. "TCH, I knew you were there, kid. I just wanted you to get a shot in after that ass beating I gave you in front of your little girlfriend," he said, though he wasn't entirely telling the truth. "She's not my girlfriend," Naruto said, though his cheeks were tinged pink. "She's my teammate, and a kick-ass one at that." He couldn't keep the pride out of his voice after all the ground she had made up on him and Sasuke. Okay, relax," Jiraiya said, feeling Naruto's chakra stir. "You are getting better with the clone usage though. You had me fooled on which one was actually you, though I was a bit distracted, and I still could have stopped your slap. Naruto rolled his eyes again, very familiar with Jiraiya's reaction times. So, what did you want to talk to me about anyway? You're aware of the dangers of a C rank, so I'll spare you the details on that. Are you mentally prepared to make your first kill if you must? Naruto inhaled deeply, taking his time to make sure he was certain. Yes. Jiraiya nodded. He already knew that Naruto wouldn't like it, and they'd had plenty of discussions on it before, so he didn't feel the need to reiterate how ending a life might save others. Good. Protect your team, and stay sharp at all times. It was Naruto's turn to nod, his ever-lengthening hair bobbing on his horned forehead protector. I'm going to be gone for a few months, but after your mission, I'm going to have Kakashi teach you a special jutsu. You shouldn't have any trouble learning it, so he's going to make it more challenging for you. I want it learned by the Chunin exams. Okay? Sir, yes sir. Naruto said, mock saluting. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. The little brat could be quite the handful, but he would never regret the day he'd taken him on the road with him. It was one of the best days of his life. Jiraiya put a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked him right in the eyes to show how serious he was. Naruto, I'm so proud of the shinobi, and more importantly, man, that you're becoming, and I know your parents would be too. I know I'm no replacement for them, but I just wanted you to know, I love you. Jiraiya's voice hitched ever so slightly, and his eyes had a shine to them. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with an open mouth. Jiraiya hadn't said those words to him before. Deep down he knew it, of course, but the Sannin just wasn't the type to openly say it. He was more the type to show it. He was his surrogate father, his sensei, fellow toad summoner, man that beat the crap out of him, and open super pervert. He wasn't real family, they didn't have the same blood, but he was the only family Naruto had ever truly known. Tears began to flow out of his blue eyes, streaming down his cheeks with increasing force. Naruto sniffed, trying to keep the snot from running out of his nose. He wiped the tears off his face with the back of his forearm, smearing the red lines that he had taken to crossing through his first whisker mark, much like Jiraiya did, only shorter. I love you too, you stupid old pervert. He nearly sobbed the words out. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, he was wrapped into a hug, lightning fast. It was his turn to be surprised, as Naruto had never hugged him, not like this at least. He just rested his hands on his back, content to just hold him while he cried. It only lasted a second or two, but it packed all the punch in the world. Naruto pulled back, still trying to get a handle on his emotions. Next time you're here, I'll have that jutsu mastered, and I'll use it to kick your ass. Jiraiya could only chuckle at him. Both ninja of the Leaf Village felt a strange warmth in them. One hadn't ever felt it, the other hadn't felt it in years. They locked eyes, and both used the Shunshin to leave the area, not feeling the need to say any more. 5 minutes before 7 in the morning, Yamato met his 3 genin outside of the Hokage Tower. The trio knew he'd been there for at least 30 minutes, observing the surroundings. It's just how their sensei operated. Must be the ANBU in him. Have a nice mission, sensei? Sasuke asked, Sharingan spinning. He'd picked up on the minute limp that Yamato approached with. I wasn't on a mission, Sasuke, Yamato said. You know I was on leave while you 3 trained with Jiraiya-sama. Yep, sure you were, sensei. Sure you were, Naruto said. Masked or unmasked? You know I'm not allowed to speak of my missions, Naruto, Yamato said. He had long since resigned that they were smart enough to figure out when he was on one. I believe it was ANBU, Hinata said, using her Byakugan to read her sensei's body language. Course it was. Otherwise he'd be able to tell us, Sasuke said. Not if it was S-rank, Naruto said. If it was S-rank, he would have been gone longer than a week. Whatever. Naruto turned to Yamato. How'd it go? Everybody make it home okay? Naruto, you know I can neither confirm nor deny details of a mission. His body language and eyes indicate that the mission was a success, though his limp says there was trouble, Hinata said, before deactivating her Byakugan. TCH a rank then, Sasuke said. Easy peasy for a jonin like you, right Yamato-sensei? Naruto asked. Despite the tiny quirk of his lip, Yamato rolled his eyes. It wasn't a dramatic gesture like when Naruto did it, but it conveyed the message. No more questions, time for business. Let's report to Hokage-sama before we're late. There was a reason he always met them 5 minutes early. They were nosy and liked to ask questions they didn't need to know the answer to. He was starting to like that about them though. Inside the tower, Naruto greeted everybody he could name, and some that he couldn't, with a huge smile and a wave. Some of the ninja returned the enthusiasm, others politely greeted him in return, and a few seemed to ignore them. He chalked it up to them being busy, though deep down he knew the truth. When they got to the mission assignment room, Naruto was brutally and savagely attacked by a young boy wearing a long blue scarf. Or he would have been if the boy, missing one of his front teeth, hadn't tripped over the scarf. "Konohamaru," Naruto said, "what did I tell you about trying to attack me in the Hokage Tower? That you might accidentally set me on fire?" the Hokage's grandson asked. "Exactly, or if you're really unlucky, I might have Hinata shut down your organs." His point was emphasized by Hinata using her single-hand seal to activate her Byakugan. "Nu!" the young Sarutobi yelled, rushing out of the room on his tiny legs. The 3 genin all laughed, and Yamato even cracked a smile. "I fear you've motivated him far better than I ever could have," Naruto-kun, the Hokage, said. "It seems your run-in a few weeks ago has sparked his will of fire. I can't thank you enough." The assassination attempts were getting old. The Sandaime chuckled. "Ah, it's nothing. He just reminds me of myself when I was younger, yelling about how he's going to become Hokage." Naruto couldn't help but chuckle himself. "I'm not sure he'll be much of a rival though, he's only 7. Speaking of being reminded of our younger selves, I see that you've made a uniform change," Sarutobi said. Naruto blushed slightly. His new mission outfit was now ready to go after being tested extensively. It was designed after the Third's Old War getup. He wore standard shinobi pants and a tight long-sleeve shirt, both of which were an ashy gray so dark that they were essentially black. His usual mesh body armor with green handguards resided underneath, though it was only visible at his wrists and collar line due to the bandages on his limbs. His kunai holster was still taped to his right thigh, more for show than anything, since he had seals lining his clothes that contained various weapons and items that would be needed for a mission or combat. Standard black shinobi sandals encased his feet, much more comfortable for long missions than his wooden geta. Light gleamed off of his freshly polished oil headband that his summons had given him, the black straps used to tie it on hanging down past his hair, to his mid-back. His black Konoha forehead protector wound around his waist in place of a belt. His blonde hair flopped over the headband and down the side of his head, framing his face in bangs reminiscent of his father's. Unlike the 4th Hokage though, Naruto wore his in a short ponytail down to his upper back, ready to be used in any of the techniques his godfather had taught him. He continued to support the red paint leaking from his eye, though it was much shorter than before, continuing his ode to the Sandaime. Jiraiya had called the outfit boring and unbefitting of a student of the great Toad Sage. When he'd shown him, he was sure he looked badass. Cooler than Sasuke's new digs at least. /N. Sasuke is wearing his outfit from the filler of episode 442, where he joins the police force. Grayish undershirt and pants, black vest, bandaged legs with armor over them. No police force logo though, just the Uchiha crest. The vest won't be the same as the Chunin vests, as there won't be the Uzumaki crest on the back, but it's a similar style and no skirt thing. Search Sasuke police force in Google Images to see it. "I like it a lot. It reminds me of the good old days when my joints didn't hurt so much," the Sandaime said, giving him a grandfatherly smile. "Anyway, I presume you're here for your mission?" Team 7 straightened and nodded, though the smiles couldn't be kept off their face. "Very well, here is the mission Kakashi picked for you. A simple patrol to the border of the land of hot springs and back. Standard stuff, though with the potential to run into bandits or missing Nin." He handed the scroll with the details to Yamato, who took it silently. "I'm expecting a successful mission from you 3, since you're the ones who requested it," he said, face stern, a small amount of his tremendous chakra leaking. "Don't worry, you old geezer. We won't let you down," Naruto yelled. Naruto, have some respect for the Hokage. Yamato said. It was his duty to teach him after all. Yeah, I know. He already gave us the mission though, so it's fine. And look at him, he is old. You can't argue that. Yamato put a hand over his face, mumbling to himself about discipline. Konoha is counting on you, Team 7. I wish you luck, though I don't expect you'll need it. With that, the squad of 4 marched out of the Hokage Tower. The Hokage was right, they didn't need luck, the mission was easy and boring. Naruto knew that it wouldn't be all action and fighting missing Nin or other villages. Still, he thought they would at least see someone else along the way. 7 full days spent traveling their sector of Fire Country, and they didn't see a single soul. No missing Nin, no bandits, not even a civilian. He was pretty sure that Kakashi had picked this mission specifically because it would be boring, and he was fully plotting his revenge as they made their final approach to the village gates. The report to the Hokage was just as boring as the mission had been, though the old man was smirking the whole time. Stupid older ninja and their experience. The trio and their sensei made their way out of the Hokage Tower. 2 of them were sporting grumpy looks on their faces, while the other 2 seemed pleased. It was only noon, and Yamato gave them the rest of the day off, as was required after anything higher than a D rank. Hinata was happy with how the mission went, and was content to report its success to her father. Naruto and Sasuke did not feel the same way. Which training ground? Sasuke said. 45. I want to blow off some steam. Sasuke nodded and departed for his apartment, and Naruto did the same. When their mission gear was swapped out for training gear, they both moved to meet at the training ground, and of course arrived at the exact same time. Damn it! Naruto yelled. I thought I would beat you this time. He immediately made 10 shadow clones. Just because he would be sparring with Sasuke didn't mean that he couldn't also get some regular training in. The 2 boys vented their frustration by destroying the training ground to the best of their ability. Wind, fire, water, and lightning techniques laid waste to the grounds, shattering trees and tearing up dirt. Most of it was more venting frustrations than sparring, as they didn't want to risk injuring each other too badly. They both took their fair share of blows though, and Naruto sported a swollen eye, while Sasuke had a black one with a cut on his cheek. The session was more stress relief than truly trying to improve, so neither was focused on winning, they just wailed on each other. It was only an hour before they were laying on their backs, huffing and puffing trying to catch their breath. There was blood spilled just about everywhere, most of it being Naruto's. At some point he insisted on putting away his own swords and going against Sasuke's sword without a weapon. He was trying to create a wind shield, and it actually worked extremely well. The only problem was he kept coming away with cuts anyway. He couldn't direct the wind chakra strictly away from himself, and his own technique was the main cause of all his wounds. Why are you so stubborn? Sasuke asked in between breaths. What do you mean? Naruto said. You could use your clones to outpace me easily. Why do you focus on things that you can't do? They'd had this conversation before, but Sasuke still didn't understand. If Naruto concentrated all his training clones on 1 or 2 skills, he would quickly become too strong in that aspect for Sasuke to be able to keep up with him. Sasuke was a little bitter knowing that Naruto could surpass him if he wanted to. I need to be good at everything. How can I protect my family otherwise? Naruto sat up and took a few deep breaths to finally get his lungs under control. I have to be good at everything. What good are wind jutsu if Hinata is hurt? What good is kenjutsu if I'm stuck in a genjutsu? I have the chance to try and become good at everything and be useful in every situation. I couldn't take it if I didn't learn something just because it was hard, and a shinobi of the leaf got hurt because of it. Sasuke looked at him, his Sharingan having lit up at some point while Naruto was talking. He eyed his best friend carefully. Is it not better to be the best at one thing than to be mediocre at everything? He had long since given up on trying to perfect everything, choosing to focus on the things he was good at. It was the only way he could keep up or pass Naruto. He would never be as good at Fuinjutsu or wind techniques, at least not better than Naruto. If he focused on fire and lightning and maybe Kenjutsu and Genjutsu, he could go head-to-head with him. A small grin found its way into the corner of Naruto's lips. I don't know, that cut on your cheek says I'm just a little more than mediocre with the sword. Maybe I'll just have to be the best at everything? The grin was splitting his face by the end of the sentence. In your dreams, loser. There's some things you'll just never be better at than me, Sasuke said. There was a light arrogance to his words. Yeah. Red eyes make Sasuke go bearer. I get it. If my newest genjutsu theory pans out though, your eyes might not be able to help you. Sasuke quirked an eyebrow at that. Naruto knew the Sharingan better than most in the village, due to his close proximity to Sasuke and Kakashi. The Sharingan had been around for hundreds if not thousands of years though, and there was no known genjutsu technique that could defeat a fully matured one. Not for a skilled user of the eye at least. It's still a long way away right now. I have a bunch of clones working on that and medical ninjutsu though. I only have a couple training in my more traditional shinobi arts, unless something grabs my attention. I know. Just imagine how strong you could be in a month if you focused all your clones on training a few skills that you're already good at. You could be a stronger wind or water user than any shinobi in Konoha. Or you could be the best seal master in the village, maybe even the world. Why do you waste your time on things you have no affinity for? Sasuke flung a rock that he picked up off the ground. It struck a tree and buried itself through the bark. He was frustrated by Naruto's unwillingness to tap into his power. If he had that much chakra to use shadow clones, he would already be strong enough to take on Kakashi if he specialized. I told you, I don't care about becoming a Jonin at 13 or anything like that. I train to get strong enough to protect the ones I love, and the village I love. That includes you, you bastard. What if you take a blade to the gut? Who's gonna save you? TCH, like I'd ever let somebody stab me. Naruto rolled his eyes. He knew that Sasuke's pride wasn't true hubris, but for some reason the Uchiha thought that the posturing made the Uchiha look stronger or something. What are you two airheads arguing about now? A light voice said, gaining their attention. A couple of cuties like you shouldn't be fighting all the time. We fight because that's what brothers do, Ino. Naruto said. Sasuke crossed his arms and turned his head at brothers, unwilling to let the rest of the village see what he himself believed. What are you two doing here? Sakura and I wanted to get some extra training in, and we thought this area would be more private since it's so close to the forest. When we saw you though, we thought we'd come see if you wanted to join. We just got done training, actually. Naruto turned to Sasuke, and their eyes locked. I think we still got enough left in the tank to kick your sorry asses though. He teased. Oh yeah? Blondie? Yeah, Piggy. Oh? Can't come up with anything good, so you have to steal from Sakura? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well then your face really needs fixing. Ino teased. Oh, that's cold, Ino-chan. Is it Naruto-kun? Alright, you too, Sakura said. Get a room if you want to continue. HN, if we're gonna train, we should train. You can flirt on your own time. Both Naruto and Ino's faces tinged pink, and they suddenly found the dirt very interesting. Before things had a chance to become more uncomfortable, Sakura saved them. Well, we were going to do some sparring, but it looks like you guys already did that. Any other training you might want to do? Sakura paled when she saw the grin on Naruto's face. Naruto, Hinata, and Choji were walking down the street, killing time after their lunch at Ichiraku. As they meandered carelessly down the dirt roads of Konoha, Naruto felt a familiar chakra rush that accompanied a nearby Shunshin. The chakra signature was so familiar to him that he didn't even bother turning to look. What's up, Sasuke? Sasuke rolled his eyes. We have a mission. Another C rank? Naruto asked. Sasuke grinned, not an unusual sight these days, at least when he was around his team. He tossed a scroll to Hinata and Naruto each. They both unrolled the scrolls, eyes flitting across the mission details. A B rank? This doesn't seem like something Kakashi or Yamato would pick, Hinata said. Sasuke smirked. I agree. I believe it came straight from Hokage-sama. The old man specifically requested us? HN. Seems like the most likely explanation anyway. Woohoo, Naruto said. Gotta go, Choji. We got a mission to prepare for. Wait a minute, Choji said. A B rank? We haven't even been on our first C rank yet. Naruto grinned at him. Yep, it's not a big deal or anything. It is probably a record though. Anyway, gotta go. See you later, Choji. The Shunshin left only a breeze. Choji turned back to Hinata, only to find her gone too. He just chuckled and went back to munching greedily on his potato chips. Team 7, are we ready? Yamato said. It was 5 minutes before 8 p.m. when he arrived at the southern gate. Right on time, just like always. Yes, we are, Sensei. Hinata responded. The boys nodded beside her in agreement. All right, the target was last spotted somewhere between here and the border with the Land of Rain. You know the mission parameters, so let's get moving. Without another word, they fell into their standard traveling formation when they were outside village walls. Hinata was in the middle of a triangle that featured Yamato in the front, using his experience as a jonin to lead them. Naruto was behind Hinata to the right, covering her back and flank. Sasuke was on the other side doing the same. They took to tree hopping to start. They weren't on an escort mission, so they didn't need to travel at a civilian pace. They didn't want to wear themselves out either, so despite the urgency of the mission, they weren't pushing the pace all that fast either. It took them half a day to reach the area where their target was last spotted. Naruto and Hinata were working overtime to try and find her. They weren't on a strict timetable, but you never knew what bandits would do with a kidnapped hostage. It was Naruto who sensed them before Hinata could spot them. They found their camp a mile south of a lake. Tents were spread out in a clearing. Campfires were lit sporadically between the tents, with bandits seated around them causing a ruckus. Naruto could smell the booze from his location hundreds of yards away, up in a tall oak tree. Team 7 was staying outside an average ninja sensing range just in case there were any rogues in the group. They had to give Hinata time to properly map out and report the area, as well as locate the hostage in hostels. Sasuke chose to join Naruto, giving Hinata some room to focus on her task. You know what's going to happen, he said. It wasn't a question. I know. Can you do it? Naruto gazed in the general direction of the bandits while he thought for a moment, taking the chance to make sure he was absolutely sure. Yes, how can I be Hokage if I'm not willing to take an enemy life for the sake of the village? How could I ever order anybody else to do it if I can't stomach it myself? Sasuke saw the determination in Naruto's eyes and felt a tinge of jealousy. I'm not sure I can stomach it, he said, exhaling a puff of air out of his chest. I don't want to turn into Itachi. I don't want to do anything that makes me feel like him. Naruto didn't miss a beat in response. You're nothing like him. Like I said, this is for the village and all those in it that we love. We're doing it to protect them. That's the complete opposite of Itachi as far as I'm concerned. Sasuke steeled his resolve, the blonde's words touching all the right notes to calm down and inspire him. The two genins sat in silence, checking equipment for the 4th and 5th time, and mentally running through their jutsu, until their captain called them over. The hostage appears to be unharmed. Hinata has located her in the center of the camp in a tent. She's alone at the moment, so we're moving in quickly before that can change. Yamato pointed at Sasuke. You'll be with me. Our job is to distract and combat the bandits. We need to keep the damage away from the center of the camp. Naruto, you'll be with Hinata rescuing the hostage. She will be scared. Do your best to keep her quiet and cooperative. There was a momentary pause as they all thought about their part in the mission, before Yamato kicked them into action. All right, move out. Naruto followed Hinata, who silently led them through the forest to the back end of the clearing. They crouched down together behind a tall bush and waited for Yamato and Sasuke's distraction to take hold. And take hold did it ever. Out of the dimming light came a massive fireball, at least to a civilian. In reality, Sasuke was capable of creating a much larger jutsu, but chose to keep it small to minimize the risk. Besides, it wasn't the fireball that was the distraction, it was what it was aimed for. The human-sized ball of flame collided with a cart, setting it ablaze. Seconds later, there was a small explosion, and the flames burned hotter and wider. He had lit the booze cart aflame, and every bandit in the camp was now pissed off and looking for the jutsu caster. Sasuke, for his part, made it very simple for them to find him. He stood at the edge of the clearing, hand planted on his hip, and a smug grin on his face. As the bandits began to roar and outrage, the nearest ones charged at him. The 8 closest found themselves tripped up by unseen roots that quickly expanded and tangled amongst themselves. In seconds, they were all trapped in a makeshift prison of gnarled tree roots. The wood was several inches thick and compressing on them. They wouldn't be escaping. The distraction was more than enough for the other 2 members of the team to begin making their way through the campground, weaving around tents and doing their best to avoid any of the bandits. Naruto led, with Hinata directing from behind him. They were 2 tents away when they hit their first resistance. Literally. A man with a large axe and leather straps crossing his chest noticed them and charged from their left. As the brute raised his axe high above his right shoulder, Naruto smoothly slipped inside his range and dropped him with a single jab to the face. He felt the man's nose crunch under his knuckles, and felt more than saw the blood spray from it. To Naruto, it was easier than beating up on Konohamaru. The man seemed to move in slow motion. He briefly wondered if this is how Sasuke saw things when he activated his bloodline. His attention was quickly drawn back to the battlefield when he heard Hinata moving to their right, cutting off Naruto's would-be second attacker. 3 lightning quick strikes dropped him. But before Naruto could compliment her on a job well done, he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. There were 5 of them moving towards the tent with the hostage, each holding a different weapon. One man even held a light torch. There was no hesitation, no worry, just a job to be done. And that's all Naruto focused on as his hands raced through newly familiarized hand signs. Tiger, rat, horse, snake, dragon. As he clapped his hands together, he felt his chakra well up in his gut. He forced it up towards his mouth, compressing it as much as possible as he did. Water release, water severing wave. The water stream shot out of his mouth like a fire hose, and he swept his head to catch all of the attackers. The B-rank jutsu was intended to slice, but the genin was yet to perfect it. He was also backing off the power quite a bit, knowing the opposition. The result was still much more than Naruto had anticipated. While it didn't cut them in half like the jutsu intended, it struck all 5 in the chest and immediately dropped them to the ground and swept them away. None of them moved when the water relented and their bodies sprawled to a stop. He could see several of them had completely caved in chests. The blonde froze, his face feeling hot, and his head light. Luckily, Hinata had seen the whole thing. She grabbed him by the hand and pulled him towards the tent with their hostage. Naruto was brought back to reality by her, and he quickly snapped out of it. They reached the tent in seconds, the rest of the bandits either occupied by Yamato and Sasuke, or afraid of what the blonde had just done. Hinata entered while Naruto stood watch. It was decided that a friendly female face would be better for a young teen girl to see, much as Naruto wanted to debate that he was the friendliest looking. 10 seconds went by, then 30, then a full minute. Naruto fired off a massive gust of wind, sending one of the few bandits brave enough to charge flying back through the air. He was about to check on the 2 when Hinata called his name. He quickly ducked into the tent opening, ready to fight. Hinata and the hostage were the only 2 in the tent though. Hinata looked fine, but the brown-haired girl looked to be in shock. Ropes showing signs of Hinata's Juken strikes lay at her feet. Her pants were torn in a way that was definitely intentional. When Naruto saw this, he felt angry. Truly angry for the first time in... Well, he wasn't sure he could remember a time when he had been that angry before. He felt the Kyuubi's chakra stirring in him, asking him to harness its chakra, calling to him to let it out. It wanted him to go on a rampage and destroy whoever had done it. He needed to calm down and think, but the Bijuu's chakra bubbling in his gut was hard to fight. It was a gentle touch from Hinata and his training that finally did it. The breathing training that the old Kut-Pervi sage made him run through every morning. He took several breaths and focused on what he could that wouldn't set him off. His team was okay as far as he knew. The mission was going well. The hostage didn't appear to be overtly injured in any way. He just had to keep moving one step at a time. He squatted down to look at the seated girl's eyes and put on a gentle smile. "I'm Naruto, what's your name?" There was no response. The girl just kept staring into the ground, a light tremble running through her body. Naruto kept the gentle smile and slowly moved a hand to her back. She flinched, but he just smiled bigger to reassure her, and his hand made contact. The girl shook harder, but Naruto powered through, intent on helping. He began to channel chakra through her, slowly at first but quickly increasing the amount. In his many hours of medical ninjutsu practice that he had put in, he had only succeeded at one thing so far: calming people down. Hinata said it was because he had the warmest chakra she'd ever seen. Sasuke said it was because even a baby wouldn't think he was threatening, which he meant as a diss but Naruto took as a compliment. As he let his chakra flow smoothly through the girl, he thought about his happiest memories. Jiraiya teaching him his first jutsu, the toads accepting him, becoming a part of Team 7, a big bowl of ramen at Ichiraku's. Slowly the girl relaxed, and after a moment longer, she looked up into his eyes. "What's your name?" Naruto asked again. "Nyoko," she said so quietly that if Naruto hadn't preemptively channeled chakra to enhance his hearing, he never would have heard. He smiled bright at her, continuing to let the chakra flow into her. "Wow, that's a beautiful name. I'm Naruto, that's Hinata. We're here to save you. Our teammates are taking care of business outside, but we need to get you out of here. Can you stand?" Nyoko nodded. He smiled big again, removing his hand from her back and standing up straight. He reached to grab her hand and effortlessly lifted her to her feet. "All right, it could get dicey out there. So Hinata's gonna carry you while I keep a lookout. That okay?" She shook her head hastily, much to Naruto's confusion. "Well, I can't let you walk. It's too dangerous." "Why don't you carry her?" Hinata chimed in, knowing what she would want if she were in the teen's shoes. Naruto tilted his head in question. He was about to ask why she'd want him, but he never got to it. Nyoko nodded her head at the suggestion and moved closer to him. He shrugged and made a single hand sign. 5 more Narutos came into existence, and the original picked her up bridal style. As they ducked their way out of the tent, he felt a chakra spike that had the telltale tingle of lightning nature. A nice reassurance that Sasuke was still functioning, even if the enemy wasn't all that dangerous in the first place. The newly minted battleground was a disaster zone. A section of it was soaked from Naruto's water jutsu. The rest was littered with fires, freshly grown wood, blackened grass, and much to Naruto's queasiness, the bodies of a majority of the bandits. To his right, Sasuke was squatted down checking for a pulse on what appeared to be the last of the men responsible for the kidnapping. Naruto, his clones, and Hinata made their way to join the rest of their team. "Hostage has been safely acquired, Sensei," Naruto chirped. "Good work, you two," Yamato said. "Are you all right, Nyoko-sama?" "Sama?" Naruto and Hinata simultaneously questioned silently. There was a soft mumble into Naruto's shoulder, too quiet for the rest to hear, so he translated. "She's a bit shaken up, but I don't think she's suffered any permanent physical damage," he said, tone a bit more uptight and serious than normal. "Very well, we should get moving then. That battle could attract a lot of unwanted attention." The 3 genin bobbed their heads at their sensei, who turned to leave. Before his team followed, Naruto and Sasuke both turned to look at each other, checking in. 2 slight, imperceptible nods were given, before Sasuke checked on Hinata. When they were all satisfied that everyone was okay for the time being, they took off after their sensei. They traveled at a much slower pace, given that Naruto was carrying a civilian girl. Their formation had also shifted, without a single order given, to allow for Naruto to be in Hinata's usual spot, though there were several clones flanking the Byakugan user to accommodate the shift. Upon returning to the village hours later, an ANBU squad immediately ushered them straight to the Hokage's office. Within the confines of the seat of power for Konoha was the Hokage, along with a pompous man dressed in fancy silk clothing. The jewelry dripped off of him as if he was a fountain made of gold. The samurai next to him, as well as the jewelry, indicated that he was quite wealthy. Despite this, the thin man had a humble air about him. "Team 7, this is Hiroshi Fukushima, the treasurer of the Land of Fire, and one of the closest advisors to the daimyo, as well as being his brother. I believe that you have just rescued his daughter." Naruto's jaw dropped open, eyes wide in shock. Nyoko was the niece of the fire daimyo? Hinata and Sasuke's reaction was much more downplayed, though a reaction at all from them, while in front of the Hokage no less, was telling enough. Naruto shot Yamato a quick glare for not giving them the full breadth of the mission. "Yeah, she's, in the hospital getting treated." Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly after he recovered from his surprise. I'm almost positive she's fine though. We had Hinata look her over. He tended to babble on when he was nervous, which wasn't all that often. She's one of the best and most talented Hyuga, he added quickly. So I trust her. I trust her eyes. Well, I trust her too, but I also trust her eyes. He glanced sideways at the Hokage, who was stifling a chuckle, but openly smiling. I'm gonna stop talking now. He made a zipper motion over his lips and shrunk into himself to try and look smaller. Yamato came to his rescue. I think what Naruto is trying to say is that the mission was a success, Hiroshi-sama. Nyoko-sama was rescued with minimal injuries quickly, and the group responsible was eradicated. She's quite shaken up, but you should be able to go see her. Thank you so much. Team 7, was it? I am forever in your debt. He bowed to them, much deeper than they ever would have expected from somebody of his importance, and left the room in a rush. Naruto turned to watch him leave, then whipped back to the Hokage. Gigi, what the fuck? It was Hinata and Sasuke's turn to be outraged, while Yamato became more familiar with the lines on both of his palms. Naruto-kun, Hinata said. You have to be more respectful to the Hokage. She sounded unsure of herself, despite the confidence that the words showed. All of the reactions were drowned out by Hiruzen's roaring laughter. Is there a problem, Naruto? He asked after calming himself. Naruto deadpanned at him. Why were we assigned such an important mission? You just had Genin sent to rescue the niece of the daimyo. What if it had gone wrong? What if she had been injured or killed? Sarutobi seemed to think about this for a few seconds before he responded. Well, Naruto, for starters, you and your team are extremely skilled, and have yet to give me a reason to not believe in you. Secondly, between yourself and Hinata, you are an excellent sensory team, and she needed to be found promptly. The Hokage then leaned in and whispered so that only he could hear. Just between you and me though, you might want to work on those sensory skills of yours. There was an ANBU team tracking you the whole time as backup just in case. Naruto's cheeks reddened at that, embarrassed that he hadn't been able to pick up on their tail. Lastly, you want to be Hokage, right? Naruto nodded. Do you know what it takes to become the Hokage? Naruto puffed his chest out and answered resolutely. You have to be the strongest ninja in the village. You have to be able to make hard decisions about the village, and risk the lives of your fellow shinobi for the greater good. And you have to be willing to risk your own life to protect Konoha, and carry on the will of fire. Hiruzen nodded. Impressive answer, as expected, Naruto. Wrong though, I'm sorry to say. He held up a hand before Naruto's incredulous look could turn to outraged words. Let me finish. You are correct, that is what it takes to be Hokage. What it takes to become Hokage is a different story altogether. Sarutobi began slowly pacing past the photos on the wall of his predecessors and successor. To become Hokage, you must not only qualify for the job's duties, but you must be in a position where people wish for you to have the job. His pacing came to a halt in front of the portrait of the Yondaime. Do you know who selects the Hokage? The question was directed at Naruto, but Sasuke answered for him. The elders and leaders of the village, but the Jonin must approve too. And, the Hokage drawled. The daimyo also must approve the choice. Hinata said. Very good, Hinata. He turned back to Naruto. You must have the favor of the daimyo and his court, or at the very least, more favor than anybody else. Hiroshi is the daimyo's favored advisor, being his only sibling. Opportunities to help people with that much power do not come often. I thought it prudent to get your foot in the door early. He addressed the rest of the team. Of course, it never hurts to strengthen the name of the Hyuga and Uchiha, two of our most prominent clans. Sasuke straightened his posture minutely, while Hinata bowed deeply. You three are dismissed. I expect a full report by the end of the day tomorrow. They turned to exit, leaving their sensei behind. Though I should say, of all my available ninja in the village, Team 7 was my first choice to succeed at the mission, regardless of politics. The grins on the three genin could be seen for hours to come, but none matched the one residing on their sensei's face. A few days later, The Rookie 9 were gathered at Choji's favorite barbecue restaurant in celebration. Team 10 would be leaving for their first C rank the next day, much to Shikamaru's lamentation. Apparently Ino had straight up demanded it after hearing of Team 7 getting a B rank. The first rookie team to do so since the Sannin apparently. Naruto was doing his best not be graceful about it, but the smirk on his face was better suited on an Uchiha than himself. It did seem to help Hinata's confidence along even more though, which was always a positive. He was just about to dig on to a juicy cut of meat when he was interrupted by light and smooth voice. "Excuse me, Team 7? Nyoko?" Naruto said. "You're out of the hospital? That's great." Hinata also voiced her happiness, though in a much more respectful manner. Sasuke almost smiled at her, which was pretty good for him. Sakura punched Kiba in the side of the head to keep the drool from spilling out of his open jaw. "Aha, I was just released. The Hokage told me I might be able to find you here. Did you want to join us? We have room for one more." He slid over, patting the spot on the booth right next to him. She blushed slightly, but shook her head, her brown hair looking much better than it had a few days ago as she did so. "I just came to thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata and Ino raised an eyebrow at this, as did Sakura, albeit for different reasons. "And you too, Hinata and Sasuke. I don't think I'd be here without you." She recovered quickly. "Please accept my most sincere gratitude and this gift." Nyoko bowed as deep as she could formally, and then extended a gift-wrapped box out to Naruto. The blonde took it awkwardly and stumbled around opening it. "It's an invitation?" he said, unsure of himself. "To come visit the daimyo's court and have dinner." She blushed again. "It's for all three of you, of course, and your sensei." Naruto didn't really like the sound of having dinner with a bunch of stuffy old rich people, but before he could turn her down, Sasuke answered for him. "We are most grateful for the offer, Nyoko-sama, and of course we accept, although it might be hard to find a day with our busy schedules. We mean no offense, of course. It is an open invitation. You may come whenever you please. Just be sure to send word ahead so that we might prepare for you." She was speaking to all three of them, but she couldn't take her eyes off of Naruto's. She bowed once more, before turning on her heel and quickly evacuating the area. The table was silent for a few seconds, before Kiba interrupted. "What a babe! How'd you manage to land that, Naruto?" He earned himself another punch to the head, this time from Ino, for his comment. "I didn't land anyone, Kiba." He turned to Sasuke. "And why did you accept? I don't want to go to a fancy dinner with people I don't know. What the hell am I even supposed to wear to that?" Sasuke smirked at him. "You heard what the Hokage said the other day. You need to get your foot in the door with the daimyo, and accepting the invite does just that." Plus, she looked like she wanted to HHF. Kiba was interrupted by Sakura shoving a napkin down his throat to shut him up. Ino picked up the slack for the Inuzuka though. "I hate to agree with Dog Boy, but he's right, Naruto. She was eyeing you like Choji eyes the juiciest piece of meat on the grill." Naruto let out an exasperated sigh. "Why though? Why can't she just eye Sasuke like everybody else?" Hinata inwardly took offense to this. "She's probably super prim and fancy too. I don't think I'd like that in a girl." "Oh, you wouldn't know what you like if it smacked you over the head," Ino said. "So troublesome." Shikamaru added from his place, resting on his own forearms, trying to catch up on sleep. "What Pineapple Head said," Naruto said, before digging into his food. 1 week before the Chunin exams start. "I don't understand why I have to wear this stupid kimono." Naruto tugged at the neck lining of it, complaining just quietly enough so that the guards wouldn't be able to hear. "It's a dinner with the daimyo. What do you not understand?" Sasuke said. Naruto sighed, exasperated at the situation. Why did Nyoko have to invite them? He'd rather relive the fight with Zabuza in an infinite genjutsu than attend a formal dinner. "Naruto-kun, this is an honor for us and our clans. Please try to be respectful," Hinata admonished, at least as much as somebody of her kindness could. Naruto sighed again. He had just gotten the Uzumaki clan officially reinstated as an active clan. He couldn't afford to tarnish it in any way. "Fine. But we're spending the rest of the week training in the forest away from all things fancy, he declared. His teammates and sensei could only shake their heads at him. He did have to admit, though, that his kimono was pretty sweet. It was a white silk design, with red flames licking all over it. An homage to his father, not that anybody would know that's what it was. If anybody asked, it was simply a symbol for the will of fire. The red Uzumaki swirl was featured on the back and his left chest, over his heart. A servant of the court came to collect them, and the 4 members of Team 7 wound their way through the endless corridors of the Fire Country's royal palace. Somewhere along the trip, Nyoko joined them. Naruto had spent the whole month training with the Hyuga, though not in shinobi skills. He bowed the proper distance, and was perfectly respectful as they exchanged greetings. He hated every second of it. Nyoko giggled and waved her hand at him playfully. "Please, Naruto-kun, you don't need to be so formal with me. I don't really care for it," she said. Naruto sighed, this time thankfully. "Thank goodness. I'm not sure how long I could keep that up for." She giggled again, much more cheerful and lively than the last time he'd seen her, something he found himself liking. "You'll definitely want to do it for my uncle, though. Whether he is a fan of it or not, I do not think he would allow a shinobi to be so casual with the daimyo, not even a cutie like yourself. Politics and such," she explained. Sasuke and Hinata rolled their eyes from behind her. Naruto paled, just now realizing he'd have to keep the act up for the whole night. His shoulders slumped in resignation, as if all the air had been let out of him. As always, though, he recovered quickly, throwing on a genuine smile at the thought of such a difficult challenge. "Whatever it takes, let's do this." He promptly flipped a switch to do his best impression of what he would consider a stiff royal member. His impression, while not his best, left Nyoko in stitches. "You're so funny, Naruto-kun," she said, touching his shoulder. Hinata quickly broke them apart. "You look very nice, Nyoko-sama," she said with a little more emphasis than was strictly necessary. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his teammates, something he'd been doing a lot lately. "Can we go to the dinner, please? I don't want to be late." "Of course, Sasuke. Let us go," Nyoko replied, turning to lead the way, but keeping Naruto close to her. The dinner was nerve-wracking for the blonde, despite the hard work that he'd put into being politically presentable. Hinata had nearly had to hold him back when the daimyo asked to see Sasuke's Sharingan, and one of his guardian ninja said that it wasn't a good idea because the eyes couldn't be trusted. Sasuke brushed it off coolly, but Naruto bothered him. The rest of the dinner went smooth enough for his taste, until their most recent mission was brought up. "So," the daimyo said, "I hear your team was credited with taking out an A-rank missing ninja, correct?" "Oh, don't downplay their accomplishments, brother," Nyoko's father said with enthusiasm. "That A-rank nin was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Quite a feat if the bingo book is to be believed." The daimyo seemed even more impressed by Team 7. "An accomplishment that shall bring honor to all of your clans, I'm sure." He smiled at them. "I look forward to seeing what you accomplish in your careers moving forward." "As much as we'd love to take credit for it, we really shouldn't," Naruto said, mood dampened. "We were outmatched. If it hadn't been for Yamato-sensei and Asuma-sensei, we would have failed for sure. We didn't exactly make it out of there scot-free either." He shuddered thinking about what Team 10 went through before they'd arrived to back them up. Sasuke and Hinata shared his shudder next to him at the table. Their experience in Wave hadn't been a great one. Everybody made it out alive though, and that's what mattered. Well, everybody on their side at least. And Naruto is being humble. While the mission wasn't very smooth, he saved us and another genin team. Hinata said. She felt that Naruto deserved credit for what he did. The blonde, however, didn't, and kicked Hinata's foot under the table. It was too late though, and the daimyo and all his court were thoroughly impressed by Naruto. He finally put his foot down when one of the generals, a pitiful, sniveling man, suggested he receive a medal. Thankfully Yamato backed him up, saying shinobi didn't receive awards from the daimyo's army. By the time the dinner was over, Naruto was completely exhausted and ready to go to bed. Thankfully, they were each given rooms for the night so they wouldn't have to travel back to Konoha until the morning. He followed his team through the hallways to where they would be staying, slouching as he rounded the first corner out of view of the court. Halfway back he felt a presence approaching him quickly, not that he needed to sense it with the sound of slapping footsteps. Nyoko came running up next to him, shoes in her hand. "Naruto-kun, wait," she huffed, trying to keep her voice down so the rest of his team wouldn't hear. She failed, and his teammates turned to check out what was going on. "It's fine guys, go on. I can find my way back." He was not entirely excited to delay sleep anymore, but his curiosity was piqued about what Nyoko wanted. "What's up?" he said. She looked a little winded from running after him, which was surprising considering she looked to be in good shape. She brushed a brunette lock out of her face. "Well, I wanted to, you see." She looked down, embarrassed at being tongue-tied. "Can we go for a walk?" She finally settled on. Her shoulders and face perked up in excitement as she waited for his answer. Naruto had to admit that it was kind of cute, and a walk wasn't too much work in the grand scheme of things. The fact that she didn't care for him trying to act all proper eventually sold him on the idea. "Sure, but can I change first? I think I'm gonna die if I have to wear this thing any longer," he said, gesturing to his kimono. It might have been cool, but it certainly wasn't comfortable. She smiled at him shyly, nodding her head quickly. Her hair bounced around her face. Why did he keep noticing her hair? He shook his head and took off for the nearest bathroom, removing a scroll from who knows where that contained a backup set of casual clothes. Minutes later he was back with Nyoko, sporting blue pants and a black shirt featuring the Uzumaki swirl on the front. He'd switched back to his blue shinobi sandals and sported his oil headband that the toads had given him. Nyoko's face turned pink when she saw him. "You look much better in those clothes," she said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, ruffling his blonde locks back to where they'd been before he had attempted to comb them. "Haha, thanks," he said, his face turning shade to match hers. A devious smile crept onto her face. "Where I come from," she gestured to the luxurious hall they were in, "that is not a compliment." Naruto opened his mouth as if he were hurt, then returned her grin. "Oh, so she's more than just a pretty face?" He laughed. "Well, where I come from, it's embarrassing to be out of breath after running 200 feet. He nudged her with his elbow to accentuate his diss. The teasing was much more his speed versus acting all fancy and proper. He was feeling much more comfortable around her already. It was Nyoko's turn to act hurt, and she punched him on the shoulder, an easy task for her considering they were the same height. "Hey, I was not out of breath from running. This dress is too tight. I can't breathe in it." She sounded exasperated to him. He couldn't understand why somebody would wear something so uncomfortable willingly. "Why wear it if you can't breathe? Seems counterproductive to me," he said. "I do not understand." She quirked her head in confusion. "It is just what is expected. I have to do it." Naruto raised an eyebrow. If he always did what was expected of him, well, there wouldn't be a Leaf Village left to return to. "What is wrong?" she asked, noticing his facial expressions and shift in mood. "Nothing." He smiled big at her, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You just don't seem like the kind of person to bend to the expectations of others." There was a mixture of emotion flashing across her face, and it was conflicted feelings that he recognized well. He'd just been through it when he rescued the very girl standing in front of him, not to mention the disaster in Wave. Sometimes doing what is expected of you is best for you and your family, even if it goes against your values that you hold in your very core. It was clear that Nyoko didn't enjoy her duties, at least some of them. Naruto knew for certain he didn't enjoy killing, especially other shinobi, but sometimes it was the only way. He hated that more than killing itself. They were clearly in two different scenarios, but he felt like he understood her a lot better now, and his respect for her grew. He could tell she was struggling to come up with the right words, so he saved her from the effort. "You don't have to explain. I think I understand." He looked her in the eyes, noticing how green they were for the first time. "Just don't lose the part of you that wants to fight it. It's important to stay who we are." She seemed to understand what he was saying and nodded firmly at him. "I will not let it get to me as long as you do not either," she said. "It's a promise." He smiled and winked at her, throwing in a thumbs up for good measure. They arrived at a balcony, walking out onto it. The cool air of the night tickled at the back of Naruto's neck. To his left, he felt Nyoko shiver and moved closer to him. As they reached the railing, her arm was brushing up against his. He lightly circulated chakra, making certain not to let any of it escape his system. Given its potency, it would probably set off all sorts of alarms to any shinobi in the area. The warmth of his chakra, something he didn't often notice and generally took for granted, flowed through his body. He released a breath of air as it took the bite out of the night. Next to him, Nyoko crossed her arms, hugging herself to keep warm in her sleeveless gown. Naruto debated with himself internally. He wished he'd worn a jacket so he could just give it to her. But alas, he didn't have one with him. The kindness in his heart eventually won out. He lifted up his hand, gesturing it obscurely in her direction. "May I?" It took her a few seconds to understand what he was saying, and once again her cheeks tinged pink. She nodded at him, though, and felt his hand lay surprisingly gently on her back. Moments later, her body was flushed with warmth as he channeled chakra through her. "I do not understand how you do that, but it is amazing," she said as he removed his hand. She opened up a little more now that she wasn't so cold. "It's my chakra," he chuckled. "It's actually a medical technique that I can't do. My chakra just happens to naturally be like that. Hinata says it's the warmest she's ever seen." He smiled at her. "Well, aren't you just special?" She rolled her eyes at him sarcastically, causing him to laugh. "Speaking of your teammate, are you and her, you know?" Naruto didn't seem to be picking up on what she was hinting at, so she decided to just spit it out. "Together? Are you together?" she asked shyly, immediately looking down at her still shoeless feet. He chuckled at her embarrassment, but didn't know exactly how to respond. "No, we're not," he said, looking off into the night. "I'm not really sure what we are. We're teammates, and that makes her family. And that complicates things. I'm not really the best with emotions in the first place." He scratched the back of his head. "Yeah," he awkwardly finished, cringing a little bit at his own inability to be social. It was her turn to have a laugh at him, his awkwardness making her more comfortable about the topic. She thought about it for a few seconds, scrunching her lips together and looking up at the stars with her eyes. "If you decide that you're just friends, could you let me know?" she asked. It was forward, especially for a member of the royal family, but there wasn't anybody there to admonish her. "Why's that?" Naruto said. He wasn't sure why she would want to know what was going on between him and Hinata, despite all the clues that she was dropping, and even his general attraction to and comfort around her. He couldn't put two and two together. "Are you really going to make me say it?" His face clearly told her that he didn't understand. She sighed, hunching just slightly out of her perfect posture. "I am interested in you. I would like to go on a date," she said, a little bit of her training taking over, allowing her to keep an even voice. Naruto's face flushed red so fast he got a little lightheaded. Well, he stumbled over himself. Are you? He finally realized how much of an idiot he was making himself out to be, and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. This may not be the heat of battle, but Fukasaku's lessons about keeping a calm head to avoid making mistakes still rang true. When he'd centered himself and gathered his thoughts, he spoke again. "I'm not sure we're all that compatible. You're much more down to earth than I expected, but you live in a castle and you're royalty. I grew up in a single-room apartment and spent most of my time living in the woods while traveling. My whole life revolves around using chakra, and you aren't even able to use it." She went to argue, but he just continued, doing his best to keep his tone kind. "I live in Konoha, and my dream is to be the Hokage. I can't ever live anywhere else." One more deep breath to finish his thought. "And most importantly, being a shinobi is dangerous, and even more so for me. There's powerful people after me for my, chakra's special abilities. You would be put in danger just from being connected to me." Sometime between the chakra comment and wanting to be Hokage, Nyoko's attitude had shifted. He watched as he explained to her why they couldn't work, confused about her body language. Her hand moved to her hip, her other foot tapping the ground impatiently. Her face took on a look of, well, he wasn't sure. When he finished explaining to her all the reasons that it wouldn't work, she looked him firmly in the eyes. Is that all? Aha! His fare flopped as he flipped his head to the side with his question. Is that all the reasons? Or are there more? She said. Her tone was mysterious. That, combined with her body language, and for the first time ever, Naruto was scared of a civilian woman. I guess, he asked her. Good, she said, and suddenly she was back to normal. Naruto was at a loss for what had just happened. It took him a good 10 seconds before he realized that his mouth was hanging open. He recovered enough to face the railing and look out over the city. Internally, though, he was still entirely confused as to what was going on. A minute of increasingly comfortable silence found him on the other side of feeling awkward. The city really is beautiful from up here, Naruto said. Not bad for a civilian location. He chuckled. He'd spent a fair amount of time in civilian cities during his time out of the village with Jiraiya. Some were nice, most weren't. It is a lovely city. She glanced at him. It has never felt like home, though. Not truly. What do you mean? He asked. It is fine. Adequate. It is not really my favorite place, though. My mother never liked it, she said. Naruto could hear the sadness in her voice even without seeing the wistful look on her face. Where is your favorite place, then? She smiled, and for a moment the dark balcony was lit up. We had a cabin out in the woods. She was a big fan of nature and used to take me there whenever she wanted to get out of the city. There was a creek right out back where we used to fish. A tear had begun to roll down her cheek. What? You fished? You? The princess? Naruto asked teasingly. She giggled despite the tear. I'm not a princess, she exclaimed. And neither was my mother. Her father was a tradesman. I still do not know how she caught my father's eye. As much as she loved him, she could not stand being in the city. She looked at him confused as he laughed. I'm sorry. I just can't picture you getting your hands dirty. That's really sweet about your mom, though. She sounds like she was my kind of person, Naruto said. He thought about what he was going to say next, and eventually decided on going for it. I never got to know my mom. She died protecting the village on the day that I was born. He tried not to sound too down, but some of his sadness leaked into it. I am sorry to hear that. My mother died when I was 10. She was really sick. I'm sorry. At least you have your brothers and dad. And I have my teammates and senseis. It could be a lot worse for both of us. Naruto smiled weakly. It wasn't that he didn't believe what he was saying. He wholeheartedly did. It was that some part of him wished that he didn't have to. That while the terrible hand he had been dealt could be worse, it could also be much better. It was a rare time when he truly let his emotions in and let himself feel the pain that came with such thoughts. Sometimes it was necessary to get it out of the way, though, and if it would help a friend, even better. So that positive attitude is not just an act, is it? She asked. You truly believe that? Being a civilian, she wasn't trained well enough to perceive deception. She couldn't see that Naruto's smile wasn't entirely genuine. Not that Naruto was trying to deceive her, but she just couldn't detect the sadness hidden behind his cheerful disposition. It's not an act, no. Sometimes it doesn't come naturally, though. I still get sad. I still have negative thoughts. The key is to stay above them and be grateful for what you still have, rather than focusing on what you don't, he said. She nodded along, as if that made sense to her. I like it. I think I will try to incorporate that attitude myself. She held her chin up high, proudly. He smiled at her, realizing he really enjoyed her company. They ended up a little while longer before calling it a night. Naruto escorted her most of the way back to her room, a room that was conveniently located at the top of one of the towers, despite her claims of not being a princess. Naruto snuck back into his own room, which he luckily was not sharing considering that late hour. It must have been well past midnight at this point, too late to be questioned by his team. The trip back to the Leaf was quick and clean, after he underwent an interrogation from his teammates about what Nyoko wanted. When he assured the both of them that they had just talked, they left it alone, for the time being at least. Upon returning to the village, they were called into the Hokage's office. Naruto greeted the old man as he always did. his teammates doing their more respectful iterations. "Ah, Team 7. Welcome back to the Leaf. How was your trip to the capital?" the Hokage asked. "It wasn't as boring as I thought it was going to be," Naruto said. He seemed to be pondering his time there. "It was successful, Hokage-sama," Hinata said, bowing respectfully. Surprisingly, Naruto even managed to not embarrass himself. He almost acted as a clan heir should. Sasuke added, "Yamato, their reports are surprisingly correct. The daimyo was a gracious host and appeared to enjoy our company. Team 7 handled the political pressure admirably, and I believe even made some allies," Yamato reported succinctly. Good, good," Hiruzen said as he puffed on the pipe that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. They sat for a few comfortable seconds before he continued. "You are aware that the Chunin exams are coming up?" They all nodded excitedly. "So I assumed. I wanted to personally give you the invitation forms. I'm expecting you 3 to pass," he explained, pushing forward 3 slips of paper. They each stepped forward to grab their respective forms before returning to place. "We won't let you down, old man. Team 7 is gonna ace the exams like we were made for them," Naruto shouted. The Hokage chuckled as Yamato held his face in his hand. "I expected as much," Sarutobi said. "I'm looking forward to your performance. You 3 are dismissed. Yamato, you can hang back for the meeting." "See ya later," Naruto shouted, waving to both his sensei and leader. He rushed for the window, opened it, and leapt out before anyone could stop him. Sasuke sighed exasperatedly and leapt after him. Hinata bowed silently and rushed to do the same. "Hokage-sama, I apologize for their behavior. They take their duties seriously on missions or training, but it seems like outside of that I just can't get them to behave," Yamato said, shaking his head. "It's quite alright, Yamato. You're forgetting that Naruto gets it from Jiraiya, and that I myself could never get my student to kick his peculiar habits. The fact that you can get them to focus when necessary shows your ability as their sensei," the Hokage said. "At any rate, we have the meeting for the Chunin exams now. I'm certain you know everything you're about to hear already, but I'd like for you to stay formally nominate your team anyway." At that moment, the doors opened, and in walked all the Jonin sensei for the village. Being that it was a home-hosted Chunin exams, they would likely be nominating a record number of genin for it. Exams within your own village were always considered the safest after all. When everybody had filed in, the Hokage spoke again. "Ah, I see you're all here. I assume you can figure out what this is about. Kakashi, we'll start with you." He nodded to the Kapinin who stepped forward to speak. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto and his team began to make their way for Ichiraku Ramen. It had become the unspoken thing to do after a meeting with the Hokage, whether it be a mission report or otherwise. He hadn't made it 15 steps when they ran into Sakura. "Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke-kun," she shouted. "How are you guys?" They chatted idly for a few minutes while they walked. They discussed missions and training and the like. Team 7 didn't bring up the Chunin exams, because they had deduced that the meeting right now was for nominations, so the pink-haired girl likely didn't even know yet. They turned the corner of a wooden fence, and Naruto immediately sighed. "Konohamaru," he called out. "What did I tell you about your camouflage? That I need to make them more realistic?" Konohamaru asked. "Yes. Can you see why a square rock with eye holes isn't realistic?" The young boy nodded profusely. "Then why did you use it?" "Well, Irika-sensei said that sometimes hiding in plain sight could be effective," he said. Naruto sighed. The young boy had just started the academy and was taking some of the lessons a little too literally. At least he was paying attention. "Saru, just because it's a bad disguise doesn't mean it's hiding in plain sight." He rolled his eyes. Hiding in plain sight would be like walking down the street in civilian clothes versus hiding in the shadows in your ninja gear. Understand? "Yes, Naruto-sensei." He saluted, bringing his hand up to his goggles. The boy then donned a devious grin. "Hey boss, are these 2 your girlfriends?" Naruto paled, but not because he was embarrassed. He chose to forego the answer and instead offer a little advice. "You better run, Saru." "Ha?" the boy asked. Then he saw the look on Sakura's face. "You little brat. Don't you know it's insulting to say we're both his girlfriend?" Sakura yelled. "Come over here so I can teach you a lesson." Konohamaru went pale and turned to run. Sakura took off after him, not giving serious chase, just trying to scare the boy into a little bit of respect. Naruto chuckled. "I'll see you guys at Ichiraku. I better make sure he learns his lesson without getting hurt," Naruto said. Hinata's face was still a little red from embarrassment, but she and Sasuke both nodded. Naruto molded chakra, using his sensory ability to pinpoint them as he ran after the two. He found them on the other side of a fence, next to two other signatures. He was just hopping the fence when he felt an extremely powerful one-up in a tree. He couldn't tell the size of the chakra pool because it was extremely well concealed, but the chakra that leaked was dense. On the other side of the fence, he found Konohamaru being held up by his shirt by a sand ninja. The guy had purple face paint and was wearing an all-black outfit with pointed ears on his hood. Next to him stood a blonde girl, also wearing a Suna headband. There was a good chance the signature was their Jonin-sensei then. But where was their third teammate? Was he what was strapped on the back of the boy? He could see hair poking out from the bandages. He made a cross-hand seal and concentrated hard. His clones came to life exactly where he wanted them to. "You guys here for the Chunin exams?" he asked. The sand ninja looked up. "See, put him down before we get in trouble, Kankuro," the blonde girl said. "TCH, I told you I wanted to have some fun and teach him a lesson first," the face-painted ninja, Kankuro, said. A clone of Naruto tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to spin around quickly. While he did so, the real Naruto moved in and pressed his thumb into a pressure point on Kankuro's forearm, causing him to drop Konohamaru. His Kunoichi teammate made a move to help, but a gold chain wrapped around her from behind, stopping her. "Whoa there, you two. Better calm down. Wouldn't want to hurt little Saru here now, would you?" The third Hokage would be pissed if his grandson got injured, Naruto said, laying it on thick. He would apologize to Konohamaru later about the grandson comment. "Go find Sasuke and Hinata. They're at Ichiraku," he whispered to the boy. Konohamaru nodded his head and took off running. "So, what's a pretty girl like you doing following the guy with makeup around?" the clone wrapping up the blonde girl asked. She blushed a little but didn't respond. "What about you, redhead?" a voice called from above. "You with them too?" Up in the tree, a clone of Naruto was standing on a branch above another sand ninja. This one had red hair and black circles around his eyes, a red kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. The red-headed boy glared at the clone, who got the message and destroyed itself. "Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to our village. We're leaving." The boy disappeared in a whirl of sand, reappearing between his two teammates. "Whoa, you guys didn't answer my question. Are you here for the Chunin exams? Do you have the paperwork?" Naruto asked, following protocol. The blonde girl nodded and produced the papers, showing the clone that had her locked up. The clone released her after he saw the paper and nodded at the original. "Alrighty, you guys are good to go. Please try not to attack any more citizens of the Leaf. I'd hate to have to hurt you before the exams." The one in black, Kankuro, clearly had an attitude and only rolled his eyes. He quickly moved to follow the redhead when he began to walk away though. The blonde did as well, though she didn't look away from Naruto. The redhead stopped, turning around. His teammates gave him clearance to do so that the massive gourd on his back wouldn't hit them. He turned to the real Naruto, as all the clones had dispelled. "What is your name?" Naruto was a little taken aback by the intensity of his words, but didn't show it. "Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours?" "Gaara. Of the sand." Gaara responded. He turned to leave, so Naruto did too. "I'm Temari," the blonde girl shouted before following her team. "Why's it always gotta be me that finds the trouble?" Naruto thought to himself as he walked towards Ichiraku. He sent a clone to report his findings to the Hokage. His meeting should be finishing up any minute. Naruto's heart was pounding in his ears. His lungs burned as he sucked in oxygen. He had a horrible feeling in his gut as he leapt from tree to tree at max speed. His feet were on autopilot as he scanned the forest for his teammates. Where the hell were they? The giant snake that separated him from his team had come out of nowhere. One spike of chakra from behind him, and all of a sudden he was being driven away from his two best friends. It was the snake that was the source of the feeling in his gut. They were surprised when Anko broke through the window saying she was the second proctor. They were even more surprised when she announced it would be in the Forest of Death. Surely it was going to be a breeze. After all, there were few in the village that had spent more time in Training Ground 44 than Team 7. They'd discovered a team from Rain that must have been at the gate directly next to them, and secured their second scroll easily. They could have made their way to the tower immediately, but no, he just had to run his mouth. This is a cakewalk, he'd said. We should make sure the other Leaf teams are doing okay, he'd argued. His team had followed his lead as they often did. Look where it had brought them. The bad feeling grew as he got closer to them, his sensory abilities honing in on two chakra signatures that felt so natural to them they might have been his own. And one massive one. That chakra was foul. So foul it made him feel sick to his stomach in a whole different way. He skipped past several more massive trees and saw them. A thin grass genin or jonin, if the chakra signature was anything to go by, was facing off with them. Sasuke's leg was bleeding, and Hinata's sleeves were all torn up and bloody. Most importantly, the grass nin looked completely unharmed. If this were a normal enemy, he would be surprised. He was confident that either one of his teammates could take out everybody in the exams with the exception of maybe Gaara. It looked like the grass nin was speaking to them. So Naruto took the time to run through a few hand signs to prepare a jutsu. He summoned a toad and explained his plan, and then got ready to make his move. Sasuke hadn't felt scared in a long time. 4 years, 6 months, and 23 days to be exact. He tried not to think about that night, even tried not to keep track of the days. He couldn't put it out of his head though. The night his family was murdered would always be the most defining moment in his life. It wasn't the same feeling as then, but it was the closest he felt he'd get. The chakra radiating from their enemy wasn't right. He'd been paralyzed by it. It was worse than Zabuza's, and it really wasn't even close. He'd broken out of the daze, much to the enemy's surprise, with a kunai to the leg. He grabbed Hinata and got out of there as fast as he could, but he couldn't seem to shake whoever it was that was after them. It didn't help that Naruto had been separated from them before the fight had even started. He had given the escape all he had, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to shake their hunter. His options were to run and be hunted or turn around and fight like hell. He and Hinata had unanimously agreed to fight without even discussing the situation. The grass jonin, because there's no way this ninja was even a chunin, let alone a genin, had carelessly joined them. Now they were standing across from each other, Sasuke and Hinata on one thick branch, the tall female ninja on the other. There was an ominous cackle that began to build from her throat. The fact that her lips never moved from their grin sent a chill down his spine. He reactivated his Sharingan, he turned it off while running to conserve chakra, and he swore he heard a moan coming from her. Everything about her just felt wrong. Sasuke-kun, she let out a malicious giggle, like she couldn't hold it back. I've been waiting to meet you. I don't know who you are and I don't care. Leave us alone. Freak. Sasuke responded. He did his best to keep the fear out of his voice. He wasn't sure he succeeded. Now, is that any way to treat a superior? She asked. We don't follow orders from Grass Ninja. Hinata interjected, confused by what she meant. Oh ho ho. The ninja's voice dropped significantly, taking on an even more sinister tone. But I'm not from Grass, little Hyuga princess. I'm from the Leaf. Hinata gasped slightly as the ninja seemed to tear part of her face off. Just enough was removed to reveal yellow eyes like a snake, and purple skin running along their nose. In fact, I believe you've met my former teammate, Jiraiya. Orochimaru, Sasuke spat. Ah, I see my reputation precedes me. The Sannin smirked. Yeah, we learn all about the disgraceful monsters who betray the village. Now, don't be so testy with me, Sasuke-kun. You haven't even gotten to know me yet. And I never will. There was no signal, no sign from Sasuke what was going to happen, just the subtle shift in air behind him. Orochimaru ducked, dodging the slash of a sword that would have separated his head casually. Oh, are we joined by the Jinchuriki brat? I would have hoped that Jiraiya would have trained you better than that. Naruto didn't say a word, just shifted from his attack, replanted his feet, and launched himself back at the traitorous Sannin. He raised the sword over his head with 2 hands, attempting to deliver a powerful blow. It was simple for the Sannin to step inside his range quick as a snake. He delivered a blow to his stomach that could rupture organs. The punch was powerful enough to splash the water the clone was made from all over the Sannin. The water was sticky as syrup as it coated Orochimaru, restricting his movement. From behind him, Naruto leapt into the sky, letting loose several shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted, making the required hand sign. 6 shuriken turned into 60, raining down on Orochimaru from his spot stuck on the tree branch. Wind release, Gale Palm, another Naruto shouted, using the jutsu to boost the shuriken to new speeds. Sasuke's fireball cut in front of Naruto's jutsu, perfectly timed. The shuriken passed through it, catching fire as they did. The wind technique hit the flaming ball full force and pushed it down into Orochimaru, amplifying the technique several-fold. The combination made a small explosion on the branch. It took a few seconds for the smoke to clear. Naruto and Sasuke landed next to each other in that time. They were back to back, down in their stances, ready for anything. They weren't under the impression that the Sannin would be put down so easily. There was a maniacal laugh to their side. Orochimaru was coming up out of a tree branch, using a jutsu to seemingly traverse the inside of it. That was impressive. You two didn't think that would do it though, did you? They looked at each other, then back at him and shook their heads. Naruto made his cross hand sign, summoning 4 more clones around them. More clones? Surely you don't think that will help. At that moment, Hinata struck. She came up behind him, using Naruto's jutsu as a cover for her movement. She'd used her Byakugan to track the snake Sannin the whole time. She struck 3 times, hoping to disable him. 1 Juken strike to both kidneys and 1 to his right lung. He turned around, furiously trying to backhand her. She ducked underneath his strike and put another chakra-fueled strike into his other lung. The blow connected firmly, but she wasn't fast enough to recover. Orochimaru delivered a kick to her chest that sent her flying through the air. You insolent little brats! He turned to glare at Sasuke and Naruto, only to find them missing. He was more alert now after being surprised twice. He quickly located Naruto to his left, another above him, and a third leaping through the air to catch his kunoichi teammate. That left Sasuke and 1 more clone. He looked to his right and saw them on a branch higher up. They were both rearing back, chests bulging. They launched their combination jutsu at him. It was the first one they ever learned, and they worked it to perfection. Naruto's Toad Oil Bullet raced at Orochimaru, Sasuke's Flame Bullet doing the same. The jutsu collided mid-air, merging with one another. This time, the Sannin was ready for it, and leapt backward onto another branch, completely dodging the jutsu and its spreading flames. He immediately felt something wrap around his legs, and looked down to see 2 gold chains snaking their way up. His chakra felt suppressed, and he was unsurprised to see the chains leading back to the Uzumaki. Your mother's chakra chains, huh? He asked, casually flicking a kunai down. It struck the blonde on the shoulder, causing him and his chains to dissipate into smoke. How dare you mention my mother? Naruto ground out. Oh, he said, staring down the 3 members of Team 7. But she was such a fine specimen. The Sannin grinned. Naruto's blood boiled. He felt the Kyuubi chakra stir within him. His nails broke through the skin of his palms. His blood dripped down his hand onto the tree. He'd never wanted to truly kill anyone at all before, and he was sure he'd never want to kill anyone more than right now. What do you want with us? He forced himself to try and stay calm. As interesting as you are, I don't want anything with you, little Naruto-kun. And while your little Hyuga teammate interests me too, it's not her I'm after either. No, I'm here for Sasuke-kun. I wish to give him my power. He shuddered as he let go of the last word. Naruto was furious all over again. He whispered to his teammates, Code Red, 30 seconds. Then he body flickered away. Oh Sasuke-kun, it looks like Naruto is abandoning you. It's too bad he didn't kill your little kunoichi first. Then he would be just like your brother. How is Itachi, by the way? Sasuke's Sharingan once again flashed red, and this time he wasn't concerned about conserving chakra. Hinata took his lead, Byakugan already primed and activated. She followed Sasuke's lead, and they both rushed after the Sannin. The two of them weaved in and out of their attacks, Sasuke using a kunai to empower his strikes, Hinata wielding her chakra. It was true that Naruto and Sasuke had unparalleled teamwork, even amongst the village that was famous for it. However, in the last months, Hinata had integrated into that as seamlessly as possible. She and Sasuke bobbed and weaved, covering for each other through each strike, counter, and block. It was the hardest they'd ever fought, the determination to buy Naruto his time pushing them to new limits. Orochimaru fended them off without fail, and while he wasn't driven back, he had zero room to make a real counterattack. 20 more seconds. Hinata zigged and zagged to try and throw off the Sannin's rhythm, and feinted a strike before leaping back. Sasuke's shuriken came spinning at him from two different angles. The snake turned sideways, allowing them to pass by the slimmest of margins. By the time he saw the ninja wire, it was too late. The metal wire wrapped around him, the momentum of the shuriken pulling it tight, causing him to buckle awkwardly against the tree. Before he could power through the wire, Sasuke sent a jutsu racing down it. Lightning release, thunderclap arrow. The lightning used the wire as a medium and raced near instantly into Orochimaru's body. The Sannin's body convulsed while the electricity wreaked havoc on his system. Sasuke wasn't done yet though, he wanted more permanent damage. Fire release. I hope this works, he thought to himself. Fire dragon flame bullet. He inhaled as much oxygen as he could, chest expanding until his lungs and ribs screamed in protest. He exhaled all the chakra that he could, igniting it as it left his mouth. The massive bullet engulfed everything in its path, slamming into Orochimaru and lighting him and the tree on fire. 3 seconds passed, then 5. Before 10 hit, they heard the cackling once more as the flames died out. Sasuke stood there, panting. The effects of using so much chakra while keeping the Sharingan active was wearing him out. He wasn't sure how much longer he could go. Then he saw Orochimaru's face melt off. It was a disgusting and inhuman display as the facade that he had been wearing completely melted off of him. His skin underneath was red and pink, burned from Sasuke's jutsu. In the next instant, the Sannin was regurgitating, mouth opened impossibly wide. 2 hands grabbed his lips from the inside, and Hinata thought she was going to be sick. The hands were followed by a head with yellow eyes, and soon the rest of Orochimaru followed. He unfolded himself, steaming and covered in a disgusting liquid, and licked his lips as he stared down Sasuke. Kukuku, he laughed. Sasuke-kun, your power is just delightful. He shuddered again as he spoke, as if he couldn't contain his joy. But I'm afraid it's nowhere near strong enough to contend with me. Let me show you true power. The Sannin flared his chakra, and it was Sasuke's turn to think he was going to be sick. The feeling coming from him was even worse than before, and even though he was more prepared for it this time, he found it extremely difficult to move. Orochimaru flew at him, fist cocked back, and something inside Sasuke screamed at him to move, and so he did. His Sharingan picked up the feint easily, and allowed him to dodge the kick that it set up. Orochimaru flowed smoothly into 2 more punches that he was able to dodge, but he wasn't able to escape the knee to his gut. A left hand hit him in the jaw, followed by an uppercut that sent him airborne onto his back. Hinata broke out of her daze and charged, throwing her most powerful Juken attacks at her opponent. The Snake Man seemed to be made out of rubber as he dodged, body bending in impossible directions and angles as he did so. Another swift kick to her chest sat her down hard. The Sannin could only laugh at them. Foolish children, this isn't even a fraction of my power. I haven't even used a single ninjutsu on you yet, Orochimaru said. Sasuke winced from the pain in his head. He deactivated his Sharingan. There was no use in wasting chakra now, he was almost out. He'd have enough for one last-ditch effort, but nothing more after that. Orochimaru put his hands in a strange seal the Uchiha prodigy had never seen before. It looked like a tiger seal, but his middle fingers were crossed over his index. Allow me to share with you some of my power, he said. Before he could make a move to use a jutsu, though, there was an ominous, suffocating presence that overtook them. All three ninja seemed to freeze in their place as they looked off into the forest where it came from. Orochimaru smiled, having a strong idea what it was. Suddenly, out of the woods like a bullet of fire, a red figure flew at the Sannin. Orochimaru was knocked back off of his feet and the branch he was standing on. Standing in his place was a very angry-looking Naruto. He was shrouded completely in red, bubbling chakra. Behind him swayed one tail, as if it had a mind of its own. "Stay away from my team," he ground out through a clenched jaw. His voice was raspier and deeper. His hair had become more ragged. His whiskers had grown darker, teeth and nails longer. And his eyes, they had turned slitted and red. The telltale signs of the influence of the nine-tailed fox and its chakra. "I see you've learned to use the power of your demon. But will one measly tail make a difference?" "I think not," Orochimaru said. Naruto growled in favor of returning the verbal spar. He launched himself at Orochimaru, forgoing his jutsu and weapons in favor of trying to swipe the Sannin's head clean off. The taijutsu spar that followed could only be described as ferocious. Orochimaru blocked one powerful punch and decided that dodging would probably be the better way to go. He wove in and out, side to side, even corkscrewing his body at one point to dodge. Eventually, the QB-enhanced punches caught up to him though, and he wore several fists to the face and a claw swipe across his chest. Blood seeped from the claw marks, and he used his tongue to lick it up, shuddering from the pleasure. "You have so much potential, Naruto-kun. But I'm not here to see what you're capable of today, as fun as it's been," Orochimaru said. "Now, allow me to show you what I was going to show Sasuke. True power." Once again, the snake summoner flared his chakra. The density of it seemed to weigh down the air itself. Naruto was protected from the effects of it inside the Nine-Tails chakra though, and launched himself at Orochimaru yet again. The Sannin grinned as the Jinchuriki flew at him, and easily sidestepped his first punch, and his second and third. Naruto tried to roundhouse kick him in the head, only for it to be ducked. Orochimaru slithered around all his attacks, before finally unleashing his own. The kick to his chest was the hardest he'd ever received, and he felt several ribs break without resistance. Even as he flew through the air, he felt his ribs heal. Before he could even land, Orochimaru was standing where he was projected to fall, and delivered a vicious punch to his face. The pain was there, but it was greatly dulled by the nine tails, even as he cratered into the ground below. He simply was outmatched in taijutsu, and even through his building anger he could see that. As the Sannin descended on him like a fallen angel, he ran through hand signs. He wasn't coherent enough to shout or even whisper the name, but in his mind there was nothing but the shout of the jutsu name. Wind release, great breakthrough. It was his most powerful jutsu in his affinity. Amped by the one-tail chakra cloak, it would be enough to knock down trees. He exhaled, blowing as much wind as possible as he could out of his mouth, straight at the Sannin. The effect was immediate. The wind jutsu shot out of him like a bullet the size of a large train. Everything in the immediate area was blown away. Trees uprooted or snapped under the pressure of the wind jutsu. The ground itself was torn up by its power, leaving a trench. As it reached the falling Orochimaru, the man had a sickening smile on his face as he finished his own jutsu. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. The massive A-rank fire jutsu met the wind jutsu head-on. It was powerful enough that it quickly overtook Naruto's wind, thanks to its elemental advantage. The great wave of flames incinerated everything in its path on its way back to Naruto. The blonde could do nothing as the scorching jutsu overtook and completely enveloped him. It felt as if his very being was on fire, like his skin was searing several times over, and his organs were going to boil and explode. Even as the fire jutsu was killing him, the Nine-Tails chakra was saving him, fixing the cells even as they died. It was excruciating. Just when he thought the onslaught would never end, the flames died down. His bubbling red chakra cloak was gone, as was a large portion of his clothing, barely leaving enough for him to be considered decent. His body was smoking, his skin was red, and he felt like he'd just gone days without sleep. It wasn't over yet, though, and he tried to summon more of his tenant's chakra. All he saw of Orochimaru was a streak before he was on him. He couldn't even react as the Sannin's glowing fingers slammed into his gut. "Five-finger seal," he said neutrally. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'd love to stay and play with Jiraiya's toy some more, but you see, I came here with a goal in mind. A mission, if you will. I'm after Sasuke's Sharingan, and nothing will get in my way, especially a little Jinchuriki brat. So why don't you just go to sleep?" The Sannin turned his back as Naruto began to collapse to his knees and fall forward. The blonde fought with everything he had, trying to stay conscious. His team needed him. He couldn't leave Sasuke and Hinata hanging. It was a losing battle though, and he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on long enough to help. With any luck, help would already be on the way after he flared the Kyuubi's chakra like that. A familiar signature hopped up next to him. The surveillance toad he had summoned. With the last of his strength, he delivered a message. "Orochimaru, after Sharingan, will be fine. Go after him." And he promptly lost consciousness, his covered forehead smacking into the hard dirt. Sasuke hated having to rely on Naruto. He hated Naruto having to rely on the Ninetales even more. He'd only ever seen him use that shroud once, and Jiraiya had immediately thrown a sealing tag on him to stop it. Naruto had insisted that he was in control, but the influence it had on him was obvious. Still, if he was willing to go that far for him, they couldn't allow it to go to waste. He and Hinata were slowly trying to get out of the forest. They knew they were closer to the tower than the fence, so they moved towards it, hoping to find help. Their only chance was to find numbers. Nobody in the forest was currently strong enough to defeat Orochimaru on their own. Not unless the third Hokage or Jiraiya showed up. They kept tree-hopping blindly, neither having enough chakra to keep their dojutsu active at this point. Even from this far away, they could feel the Kyuubi's chakra. That meant they could feel the moment when it receded. Either Naruto had won and turned it off, or he had lost. As much as he trusted the blonde, he wasn't overly hopeful. They kept going, knowing that's what he would want. It was less than 2 minutes before they were tracked down. They hadn't even seen it coming. One moment they were hopping along. The next, Orochimaru was standing in their path, a grin on his face. "Well, he was better than I expected. I'll give him that. I think that fire should put him down for quite a while, if not forever." Orochimaru lied, checking his fingernails for dirt. "You bastard!" Sasuke screamed. He activated his Sharingan, attempting the last-ditch effort he'd saved chakra for. He wasn't strong enough or quick enough to keep up with the Sannin. His strongest jutsu damaged him for all of 5 seconds. That left one option for him: Genjutsu. He looked Orochimaru in the eye with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, weaving the strongest illusion he had. The chakra flowed from his jutsu and into the mind of his opponent. There was hope. He felt it begin to take hold, the snake-like eyes beginning to glaze over. Then it was shattered. One flare of his chakra and it was instantly dispelled. The laugh that came from Orochimaru sounded almost genuine, like he truly thought it was funny. "Is that the best you can do, Sasuke-kun? I hear your goal is to kill your brother, but with Genjutsu as weak as that, you'll never come close. Itachi of the Sharingan is one of the best users in the world after all. He can even trap me in an illusion. You don't even come close to his strength." By the end of his rant, he was sneering at the young Uchiha. Sasuke didn't reply. He dropped to one knee, resting his hand on it as he heaved in large gulps of breath. Beside him, Hinata dropped into a stance. "Don't," he said. She understood the meaning but didn't relent. "I cannot allow you and Naruto-kun to risk your lives while I sit and watch. You're my family too." And with those words, she charged the Sannin once more. She aimed a blind Juken strike at his heart, hoping against all hope to luck out. She'd done enough training that she didn't need the Byakugan to locate the major organs anymore. Orochimaru caught her by the wrist and promptly snapped it like a twig. Hinata, to her credit, didn't scream. She just tried to strike at his heart again with the other hand. She almost got there too, before Orochimaru caught and broke that one too. "Weak." He spat at her and he kicked her in the chest a 3rd time. Sasuke could hear the ribs break from 30 feet away. She crashed into the base of the tree, smacking her head against the wall and going still. If she was still conscious, She didn't show any sign of it. Orochimaru silently shunshined to Sasuke, putting his hands in the strange seal again. I can't afford to spend any more time here. I will give you a drop of my power, Sasuke-kun. When you want the real thing, you will seek me out. Before Sasuke could argue, the Sannin's neck extended the short distance to him, and he bit down at the base of Sasuke's neck. The Uchiha felt a strong burning sensation as Orochimaru removed his fangs, and just like that he was gone. Not even floating leaves left behind. The burning sensation spread down his arm and into his chest, up into his head, and soon his entire body was filled with it. He writhed and screamed, trying to fight whatever it was that was overtaking his body, trying to stay conscious so that he could help Hinata and they could find Naruto. He couldn't though, he wasn't strong enough, and eventually he succumbed to the pain and blacked out. Hinata came to in the dark. The sensations from the injuries she'd sustained filed in one by one until her breath was caught and her muscles were clenched. It took her several seconds to relax enough to think. Her chakra was still extremely low, and she didn't want to risk using the Byakugan just yet. She drug herself to her feet, a difficult task with 2 broken wrists. Her teammates needed her. A feeling of numbness overtook her as she realized that she might not have any teammates left after what happened. She began to shake. Something within her pushed her to keep move, because regardless of what happened, it was useless to sit here and do nothing. In the darkness, she had a hard time seeing without her dojutsu. She managed to slowly hop to where Sasuke had been when she lost consciousness. She almost stepped on his limp form as she looked, stumbling over his body as she passed. She put her ear to his chest, and then over his mouth. His heart was beating, and he was breathing. He was alive. His heartbeat was erratic, and his body was hot though. It was like he was fighting a bad fever. Better than dead, she reminded herself. She had to find Naruto. She mustered what strength she could, and maneuvered Sasuke onto her back, tucking his arms over her shoulders so she could hold him in place. She had to bite down on the sleeves of both his wrists to do so. She risked activating her eyes for long enough to search for Naruto. She could still remember the area the suffocating demonic chakra had come from, so she started her search there. It didn't take long. The area she located him in was completely and utterly devoid of life. Every tree in the vicinity was either missing or completely burned down. There was no grass left, only scorched earth. Everything was black and turned to ash. She turned her eyes off, already having memorized the spot, and took off with a vigor that betrayed her current state. She hopped from tree to tree, and within a few minutes, she'd made her way to him. She made it to his side, and slid Sasuke off as gently as she could. The moment she looked at Naruto, tears began to run down her cheeks. He was in worse shape than Sasuke. His skin was blistered all over. There were very few places on his body that didn't appear to be burned completely. His skin was red in most spots, black in others. She wasn't sure how long it had been since she lost consciousness, but his body was still steaming. That couldn't be a good sign. She risked the Byakugan one more time and scanned Naruto's body as quickly as possible. The damage was bad. Torn muscles, fractured bones, burned chakra coils. He was in bad shape, but it looked like everything had already started to heal considerably. Thank God for the 9-tailed fox. Ever so quickly it passed through her mind that she was probably the first member of the Leaf Village to ever think that. Her Byakugan forcibly deactivated as she ran too low on chakra. Her vision got bright, despite the late hour and lack of dojutsu. She dropped to one knee, the lightheadedness threatening to overtake her once more. She pressed a palm into the ground to try and balance and center herself. She could not afford to pass out again. Her teammates needed her. Deep, slow breaths fought off the worst of it. Then, out of the blue, they were on them. She was in no position to fight, and didn't make any sort of indication that she knew they were there. At least maybe she could surprise them by pretending not to notice. She risked an upward glance, and was relieved to see it was a team of Leaf and Bu. She raised her head to signal she was still conscious. A ninja with a monkey mask made his way over to her. Hyuga, status report. His voice was near emotionless. Likely a captain then. Good. She took another deep breath and spoke slowly. Orochimaru attacked us. Naruto-kun used his tenant to fend him off but was defeated. I don't know how. Sasuke-kun was bitten by Orochimaru in the neck and has a strange mark there. They're both in need of healing badly. I sustained injuries to both wrists, my chest, and head. I can go without healing if need be. Orochimaru got away. The ANBU captain nodded. Behind him, 2 more ANBU were already running glowing green hands over her teammates. She relaxed just a fraction. I can begin healing you, the captain said. She nodded in return and flopped back onto her back. It was likely the least graceful thing she had ever done. She couldn't find it in herself to care at the moment. Soon, the soothing feeling of the medical ninjutsu made her feel much better. Her wrists stiffened back to the way they'd been before. Her ribs began to dull to an ache that made breathing less of a burden. The massive headache she didn't know she had receded to a survivable level. The lightheadedness faded slightly, and she relaxed a little more. Captain. One of the ANBU interrupted the healing session, though the captain didn't make any sort of inclination that he noticed. The Uchiha. There's some sort of seal on his neck. I'm not well versed in Fuinjutsu, but there's definitely a foreign chakra coming from it. The monkey-masked captain didn't say anything for a few seconds. I'm no Fuinjutsu expert either. We would need Jiraiya-sama honestly, or maybe Genma. Neither of them are in the village at the moment though, he said. Hinata debated about whether she should speak up. She ultimately decided that if she were in her teammate's position, she would want either of them to do it. She sat up onto her knees and spoke. Naruto-kun has been trained by Jiraiya-sama of the legendary Sannin in Fuinjutsu. She laid it on as thick as possible. It was the only way to convince an ANBU. He also has access to the old Uzumaki texts on the subject, given that he is a member of the clan. He will likely have a good idea of what's going on, better than anybody you could call upon in short notice. Of course, the Sandaime was no slouch at Fuinjutsu either, and definitely was above Naruto's level. She just had to convince them that Naruto could handle it. She'd have to play this carefully. Well, the other medic spoke up. He's in pretty bad shape, but he's healing abnormally fast. I've sped it up as much as I can and healed all the dangerous injuries. Should wake up after a day or 2 in the hospital. He's always healed fast. He'll be fine by tomorrow. I'm sure of it. Look at the jutsu that did this to him. She gestured to the surrounding area. Should he even be alive, let alone look as good as he does? Hinata said. The ANBU shook his head ever so subtly. She turned her attention to the more pressing matter. What about Sasuke? Will he be okay? Sasuke's medic, a man wearing the mask of a bird she couldn't identify, spoke up again. He's just got a fever and general combat damage. He scratched the back of his head. I healed a majority of it and helped out with the fever. The seal is beyond me. Orochimaru probably sealed his chakra or something so he can't use jutsu. He should be just fine though. Hinata let loose the final breath that she had been holding as gently and evenly as she could. Please allow us to finish the exams then, Hinata said, bowing as properly as she could from her position kneeling on the ground. If Naruto and Sasuke will be physically fine, and Naruto can handle the seal, there's no reason we should be disqualified. That's a bad idea. The Hokage will want to hear about this, the captain said. Naruto had summoned a surveillance toad. It will have reported this to Jiraiya-sama and Hokage-sama by now. The full report can wait a few days while we finish the exam. It won't be any trouble for us to find another scroll, she said. Naruto had been holding onto their heaven scroll in the pouch he'd worn for the exam. If it was still in the forest, it would have been turned to ash by now. The monkey ANBU seemed to consider this. After several moments, his shoulders slumped slightly and he let out a sigh. Naruto has been good to Konohamaru, especially since his parents' death. Better than anybody else outside of his family at any rate. Our clan will not forget that. You will be allowed to complete the exam. You will not continue through any other incident like this again though. If you need help, just open a scroll. It will summon a proctor. Hinata nodded and bowed lower, thanking him profusely. She was confident she could take care of the boys until they awoke. She had become somewhat proficient in medical ninjutsu. The ANBU helped move them east, into the trunk at the base of a large tree. It would provide cover from at least 3 directions, though it did limit their escape. Once they left, she went about setting up several traps, including some tags that Naruto had given her before the exam started. When she was satisfied that they were as well defended as possible, she turned her attention back to her teammates. Naruto's burns had receded, but the worst of them, the ones on his forearms, could still use some attention. She pulled out the medicinal cream that she had made just for such circumstances. She rubbed it over his arms and a few spots on his chest and abdomen, making sure to rub the cream in thoroughly. She was proud that she only slightly blushed at the action. Sasuke's fever seemed stable for the moment, so she just ran a diagnostic jutsu over him. His injuries had healed well, just as the ANBU had said. With nothing left for her to do, she ran a quick scout over the nearby area using her Byakugan. She kept active for as little time as possible, exhaustion already setting in. She found nothing and decided sleep was for the best. They wouldn't have any sort of watch, but with Naruto's traps and barriers, as well as her traditional traps, they should be safe for a few hours at least. She wouldn't be any good if she didn't recover, and it's not like she could wake them up to move even if she did see something. She laid down in front of her teammates, determined to protect, even if that meant just putting her body in front of theirs while they slept. Sleep came almost overwhelmingly quick, and she was asleep within seconds. Hinata awoke some hours later, to light streaming onto her face. Couldn't have been that long then. If it were noon, the light wouldn't reach her like this. She quickly gathered her bearings. Her chakra was refilling, though not full. None of the traps had been sprung, nor was there any other sign of intruders. That was a relief. She moved on to Naruto, as he'd gotten the worst of things. She checked his vitals with a diagnostic jutsu, and found that he seemed well off enough. The bones and muscles seemed to have healed most of the way. That was odd though, they should have been healed all the way by now. She checked his burns and found that they'd made significant progress but also weren't healed. She frowned. That was not the norm for Naruto. It was rare that he cloaked himself in the fox's chakra though. Maybe it needed time to recharge? She moved to Sasuke, since Naruto seemed well off enough for now. She didn't like what she saw. He was sweating through his shirt, and he had a high fever. Now that she had chakra, she activated her eyes and scanned his body. His heart was beating much too fast for sleep, his muscles were clenching, and that chakra in the seal was seeping into him. She didn't like that one bit. She got to work on healing him, fighting the fever first, as that was the most dangerous. It was a battle, and after only a few minutes she began to sweat. She succeeded though, at least in lowering the fever. Sasuke stopped sweating, though his body still seemed to be fighting. She tried to get his muscles to relax, but she wasn't advanced enough to cause the brain to trigger it. She strongly considered sealing off his chakra points. She couldn't do it in the heat of battle just yet, not consistently at least, but she could do it to a stationary target. If she succeeded though, the chakra leaking from the seal might pool up and then release into his system all at once when his tenketsu reopened. That could have disastrous results, and may even kill him. Bad idea. She resolved to just keep checking on the two every so often to make sure they were okay, while resting herself so she could fully regain her chakra. Her wrists weren't fully healed yet, and neither were her ribs. If she could get above a certain point in her reserves, she could spare the chakra to heal herself. They had enough food to last several days, so she could spare the resting time to watch over her teammates. She sat cross-legged between her two teammates and centered herself. Deep breaths in, deep breaths out. Everything would be okay. Her teammates would be okay. They were strong, stronger than her, and she had faith in them. She sat like this for a while. Could have been hours, it could have been less. She wasn't too concerned about keeping track of time at the moment. They had plenty of time to finish the test. They could afford to lay around for a day. At some point while she was waiting, she regained the rest of her chakra and was able to periodically activate her Byakugan to scout the area. The tags that Naruto had given her seemed to be working. She had yet to spot a single person coming near them. The barrier sealed in their presence, so it wouldn't physically stop anybody from coming near them. It would, however, stop anybody from sensing them as long as they weren't expelling a lot of chakra. She occasionally would take the time to hop in and attempt to help her teammates out in the healing process. Sasuke needed continuous help with the fever that he was fighting, which was making her increasingly more worried. After 2 quick sessions, Naruto seemed to be completely healed from his burns, though he still wasn't waking up. She was less worried about him. He'd fought one of Konoha's greatest traitors and likely would have died if it weren't for the tailed beast that he housed. The stress alone from that fight could put anybody to sleep for a while. He was Naruto though, and he always came through. He'd yet to fail any of them. Not in the Genin test, not on their first C rank. Not even in Wave, when it looked as if they were all headed for an early grave. He would be okay. He had to be. It was several hours after the sun had reached its highest peak when Sasuke took a turn for the worst. She'd been doing her breathing exercises, letting her chakra regain from the latest round of scouting the nearby area. He started twitching in his sleep, and his breathing grew ragged. She checked on him only to find that his fever had skyrocketed. He was burning up all through his body. She went to work trying to quell his reaction, but his body jerked and he turned on his side. A vile, cold chakra began leaking out of his body in waves as he screamed. His body curled up into a fetal position as it tensed against itself. It was like his body was rejecting the chakra. That's when it hit her. It was rejecting the chakra from the mark that Orochimaru had put on him. She'd been so foolish to think that she could even begin to understand what was going on with that. She should have let the ANBU disqualify him, or at least ask them to watch over them. The chakra being expelled from Sasuke grew stronger. It was a steady stream now, and she didn't know what to do. She had been counting on Naruto to be able to seal off the mark or at least know what to do with it. She was in over her head, and now her teammate was in trouble because of it. To make things worse, as Sasuke continued to scream and thrash, she sensed the presence of another team behind them. The barrier had failed. Couldn't contain the extreme chakra that Sasuke was outputting. Well, what do we have here? A ninja with a sound headband said. His voice was tough to hear through the copious amount of bandages wrapped around his face, but she could tell it was cocky, and that made her nervous. It's about time we found them, the kunoichi of the group huffed. The boss didn't tell us they'd be so hard to locate. Hinata went from nervous to afraid. If they'd been looking for them, and on orders of a boss, that couldn't be good. Whether that meant they were sent by Orochimaru or the leaders of their village, she was in trouble. They wouldn't have been sent after them if their leader didn't think they could handle the three. She almost hoped that Orochimaru had been the one to send them. At least then they were sent just to defeat her. A team that was confident that they could take out Naruto and Sasuke would have been too much for her. As it was, she was in trouble. She still had one trap laid that they hadn't bypassed, and their apparent arrogance would play right into it. TCH, I thought we were here to kill the Uchiha? It won't be any fun if we just get to fight one little girl, the final member of their team said. He by far had the cockiest attitude of the three. Quiet, Zaku. If he's not able to fight, that makes our job that much easier, the bandaged genin said. The genin, Zaku apparently, rolled his eyes but remained quiet. Hinata watched and waited patiently for them to make their move. The bandaged genin raised his gauntlet. Now, little girl, prepare yourself for death. He tensed his muscles to launch himself at her. Hinata saw the muscle contractions with her Byakugan, and she used a quick pulse of chakra from her extended fingers to cut the rope next to her. Kunai flashed through the air, flying rapidly at the sound ninja who had just begun his charge. The bandaged ninja simply quickly strafed to the left, dodging the three kunai while continuing his sprint. Much to his surprise, there were 20 more kunai heading straight at him from his adjusted position. The spread of them was such that we wouldn't be able to dodge left or right, that left up, down, or back the way he came. He wasn't much of an earth user, and retreating was never in the cards for him. He coiled his muscles and used a burst of chakra to leap up into the air. Hinata saw the smirk on the sound ninja's face as he soared through the air. She also saw how short-lived it was as he saw the massive log swinging from the top of the forest straight at him. She was surprised, though, when the log exploded, and he dropped softly to the forest floor. Ha ha ha, he laughed, almost maniacally. It'll take more than a little tree from a little girl to take out a sound ninja. Come on, Dosu, stop playing with your food. We have a mission, the kunoichi said. It was Hinata's turn to showcase a small smirk, though. The destroyed log that she had set as a trap had scattered all over the area, including right next to and behind Dosu. With her right hand, she formed a half-ram seal and channeled her chakra. The exploding tags she had placed on the log exploded, and all chaos broke loose. There were tags close enough to all three of her enemies to at least cause confusion. Dosu himself had been struck by the blast, throwing him sideways. His two teammates had just been distracted by nearby blasts and blinded by the smoke they created. It was them that Hinata locked in on. As she rushed them, she ran through calculations and scenarios in her head. Dosu seemed to be a close-range shinobi, unlikely to have a wind or earth element. He was a much more known commodity to her at this point, so she would bypass him for now. It didn't hurt that he'd been tossed aside by an explosion either. Between the two teammates left, Hinata would have to play the odds. She didn't know what either of them were capable of, so she would assume the kunoichi was support. She hated thinking that way. She didn't see herself as weak anymore, and she didn't see her female classmates as weak either. The logic said that it was the most likely scenario, though, that the kunoichi wouldn't be the big hitter. That left the third shinobi, one who hadn't been named yet. She'd graded him as the most cocky, despite the fact that Dosu was clearly the leader. He had a thin frame and was clearly at least 2 years older than her. He'd shown her nothing other than his arrogance, but she'd have to assume he was a greater threat than her female teammate. His frame indicated that he could be a distance fighter, which only solidified her decision. As the smoke cleared, she breached through the remnants of it at top speed. She planted both feet firmly, transferring her momentum to her upper body. All that speed turned to power, and she lashed out at him. His eyes widened in surprise, but he couldn't do anything to dodge the thrashing she put on him. For strikes, and he dropped like his muscles had been turned to jello. She had been in a rush and couldn't put him down for good, but it would buy her time. She quickly pivoted, flowing through footwork, and dashed at the kunoichi. The smoke had cleared, and no doubt the ringing that would have been in her ears had too, so Hinata moved quickly. She dodged several senbon from the enemy. The look of surprise on the girl's face indicated that she hadn't been prepared for her to move that fast. Hinata struck once to each shoulder, and was preparing a palm strike to her just when suddenly she was struck from the side. She stumbled back several steps. Their teammate had recovered that fast? He'd taken a legitimate exploding tag from close up, not just a residual blast. You see, little girl, this gauntlet of mine allows me to bend sound waves and vibrations to my will. Before the explosion hit me, I cushioned myself with my gauntlet. It still tossed me aside, but the explosion didn't do any damage. The cockiness was gone, replaced by a cold and deep explanation, with very little emotion. There was anger in there though, and she could use that. She went to make a move against him, but her balance was gone. The low ring in her ears increased, as did the pain that accompanied it. She tried to take another step and nearly fell over. The pain in her head reached an apex, and she half grunted, half squealed, trying to keep the grunt in. Oh, did I mention that the attack I hit you with goes straight at your inner ear? It's impossible to dodge, and impossible to block, Dosu said. Hinata could barely hear him though. She had to deactivate her Byukigen to deal with the stress, but she only lasted a few more seconds on her feet. She collapsed to her hands and knees, puking up that rations that had been sustaining her for the last meal or two. Seems even the fabled Byakugan fails to stack up against my jutsu, Dosu said calmly. The calm was quickly lost as he viciously kicked her in her already damaged ribs. There was a loud crack as they broke, and a thud that accompanied her crashing into a tree. She fell to the ground and laid still. TCH, these leaf nin are so soft. It's a miracle their village is still standing. The ninja Hinata took down first had recovered from the ground. She took you down just fine, Zaku, the kunoichi said. Yeah, kin, woman power and all that. Zaku waved a hand at her dismissively. He walked towards Hinata, ignoring his teammate rolling her eyes at him. He was walking with a slight limp and nursing his right shoulder as he moved. Let's put her down and move on to the Uchiha. He held up his left hand, preparing to launch a jutsu at her. He was frozen in place when a dark presence washed over the area. The whole sound team was caught in it. It froze them, and though they wouldn't ever admit it, they felt a chill go up their spine. You think we're weak? A voice came from behind them. It hadn't dropped yet, but it still felt ominous to them. They turned their heads, to find Sasuke Uchiha glowering at them, Sharingan shining. Before any of them could respond, Sasuke blurred into motion. The beatdown they received would be one that they wouldn't soon forget. Sasuke's movements were but a blur to them. Punch to the ribs, kick to the knee, elbow to the head. He was disappearing and reappearing before their very eyes, like a wraith in the night. Dosu was put on his back after a particularly vicious combo ending with Sasuke dropping to the ground and landing a toe kick to the chin. Kin was already unconscious. Sasuke turned to the last member of the sound team. Zaku was trembling in fear before the red eyes of the last loyal Uchiha. Sasuke's 3 tomo words slowly and smoothly as he picked up every tiny movement, every piece of information that the enemy's body and chakra revealed. Zaku lifted his hands to blast his slicing air waves. "Stay away from us, you monster!" His chakra charged up to fire his jutsu. Sasuke moved. The Uchiha was faster. Zaku felt pain in his arms, but he wasn't sure how. One moment he was ready to decapitate the crazed genin. The next his arms were wrenched behind his back and he felt a foot on his back. "You seem to be very proud of these arms of yours," a cold voice said. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. Now that Sasuke had finally stopped moving, it could be seen that there were black ink-like flame designs dancing across the left side of his face and neck. He saw the fear in Zaku's eyes. He could see it in his quivering body. He was defeated. Sasuke should let him go with a warning. Something whispered in his mind, though. Something sinister. Something right. "You want power, don't you, Sasuke-kun? True power is ruthless." Sasuke found himself agreeing gleefully in his head. The arms broke with a sickening crunch, only drowned out by the sound of Zaku's screaming. Sasuke ignored him, thinking him too pathetic for his attention. He turned to Dosu, who was wearily sitting up. "Get out of my sight." He allowed Dosu and Kin to scramble to pick up their sobbing teammate, before adding, "Leave the scroll." He turned to Strided to check on Hinata, paying no further attention to the sound trio. As he walked towards his teammate, he felt the burning on his face recede down to a single point on his neck, where it burned as if he had been branded. He pushed it to the back of his mind, though he had to help his teammates. Naruto stirred several times before waking. Before he could even open his eyes all the way, he was being hugged by Hinata. It took him a few more seconds to realize that she was fighting back tears. "Don't worry, Hinata. I'm fine. I always am, you know that." He was strangely calm, considering the last thing he remembered was fighting Orochimaru. He guessed that if the snake was still around, he would already be dead. Plus, his natural sensing ability wasn't picking up any foreign signatures in the area. The fact that he awoke to Hinata hugging him certainly didn't worry him either. She slowly pulled away from him, grimacing as she did so. "I know, Naruto-kun. I always had faith that you would be okay. My ribs are still broken, though." Naruto immediately was reminded of the whooping they had received from his godfather's old teammate. A slow rage began to build within him. "That bastard snake. I swear when I get my hands on him again, it's not going to be pretty," he sneered. "Actually, my ribs had healed from that," she corrected ever so politely. She then proceeded to give him the rundown on everything that had happened since he had fallen unconscious. She left out the details of Sasuke's fight, as she hadn't actually seen any of it, being unconscious herself. As she finished her recounting, Sasuke strolled into their new encampment with a handful of strange-looking fruit. He tossed a large apple-like piece to Naruto and Hinata alike. "Glad to see you're awake, Naruto," Sasuke said genuinely. "As if I'd let you guys have all the fun in this bloody forest." He flashed a foxy grin. "What happened in your fight with the sound ninja anyway?" Sasuke's face darkened ever so slightly, but to Naruto he might as well have telegraphed him his feelings. "I took care of them. They won't bother us again." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. "You didn't, did you?" A subtle shake of his head sent Sasuke's black locks swaying back and forth lightly, as if a soft breeze had tousled them. Naruto got the message and let it drop. "For now, at least. Let me see the seal that the snake stuck you with." He maneuvered to Sasuke's side, as his teammate removed his shirt to give Naruto an unobstructed view. Naruto asked him a series of questions pertaining to the seal. Sasuke answered with a series of grunts and, HNs that anybody other than Team 7 wouldn't have been able to understand. Naruto looked perplexed after several minutes of looking it over. It's extremely complex. I can't tell exactly what it is. I can tell that it will activate and unfold who knows what if you start running low on chakra, but without having that happen I can't get a good read on it. He turned to Hinata. You said it's leaking chakra? She nodded precisely. It's almost like it's feeding chakra into his system, but that doesn't make sense. Why would he want to give him chakra? She asked. Sasuke remained quiet through the wild conversation. Well, Naruto said, better have Pervy Sage take a look at it when we get back to the tower. If he was anywhere near the village when we got attacked, he's probably already waiting for us there. Naruto said, I can seal all your chakra first so that you can't use it. That will definitely prevent it from activating, but you obviously won't be able to use it if we have to fight. Leave it. I know my limits. Sasuke answered rather shortly even for him. Naruto frowned minutely, nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, all right, let's move then. And with that, Team 7 shot off into the trees. They would arrive at the tower less than 2 hours later without seeing another person the whole way.